Chapter 6. It Would Just Kill Me to Marry Mary Todd. Courtship and Marriage, 1840 to 1842. In 1842, Lincoln wed Mary Todd, a woman who was to make his domestic life a burning, scorching hell, as terrible as death and as gloomy as the grave, according to one who knew him very well. Courting Mary Owens. Lincoln's courtship of Mary Todd is poorly documented, but indirect light is shed on it by his earlier well-recorded romance with Mary S. Owens. Born in Kentucky a few months before Lincoln, Mary Owens received a good education at the home of her wealthy father, a planter in Greene County. She was older, bigger, and better educated than Anne Rutledge. Raised in a relatively sophisticated society, she dressed more elegantly than women in and about New Salem. Her clothes may have been more attractive than Anne Rutledge's, but her features and figure were not. Standing 5 feet, 5 inches tall, she was plump, weighing between 150 and 180 pounds, and considered not pretty, matronly, strong, nervous, and muscular, with a massive, angular, square, prominent, and broad forehead, fair skin, deep blue eyes, and dark curling hair. Though emphatically less comely than Anne Rutledge, Mary Owens was more intellectually gifted and accomplished. Caleb Carman remembered her as sharp, shrewd, and intellectual, and brighter than Anne. Others deemed her very talented, smart, sharp, quick and strong-minded, very intellectual, a good conversationalist, as well as a splendid reader. She reportedly loved wit and humor, and had an excellent disposition, was jovial, social, good-natured, gay and lively, light-hearted and cheery, as well as kind and considerate. In her dealings with men, she showed a little dash of coquetry. She was also spunky and unconventional, as her 1835 correspondence with Thomas J. Nance reveals. You are well aware, Thomas, that in writing you this letter, I am transgressing the circumscribed limits laid down by tyrannical custom for our sex. Social disapproval did not intimidate her. If I am condemned by the cold, unfeeling, and fastidious of either sex, I care not, for I trust my heart has learned to rise superior to those groveling feelings dictated by bosoms that are callous to every refined emotion. In the fall of 1833, Mary Owens spent a month in New Salem with her sister, Mrs. Bennett Abel, who was eager to have Lincoln as a brother-in-law. Lincoln found Mary Owens intelligent and agreeable. She, in turn, recalled that they were congenial spirits who saw eye to eye on political matters. 3 years later, Lincoln accepted Betsy Abel's startling proposition that she bring her sister Mary back from Kentucky for him to wed. Mrs. Abel, according to a friend, was a great talker, and sometimes said more than she ought. Lincoln agreed, and Mary returned to New Salem for a year and a half, to be courted by Lincoln. After the relationship ended, Lincoln wryly told his close friend Eliza Browning, wife of fellow Whig legislator Orville H. Browning, that he had seen no good objection to plodding life through hand in hand with her. But the courtship did not go well. When Mary returned to New Salem in 1836, Lincoln found her less attractive than he had remembered. I knew she was oversize, he confided to Mrs. Browning, but she now appeared a fair match for Falstaff. In addition, she looked old. When I beheld her, I could not for my life avoid thinking of my mother, and this, not from withered features, for her skin was too full of fat to permit its contracting into wrinkles, but from her want of teeth, weather-beaten appearance in general, and from a kind of notion that ran in my head that nothing could have commenced at the size of infancy and reached her present bulk in less than 35 or 40 years. And, in short, I was not at all pleased with her. He tried to convince himself that the mind was much more to be valued than the person. Despite his reservations, Lincoln felt honor-bound to follow through on his pledge. I had told her sister that I would take her for better or for worse. and I made a point of honor and conscience in all things, to stick to my word, especially if others had been induced to act upon it, which in this case I doubted not they had, for I was now fairly convinced that no other man on earth would have her. Understandably, he hesitated before marrying such a woman. Through life I have been in no bondage, either real or imaginary, from the thraldom of which I so much desired to be free, he told Mrs. Browning. He really dreaded the prospect of wedding Mary Owens. After procrastinating as long as possible, he finally proposed. To his surprise, she turned him down. I very unexpectedly found myself mortified, in 100 different ways, he wrote. My vanity was deeply wounded by the reflection that I had so long been too stupid to discover her intentions, and, at the same time never doubting that I understood them perfectly, and also that she, whom I had taught myself to believe nobody else would have, had actually rejected me with all my fancied greatness. Ruefully, he conceded that other men have been made fools of by the girls, but this can never be with truth said of me. I most emphatically, in this instance, made a fool of myself. He resolved never again to think of marrying, for I can never be satisfied with anyone who would be blockhead enough to have me. This account of the courtship is misleading, for Lincoln's correspondence with Mary Owens indicates that he had become quite fond of her, and backed away only after she wounded him repeatedly. A letter he wrote her in December 1836, from Vandalia, suggests he really was in love. In this missive, Lincoln complained of the mortification of looking in the post office for your letter and not finding it. He scolded her. You see, I am mad about that old letter yet. I don't like very well to risk you again. I'll try you once more anyhow. The prospect of spending 10 weeks with the legislature in Vandalia was intolerable, he lamented, for he missed her. Write back as soon as you get this, and if possible say something that will please me, for really I have not been pleased since I left you. Such language, hardly that of an indifferent suitor, tends to confirm Parthenia Hill's statement that Lincoln thought a great deal of Mary Owens. The romance ended largely because of the couple's incompatibility. With good reason she thought his manners oafish. As she explained, Mr. Lincoln was deficient in those little links which make up the great chain of woman's happiness. At least it was so in my case. Not that I believed it proceeded from a lack of goodness of heart, but his training had been different from mine, hence there was not that congeniality which would have otherwise existed. Lincoln had behaved in ways that she understandably considered thoughtless and insensitive. One day, while riding with other New Salem young women and their swains, they came to a creek, which all the men, save Lincoln, gallantly helped their companions cross. Mary Owens chided her escort. "You are a nice fellow. I suppose you did not care whether my neck was broken or not." With a laugh, Lincoln replied that he reckoned she was plenty smart enough to care for herself. A similar incident provoked her to tell Lincoln that she thought he was not promising husband material. One day he accompanied her and Mrs. Bowling Green on a walk. As they climbed a steep hill, he offered no help to Nancy Green, who was struggling to carry her youngster, a great, big, fat child, heavy and crossly disposed. After reaching their destination, Miss Owens said to Lincoln, laughingly, "You would not make a good husband, Abe." She chided Lincoln. "You've walked for more than a mile with us, a great strong fellow like you, and let that woman carry a baby that weighs nearly 40 pounds, and never so much as lifted your finger to help her." Lincoln replied, "Why, she never asked me." "Oh, she didn't, and you hadn't politeness enough to offer to help her, but must wait to be asked." "Why, I never thought of it. I always supposed she would be afraid to let a fellow like me touch the baby for fear he might break it or something. I'd carry a bushel of them for you, Mary." "Yes, now." "Any time." "If I asked you?" "Well, I reckon you could ask me if you wanted them carried." "I just tell you what it is, Abe Lincoln. Any man fit to be a husband would have offered to carry that child when he could see its mother was nearly tired to death." "And I didn't offer?" "No, you didn't." "And so I'm not fit to be a husband?" "That's just the fact." Lincoln laughed the incident off, but it was a turning point in their relationship, which thereafter began to cool. Soon after this contretemps, Lincoln spent a few weeks on a surveying expedition. When he returned to New Salem, he asked one of the Abels' sons if Mary Owens was at their home. When the lad said she was, Lincoln asked him to tell her that he would visit later that day. But she had made plans to dine with her cousin, Mentor Graham. When she heard that Lincoln would call, she regarded the occasion as an opportunity to test his devotion. She thought a moment and said to herself, "If I can draw Lincoln up there to Graham, it will be all right." She wanted to make Lincoln bend. She reportedly was a strong-minded woman who loved power and conquest. When Lincoln dropped by the Abels' home to see Mary Owens, Betsy Abel informed him that she was at Mentor Graham's, a mile and a half distant. Lincoln asked if Mary had known he was coming to call. When Mrs. Abel said no, one of her children corrected her, insisting that young Samuel had informed her. His feelings hurt, Lincoln returned to New Salem without stopping at Graham's. According to one of Mary's relatives, Lincoln thought that as he was extremely poor and Miss Owens very rich, that it was a fling on him on that account. This was, at the time, Abe's tender spot. His hypersensitivity regarding the differences in their social class appeared in a letter he wrote to Mary in May 1837, shortly after he had moved to Springfield. They had considered the possibility of her joining him there, evidently as Mrs. Abraham Lincoln. He discouraged her, saying, "I am afraid you would not be satisfied. There is a great deal of flourishing about in carriages here, which it would be your doom to see without sharing in it. You would have to be poor without the means of hiding your poverty." For this reason he believed that they should not wed. "Whatever woman may cast her lot with mine, should any ever do so, it is my intention to do all in my power to make her happy and contented, and there is nothing I can imagine that would make me more unhappy than to fail in that effort. I know I should be much happier with you than the way I am, provided I saw no signs of discontent in you." He urged her to consider the prospect carefully before deciding. "My opinion is that you had better not do it. You have not been accustomed to hardship, and it may be more severe than you now imagine. But," he hastened to add, "I am willing to abide by your decision." 3 months later, in his final surviving letter to Mary Owens, Lincoln discussed the prospect of marriage lukewarmly. "I want in all cases to do right, and most particularly so in all cases with women. I want, more than anything else, to do right with you, and if I knew it would be doing right, as I rather suspect it would, to let you alone, I would do it. And for the purpose of making the matter as plain as possible, I now say that you can now drop the subject, dismiss your thoughts, if ever you had any, from me forever, and leave this letter unanswered, without calling forth one accusing murmur from me. And I will even go further, and say that if it will add anything to your comfort or peace of mind to do so, it is my sincere wish that you should. Do not understand by this that I wish to cut your acquaintance. I mean no such thing. What I do wish is that our further acquaintance shall depend upon yourself. If such further acquaintance would contribute nothing to your happiness, I am sure it would not to mine. If you feel yourself in any degree bound to me, I am now willing to release you, provided you wish it, while, on the other hand, I am willing and even anxious to bind you faster if I can be convinced that it will, in any considerable degree, add to your happiness." Unsurprisingly, she rejected his proposal, returned to Kentucky, and eventually married her brother-in-law. A few months after her departure, Lincoln remarked to Betsy Abel, "Tell your sister that I think she was a great fool because she did not stay here and marry me." The Mary Owens courtship reveals an aspect of Lincoln's character that helps explain his intense political ambition, namely, a deep-seated inferiority complex. Some political psychologists maintain that such ambition is often rooted in an intense and ungratified craving for deference. Many aspiring politicos like Lincoln expect power to overcome low estimates of the self. The compensatory psychological benefits of political power and fame strongly appeal to those with damaged self-esteem, especially the provincial or the small-town boy or the country boy who wants to succeed against the stigma of rusticity. Lincoln is a good example of such a provincial. As noted earlier in his 1860 conversations with John Locke Scripps, he seemed to be painfully impressed with the extreme poverty of his early surroundings, the utter absence of all romantic and heroic elements. In the autobiography he prepared for Scripps, he virtually apologized for his humble origins, calling Thomas Lincoln a wandering, laboring boy who grew up literally without education. In that sketch, Lincoln said of his meager schooling, "He regrets his want of education and does what he can to supply the want." For the Dictionary of Congress, Lincoln described his education as defective. As an attorney, he felt inferior to his better-educated colleagues. His second law partner, Stephen T. Logan, recalled an occasion when he got very much discouraged. In a Danville court, Edward D. Baker had got very much the advantage of him, and he came and complained to me that Baker had got so much the start of him that he despaired of getting even with him in acquirements and skill. In 1861, Lincoln told an alumnus of Rutgers College that he always regretted the want of a college education. Those who have it should thank God for it. The positive reception his speeches received in the East in early 1860 astonished him. To a Connecticut minister who praised his address in Norwich, Lincoln said, "Certainly I have had a most wonderful success for a man of my limited education." He was especially struck by the lavish praise of a Yale professor of rhetoric. Lincoln's ancestry also embarrassed him. In 1859, he wrote that his parents were both born in Virginia of undistinguished families, second families, perhaps I should say. When leading citizens of Logan County, Illinois, proposed to name their county seat after him, Lincoln replied, "I don't believe I'd do that. I never knew anything named Lincoln that amounted to anything." While he expressed some reservations about the Lincoln side of the family, he was especially ashamed of his mother's family. As he told voters during his first political campaign, "I was born and have ever remained in the most humble walks of life." A decade later, he referred to himself at 22 as a strange, friendless, uneducated, penniless boy. Psychologist G. Stanley Hall speculated that Lincoln's ambition was rooted in his feelings about his appearance. His height, long limbs, rough exterior, and frequent feeling of awkwardness must have very early made him realize that to succeed in life he must cultivate intrinsic mental and moral traits, which it is so hard for a handsome man or woman to excel in. Hence he compensated by trying to develop intellectual distinction. In his initial political campaign, Lincoln declared candidly, "I have no other ambition so great as that of being truly esteemed of my fellow citizens." That thirst for admiration lasted a lifetime. Only political success would slake it and permit relief from a nagging, deep-seated sense of inferiority. Emotional as well as material and educational poverty seems to have plagued the young Lincoln. Neither parent met his most basic psychological needs. Nancy Hanks Lincoln may have provided her young son with love and support during her first 9 years, but he evidently viewed her death as an act of abandonment. In later life, he seldom mentioned her. One of the few times he did so, in his letter to Eliza Browning about his love life, it was in unflattering terms. His father offered little nurturance. Perhaps the best thing Thomas Lincoln ever did for his son was to marry Sarah Bush Johnston. But by the time she arrived in Indiana, the boy's psyche had endured many assaults. Suffering from emotional malnutrition, Lincoln thought himself unloved and unlovable. To compensate, he sought in public life a surrogate form of the love and acceptance he had not known at home. By winning elections, he would prove to himself that he was lovable. Lincoln's conduct toward Mary Owens may have been affected by his distrust of women, stemming from the death of his mother. The bitter agony that Lincoln experienced as a 9-year-old in Indiana seems to have crippled his capacity for trusting and loving women lest they abandon him, as his mother had done. Throughout his life, he harbored irrational fears of abandonment. When Joshua Speed married, Lincoln plaintively told the newlyweds, "I feel somewhat jealous of both of you now. You will be so exclusively concerned for one another that I shall be forgotten entirely." In 1858, after his defeat by Stephen A. Douglas, Lincoln remarked to a friend that, "I expect everybody to desert me." In 1839, as already noted, he concluded a speech on banking with a strange peroration, envisioning himself abandoned in his defense of the right, alone, boldly hurling defiance at his country's enemies. In politics, his greatest anger was directed at former allies who had abandoned his party. Courting Mary Todd. The Mary Owens affair also reveals Lincoln's extraordinary passivity in dealing with women and his scrupulous determination to carry out promises, even bad ones. These traits resurfaced when he became involved with the temperamental, headstrong, volatile Mary Todd. 2 years after Mary Owens disappeared from Lincoln's life, he met Miss Todd, another well-educated Kentuckian from a prosperous family and the cousin of his law partner, John Todd Stewart. Evidently, she believed that if her much-admired cousin had chosen Lincoln as a partner, the young attorney must also be an admirable fellow. Mary was short, plump, and though not pretty, had striking blue eyes and a fine complexion. Friends recalled that she was impulsive and made no attempt to conceal her feeling. Indeed, it would have been an impossibility had she desired to do so, for her face was an index to every passing emotion. She had an unusual gift of sarcasm, and now and then indulged in sarcastic, witty remarks that cut like a Damascus blade. While in Springfield to visit her eldest sister, Elizabeth, who had married Ninian W. Edwards, son of the former governor, Mary Todd met eligible bachelors aplenty at the Edwards home, a social center for the city's elite. Illinois was a promising hunting ground for a woman in search of a husband. A surfeit of unmarried men so longed for mates that a transplanted Kentuckian, John J. Harton, urged young women from his native state to migrate northward if they wanted to be married. In 1840, Sangamon County had 24% more men than women. Catherine Bergen Jones of Springfield recalled that nearly every young man in town would ask a young lady to take his arm in the evenings and promenade in a long procession down the muddy paths. Girls were in the minority, and even those in their early teens were in demand. In the capital's social whirl during legislative sessions, Mary Todd was a belle. Young men liked her wit, and older men liked her cultivation. She was the very creature of excitement, a Springfielder reported in 1840. She never enjoys herself more than when in society and surrounded by a company of merry friends. One such friend was Joshua Speed, who brought Lincoln along to events at the Edwards home. Lincoln began seeing Mary in the winter of 1839 to 1840. According to a relative of Ninian Edwards, Lincoln admired her naturally fine mind and cultivated tastes, for she was a great reader and possessed of a remarkably retentive memory, was quick at repartee, and when the occasion seemed to require it, was sarcastic and severe. Her brilliant conversation, often embellished with apt quotations, made her much sought after by the young people of the town. Initially, her sister Elizabeth encouraged the romance, after she realized that Lincoln was a man on the way up, and that Mary should therefore wed him. In time, however, she came to recognize his social deficiencies, which she described to an interviewer. Lincoln could not hold a lengthy conversation with a lady, was not sufficiently educated and intelligent in the female line to do so. He was charmed with Mary's wit and fascinated with her quick sagacity, her will, her nature, and culture. I have happened in the room where they were sitting often and often, and Mary led the conversation. Lincoln would listen and gaze on her as if drawn by some superior power, irresistibly so. He listened, never scarcely said a word. Mrs. Edwards withdrew her earlier support for Lincoln and prophetically told her sister that they were not suitable to each other. Mary was quick, lively, gay, frivolous, it may be, social, and loved glitter, show, and pomp and power. Elizabeth Edwards, like others in Springfield, realized that Lincoln was a mighty rough man, uncouth, moody, dull in society, careless of his personal appearance, awkward and shy. He avoided church, he once confessed to Mary Owens, because I am conscious I should not know how to behave myself. Herndon recalled that Lincoln had poor judgment of the fitness and appropriateness of things. He would wade into a ballroom and speak aloud to some friend, "How clean these women look!" At Springfield social gatherings, young ladies avoided Lincoln. We girls, Catherine Bergen-Jones recollected, maneuvered so as to shift on each other the two awkward, diffident young lawyers, Abraham Lincoln and Samuel H. Treat. We preferred the jovial Robert Allen, Stephen A. Douglas, William Black, or the Jones brothers, John Albert and Edward, for our escorts. The girls may have shunned Lincoln in part because of his ineptitude on the dance floor. When asked why he did not dance, he explained that, "My feet weren't made that way." At a party in Jacksonville, Lincoln reportedly approached Mary Todd, saying, "I want to dance with you in the worst way." Afterward, she told him, "Mr. Lincoln, I think you have literally fulfilled your request. You have danced the worst way possible." Early on, Mary became aware of Lincoln's gaucheries, which irritated her. When she teased him about a social indiscretion, he found it hard to understand why she cared so much about something so unimportant. Her cousin, Stephen T. Logan, warned Mary that Lincoln is much too rugged for your little white hands to attempt to polish. Mary never reconciled herself to Lincoln's lack of polish, even after years of marriage. A Springfield resident, who called Mrs. Lincoln haughty, said it hurt her that Lincoln was so plain and dressed so plain. Her half-sister, Emily, reported that she complained because Lincoln would open the front door instead of having a servant do so, and because Lincoln would eat butter with his knife. She raised merry war. When a friend remarked, "Mary, if I had a husband with a mind like yours has, I wouldn't care what he did," she admitted, "It is very foolish. It is a small thing to complain of." It maddened her when he answered the door in his shirt-sleeves and told callers that he would trot the woman folks out. As president, whenever he read in his stocking feet, Mary Lincoln would order a servant to fetch his slippers. Extremely clothes-conscious, she criticized him for having shirt cuffs too frayed for a man in his exalted station. She asked Ward Hill Layman to show her husband how to remove his hat properly, but despite the best efforts of Layman and Secretary of State William Henry Seward, the president never mastered that social grace. Just how Lincoln courted Mary Todd is unclear. When, in Springfield, he regularly spent Sundays at the Edwards home, Ninian Edwards recalled that Mr. Lincoln and Mr. Speed were frequently at our house, seemed to enjoy themselves in their conversation beneath the dense shade of our forest trees. But Lincoln could not have visited that home often in the winter and spring of 1840, for politics and his law practice frequently took him out of town. He would not have seen much of Mary Todd in the summer, which she spent with relatives in Missouri. When she returned, Lincoln was busily campaigning throughout southern Illinois. He did not mention her in any of the surviving letters he wrote in 1840, nor does her correspondence or that of their friends refer to any romance between them that year. Joshua Speed said that they courted through the mails that fall. In 1840, Lincoln went into the southern part of the state as elector, canvasser, debater, speaker. Here first wrote his Mary. She darted after him, wrote him. Others confirmed Speed's suggestion that Mary Todd took the initiative in the courtship. In 1875, Orville H. Browning told an interviewer, "I always thought then and ever since that in her affair with Mr. Lincoln, Mary Todd did most of the courting." Brown added that Miss Todd was thoroughly in earnest in her endeavors to get Mr. Lincoln, and stated flatly that there is no doubt of her exceeding anxiety to marry him. Browning reported that in those times, "I was at Mr. Edwards' a great deal, and Miss Todd used to sit down with me, and talk to me sometimes till midnight, about this affair of hers with Mr. Lincoln." William Butler's sister-in-law, Sarah Rickard, thought that Mary Todd certainly made most of the plans and did the courting, and would have Lincoln, whether or no. Rickard alleged that it was the talk of Springfield that Mary Todd would marry him in spite of himself. Herndon believed that Miss Todd wanted Lincoln terribly, and worked, played her cards, through Mrs. Simeon Francis's hands. In pursuing her quarry, she read much and committed much to memory to make herself agreeable, according to Mrs. Benjamin S. Edwards. Despite their differences and their failure to spend much time together, Lincoln and Mary evidently became engaged sometime in the fall of 1840. Lincoln's matrimonial impulsiveness recalls his abrupt acceptance of Betsy Abel's 1836 proposition that he wed Mary Owens. Why they decided to marry is difficult to understand, for they were, as Elizabeth Edwards and many others noted, quite different. Howard M. Powell, a Springfield neighbor, recalled that Mr. and Mrs. Lincoln were not a congenial couple. Their tastes were so different that when a boy, I often wondered why they were married. William Herndon concluded that she was the exact reverse of her husband in figure and physical proportions, in education, bearing, temperament, history, in everything. Mary Lincoln herself referred to our opposite natures. Their backgrounds could hardly have been more dissimilar. Almost 10 years after Lincoln was born in the Kentucky backwoods, Eliza Parker Todd, descendant of friends of George Washington, and Robert S. Todd, son of the eminent General Levi Todd, had their fourth child, a daughter they named Mary. The Todds lived in a very different Kentucky from the one inhabited by Thomas Lincoln, occupying as they did a prominent social position in Lexington, self-identified as the Athens of the West. In contrast to young Abe's all-too-brief formal schooling, Mary Todd was sent to Lexington's best private schools, among them Madame Victoire Charlotte Leclerc Mentel's Academy, where French was spoken exclusively. There she studied social graces such as conversation, dancing, and letter writing. Soon after Lincoln's sister died bearing a child to a frontiersman in Indiana, Mary Todd's sister Elizabeth wed the son of Illinois' governor. When Lincoln left his father's cabin for New Salem, Mary Todd visited the stately mansion of Henry Clay to show off her new pony. Abraham Lincoln and Mary Todd did share one important childhood experience: the premature death of their mothers. Mary was 6 when Eliza Parker Todd succumbed to a post-birth bacterial infection. Lincoln was 9 when milk sickness cut short Nancy Hank's life. From these painful losses, both children sustained debilitating psychological wounds that contributed to the marital problems they would face later. Mary Todd called her privileged childhood desolate, not only because of the actual death of her mother, but also because of the metaphorical death of her father. With the passing of his first wife, Robert Smith Todd paid little attention to Mary and her siblings. A scant few weeks after his wife's burial, he traveled to nearby Frankfort and courted young Elizabeth Humphreys, whom he wed a year later, and with whom he would sire 9 half-siblings for Mary over the next 15 years. Mary evidently felt betrayed, abandoned, and rejected by her impetuous, high-strung, sensitive father. Deep-seated anger at him and his second wife apparently smoldered in her unconscious. According to Elizabeth Todd, Mary left her home in Kentucky to avoid living under the same roof with a stepmother. Mary's siblings shared her disaffection. Younger brother George complained bitterly about Betsy Humphreys' settled hostility and alleged that he had been forced to leave his father's house in consequence of the malignant and continued attempts on the part of his stepmother to poison the mind of his father toward him. George claimed that his father was mortified that his last child by his first wife should be obliged, like all his other first children, to abandon his house by the relentless persecution of a stepmother. All of Eliza Parker Todd's daughters quit Lexington when of age. After Elizabeth married Ninian W. Edwards and settled in Springfield, she brought over her sisters one by one, introducing them to society, and gave them weddings. Robert and Betsy Todd rarely visited these offspring, who seldom returned to Kentucky. Exacerbating family tensions was the hostility of Eliza Todd's formidable mother toward her son-in-law and his second wife. Mary Todd had legitimate grievances against her stepmother. She confided to a friend that her early home was truly at a boarding school, Madame Mentel's academy. Since Mary was willful and mischievous, she frequently clashed with her prim and proper young stepmother. At the age of 10, Mary had a row with Betsy Todd when the youngster awkwardly deployed willow branches to transform her narrow frock into a hoop skirt. Upon seeing the clumsy result, her stepmother declared, "What a fright you are," and ordered Mary and her niece Elizabeth to take those things off and then go to Sunday school. Elizabeth remembered that we went to our room chagrined and angry. Mary burst into tears and gave the first exhibition of temper I had ever seen or known her to make. She thought we were badly treated and expressed herself freely on the subject. As an adult, Mary continued to have difficulties with her stepmother. In the late 1840s, while Lincoln attended Congress, his wife and their 2 young boys, Robert and Eddie, stayed with the Todds in Lexington. One day Eddie Lincoln brought in a kitten, much to his step-grandmother's dismay. Mrs. Lincoln reported, the sequel to her husband. In the midst of his happiness, Betsy Todd came in. She, you must know, dislikes the whole cat race. I thought, in a very unfeeling manner, she ordered the servant near to throw it out, which, of course, was done. Ed, screaming and protesting loudly against the proceeding, she never appeared to mind his screams, which were long and loud, I assure you. Significantly, she added, "'Tis unusual for her nowadays to do anything quite so striking. She is very obliging and accommodating, but if she thought any of us were on her hands again, I believe she would be worse than ever." Mary Lincoln underscored "nowadays," implying that such unfeeling treatment of children was common earlier. Betsy Todd's indifference to Eddie's sensibilities may well have reminded Mary of similar episodes in her own childhood. Mary Todd may also have disliked Betsy Humphreys Todd for bearing 9 rivals for paternal favor. During the Civil War, all but one of these half-siblings supported the Southern cause, and Mary did not conceal her hostility toward them. In 1862, she shocked a confidant by expressing the hope that her brothers in Confederate uniform would be captured or slain. "They would kill my husband if they could, and destroy our government, the dearest of all things to us," she declared, shortly after her half-brother Samuel had died at the Battle of Shiloh. When her half-brother Alexander was killed in 1863, she said, "It is but natural that I should feel for one so nearly related to me. But Alexander had made his choice long ago. He decided against my husband, and through him against me. He has been fighting against us, and since he chose to be our deadly enemy, I see no special reason why I should bitterly mourn his death." When the press condemned her sadistic half-brother David, chief of Richmond's prisons during the war, she told a reporter that by no word or act of hers should he escape punishment for his treason against her husband's government. Although such evidence of Mary Todd's attitude toward her family is not conclusive, it does suggest that she harbored a rage she was unable to vent directly. It also suggests that she might seek a surrogate father. Indeed, she may have married Lincoln in part because she saw in him a benevolent paterfamilias who would indulge her and fill the void created in her life when Robert Smith Todd began a second family. More than a foot taller and nearly 10 years Mary's senior, he radiated the quality of being old. During Lincoln's early years in Springfield, one observer said that the lanky attorney called to mind the pictures I formerly saw of old Father Jupiter, bending down from the clouds to see what was going on below, especially when Lincoln conversed with young women at parties. Just as an agreeable smile of satisfaction graced the countenance of the old heathen god as he perceived the incense rising up, so the face of Lincoln was occasionally distorted into a grin as he succeeded in eliciting applause from some of the fair votaries by whom he was surrounded. Among such fair votaries was Mary Todd, a young woman likely to be attracted to a man resembling Father Jupiter, a man who would take care of her like a kind father. Mary Todd's youthful qualities may have appealed to Lincoln. A woman in Washington during the Civil War believed that the president saw in his wife, despite her foibles and sometimes her puerileness, just what he needed. Those foibles included natural want of tact, deficiency in the sense of the fitness of things, blundering outspokenness, and impolitic disregard of diplomatic considerations. That very puerileness was perhaps what attracted him to her. With his deep paternal streak, he enjoyed children and child surrogates. Mary Todd fit that role well. As Helen Nicolay put it, Lincoln's attitude toward his wife had something of the paternal in it, almost as though she were a child under his protection. Thus, when Lincoln proposed to Mary Todd, he did so because, in all likelihood, he believed she wanted him to do so, and because he desired a child wife. Mary certainly needed a great deal of protection, or at least looking after, for she had mental problems, including manic depression. Orville H. Browning, who thought her demented, recalled that she was a girl of much vivacity in conversation, but was subject to spells of mental depression. As we used familiarly to state it, she was always either in the garret or the cellar. A childhood friend, Margaret Stewart, testified that Mary in her Kentucky years was very highly strung, nervous, impulsive, excitable, having an emotional temperament much like an April day, sunning all over with laughter one moment, the next crying as though her heart would break. Manic depression is not the only diagnosis that seems to fit Mary Lincoln's condition. She exhibited many symptoms associated with narcissism and with borderline personality disorder. In later life, after Lincoln's death, her instability grew very marked. Her nephew, Albert Stevenson Edwards, believed that she was insane from the time of her husband's death until her own death. In 1875, an Illinois court adjudged her insane and had her confined in a mental hospital. But even before the tragedy of the assassination, David Davis, alluding to her conduct as First Lady during the Civil War, called her a natural-born thief, for whom stealing was a sort of insanity. In fact, he thought she was deranged as far back as the 1840s. Psychiatric problems ran throughout Mary's family. Dr. George R.C. Todd, youngest of her biological siblings, was especially troubled. A fellow physician in South Carolina who knew him well said that Dr. Todd referred to himself as the black sheep of the family, that he did not get along with people, and that he was very egotistical and extremely jealous of his professional reputation, very peculiar and eccentric, drank whiskey to excess. Dr. Todd's lawyer recalled that he was inclined to be abrupt, almost to brusqueness, in his manner to those whom he did not like. He took no pains to conceal his dislike for those who had incurred his displeasure, and he refused to consort with his own contemporaries to any great extent. He was given to moods of deep melancholy. Like his sister Mary, he had an explosive temper that bordered on madness. He was described by a Union prisoner of war as the most vicious wretch I ever knew, because he cruelly mistreated enemy patients. During the Civil War he would, in raving fits of madness, assault sick and wounded Yankees under his care. When a young Union lieutenant from Kentucky irritated him, Dr. Todd pulled him off the bunk to the floor and kicked him in the most brutal manner. Upon the death of the prisoner the next day, Dr. Todd declared, "I am goddamn glad of it. I meant to kill the son of a bitch before he left here." During the Gettysburg campaign, he infuriated Northerners by looting private homes. He told dubious tales about his role in divvying up the last of the Confederate treasury in 1865, and he also claimed, most improbably, that he had visited the White House early in the war and aroused the president's suspicions about his loyalty. When ordered arrested, he said, he outwitted his pursuers and escaped. Other siblings betrayed signs of mental instability. Mary's eccentric, heavily tattooed half-brother David, who ran away from home at the age of 14, also mistreated Union prisoners. Stationed briefly at Libby Prison in Richmond as a captain in the Confederate Army, David Todd was known as one of the most brutal officers in that grim facility. He slashed a POW with his saber and kicked the corpses of the Union dead, calling them damned abolitionists. In 1871, David died, supposedly of wounds sustained at Vicksburg, but some friends maintained that he had been shot in a whorehouse brawl before he went to war, and that this old wound had more to do with his early demise than the Yankee mini-bullet. Mary's brother Levi, 2 years her senior, was described by his wife as an improvident drunkard, with a cruel and inhuman manner. He alienated family and acquaintances and died friendless in 1865. Mary's pugnacious and loud-voiced sister Anne, if not actually unbalanced, was the most quick-tempered and vituperative of Robert Todd's daughters. She was usually in a temper. Mary called Anne a woman who possesses such a miserable disposition and so false a tongue that no one respects her. Anne's tongue for so many years has been considered no slander, and as a child and young girl she could not be outdone in falsehood. I grieve for those who have come in contact with her malice, yet even that is so well understood that the object of her wrath generally rises with good people in proportion to her vindictiveness. When shown this assessment of her character, Anne replied with some justice, "Mary was writing about herself." Mary's niece Julia, daughter of Elizabeth Edwards, was mentally unstable. "Insanity," Elizabeth said in 1875, "appeared in the case of my own daughter at the early age of 13. For 6 months she was so decidedly flighty as to be closely guarded. At no time has she ever been natural in her demeanor. God pity those who are the victims and who are the anxious sufferers in such terrible afflictions." Born in 1837, the beautiful Julia, at the age of 18, wed Edward Lewis Baker, co-owner of the Springfield, Illinois State Journal. A good friend of Julia's, Ada Balehatch, wife of Edward Baker's business partner, recalled that Mrs. Baker was a wayward girl and very attractive woman to the great sorrow of her family and friends. There was a scandal connected with her about 1872, and Mr. Baker was sent as consul to the Argentine Republic, where they remained until Mr. Baker's death in 1897. He was probably not molested in courtesy to the memory of Lincoln, as it was better for them not to return. The blow to her mother and father was one they never recovered from. Because Julia was unable to manage her own affairs, a court in the 1870s appointed a trustee for her. Mary Lincoln referred to her niece as a poor, silly creature, and expressed sympathy for Elizabeth Edwards. How unfortunate a mother must consider herself to so rear a child, naturally weak. When she visited Washington in 1864, Julia Baker scandalized polite society with her bizarre, risque behavior. Another niece of Mary Todd, Elizabeth Edwards Clover, Julia Baker's sister, inherited much of her famous aunt's wardrobe, which she regularly wore, even though the large silk skirts, lace shawls, and tiny carriage parasols had long since passed out of style. As a Springfield matron recalled, no one thought anything of it because the Todds had always been eccentric. Mary's sister, Elodie, told her fiancé, "I am a Todd, and some of these days you may be unfortunate enough to find out what they are." She confessed to him that, "I cannot govern my temper or tongue, and that I am one of the most unforgiving creatures you ever knew." The daughter of Mary Todd Lincoln's nephew, Albert S. Edwards, Julia Baker's brother, died in the Norbury Sanitarium, a private residential home for the treatment of nervous and mental disorders. In 1906, Mary Lincoln's son Robert wrote from Georgia that "I have been down here for nearly 2 months trying to recover from a nervous breakdown." In late 1840, Lincoln broke his engagement to Mary Todd. According to a friend, he had concluded that they were not congenial and were incompatible and ought not to marry. He may well have doubted his ability to satisfy her intense emotional neediness. After his death, she stated that, despite his deep feeling and his amiable nature, Lincoln was not a demonstrative man. When he felt most deeply, he expressed the least. Elizabeth Edwards called Lincoln a cold man, with no affection, and her husband concurred, saying, "Lincoln was not a warm-hearted man." Herndon declared that Lincoln ought never to have married, for he had no quality for a husband. He was abstracted, cool, never loved, and could not from his very nature. Henry C. Whitney agreed, stating that so great and peculiar a man as Lincoln could not make any woman happy, for he was too much allied to his intellect to get down to the plane of the domestic relations. Another powerful consideration gave Lincoln pause as he contemplated Mary Todd. In the autumn of 1840, he fell in love with Matilda Edwards, a beautiful 18-year-old cousin of Ninian Edwards, who had come to Springfield from Alton and stayed with Mary Todd at the Edwards home. Like many other young women, she visited the capital during legislative sessions to attend the numerous parties given then. A legislative winter was as eagerly looked forward to by the ladies of the state as the politicians, because it promised a season of constant gaiety and entertainment. An invitation to spend such a time in Springfield was a coveted honor. The pretty girls from all over the state flocked there, under the care of fathers, uncles, brothers, cousins, any relation, however remote, who could be induced to bring them. The very bright Matilda Edwards was something of a coquette, and a most fascinating and handsome girl, tall, graceful, and rather reserved, who moved at ease among the social and refined classes at Alton. Her gentle temper, her conciliatory manners, and the sweetness of her heart made her dear to all who knew her. Lincoln was among the many young men who held her dear. In the winter of 1840 to 1841, she and Mary Todd seemed to form the grand center of attraction. Swarms of strangers who had little else to engage their attention hovered around them to catch a passing smile. She received 22 offers of marriage before wedding Newton D. Strong in 1843. In January 1841, Jane D. Bell reported that Lincoln had declared, if he had it in his power, he would not have one feature in her face altered. He thinks she is so perfect. Mrs. Bell added that Lincoln and Joshua Speed spent the most of their time at the Edwards home this winter, and that Lincoln could never bear to leave Miss Edwards' side in company because he fell desperately in love with her. Yet he was too shy to approach the young beauty, who informed Elizabeth Edwards that Lincoln never mentioned such a subject to me. He never even stooped to pay me a compliment. After becoming enamored of Matilda Edwards, Lincoln confided to John J. Hardin that he thought he did not love Mary Todd as he should, and that he would do her a great wrong if he married her. To Mrs. William Butler, Lincoln declared, "It would just kill me to marry Mary Todd." And so Lincoln felt compelled to break his engagement. But just how he did so is unclear. Alluding to Matilda Edwards, Joshua Speed recalled that Lincoln, seeing another girl and finding he did not love the woman who eventually became his wife, wrote a letter saying he did not love her. When Speed was shown that document, he tried to persuade Lincoln to burn it up, whereupon Lincoln said, "Speed, I always knew you were an obstinate man. If you won't deliver it, I will get someone to do it." Speed replied, "I shall not deliver it, nor give it to you to be delivered. Words are forgotten, misunderstood, passed by, not noticed in a private conversation. But once you put your words in writing, they stand as a living and eternal monument against you. If you think you have will and manhood enough to go and see her and speak to her what you say in that letter, you may do that." Acting on Speed's advice, Lincoln visited Mary Todd and, again according to Speed, told her that he did not love her. She rose and said, "The deceiver shall be deceived, woe is me," alluding to a young man she fooled. Speed reported that Lincoln drew her down on his knee, kissed her, and parted, he going one way and she another. Lincoln did love Miss Matilda Edwards. Mary saw it, told Lincoln the reason of his change of mind, heart and soul, released him. It is not known what Mary Todd said to Lincoln when he asked to be released. She admitted after his death that, during their courtship, "I doubtless trespassed, many times and oft, upon his great tenderness and amiability of character." Perhaps she deliberately manipulated his conscience to win him back. Her sister Elizabeth recalled that the world had it that Mr. Lincoln backed out, and this placed Mary in a peculiar situation, and to set herself right, and to free Mr. Lincoln's mind, she wrote a letter to Mr. Lincoln, stating that she would release him from his engagements, with the understanding that she would hold the question an open one. That is, that she had not changed her mind, but felt as always. She thus left him the option of renewing the engagement if he so desired. She clearly hoped he would do so. Under these circumstances, it is little wonder that, as Ninian Edwards put it, Lincoln, in his conflicts of duty, honor, and his love, went as crazy as a loon. On January 21, 1841, Martinette Hardin McKee told her brother, "We have been very much distressed on Mr. Lincoln's account, hearing that he had 2 cat fits and a duck fit." A week later, Jane D. Bell reported that Lincoln is in rather a bad way. "The doctors say he came within an inch of being a perfect lunatic for life. He was perfectly crazy for some time, not able to attend to his business at all. They say he does not look like the same person." In fact, Lincoln went crazy for a week or so and was nursed back to health at the Butler's home, where his friend Orville H. Browning was staying. Browning said his friend was so much affected as to talk incoherently and to be delirious to the extent of not knowing what he was doing. This aberration of mind resulted entirely from the situation he got himself into. He was engaged to Miss Todd, and in love with Miss Edwards. But his conscience troubled him dreadfully for the supposed injustice he had done, and the supposed violation of his word which he had committed. Many friends, including James H. Matheny, feared that Lincoln might kill himself. According to Speed, they had to remove razors from his room, take away all knives and other such dangerous things, etc. It was terrible. Lincoln declared that he would be more than willing to die, but, he said, "I have an irrepressible desire to live till I can be assured that the world is a little better for my having lived in it." Before those friends were able to confiscate potentially lethal objects, a fellow legislator, Hiram W. Thornton, recalled encountering Lincoln sitting on a box behind a woodshed. One leg was resting upon the other in a flexed position, and he was whetting a knife on the boot leg. When Thornton asked what he was doing, Lincoln replied, "I'm just getting this knife sharp enough to do what I want to do with it." Thornton then took the knife and spoke with his colleague, who emphasized that he was no good, and he had better be out of the world than in it. In despair, Lincoln turned to his physician friend, Anson G. Henry, who may have helped persuade Mary Todd to release him from the engagement. From January 13th to the 18th, Lincoln spent several hours each day with Henry. It is not known what Dr. Henry prescribed as a treatment, but if he followed the customary procedures of that time, he would have subjected Lincoln to a painful regimen of bleeding, leeching, the application of heated cups to the temples, mustard rubs, foul-tasting medicines, and cold water baths. On January 20th, Lincoln confessed to John T. Stewart, "I have, within the last few days, been making a most discreditable exhibition of myself in the way of hypochondriaism, that is, depression, and thereby got an impression that Dr. Henry is necessary to my existence." 3 days later he elaborated, "I am now the most miserable man living. If what I feel were equally distributed to the whole human family, there would be not one cheerful face on the earth. Whether I shall ever be better I cannot tell. I woefully forebode I shall not. To remain as I am is impossible. I must die or be better, it appears to me." He also wrote to Dr. Daniel Drake of Cincinnati, describing his symptoms and asking advice. That well-known physician replied that he could make no recommendation without a personal interview. In the General Assembly that January, Lincoln behaved oddly. With unwonted testiness, he lashed out at a fellow legislator who had chided him about his jump from the church window the previous month. Lincoln said that as to jumping, he should jump when he pleased, and no one should hinder him. Soon thereafter, on the floor of the House of Representatives, he alluded to his lack of appeal to the opposite sex. "If any woman, old or young, ever thought there was any peculiar charm in this distinguished specimen, I have as yet been so unfortunate as not to have discovered it." Shortly after making these remarks, he stopped attending sessions of the General Assembly, just when his leadership was needed to combat the Democrats' court-packing scheme, which barely passed the House. He answered no roll calls on January 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 18th, or 20th. On January 19th, he voted on one roll call but missed the other 5. On January 21st, he resumed casting votes regularly. Such absenteeism was unusual for Lincoln, who, in 4 legislative terms, missed only 180 of 1,334 roll calls. Over half of those absences occurred during this session. On January 24th, Lincoln appeared to James C. Conklin to be reduced and emaciated, with barely enough strength to speak above a whisper. Conklin sympathized with him. "Poor Lincoln! How are the mighty fallen! His case at present is truly deplorable, but what prospect there may be for ultimate relief I cannot pretend to say. I doubt not but he can declare that loving is a painful thrill, and not to love more painful still, but would not like to imitate that he has experienced, that surely 'tis the worst of pain to love and not be loved again." In the midst of this period of depression, John Todd Stewart's wife observed Lincoln at the Capitol with his feet braced against one of the pillars. His face looked like Bunyan's figure, giant despair. By late January, Lincoln seemed to have recovered. On January 26th, Mrs. John J. Hardin told her husband, "I am glad to hear Lincoln has got over his cat fits. We have concluded it was a very unsatisfactory way of terminating his romance. He ought to have died or gone crazy. We are very much disappointed indeed." In March, after the legislature had adjourned, Turner R. King saw Lincoln in Springfield, hanging about, moody, silent. King believed that the question in his mind was, "Have I incurred any obligation to marry that woman?" Although he had broken the engagement, Lincoln was still tormented by the thought that he really should have wed Mary Todd, not because he loved her, but because his tyrannical conscience nagged him unmercifully. James C. Conklin reported that Lincoln, the poor hapless simple swain who loved most true but was not loved again, would probably now endeavor to drown his cares among the intricacies and perplexities of the law. New law partner. Conklin was right. The following month, Lincoln amicably ended his partnership with John Todd Stewart and joined forces with Stephen T. Logan, a better lawyer and worse politician than Stewart. Logan, displeased with the ethical obtuseness of his partner, Edward D. Baker, sought to replace him. He had observed young Lincoln in 3 cases where they opposed each other. Lincoln won all 3. At that same time, Lincoln may have felt the need for more rigorous legal training than could be provided by Stewart, who, as a congressman, perforce spent much time in Washington. If so, Lincoln could hardly have picked a better mentor than Logan, a Kentuckian 9 years his senior. Stewart, who regarded Logan as the ablest attorney in Sangamon County, said that the rapidity of his intellectual perceptions were like flashes of lightning. In 1843, the Sangamo Journal declared that Logan is regarded as perhaps the best lawyer in the state, and has undoubtedly a fine logical mind. His voice is not pleasant, but he has a most happy faculty of elucidating and simplifying the most obstinate questions. John Hay thought him one of the finest examples of the purely legal mind that the West has ever produced. Supreme Court Justices John McLean and David Davis, as well as leading attorneys such as Gustav Korner, Usher F. Linder, Elihu B. Washburn, Isaac N. Arnold, and Benjamin S. Edwards, all concurred. Logan had a brilliant mind but an unimpressive appearance. In 1843, an observer called him the very personification of carelessness. Gustav Korner, who sat in the General Assembly with Logan, described him as the most slovenly man, not only in the legislature, but in the city of Springfield. Although he was rich and owned a magnificent estate, he dressed shabbily, never wearing a necktie. In cold weather, his headgear was a fur cap, which in the summer he replaced with a cheap straw hat. Completing his wardrobe were rough, coarse brogans, baggy pants, and coat. Hezekiah Morse Weed reported that when Logan rises to speak, his mouth is filled with tobacco, which he rolls over and stows away inside his cheek, and spits forth as he gets excited in small punches from his filthy mouth. People were astonished that such an eminent lawyer would dress so shabbily and have traces of tobacco juice streaking his face. Weed, a fellow delegate to the 1847 Illinois Constitutional Convention, voiced some other negative feelings people had about Logan. Weed confided to his diary that Logan was clever and skillful but given to sophistry. Shallow, even devious, he was always specious, frequently ingenious, and sometimes powerful. But his great forte is in making a skillful use of men's prejudices. Sometimes he approaches a subject boldly, probes it to the bottom, and handles it like a man of intellect. But such instances are rare, and only occur when the subject itself is not deep or obscure. He has always an argument calculated to draw the mind from deep and useful investigation. He plays around the true question, raising collateral issues, and deceiving men with straws and chaff, while the grain is not seen. His mind is limited to a certain sphere, but in that limit he is superior. Quick of apprehension, possessing a happy faculty of compassion, and great knowledge of the prejudices of men, he is calculated to exercise, and does exercise, a great influence. But with all his influence and all his tact, he is utterly unable to comprehend the strength of a powerful intellect or the superiority of a mind which towers immensely above his own. Logan also lacked a winning personality, for he had a volatile temper and was notoriously tight-fisted. Herndon called him a little shriveled-up man, who was cold, ungenerous, snappy, and irritable, and who died without a warm friend in the world. Logan and Lincoln became close friends personally and politically, despite their different values. Logan cared a great deal about money and made lots of it, while Lincoln did not care about it and made comparatively little. Logan revered the law, while Lincoln regarded a legal career as simply the means to facilitate a political career. In Logan's view, Lincoln had not systematically studied law under Stuart, who was, he said, never a reader of law. He always depended more on the management of his case. Consequently, Lincoln's approach was piecemeal and lacked deep understanding. Despite a few years of successful practice, Lincoln's knowledge of the law was very small when I took him in, Logan maintained. He would work hard and learn all there was in a case he had in hand, and thereby got to be a pretty good lawyer, though his general knowledge of law was never very formidable. After joining forces with Logan, Lincoln turned in to try to know more and study to learn how to prepare his cases. To William H. Herndon, Lincoln explained, "As I am constituted, I do not love to read generally, and as I do not love to read, I feel no interest in what is thus read. I don't and can't remember such reading. When I have a particular case in hand, I have that motive, and feel an interest in the case." For 3 years Lincoln worked with Logan, who taught his young partner a great deal. The older man also shared Lincoln's natural inclination to act as a peacemaker, for Logan discouraged litigation and tried to resolve controversies amicably. Logan may have influenced Lincoln's approach to jury trials. Joseph Wallace found it entertaining and instructive to watch Logan argue a case to a jury. Resting one foot on a chair, he commences with a few commonplace remarks, uttered in a clear conversational tone. Then he lays hold of the leading facts and strong points of his case, states them with singular perspicuity and force, dwells on them at length, and presents them from every standpoint favorable to his client. As he warms to his work, his small frame involuntarily assumes a more erect and impressive attitude. His gestures become more rapid, his shrill voice is pitched to a higher key, his gray eyes glow with animation, every muscle is at play, and every energy of his nature aroused, while words, sentences, arguments, illustrations, appeals, flow in torrents from his lips. Such performances inspired Lincoln, who said that it was his highest ambition to become as good a lawyer as Logan. He described Logan as the best nisi prius, that is, trial, lawyer he ever saw, one who could make a nice distinction in the law or upon the facts, more palpably to the common understanding than any lawyer he ever knew. Lincoln wrote that Logan was almost a father to me. He felt for Logan a reverent affection that he never felt for his biological father. Under Logan's tutelage, Lincoln expanded his legal horizons to include practice in the federal courts and the Illinois Supreme Court, both of which had transferred operations to Springfield from Vandalia in 1839. Of the 411 Supreme Court cases that Lincoln appeared in during his 24-year legal career, a substantial number were tried during his brief partnership with Logan. In response to the hard times following the Panic of 1837, Congress enacted a short-lived bankruptcy law in 1841 to relieve debtors, many of whom enlisted the services of Logan and Lincoln. They handled 77 such cases, more than any other firm in Springfield, and the fourth largest number of any firm in the state. Logan stopped riding the circuit when he joined forces with Lincoln, who traveled not only the 8th Judicial Circuit, but also many other counties, among them Coles, where his stepmother and father resided. He ventured as far east as Clark County, along the Indiana border, and as far west as Madison County on the Mississippi River. At first, Logan and Lincoln occupied an office across from Hoffman's Row. In 1843, they moved to the Tinsley Building on the southeast corner of the public square. Of the roughly 850 cases they were involved in, 70% related to debt collection. In the winter and spring of 1841, Lincoln avoided Mary Todd, much to her distress. He may even have considered leaving the country. On March 5th, John Todd Stewart recommended him for the post of chargé d'affaires at Bogota, Colombia. In June, Mary lamented to a friend that Lincoln deems me unworthy of notice, as I have not met him in the gay world for months. She consoled herself with the knowledge that others were as seldom gladdened by his presence as my humble self. Yet, she confessed, I would that the case were different, that he would once more resume his station in society, that Richard should be himself again. Much, much happiness would it afford me. According to her cousin, Martinette Hardin, Mary Todd wanted Lincoln back because she had made up her mind that he should marry her at the cost of her pride to show us all that she was not defeated. While ignoring Mary Todd, Lincoln sometime in 1841 briefly courted Sarah Rickard, the sister of Mrs. William Butler, née Elizabeth Rickard. He had often seen Sarah at the Butlers' house, where he boarded between 1837 and 1842. She was only 12 years old when they first met. 4 years later, he seriously paid her court and proposed marriage, remarking that since she was named Sarah, she was destined to marry Abraham. She rejected the offer because, as she later explained, his peculiar manner and his general deportment would not be likely to fascinate a young girl just entering the society world. The fatherly qualities that appealed to Mary Lincoln were lost on Sarah, who thought of him as a big brother, not a potential mate. In the summer of 1841, Lincoln spent 6 weeks in Kentucky with Joshua Speed at his family's stately home, Farmington, near Louisville. There his spirits revived as he enjoyed the Speeds' gracious hospitality, the luxurious appointments of a house far grander than any he had lived in, the companionship of his closest friend, the maternal warmth of Speed's mother, the playfulness of Speed's older half-sister Mary, and the intellectual stimulation provided by Speed's brother James. Years later, James recalled, "I saw him daily. He sat in my office, read my books, and talked with me about his life, his reading, his studies, his aspirations." Lincoln impressed everybody at Farmington with his intellect, vigorous mind, strong in grasp and original, and showed himself to be earnest, frank, manly, and sincere in every thought and expression. The artificial was all wanting. In 1864, Lincoln would appoint James Speed Attorney General of the United States. An example of the qualities that endeared Lincoln to the Speed family was his conduct at dinner one evening, at which mint jelly was served to accompany the mutton. Unfamiliar with that condiment, he helped himself to all of it. When another container of jelly was brought out, he noticed that each of the other diners took only a small amount. Without embarrassment, he said with a quiet laugh, "I seem to have taken more than my share." When it came time to leave, Speed's mother gave Lincoln an Oxford Bible, which she called the best cure for the blues. In late October 1841, Joshua Speed reported that since Lincoln's return to Springfield, he has been eminently successful in his practice and is in fine spirits and good health. 3 months later, Lincoln cheerfully told Speed that he recently had been quite clear of hypo. Lincoln soon found an opportunity to return the Speed's kindness, for just as he was recovering from his romantic misadventures with Mary Todd, Joshua Speed, who was highly susceptible to Cupid's arrow, found himself tormented by an affair of the heart. He had fallen in love with a young neighbor, Fanny Henning, and, impulsively, proposed to her. When she accepted, however, instead of joy, Speed endured immense suffering, because he doubted that he really loved her. Now Lincoln played counselor and emotional nursemaid to Speed, reversing their earlier roles, writing him several letters that reveal as much about their author as they do about their recipient. He assured Speed that his anxiety was groundless, rhetorically asking his doubt-torn friend, "How came you to court her? Was it because you thought she desired it, and that you had given her reason to expect it? If it was for that, why did not the same reason make you court Ann Todd, cousin of Mary Todd, and at least 20 others of whom you can think, and to whom it would apply with greater force than to her? Did you court her for her wealth? Why, you knew she had none. But you say you reasoned yourself into it. What do you mean by that? Was it not that you found yourself unable to reason yourself out of it? Did you not think, and partly form the purpose, of courting her the first time you ever saw or heard of her? What had reason to do with it at that early stage? There was nothing at that time for reason to work upon. Whether she was moral, amiable, sensible, or even of good character, you did not know, nor could not then know, except perhaps you might infer the last from the company you found her in. All you then did or could know of her was her personal appearance and deportment, and these, if they impress at all, impress the heart and not the head. So, candidly, were not those heavenly black eyes the whole basis of all your early reasoning on the subject? This document suggests, indirectly, that Lincoln had several doubts about wedding Mary Todd, that he persuaded himself that he loved her because she wanted and expected him to do so, that he feared he was interested in her wealth and social status, and that he had allowed his head to rule his heart. When Speed reported that he was deeply concerned about his fiancée's health, Lincoln poignantly referred to his own experience as he tried to comfort his friend. "Why, Speed, if you do not love her, although you might not wish her death, you would most calmly be resigned to it. Perhaps this point is no longer a question with you, and my pertinacious dwelling upon it is a rude intrusion upon your feelings. If so, you must pardon me." Alluding to his own doubts about Mary Todd, he added, "You know the hell I have suffered on that point, and how tender I am upon it." On February 15, 1842, despite his misgivings, Speed married Fanny Henning, prompting Lincoln to write yet another revealing letter. "I do fondly hope that you will never again need any comfort from abroad. But should I be mistaken in this, still let me urge you, as I have ever done, to remember in the depth and even the agony of despondency that very shortly you are to feel well again. I am now fully convinced that you love her as ardently as you are capable of loving. Your ever being happy in her presence, and your intense anxiety about her health, if there were nothing else, would place this beyond all dispute in my mind. I incline to think it probable that your nerves will fail you occasionally for a while, but once you get them fairly graded now, that trouble is over forever. I think if I were you, in case my mind were not exactly right, I would avoid being idle. I would immediately engage in some business or go to make preparations for it, which would be the same thing." Lincoln seemed to be trying to persuade himself not to take seriously his doubts about Mary Todd, and if he should perchance succumb to them, he should immediately busy himself with some project. As the day of Speed's wedding approached, Lincoln became agitated. When Speed wrote him shortly after the ceremony, Lincoln opened the envelope, as he reported, with intense anxiety and trepidation, so much so that although it turned out better than I expected, I have hardly yet, at the distance of 10 hours, become calm. With relief, he told Speed, "Our forebodings, for which you and I are rather peculiar, are all the worst sort of nonsense. Speed confided his fear that the Elysium of which he had dreamed is never to be realized. Lincoln reassured him that it is the peculiar misfortune of both you and me to dream dreams of Elysium far exceeding all that anything earthly can realize. Far short of your dreams as you may be, no woman could do more to realize them than that same black-eyed Fanny. If you could but contemplate her through my imagination, it would appear ridiculous to you that anyone should for a moment think of being unhappy with her. My old father used to have a saying that, if you make a bad bargain, hug it the tighter. And it occurs to me that if the bargain you have just closed can possibly be called a bad one, it is certainly the most pleasant one for applying that maxim to. Here Lincoln seemed to be telling himself that he should not be disappointed if Mary Todd did not measure up to his unreasonable ideal, and that he should marry her even if the engagement was a bad bargain. In March 1842, when Speed informed Lincoln that he was much happier than he had anticipated, Lincoln rejoiced with him, but confessed that his own pleasure in the newlyweds' bliss was diminished by his guilty conscience, which continued to torment him about Mary Todd. Referring cryptically to that fatal 1st of January, 41, he asserted that since that time, it seems to me, I should have been entirely happy, but for the never-absent idea that there is one still unhappy whom I have contributed to make so. That still kills my soul. I cannot but reproach myself for even wishing to be happy while she is otherwise. In July, Lincoln again confided to Speed misgivings about breaking his engagement to Mary Todd. He said he could not follow Speed's, unidentified, advice yet. I must regain my confidence in my own ability to keep my resolves when they are made. In that ability, you know, I once prided myself as the only, or at least the chief, gem of my character. That gem is lost. How and when, you too well know. I have not yet regained it, and until I do, I cannot trust myself in any matter of much importance. With characteristic fatalism and passivity in matters of the heart, he declared that his own course was now to obey the injunction of Moses. Stand still and see the salvation of the Lord. Near duel. While awaiting a sign from the Almighty, Lincoln accepted a challenge to fight a duel, an act that he later called the meanest thing he ever did in his life. In August and September 1842, the Sangamo Journal ran 3 letters signed by Aunt Rebecca of Lost Townships, ridiculing the Democratic leader James Shields. An impetuous, hot-tempered 36-year-old native of Ireland, Shields was a lawyer with a reputation as an exceptionally vain and ambitious egotist. His behavior at times scandalized polite society. In 1849, he wrote a letter to his opponent for a U.S. Senate seat, Judge Sidney Breese, threatening to kill him. In court one day, he smashed another attorney over the head with a legal tome, exclaiming, "If you have no law in your head, I'll bait some into it." In August 1842, Shields, the state auditor, announced that his office would no longer accept, in payment of taxes, any notes issued by Illinois' State Bank. Written the day after this order was published, the second Rebecca letter, which Lincoln was to acknowledge as his handiwork, ridiculed Shields as a conceited dunce and a fool as well as a liar, with whom truth is out of the question, and as for getting a good, bright, passable lie out of him, you might as well try to strike fire from a cake of tallow. The letter also poked fun at Shields's manliness and vanity, having him say to a group of young women, "Dear girls, it is distressing, but I cannot marry you all. Too well I know how much you suffer, but do remember, it is not my fault that I am so handsome and so interesting." Enraged, Shields demanded the author's identity. When Lincoln confessed, the feisty Irishman insisted on a retraction and an apology, alleging that I have become the object of slander, vituperation, and personal abuse, which, were I capable of submitting to, I would prove myself worthy of the whole of it." Indeed, he had become such a laughingstock in Springfield that people on the street teased him about it. His law partner, Gustav Korner, thought that nobody of the least spirit could have taken those insults without seeking satisfaction, even by arms, if necessary. Shields, Korner explained, was a young man who had his reputation for honesty at stake, and to have, in addition, his personal features and peculiar habits ridiculed in a small but select society in which he daily moved was more than even a saint could have borne. For guidance, Lincoln turned to his friend, Dr. Elias Merriman, who had once fought a duel and had, as a surgeon, witnessed several others. Merriman boasted in his peculiar way that he had killed a white man, a Negro, and an Indian by virtue of his diploma. Lincoln told Merriman that he was wholly opposed to dueling, and would do anything to avoid it that might not degrade him in the estimation of himself and friends, but if such degradation, or a fight, were the only alternative, he would fight. The notoriously combative Merriman, known as the Bully of Springfield, rather than bringing a cool head to the situation, relished the prospect of a duel between Lincoln and Shields. Acting on Merriman's advice, Lincoln formally replied to Shields that there is in this so much assumption of facts, and so much menace as to consequences, that I cannot submit to answer that note. When Shields responded with a more temperate and specific letter of complaint, Lincoln again refused to answer until the auditor withdrew his first note. Frustrated by such maneuvers, Shields, without further ado, issued a challenge. Perplexed, Lincoln consulted his fellow Whig leader, Albert Taylor Bledsoe, who recalled that Lincoln came to his office one night with somewhat more than the usual gloom seated on his melancholy face, and said, "That fool letter which I wrote for the Sangamo Journal has made Shields mad, and he has challenged me. I have accepted the challenge, and, without thinking, I have chosen Dr. Merriman for my second. I believe he would rather see a fight than not. If I have to fight, I will fight, but I don't care about fighting just to gratify Dr. Merriman. Now, if you will come in and make Dr. Merriman do right, for I know you have more influence with him than any other man, the whole difficulty will be settled." When Bledsoe asked about Merriman's role, Lincoln replied, "The friend of Shields says that if I will explain or apologize, he will withdraw the challenge, and the quarrel can be settled honorably to both parties. But Dr. Merriman says if Shields will first withdraw the challenge, then I will explain or apologize, and the quarrel may be settled honorably to both parties." And there they have come to a deadlock. Now, I don't see, if both things have to be done, that it makes much difference which is done first. It seems to me that Dr. Merriman is disposed to stand upon niceties, and I don't think he ought to stand upon niceties in a case of life and death. Bledsoe recommended to Lincoln, who had the choice of weapons, that he select cavalry broadswords. "I know Shields well," Bledsoe said, "and his courage is not of the truest stamp. There is also too much of bluster and bravado about the man. He is trying to make you back out, and you can make him back out very easily if you will choose broadswords." Bledsoe assured Lincoln that Shields will never fight you in the world. You are at least 7 inches taller than Shields, and your arms are 3 or 4 inches longer than his, so that you could cut him down before he could get near enough to touch you. I know you will never do this, because he will never fight you with broadswords. He will show the white feather first. Shields was approximately 5 feet 8 inches tall. Lincoln was 6 feet 4 inches. Following Bledsoe's advice, Lincoln stipulated that the weapons be broadswords of the largest size, and that the field of honor be divided into 2 contiguous rectangular zones, each 10 feet wide and 6 feet deep, which the combatants would occupy during the fight. Separating the 2 zones would be a plank set on edge, which neither duelist could cross over. when Shields's second protested that broadswords were barbarous weapons for the 19th century and insisted that the duelists use pistols or rifles, Lincoln's second replied, "They are barbarous. So is dueling, for that matter. It is just as well to have the whole thing of a piece." Lincoln explained his choice of broadswords to Usher F. Linder. "I do not want to kill Shields, and felt sure I could disarm him. And furthermore, I didn't want the damned fellow to kill me, which I rather think he would have done if we had selected pistols." With a broadsword, Lincoln declared, "I could have split him in two." Lincoln's clever tactic seemed to violate the spirit of the Code of Honor, which dictated that participants should be equally matched. Lincoln may have received coaching from Bledsoe, who had learned the broadsword drill at West Point, or from Dr. Merriman, an accomplished swordsman, or from Major Thomas Duncan, a brother-in-law of his friend Josiah M. Lucas. Because dueling was illegal in Illinois, the affair of honor, scheduled for September 22nd, was to take place on Missouri soil across the Mississippi River from Alton. Known as Bloody Island, it had been the scene of earlier duels. En route to that location, Lincoln and Dr. Merriman stopped at Whitehall, where Merriman's friend, Elijah Lott, the local postmaster, learned of the impending duel. Eager to avert bloodshed, Lott notified John J. Hardin, who was attending court in nearby Carrollton. Hardin immediately left for Alton, accompanied by Dr. Revel W. English, a Democratic legislator. On his way to Alton, Lincoln cracked a joke. The situation reminded him, he said, of a Kentuckian who volunteered for service in the War of 1812. As he was about to leave home, his sweetheart presented him a bullet pouch and belt with the embroidered motto, "Victory or Death." In expressing his gratitude, the young man said, "Isn't that rather too strong? Suppose you put victory or be crippled." When Lincoln and his entourage, Merriman, Bledsoe, and Bledsoe's father, Moses O. Bledsoe, arrived and unloaded a bundle of huge broadswords, onlookers became curious and began speculating. After breakfast at the hotel, Lincoln and Shields, with their seconds and surgeons, boarded a ferry. Word spread quickly, drawing hundreds of excited residents to the hotel galleries and streets and the riverbank. Many clamored aboard the ferry, including the town constable and some would-be peacemakers, among them Lincoln's friends, William Butler and John J. Hardin, as well as Dr. English and two Altonians, Samuel Buckmaster, director of the state penitentiary, and Dr. Thomas M. Hope, editor of the Democratic Union, who 5 years later would fight a duel himself. The dueling parties sat at opposite ends of the boat. After the ferry reached Bloody Island, seconds prepared the field of honor while Lincoln remained silent, looking quite sober. He slowly removed from its scabbard a saber resembling a fence rail. Cavalry sabers were 3.5 feet in length and weighed nearly 5 pounds. And, like a man testing a knife or scythe he had just ground, lightly ran his thumb along the edge. Then he arose, lifted the sword high, and sliced a twig from an overhanging willow tree. Meanwhile, the peacemakers sought a compromise. Hardin and English urged both Merriman and Whiteside to submit the matter to 4 men of their choice who would examine the case and make a recommendation. The leading role was taken by the brusque, loud-voiced Dr. Hope. After vainly begging Shields to compromise, Hope grew angry and declared that the auditor was bringing the Democratic Party of Illinois into ridicule and contempt by his folly. Impatiently, he blurted out, "Jimmy, you little whippersnapper, if you don't settle this, I will take you across my knee and spank you." That seemed to break the deadlock. Shields's seconds thereupon agreed to withdraw his notes, and in return, Lincoln acknowledged, "I did write the lost township letter which appeared in the Journal of the 2nd instant, but had no participation in any form in any other article alluding to you. I wrote that wholly for political effect. I had no intention of injuring your personal or private character, or standing as a man or a gentleman. I did not then think, and do not now think, that that article could produce, or has produced, that effect against you. And had I anticipated such an effect, I would have forborne to write it. And, I will add, that your conduct towards me, as far as I knew, had always been gentlemanly, and that I had no personal pique against you, and no cause for any. All participants in the near duel took the ferry back to Alton, where a crowd awaited them. A humorist on the boat draped a sheet over a log, making it look like a human body, and fanned it vigorously as if caring for an injured duelist. Shields and Lincoln debarked together, pleasantly conversing as if nothing had happened. Not surprisingly, the Democratic press lashed out at Lincoln, derisively calling him Aunt Becca, rebuking him for his most unwarrantable and unprovoked attack on Shields, sneering at him for imagining that an Irishman would run at the sight of a broadsword, and ridiculing him as a valiant man who once attempted to frighten an Irishman with a broadsword, and who, when he found that impracticable, procured his friends to manage an amicable settlement. The editor of the Shawneetown, Illinois Republican, Samuel D. Marshall, was less indignant. We are gratified to learn that the duel which was to have taken place between our friends Shields and Lincoln did not come off, and that the whole affair was arranged satisfactorily to the parties without bloodshed. They are both gentlemen of undoubted personal and moral courage, and we feel highly gratified that the matter has terminated thus happily. When the Chicago Democrat demanded that Shields and Lincoln be punished, Marshall protested that the evils of dueling, like those of intemperance, must be cured by public opinion, and not by the legislature. Marshall contended that if Lincoln had refused to fight Mr. Shields, no one would have gone further in denouncing him as a coward than the editor of the Democrat, John Wentworth, who now seeks to impose an infamous punishment on him for doing the very thing he would have abused him most unmercifully for not doing. Marshall declared that once public opinion makes the refusal to accept as honorable as the offer of a challenge, then come on with your laws, but not till then. But as things stood, with the present most repugnant and incomprehensible state of public opinion upon this subject, Marshall would deem a conviction for this offense highly disgraceful to the state. So long as public opinion countenances fighting, let men fight in peace. If dueling is to be outlawed, let the man who sends a challenge be punished alone. Although Lincoln may have derived some solace from Marshall's words, he was probably startled when a Whig editor, George T. M. Davis, attacked him in the Alton Telegraph and Democratic Review for getting involved in a near duel. Davis scolded the would-be combatants, pointing out that they were lawyers, legislators, and leaders of their communities who had nonetheless blatantly violated the law. Dueling, Davis insisted, is the calmest, most deliberate, and malicious species of murder, a relic of the most cruel barbarism that ever disgraced the darkest periods of the world, and one which every principle of religion, virtue, and good order loudly demands should be put a stop to. Another Whig paper, the Jacksonville Illinoisan, chastened Lincoln, Shields, and other potential duelists in Springfield, warning that if they passed through Jacksonville en route to their appointed fields of honor, those vaunted knights of chivalry would be unceremoniously arrested and taken to the first hog hole, and there cooled off. In late September, a Chicagoan sarcastically told Lyman Trumbull that "We are very busy here, indeed, too much so to fight duels, but there are a number of gentlemen practicing cut and thrust to prepare themselves for a winter campaign in Springfield." The affair embarrassed Lincoln terribly. The following year, a Whig party rejected his bid for a congressional nomination in part because, as he put it, he had talked about fighting a duel. After a participant in the near duel later attempted to discuss it with him, Lincoln said that, He seems anxious to revive the memory of an affair that I am trying to forget." Shortly before his death, he replied abruptly to a question about the Shields affair. "If you desire my friendship, you will never mention the circumstance again." Mary Lincoln told a friend that Lincoln was always so ashamed of the near duel that they agreed never to allude to it. Whenever his colleague at the bar, Henry C. Whitney, tried to get him to talk about the matter, he always parried the subject, as if he was ashamed of it. In 1858, when Herndon reported to him that people in the East were eager to hear about the Shields affair, Lincoln regretfully observed, "If all the good things I have ever done are remembered as long and well as my scrape with Shields, it is plain I shall not be soon forgotten." His embarrassment prompted Lincoln to stop writing abusive, anonymous, and pseudonymous letters, though he continued to ridicule political opponents in speeches. Marriage. 5 days after helping Lincoln reconcile his differences with Shields, John J. Hardin assisted him in effecting another reconciliation, this time with Mary Todd. Hardin and his wife, who fancied herself a matchmaker, invited Lincoln and Mary to attend the wedding of Hardin's sister, Martinette, at their home in Jacksonville on September 27th. When the young people who were assembled at the Hardins went for a ride, they left Mary behind because she had no escort. As she sadly watched their carriage depart, she was astonished to see Lincoln ride up. According to the wife of John Todd Stewart, Mary went down, and he said he had come for her to join the party. Off they went, and soon were reconciled. Thereafter they met clandestinely at the house of Simeon Francis. Sarah Rickard recalled a different version of the event. "I sat next to Mr. Lincoln at the wedding dinner. Mary Todd sat just across. Of course, rather than bring constraint upon the company, they spoke to each other, and that was the beginning of the reconciliation." They renewed courting secretly because, as Mary later explained, "the world, women and men, were uncertain and slippery, and we thought that it was best to keep the secret courtship from all eyes and ears." A week after that reunion with Mary in Jacksonville, Lincoln asked Joshua Speed a pointed question. "Are you now in feeling as well as judgment glad you are married as you are?" He acknowledged that such a query would be impudent coming from anyone but himself, but he was sure Speed would pardon him. "Please answer it quickly, as I feel impatient to know." Lincoln believed he could not wed Mary Todd unless Speed had found happiness in matrimony. In reply, Speed advised him not to hesitate or longer doubt that happiness would be the result of his marriage to Miss Todd. He assured Lincoln that he found contentment once he and Miss Henning had finally made up and determined to risk their happiness in each other's keeping. Taking his advice, Lincoln wed Mary Todd on November 4th, with virtually no advance notice. That morning, the bride-to-be announced to her sister that she and Mr. Lincoln would be getting married that night. Similarly, Lincoln informed Charles Dresser, an Episcopal minister, "I want to get hitched tonight." The abruptness startled Elizabeth Edwards, who told an interviewer that the marriage of Mr. Lincoln and Mary was quick and sudden, 1 or 2 hours' notice. The license was issued on the day of the ceremony. 3 years earlier, Mrs. Edwards had given her sister Frances an elaborate wedding, one of the grand affairs of its time, and counted on providing one for Mary. Such grand events were common among Springfield aristocrats like the Edwardses and Todds. When Lincoln also told Ninian Edwards of their plans to wed that evening at Dresser's home, he responded, "That will never do. Mary Todd is my ward. If the marriage is going to take place, it must be at my house." His wife, Elizabeth, also insisted that the ceremony take place in their home, admonishing Mary, "Do not forget that you are a Todd. But, Mary, if you insist on being married today, we will make merry, and have the wedding here this evening. I will not permit you to be married out of my house." She added, angrily, "Mary Todd, even a free Negro would give her family time to bake a ginger cake." Instead, they would be compelled to send into town for gingerbread and beer, instead of more appropriate fare. Mary, who resented the patronizing attitude of her sister and brother-in-law toward Lincoln as a man of humble origins, replied, "Well, that will be good enough for plebeians, I suppose." Those cakes, still warm, arrived just before the ceremony. A handful of people, including 2 groomsmen, James H. Matheny and Beverly Powell, and the 2 bridesmaids, Julia Jane and Anne Rodney, gathered in the Edwards home that evening, where the Reverend Dr. Charles N. Dresser performed the ceremony. Matheny recalled that at first there was more or less stiffness about the affair, due no doubt to the sudden change of plans and resulting town talk, and I could not help noticing a certain amount of whispering and elevation of eyebrows on the part of a few of the guests, as if preparing each other for something dramatic or unlooked for to happen. That something was provided by the rotund, crude State Supreme Court Justice Thomas C. Brown, known as the Falstaff of the bench, who habitually blurted out whatever was on his mind. Unfamiliar with the Episcopal service, Brown was nonplussed when the groom turned to the bride and said, "With this ring I thee endow with all my goods and chattels, lands and tenements." At that point the judge blurted out, "Lord Jesus Christ, God Almighty, Lincoln! The statute fixes all that." Startled and amused by this outburst, Parson Dresser paused to stifle the impulse to burst out laughing. After a minute or so he managed to regain his composure and pronounced the couple man and wife. In commenting on his marriage a week after the ceremony, Lincoln told Samuel D. Marshall, "Nothing new here, except my marrying, which to me is matter of profound wonder." A newspaper in Winchester found it noteworthy that the duelist of September had become the bridegroom of November. Lincoln, who was to have been flayed alive by the sword of Shields, has given up the notion of dueling, and taken up one no less fatal to bachelors than the sword is to animal existence. In short, he is married. Grim-visaged war hath smothered his wrinkled front, and now he capers nimbly in a lady's chamber. After the ceremony, the newlyweds did not take a honeymoon, but moved into a no-frills hostlery, the Globe Tavern, a large, ugly frame structure that Lincoln thought very well kept and economical, with room and board consisting a mere $4 per week. The Globe's proprietor was miserly with candles, and his brief menu consisted primarily of sour buckwheat cakes and corn cakes. Nonetheless, John Todd Stewart and his bride had lived there immediately after their wedding, and Mary's sister Frances and her husband, William Wallace, had spent the early years of their married life at the Globe. From the outset, people wondered why Lincoln and Mary Todd wed. A guest at the Lincolns' wedding, Mrs. Benjamin S. Edwards, later wrote, "I have often doubted that it was really a love affair." Instead, Mrs. Edwards saw the marriage as a match made up by mutual friends. Ida Tarbell, who queried many friends and relatives of the Lincolns, stated that Abraham and Mary were utterly unsuited for sympathetic companionship. I doubt if Mary Todd had the faintest conception of the meaning of the words. Eleanor Gridley, who also interviewed people who had known the Lincolns, concluded that Mary Todd did not love Lincoln. Mrs. Gridley asked a biographer of Mrs. Lincoln rhetorically, "If she loved him, would she have often annoyed him, confused him, and later, when her husband became the most distinguished man of the Commonwealth, would she have embarrassed and humiliated him, which she often did? No. Rather, if she loved him, she would have been considerate, thoughtful, careful, lest she add another burden to his troubled soul." Yet another woman who interviewed friends and neighbors of the Lincolns in Springfield, including one of Mary's bridesmaids, concluded that the question whether Lincoln loved her, even when he married her, cannot be answered. In later years, each of the Lincolns spoke offhandedly about the possibility of the other's dying. Once Mary said that if he were to die, his spirit will never find me living outside the boundaries of a slave state. In 1857, she told her half-sister Emily that, "I often laugh and tell Mr. Lincoln that I am determined my next husband shall be rich." For his part, in 1860, Lincoln told an audience in Bloomington, "I think very much of the people as an old friend said he thought of woman." He said when he lost his first wife, who had been a great help to him in his business, he thought he was ruined, that he would never find another to fill her place. At length, however, he married another, who he found did quite well as the first, and that his opinion now was that any woman would do well who was well done by. An editor wondered what Mrs. Lincoln would say of her husband's opinion, that her loss can be so easily and satisfactorily replaced. Close friends thought that honor and obligation, not love, impelled Lincoln to marry. Herndon asserted that Lincoln knew that he did not love the girl. He had promised to wed her. He knew what would eventually come of it, and it was a conflict between sacrificing his honor and sacrificing his domestic peace. He chose the latter, saved his honor, and threw away domestic happiness. In Joshua Speed's opinion, Lincoln married her for honor. According to Orville H. Browning, Lincoln undoubtedly felt that he made a mistake in having engaged himself to Ms. Todd, but having done so, he felt himself in honor bound to act in perfect good faith towards her, and that good faith compelled him to fulfill his engagement with her, if she persisted in claiming the fulfillment of his word. Browning said he always doubted whether, had circumstances left him entirely free to act upon his own impulses, he would have voluntarily made proposals of marriage to Miss Todd. Mrs. William Butler advised him, if he had given his promise to marry Miss Todd, he must in honor keep his word, unless she released him. Others pointed to the purely practical advantage of the marriage for both parties. John Todd Stewart agreed that little love was involved. He told Herndon the marriage was a policy match all around. Herndon himself called it a political match. She wanted Lincoln because he was a rising man, while he wanted her family power. It is possible that Lincoln thought he could enhance his political career through a marriage alliance with the more aristocratic Whig element, but such a calculating approach to wedlock seems out of character for Lincoln, who was engaged to Anne Rutledge and later proposed to Sarah Rickard, neither of whom belonged to well-connected Illinois society. A few months after his nuptials, he was defeated for the Whig congressional nomination, partly because of his reputation as the candidate of pride, wealth, and aristocratic family distinction, a reputation that accompanied his new status as an in-law of the Todd family. On his wedding day, Lincoln, appearing and acting as if he was going to the slaughter, said to one of his groomsmen, James Matheny, "I shall have to marry that girl." Matheny reported that Lincoln often confided, directly and indirectly, that he was driven into the marriage. While dressing for the ceremony, he was asked where he was headed. "I guess I am going to hell," came the reply. All this, coupled with the fact that Mary gave birth slightly less than 9 months after the wedding, tends to confirm Wayne C. Temple's hypothesis that she seduced Lincoln the night before and made him feel obliged to wed her immediately in order to preserve her honor. She could not, of course, have known if she were pregnant, but she might have been, and this knowledge could have constrained a man with an exceptionally tender conscience and highly developed sense of honor to marry her, despite strong misgivings. Lincoln's willingness to do so would have been fortified if, as James Matheny alleged, Mary Todd told Lincoln that he was in honor bound to marry her. This explanation is plausible, if not provable. It helps explain why the wedding took place on such short notice, why Lincoln looked like an animal en route to the slaughter, why he said he was going to hell, why he married someone whom he did not love, why Orville H. Browning believed that Lincoln was not entirely free to act upon his own impulses, why Herndon claimed that Lincoln self-sacrificed himself rather than to be charged with dishonor, and why Lincoln told Matheny that he had to marry that girl, and that he was driven into the marriage. Other considerations make it seem likely that Mary Todd seduced Lincoln in order to trap him into matrimony. It would not have been out of character, for her ethical sense was underdeveloped. 2 decades after her wedding, as First Lady of the United States, she accepted bribes, padded expense accounts and payrolls, appropriated wages from White House servants, tried to raid the stationery fund, helped peddle cotton trading permits and pardons, disguised personal expenses in government bills, and engaged in other illegal activities. Moreover, she was 23 years old, rapidly approaching the much-dreaded state of old maidhood. In the 1830s and 1840s, women in Sangamon County, on average, married at 19, and men at 27. The historian Frank H. Hodder speculated that she hung on to Lincoln because she knew mighty well that unless she captured some greenhorn, she would never marry at all. To be sure, she was courted by the lovesick Edwin Bathurst Webb, a courtly, rather aristocratic, Virginia-born legislator. In early 1842, Webb confided to a friend, "I wish I was married to some quiet, sensible body who would love me a little and my children a great deal. I would enter into a compact to stay at home and obey orders the balance of my days." But Webb's small children were, in Mary Todd's view, 2 sweet little objections. His age presented another problem. He was 16 years her senior. Neither Lincoln nor Mary Todd seems to have been undersexed. William Herndon considered her the most sensual woman he ever knew. William Jayne, brother of Mary Todd's bridesmaid, Julia Jayne, recalled that in the early 1840s Mary was a woman of strong passions, who was quite capable of making herself quite attractive to young gentlemen. Her niece called her an incorrigible flirt. A Springfield neighbor of the Lincolns remembered that she dared me once or twice to kiss her. Similarly, despite his social awkwardness with girls in his youth, Lincoln was a man of strong passion for woman, according to his good friend David Davis, who said that Lincoln's conscience kept him from seduction and saved many a woman. Herndon recalled that Lincoln was a man of terribly strong passions for woman, and could scarcely keep his hands off them. Lincoln once confessed to Herndon that in the mid-1830s he had succumbed to a devilish passion for a girl in Beardstown. Well after his wedding, Lincoln, while on the circuit, made improper advances to a young woman sleeping in a bed near his. Lincoln told Milton Hay, James H. Matheny, and Herndon that while spending the night at the home of a friend, he was awakened by the foot of his host's grown daughter, which inadvertently fell on Lincoln's pillow. This put the devil into Lincoln at once, thinking that the girl did this of a purpose. Lincoln reached up his hand and put it where it ought not to be. The girl awoke, got up, and went to her mother's bed and told what had happened. Fortunately for Lincoln, who hurriedly departed the next morning, the mother urged her daughter to keep quiet. Lincoln told a similar tale to James Short. While surveying in Sangamon County, he was put to bed in the same room with 2 girls, the head of his bed being next to the foot of the girl's bed. In the night he commenced tickling the feet of one of the girls with his fingers. As she seemed to enjoy it as much as he did, he then tickled a little higher up, and as he would tickle higher, the girl would shove down lower, and the higher he tickled, the lower she moved. Lincoln would tell the story with evident enjoyment, but never told how the thing ended. Lincoln said repeatedly about sexual contact, "It is the harp of 1,000 strings." A colleague at the bar, Oliver L. Davis, thought that Lincoln's mind ran on sexual matters. He liked sexual jokes and stories. In 1859, he asked the newlywed Christopher Columbus Brown, "Why is a woman like a barrel?" When Brown admitted his ignorance, Lincoln replied, "You have to raise the hoops before you put the head in." That same year, he delivered a lecture on Discoveries and Inventions, in which he speculated about the first human invention, the fig-leaf apron, remarking with a sly sexual innuendo that it is very probable Eve took the leading part, Adam, perhaps, doing no more than to stand by and thread the needle. In early adulthood, Lincoln may have patronized prostitutes. As already noted, during the Black Hawk War, he and other militiamen visited a whorehouse in Galena. Herndon told Caroline Dahl that up to the time of Anne Rutledge's death, Lincoln was a pure, perfectly chaste man. Afterwards, in his misery, he fell into the habits of his neighborhood. Herndon alleged that from 1837 to 1842, Lincoln and Joshua Speed, a ladies' man, were quite familiar, to go no further, with the women. On at least one occasion, Lincoln shared Speed's taste in fancy women, in fact, the very same woman. Speed said that around 1839 or 1840, he was keeping a pretty woman in Springfield, and Lincoln, desirous to have a little, asked his bunkmate, "Do you know where I can get some?" Speed replied, "Yes, I do, and if you will wait a moment or so, I'll send you to the place with a note. You can't get it without a note or by my appearance." Armed with a note from Speed, Lincoln went to see the girl, handed her the note after a short "How do you do," etc. Lincoln told his business, and the girl, after some protestations, agreed to satisfy him. Things went on right. Lincoln and the girl stripped off and went to bed. Before anything was done, Lincoln said to the girl, "How much do you charge?" $5, Mr. Lincoln." Mr. Lincoln said, "I've only got $3. "Well," said the girl, "I'll trust you, Mr. Lincoln, for $2. Lincoln thought a moment or so and said, "I do not wish to go on credit. I'm poor, and don't know where my next dollar will come from, and I cannot afford to cheat you." Lincoln, after some words of encouragement from the girl, got up out of bed, buttoned up his pants, and offered the girl the $3, which she would not take, saying, "Mr. Lincoln, you are the most conscientious man I ever saw." In New Salem, improbable rumors circulated about Lincoln's sexual adventures. He reportedly sired a daughter with Mrs. Bennett Abel. It was also whispered that Jason Duncan's wife bore Lincoln's child. Similar stories were spread about Lincoln and another of his surrogate mothers, Hannah Armstrong, though that was treated as a joke. Hannah's husband used to tease Lincoln about the supposed child Abe had with Mrs. Armstrong. Later, people joshed the widowed Hannah Armstrong about her alleged trysts with Lincoln. She recalled that early in 1861, as she was about to visit him in Springfield, "The boys got up a story on me that I went to get to sleep with Abe, etc." She replied that it was not every woman who had the good fortune and high honor of sleeping with the president. Lincoln had a voyeuristic streak. A New Salem farmer named Joe Watkins kept a stud horse, and Lincoln requested him that whenever a mare come, he would be sure to let him know it, as he wanted to see it. Watkins did so, and Lincoln always attended. As a married man, Lincoln continued to show signs of a robust sexuality, though, Herndon said, he was true as steel to his wife during his whole marriage life. Schuyler Colfax, Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives during the Civil War, recalled that he and Lincoln often went to Ford's Opera House to regale ourselves of an evening, for we felt the strain on mind and body was often intolerable. They found real relaxation in watching those Southern girls with their well-rounded forms, lustrous hair, and sparkling voices. We thought it a veritable treat to see them dance and hear their song. Also at Ford's Theater, Lincoln and his assistant personal secretary, John Hay, one night occupied a private box, where both men carried on a hefty flirtation with the Monk girls in The Flies. At a White House reception, Lincoln shook hands with a beautiful woman as she passed through the receiving line. When she prepared to leave, he offered to shake her hand once more. When she remarked that he had already done so, he smilingly replied, "Yes, but madam, you are so good-looking that I would like to shake hands with you again." As president, Lincoln allegedly told a friend, "I believe there is even a system of female brokerage in offices here in Washington, for I am constantly beset by women of all sorts, high, low, pretty, ugly, modest, and the other sort. Here yesterday a very handsome young lady called. She would not take a denial, was admitted, and went straight to work soliciting a certain office for somebody supposed to be her husband. She played her cause dexterously, eloquently, and at times was almost successful by her importunate entreaties. By degrees she came closer and closer to me as I sat in my chair, until really her face was so near my own that I thought she wanted me to kiss her. When my indignation came to my relief, and drawing myself back and straightening myself up, I gave her the proper sort of a look and said, 'Mrs. Blank, you are very pretty, and it's very tempting, but I won't.'" Thus it seems reasonable to conclude that if Mary Todd did try to seduce Lincoln in November 1842, she was, in all likelihood, successful. 23 years later, she clearly indicated that she thought her husband was seducible. On March 26, 1865, while the Lincolns were visiting General Grant's headquarters at City Point, Virginia, Mrs. Lincoln and Mrs. Grant traveled to the front, escorted by Grant's aide, Adam Badeau. That officer, to make conversation on the long carriage ride, speculated that a battle would soon occur, for officers' wives had been ordered to the rear. The only exception had been Mrs. Charles Griffin, to whom the President had issued a special permit. Mrs. Lincoln bristled at the news. "What do you mean by that, sir? Do you mean to say that she saw the President alone? Do you know that I never allow the President to see any woman alone?" It is possible that Lincoln knew that Mary Todd would make his life miserable when he married her, but Herndon believed that she changed dramatically after the wedding. Before marriage, he asserted, she was rather pleasant, polite, civil, rather graceful in her movements, intelligent and witty. Indeed, she could be affable and even charming in her manners. But after she got married, she became soured, got gross, became material, avaricious, insolent, mean, insulting, imperious, and a she-wolf. Herndon thought that the wolf was in her when young and unmarried, but she unchained it when she got married. Discretion when young kept the wolf back for a while, but when there was no more necessity for chaining it, was unchained to growl, snap, and bite at all. Herndon frequently saw her in spells of frenzy. Abundant evidence supports Herndon's characterization of Mary Lincoln as a tigress, a she-wolf, and the female wildcat of the age. When she was First Lady during the Civil War, the two main presidential secretaries referred to her as the Hellcat and Her Satanic Majesty, and the presidential physician, Dr. Robert K. Stone, thought her a perfect devil. The Commissioner of Public Buildings, who had frequent contact with her, likened Mary Lincoln to a hyena. James Matheny declared that ferocity describes Mrs. Lincoln's conduct to Lincoln. A Springfield neighbor, James Gorley, reported that the Lincolns got along tolerably well, unless Mrs. Lincoln got the devil in her. According to Gorley, she was gifted with an unusually high temper that invariably got the better of her. If she became excited or troublesome, as she sometimes did when Mr. Lincoln was at home, he would apparently pay no attention to her. Frequently he would laugh at her, which is a risky thing to do in the face of an infuriated wife. But generally, if her impatience continued, he would pick up one of the children and deliberately leave home as if to take a walk. After he had gone, the storm usually subsided, but sometimes it would break out again when he returned. A carpenter who worked on the Lincolns' house, Page Eaton, recalled that Mary was rather quick-tempered and used to fret and scold about a great deal. Peter Van Bergen once heard her yelling and screaming at Lincoln, as if in hysterics. Women, as well as men, found Mary Lincoln bad-tempered and even violent. Her half-sister, Emily, said that sometimes she would get into a temper when things did not go just right. Harriet Hanks noted that she had an ungovernable temper, which Mrs. John A. Logan characterized as really a species of madness. Martinette Harden and her friends did not much like her cousin Mary Todd because she had such a bad temper. A woman who interviewed Mary Lincoln's personal and intimate friends said they depicted her as a person of violent temper, ungovernable and willful beyond all reason, and when her will was defied she indulged in a series of outrageous tantrums, which so tormented her patient husband that he was well nigh distracted. Another woman who spoke with Springfield friends of the Lincolns reported that Mrs. Lincoln was sharp and shrewish, with an uncontrolled temper, and everyone I met could give me some example of it. One instance concerned a young man who danced with Mary Todd in 1839. When she used a French phrase, he replied, "I don't understand dog Latin." She lashed out, saying, "Strange for a puppy not to understand his native tongue." A woman who lived in Springfield in the 1850s recalled that Mary Lincoln had attacks of what we called in those days hysteria. Neither Mrs. James Leeton, wife of Springfield's Methodist minister, nor Mrs. Noah Matheny regarded Mrs. Lincoln very highly. That is, her temper and disposition generally was not at all commendable. Mary Lincoln abused her husband physically as well as verbally. When a farmer peddling apples door to door approached Lincoln, Mrs. Lincoln came out and demanded of her husband why he was purchasing apples, and set upon him with such violence that he feared Lincoln was in actual physical danger from his wife. Lincoln got a taste of her temper shortly after their wedding. One morning at the Globe Tavern she arrived late for breakfast, as usual, inconveniencing the other guests. Boarding-house etiquette dictated that in the morning no one could eat until all guests were seated at the table. Lincoln, evidently irritated and embarrassed, gently chided her as she entered the room. She instantly sprang up, threw a cup of hot coffee at him, and fled into hysterics. Lincoln sat there in humiliation and silence while Mrs. Jacob Early helped clean him up. A similar event took place at dinner one night in December 1860. Thurlow Weed witnessed her outburst when Lincoln cracked a joke which displeased Mrs. Lincoln because she erroneously imagined it to be at her expense. Quicker than a flash, she picked up a cup of hot tea and flung it clear across the table at Mr. Lincoln's head, then jumped up in great fury and rushed out of the room. Now and then Mary Lincoln physically injured her husband. One day when Lincoln, absorbed in his newspaper, permitted the fire in the parlor to die down, and then ignored several requests to add some fuel, Mary struck him with a piece of firewood, declaring, "I'll make you hear me this time." The next day he appeared in court with a bandaged nose. On another occasion, Jesse K. Du Bois accompanied Lincoln to the house on 8th Street by way of the butcher shop, where Lincoln picked up some meat, intended for some visitors from Kentucky. When Mary unwrapped the meat, she was so upset at her husband's choice that she became enraged, abused Lincoln outrageously, and hit him in the face. He wiped off the blood and returned to the office with Du Bois. As the Civil War drew to a close, a White House steward observed Mary Lincoln assault her husband. She allegedly struck him hard, damned him, cursed him. Mary Lincoln also attacked her husband with cleaning implements, cutlery, and vegetables. The daughter of Springfield's Methodist minister in the late 1850s heard her mother say that the Lincolns were very unhappy in their domestic life, and that Mary Lincoln was seen frequently to drive him from the house with a broomstick. One day in the mid-1850s, a knife-wielding Mary Lincoln chased her husband through their yard, When he realized that they were being observed, he suddenly wheeled about, grabbed his wife, and marched her back, saying, "There, damn it! Now stay in the house and don't disgrace us before the eyes of the world." One day Lincoln fled the house as his wife vented her anger with very poorly pitched potatoes. Other neighbors occasionally saw the front door of the Lincoln home fly open, and papers, books, and small articles would literally be hurled out. On another occasion, as Lincoln prepared to depart Springfield for a nearby town, his wife ran him out of the house half-dressed and followed him with a broom. Lincoln told the serving girl not to get scared, but to bring him some clothing, which he donned, and then went up to town through the woodhouse and alley. Thus, Turner R. King, a political ally of Lincoln, had good reason to characterize Mary Lincoln as a hellion, a she-devil, who vexed and harrowed the soul out of that good man, and drove him from home, etc., often and often. Similarly, in 1862, Herndon was fully justified in exclaiming, "Poor Lincoln! He is domestically a desolate man, has been for years, to my own knowledge, because of his marriage to a very curious, eccentric, wicked woman." The hired help also felt Mary Lincoln's wrath. She frequently struck servants and had trouble keeping them because of her tyrannical ways. One day, when a servant displeased Mrs. Lincoln, she had the girl's trunk thrown into the middle of the street. Similarly, she ordered a servant boy, Philip Dinkle, to get out and threw his suitcase out the window after him. On another occasion, she hired a servant girl to help the two she already had, then fired all three within a day. After being hit by Mary, one servant complained to her uncle, a miller named Jacob Tiger. When Tiger asked Mary Lincoln for an explanation, she struck him with a broom. Tiger then demanded satisfaction of Lincoln, who mournfully replied, "Can't you endure this one wrong done you by a mad woman without much complaint for old friendship's sake, while I've had to bear it without complaint and without murmur for lo these last 15 years?" Mary behaved similarly toward her sons, though she sometimes repented afterward. Neighbors recalled that she was turbulent, loud, always yelling at children, and was prone to excitability and rather impulsive, saying many things that were sharp and caustic, and which she afterward usually regretted. She lashed out corporally as well as verbally. One day she brought home a new clock, which she told her sons not to touch. According to Mrs. Benjamin S. Edwards, a short time afterward she went into the room and found the two of them had taken the clock to pieces. She whipped them. Describing the conduct of his wayward young son Robert, Lincoln in 1846 told Joshua Speed that, "By the time I reached the house, his mother had found him, and had him whipped." She did not always rely on others to punish the lad. In fact, a servant in the house recalled that Mary Lincoln would whip Bob a good deal. She once held a private strapping party with her youngest son, Tad, after he had fallen into a mud puddle. Elizabeth Edwards said her sister Mary had a high temper, and after her outbursts normally was penitent. If she punished the children, she would seek to make amends by presents and affectionate treatment. Occasionally, Lincoln would intervene to protect his children from their mother's wrath. One summer afternoon she accused a son of stealing 10 cents, flew into a rage when he denied it, and beat his legs with a switch. The punishment ceased as Lincoln entered the room, where the boy cringed in fright as his mother stood over him. When Lincoln asked what had happened, she replied incoherently. Lincoln solved the crisis by having the boy empty his pockets, then turned to his wife and said tenderly, "Mary, Mary." Now and then these roles were reversed. Lincoln would use corporal punishment, and his wife would object. Once he found young Robert and his friends putting on a play with dogs. The boys fastened a rope around one canine's neck, tossed the rope over a beam, and tugged hard to make the beast rise up. When the animal-loving Lincoln beheld the scene, he grabbed a barrel stave and immediately began plying it indiscriminately on the persons of such boys as were within reach. Mary Lincoln reportedly was very angry and reproached her husband in language that was not at all adapted to Sunday school. Harriet Hanks Chapman observed Lincoln as he undertook to correct his child corporally. His wife, determined that he should not, tried to take from him whatever implement he was using to administer discipline, but in this she failed, whereupon she tried tongue-lashing but met with the same fate, for Mr. Lincoln corrected his child as a father ought to do, in the face of his wife's anger, and that, too, without even changing his countenance or making any reply to his wife. Mary Lincoln continued to practice harsh discipline during her husband's presidency. One day during the Civil War, Tad mutilated a new pair of copper-toed shoes which he disliked because they reminded him of the so-called Copperheads, which was the name given to Democratic opponents of his father's administration. According to the White House steward, when Mrs. Lincoln was about to whip him, he rushed to his father's office and complained that, because it was against his principles to patronize the Copperheads, even with his toes, he was about to suffer. The president caught him in his arms and said, "I guess I must exercise my executive clemency a little. I pardon you, my patriotic boy. You shall not be whipped for this offense. Go and explain your case to your mother as it now stands." Mary Pinkerton, who as a young girl frequently visited the White House to play with the Lincoln children, recalled how Tad would sometimes tease her and pull her hair. When she complained to the president, he would dry my tears and tell Tad he should be ashamed for teasing such a little girl, and then maybe for a whole hour Tad and I would be good friends again. But she noted things were different when Mrs. Lincoln was the judge. She had a terrible temper, and when I would go to her with my stories about Tad, she would punish him severely. Although the president was always so kind and gentle, his wife was often short-tempered and bitter-tongued. Throughout his marriage, Lincoln would flee the house in search of peace and quiet. Herndon recalled that Lincoln, after marital squabbles, often came to their office early, accompanied by his young son Robert. There, Lincoln, full of sadness, would sit quietly. Realizing that he was driven from home by a club, knife, or tongue, Herndon discreetly left so that his melancholy partner could regain his composure. One morning, after Lincoln and Robert finished breakfast at a restaurant, the father remarked, "Well, Robbie, this ain't so very bad after all, is it? If Ma don't conclude to let us come back, we will board here all summer." Turner R. King alleged that sometimes Mary Lincoln refused to cook for her husband. Herndon said that Lincoln once lived in the office for 3 days at a time on crackers and cheese. To enable him to sleep over at the office on nights of domestic discord, Lincoln purchased a couch, 6.5 feet long. At times, Lincoln sought refuge with a fellow lawyer. A visitor to a Springfield attorney one morning observed a tall gentleman silently enter the office and proceed to the back room. After lunch, the lawyer said, "Why, Mr. Lincoln, I had forgotten your coming in here. I didn't remember that you were in the back room, or I would have asked you to go home to dinner with me. Folks away?" Lincoln looked very serious. "No, folks are not away. I'm away." The attorney later explained to a friend that this has happened before. Sometimes Mr. Lincoln's home is not very agreeable, though he has never been known to speak of it. But I know that he takes it very much to heart, and that it breaks him up when anything occurs. He has his own office near here with a partner and clerks, but he has come in to find a quiet place. I supposed when he went in that he had come to consult some law books that I had in the other room, but he has probably sat silently there all this time. According to Josiah P. Kent, a neighbor of the Lincolns, it was never difficult to locate Mary Todd Lincoln. It mattered not who was present when she fell into a rage, for nothing would restrain her. Her voice was shrill and at times so penetrating, especially when summoning the children or railing at someone whose actions had awakened her temper, she could easily be heard over the neighborhood. Whenever she exploded, Kent thought it was little wonder that Mr. Lincoln would suddenly think of an engagement he had downtown, grasp his hat, and start for his office. Mrs. Lincoln alienated tradesmen as well as her husband and their neighbors. When she accused the iceman of swindling her in weight, that gentleman got mad, cursed, and vowed she should never get ice again. After he refused to come into her part of town, Mary Lincoln offered Kent 25 cents if it would induce him to sell her ice once again. On another occasion, she offered Kent a quarter to drive her in the family carriage while Lincoln was away. She evidently gave the money to her son Bob to pay Kent, who alleged that he had not received any cash from the boy. Then she became angry and shouted, "Don't you tell me Bob didn't pay you." Dinner parties at the Lincoln home frequently ended with Mary berating her husband. Herndon, who thought the suppers were very fine indeed, reported she would invite members of the Springfield elite, while Lincoln would choose a few of his boon companions to make things lively and swap stories with them. After the guests had departed, the hostess would be as mad as a disturbed hornet and lecture Lincoln all night, till he got up out of bed, in despair, and went whistling through the streets and alleys till day, etc., etc. It would take a ream of paper to write it all out, just as it did often happen. Mary Lincoln's nephew, Albert S. Edwards, confirmed part of Herndon's story when he told a journalist, "I can remember that when I was a boy, the trouble Mr. Lincoln used to cause at social gatherings. He would get a crowd around him in the gentleman's room and start a conversation, with the result that the ladies would be left alone downstairs and would have to send someone to break up Mr. Lincoln's party in order to get the gentleman downstairs." Sometimes, to avoid his wife, Lincoln would depart Springfield altogether. According to Anna Eastman Johnson, a neighbor during the 1850s, one evening Lincoln, carrying a prodigious carpet bag, appealed to her father. "Mary is having one of her spells, and I think I had better leave her for a few days. I didn't want to bother her, and I thought as you and I are about the same size, you might be kind enough to let me take one of your clean shirts. I have found that when Mrs. Lincoln gets one of these nervous spells, it is better for me to go away for a day or two." A couple in a nearby house recalled that they always knew when Mrs. Lincoln was having a tantrum, for Mr. Lincoln would appear at their home with a small desk and say, "May I leave these papers with you? Mrs. Lincoln is not well today." Lincoln's step-nephew, John J. Hall, alleged that during the summer of 1846 or 1847, his uncle Abraham visited Coles County, evidently to escape his wife. One evening, Abner Y. Ellis, postmaster of Springfield, swapped stories with Lincoln at the post office until nearly midnight. Finally, Lincoln sighed. "Well, I hate to go home." When Ellis invited him to stay at his house, he accepted. Even church did not soften Mary's temper. According to Herndon, while she attended worship services, Lincoln would watch after their children. Once, upon emerging from church, she observed Lincoln conversing with a friend. Indignantly, she screamed at him and chased him home. On another occasion, she yelled at him on the street when he failed to notice that one of their boys had fallen from the wagon he had absent-mindedly been pulling. Such episodes took place both indoors and out of doors. One day, while Mary Lincoln was running errands, her husband stayed home to supervise a carpenter. When that craftsman summoned Lincoln to ask for advice, Mary returned home to discover her youngest son howling. The carpenter reported that she had rather a hasty temper, and at once she sought her husband and berated him soundly for letting the child sit on the floor and cry. Lincoln replied, "Why, Mary, he's just been there a minute," and picked up the lad and cuddled him. It is little wonder that some observers likened the Lincoln's marriage to that of Socrates and Xanthippe. When in widowhood, Mary Lincoln applied for a pension. Many witnesses testified before a congressional committee that she had been a curse to her husband. Sarah Corneau, a neighbor of the Lincolns, said that her family and others living in the house near 8th and Jackson Streets thought the most wonderful thing about the tall lawyer was the patience and forbearance which Lincoln seemed to have with his wife, who had locally established the name of being almost a shrew. Mrs. Charlotte Rodriguez de Souza, who had made dresses for Mary Lincoln, described her as a nervous, highly strung woman who sometimes tried the unusually mild and gentle temperament of her husband. Jane King, a playmate of Tad Lincoln, felt actual hatred for Mary Lincoln, whom she considered a horrid woman. A journalist stationed in Springfield in 1860 later wrote that the curse of Lincoln's life was his unhappy, mad wife. In Springfield, men like William Herndon and Milton Hay understandably called Lincoln woman whipped, woman cowed, and henpecked. Ordinarily, Lincoln submitted to spousal tirades quietly, believing that it is better at times to let a woman have her way. Mary Lincoln regularly shouted at her husband when she needed firewood. According to a historian of Springfield, from the kitchen door would issue the loud exclamation of, "Fire! Fire! Fire!" The neighborhood understood that there was need for wood in the kitchen, and Lincoln's acknowledgment was contained in the simple, mild reply, "Yes, Mary. Yes, Mary." On a train trip, Mary Lincoln was, according to a fellow passenger, almost hysterical about the baggage, and fairly forced Mr. Lincoln to walk back 3/4 of a mile to see that it was safe, which he did, uncomplainingly. Mary Lincoln took a dim view of her in-laws. When Eleanor Gridley interviewed neighbors, friends, and relations of Lincoln, she found verified evidence that Mrs. Lincoln would neither permit her children to see the old stepmother, of whom Mr. Lincoln was fond, nor allow her to visit them at her home. But Mr. Lincoln never spoke disparagingly of his wife. "Mary is so busy," or "she cannot be parted from her children for a day." None of them, however, believed his excuses, but forgave him for the act. According to Herndon, Mrs. Lincoln held the Hanks tribe in contempt, and the Lincoln family generally, the old folks, Thomas Lincoln and his good old wife. Mrs. Lincoln was terribly aristocratic, and as haughty and as imperious as she was autocratic. She was as cold as a chunk of ice. Thomas Lincoln and his good old wife were never in Springfield. Mary Lincoln refused furiously her husband's request to let the adolescent son of his stepbrother, John D. Johnston, live at their home and attend Springfield schools. Mary was scarcely more kind to some of her own kin. Dr. Albert A. North of Springfield once hired a relative of hers to conduct some business for him. When the young man arrived in the Illinois capital, he called to pay his respects to Mrs. Lincoln, who told the young gentleman in coarse, cruel, and brutish language that she did not wish her poor relatives to pile themselves on her and eat her up. He then tried to explain to her that, out of respect, he had called to see her, said he had plenty of money and had a good position, and did not need her charity and did not deserve her coarse, savage, and brutal language. He quickly left the house, deeply mortified, leaving Mrs. Lincoln in one of her haughty, imperious, and angry states. After Lincoln apologized and offered to help the young man out, he allegedly called Lincoln one of the noblest of men, and his wife a savage. Another relative who offended Mary Lincoln was the daughter of her cousin, Dr. Lyman Beecher Todd. According to Harriet Hanks Chapman, who was living with the Lincolns at the time, Mrs. Lincoln excluded the young woman when inviting guests to a party because Miss Todd had intimated that Robert Lincoln was a sweet child but not good-looking. Mary Lincoln was angry at her husband in part because he made comparatively little money. Charles Arnold, a Springfield neighbor of the Lincolns, said Elizabeth Edwards was the social leader of Springfield, and she gave fine parties. Mrs. Lincoln was poor and resented the way people passed her by. She was hurt and envious. In 1857, Mary Lincoln complained to her half-sister Emily that when in New York she saw passenger steamers about to sail for Europe. "I felt in my heart, inclined to sigh, that poverty was my portion. How I longed to go to Europe." J.G. McCoy recalled that Mary Lincoln was ambitious to shine in a social way, beyond Mr. Lincoln's inclination or financial ability to sustain, and was given to scolding and complaining of Mr. Lincoln in a manner and to an extent exceedingly unpleasant to him. William T. Baker described her as a woman whose tastes and desires demanded larger finances than Mr. Lincoln could arrange for, and was therefore dissatisfied with the progress that Mr. Lincoln was making. Preston H. Balehatch, a physician in practice with Mary Lincoln's brother-in-law, recalled that she was very desirous of having a carriage to take herself and packages home, but was unable to persuade Mr. Lincoln to purchase one. Intent on shaming him, she one day called at his office and informed him that she had arranged for a vehicle to carry him home. Giving no signs of surprise, he calmly descended the stairs and beheld an old-fashioned one-horse dray, to which Mrs. Lincoln pointed and said, "There is your carriage." He smiled and clambered aboard, urging her to follow his lead. She did not appreciate the joke and refused his offer. Lincoln then instructed the driver to convey him to 8th and Jackson. Lincoln gladly ceded control of the household to his spouse. He once said, "I myself manage all important matters. In little things I have got along through life by letting my wife run her end of the machine pretty much in her own way." When a workman hesitated to chop down a shade tree before their house, Lincoln asked, "Have you seen Mrs. Lincoln?" Told that it was her idea, he exclaimed, "Then in God's name cut it down clean to the roots." One day Mary Lincoln casually observed at the breakfast table that she was without a cook. Although she had not specifically requested him to hire one, Lincoln did so anyway, only to have her reject the person he chose. After several such incidents, Lincoln quietly bowed out of household affairs, and probably with some relief, let her have her way. Mary Lincoln was not well regarded as a cook or hostess. She had been raised in a house full of servants who prepared all the meals. A slave called Aunt Cheney, well trained by Mrs. Todd's mother, was an autocrat in the kitchen, resenting any intrusion into her domain. Dennis Hank's daughter Harriet, who spent a year and a half in the Lincoln home during the mid-1840s, recalled that the family table was usually set very sparingly. Mrs. Lincoln was very economical, so much so that, by some, she might have been pronounced stingy. Elizabeth Edwards said that her sister Mary loved fine clothes and was so close or economical at the kitchen so that she might have money for luxuries, and was economical, even requiring Robert to wash dishes. According to Herndon, Mrs. Lincoln was a very stingy woman, whose table at home generally was economized to the smallest amount. On top of Mary's unpredictable temper, the likelihood of a disappointing meal made Lincoln reluctant to ask friends to his home. David Davis told Herndon that Lincoln never invited him to his house, and Herndon heard many others of Lincoln's best friends say the same thing. For his own part, however, Lincoln did not mind that she set a poor table, for, as Herndon put it, he ate mechanically and filled up, and this is all. He never complained of bad food, nor praised the good. Mary Lincoln could be as tight-fisted as her husband was generous. Herndon maintained that Lincoln could never say no to anyone who puts up a poor mouth, and will hand out the last dollar he has, sometimes when he needs it himself, and needs it badly. The Lincolns quarreled about the wages of servants, including a young woman who wanted a raise from $1.25 per week to $1.50. Mary refused, telling the girl to leave if she could not accept the smaller salary. Lincoln very much wanted the servant to stay, so when he failed to persuade Mary, he tried to make a clandestine deal with the girl to feign accepting the $1.25 on the condition that he would surreptitiously make up the difference. Mary overheard this and barged in, exclaiming, "What are you doing? I heard some conversation. Couldn't understand it. I'm not going to be deceived. Miss, you can leave. And as for you, Mr. Lincoln, I'd be ashamed of myself." Lincoln himself hired Margaret Ryan, promising her a 75-cent bonus and instructing her not to fuss with Mrs. Lincoln. Another domestic dust-up occurred when young John F. Mendoza and his father were selling blackberries to Mrs. Lincoln, who balked at the asking price of 15 cents per pint. She started to run them down because they were so small and refused to pay more than 10 cents. When Lincoln observed this haggling, he gave the lad a quarter for a pint, much to his spouse's dismay. According to Mendoza, she scolded Mr. Lincoln for taking them. Mr. Lincoln spoke up and told me to tell father that it was cheap enough, and that he had earned every cent of it, and more, too. Sometimes Lincoln used guile to cope with his wife's penuriousness. A young man once asked him to contribute to a fund drive of the local fire department. "Well," he replied, "I'll go home to supper and ask Mrs. Lincoln what she has to say. After supper she will be in good humor, and I will ask her if we shall give $50, and she will say, 'Abe, when will you learn some sense? $20 is enough. Come around in the morning and get your money.'" This approach worked. Always able to laugh at himself, Lincoln relished jokes about henpecked husbands. He probably identified with the hapless Mr. Jones, whom he described as one of your meek men, with the reputation of being badly henpecked. A few days after Mrs. Jones was seen switching him out of the house, a friend told him that a man who will stand quietly and take a switching from his wife deserves to be horsewhipped. Mr. Jones responded, "Why, it don't hurt me any. You've got no idea what a power of good it did Sarah Ann." Lincoln was much amused when Henry C. Whitney read him a story about two fellows who met after a long separation. "Where have you been, Jim?" "Oh, it was so quiet at home I listed, and have been in the war since I saw you. And where have you been?" "Oh, Susie made so much war on me at home that I went out timbering in the woods to get a little peace." During the Civil War, when asked if Clement L. Vallandigham, a banished Democratic critic of the administration, should be captured and tried if he returned from exile, Lincoln responded, "Perhaps the best way to treat him would be to do as the man did who had been annoyed with a very troublesome wife, and who had been relieved by her absconding, and who by no means desired her return, and who therefore advertised 1 cent reward for her return." Lincoln told Chauncey Depew the story of a farmer who consulted him about obtaining a divorce after he and his wife had quarreled over the color to paint their new house. His client explained, "I wanted it painted white like our neighbors, but my wife preferred brown. Our disputes finally became quarrels. She has broken crockery, throwing it at my head, and poured scalding tea down my back, and I want a divorce." Lincoln urged the couple to compromise their differences for the sake of their children. A month later, the farmer reported that he and his wife had reached a compromise. "We are going to paint the house brown." Lincoln was fond of quoting from his favorite poet, Robert Burns, these lines, "Sick a wife as Willie had, I would not give a button for her." Milton Hay pitied Lincoln. In 1862 he said of the president, "Poor man, I think some woman ought to talk kindly to him, and I suppose he has got to go from home to hear it." Lincoln regarded that home with understandable misgivings. When he came back to 8th Street from work, he usually entered the kitchen, inquired about his wife's mood, and only then passed through the front door. Herndon alleged that Lincoln usually paid his wife no heed when she was enraged, but that occasionally he would flare up. Remorsefully, Lincoln admitted to Herndon one Monday that the previous day, when Mary had annoyed him to the point of exasperation, he lost his habitual self-control. She was in a tirade so fierce that he grabbed her, pushed her through the door, and exclaimed, "If you can't stop this abuse, damn you, get out." Lincoln told Herndon that he was deeply sorry for this act. He was not accustomed to lose his temper. Lincoln thought it possible that some people on their way to church had seen the incident, and he was greatly depressed that he had permitted himself to do and say what he had done and said. Mary Lincoln may have suffered from what a Springfield neighbor called monthly derangements, which later came to be known as premenstrual stress. Frederick I. Dean, whose family lived directly across 8th Street from the Lincolns, said that as a boy he noticed strange vagaries on the part of Mrs. Lincoln. He informed an historian that from overheard conversations he got the idea that the vagaries were regular, brief, and stemmed from a functional derangement common alone to women. Shortly after Lincoln's assassination, when Dean spoke to William Herndon about these matters, the attorney said they corresponded exactly with his own ideas, and exactly in line with what Mr. Lincoln had frequently himself told him with broken, tearful voice. Mary Lincoln suffered from many anxieties. She panicked at the first sign of a thunderstorm, prompting Lincoln to leave his office to quiet her fears and comfort her until the storm was over. When he was out of town, she would become frightened and turn to neighbors for relief. James Gorley recalled one such occasion. Mrs. Lincoln had a bad servant girl living with her, and boys and men used to come to her house in Lincoln's absence and scare her. She was crying and wailing one night, called me and said, "Mr. Gorley, do come and stay with me all night. You can sleep in the bed with Bob and I." While her husband was away, she hired neighborhood boys to spend the night in her house. Fred I. Dean recalled that Mrs. Lincoln had me, young as I was, to sleep in the house with some of the other neighbors' boys. After Robert Todd Lincoln went off to boarding school in 1859, Josiah Kent stayed with Mary Lincoln in her spouse's absence. "I spent many a night at the house, sleeping usually in the same room which Robert had occupied," Kent recollected. While on similar duty in the early 1850s, Howard M. Powell noticed that Mrs. Lincoln was very nervous and subsequently easily scared. One night some miscreant came and made a hideous noise against the weatherboarding of the house, and Mrs. Lincoln promptly fainted. Another Springfield neighbor, Elizabeth A. Capps, reported that Mrs. Lincoln was a bright woman, well-educated, but so nervous and crazy acting she was the laughingstock of the neighborhood. Mrs. Capps recalled a day that neighbors came running to Mary's cries of "fire," only to find fat burning in a pan. On another occasion, Mary screamed "murder" because an old, bearded umbrella repair peddler was loitering on the back porch waiting for her. On departing, the umbrella man mumbled, "I wouldn't have such a fool for my wife." A Springfield man heard a peddler one day describe how he had knocked at Mrs. Lincoln's door, as at any door, and stepped in when she answered the knock and had started to open his pack. Mary Lincoln began to scream and carry on, and repeatedly yelled for him to leave, to leave, to leave. The peddler sought out Lincoln and told him, "If you have any influence over your wife in God's world, go home and teach her some sense." To her neighbor, John B. Weber, Mary Lincoln once screamed, "Keep this little dog from biting me." Weber described the canine as a little thing that was too small and good-natured to do anything. For all the misery she caused Lincoln, creating what his law partner aptly called a domestic hell on earth, Mary Todd proved a useful goad to his ambition. John Todd Stewart told an interviewer that she made him president. She had the fire, will, and ambition. Lincoln's talent and his wife's ambition did the deed. Stewart heard Josiah Speed say that Lincoln needed driving. Well, he got that. Mary Lincoln's friend, James Bradwell, thought that she made Mr. Lincoln by constantly pushing him on in his ambition. Charles Arnold, who lived across the street from the Lincolns, declared that she was very ambitious for her husband and kept nagging her husband on. Her sister Elizabeth testified that Mrs. Lincoln was an ambitious woman, the most ambitious woman I ever saw. Spurred up Mr. Lincoln, pushed him along and upward, made him struggle and seize his opportunities. A law student in the Lincoln and Herndon office stated that there is no doubt that she was constantly spurring him on, for she was very ambitious. Herndon less charitably likened her to a toothache that kept one awake night and day. During her courtship, Mary allegedly described the man of her choice, mentioning his unprepossessing appearance and awkwardness, and with a merry appreciation of the humor of the prediction, again said, "But I mean to make him the President of the United States all the same. You will see that, as I always told you, I will yet be the president's wife. In the late 1840s, she predicted to Ward Hill Layman that Lincoln is to be President of the United States someday, and if I had not thought so, I never would have married him, for you can see he is not pretty. Mary Lincoln's ambition for her husband became a byword in central Illinois. In 1856, when friends urged Lincoln to seek the gubernatorial nomination, Democratic Congressman Thomas L. Harris of Petersburg remarked that he never will be dunce enough to run for governor, unless his wife makes him. She made no effort to conceal her belief that her gifted husband would someday be president. Over his objections, she would at social gatherings talk confidently of his future, predicting his nomination and election. In another way, Mary Lincoln indirectly stoked her husband's ambition. According to Milton Hay, she made his home tolerably disagreeable, and hence he took to politics and public matters for occupation. If his domestic life had been entirely happy, I dare say he would have stayed at home and not busied himself with distant concerns. Joshua Speed believed that with a kindly wife, Lincoln would have been a devoted husband and a very, very domestic man. An unidentified close friend of Lincoln's maintained that his domestic misery operated largely in his favor, for he was thereby kept out in the world of business and politics. Instead of spending his evenings at home, reading the papers and warming his toes at his old fireside, he was constantly out with the common people, was mingling with the politicians, discussing public questions with the farmers who thronged the offices in the courthouse and statehouse, and exchanging views with the loungers who surrounded the stove of winter evenings in the village store. The result of this continuous contact with the world was that he was more thoroughly known than any other man in his community. His wife, therefore, was one of the unintentional means of his promotion. If Lincoln had married Anne Rutledge or some other woman more agreeable than Mary Todd, the country would never have had Abraham Lincoln for its president. Herndon agreed, insisting that Lincoln was by nature a domestic man, a lover of home and children. Lincoln's friend and political ally Carl Schurz, who spent time with Mary Lincoln during the Civil War, summed up the feelings of many when he wrote, "It was no secret to those who knew the family well that his domestic life was full of trials. The erratic temper of his wife not seldom put the gentleness of his nature to the severest tests. And these troubles and struggles, which accompanied him through all the vicissitudes of his life, from the modest home in Springfield to the White House at Washington, adding untold private heart-burnings to his public cares, and sometimes precipitating upon him incredible embarrassments in the discharge of his public duties, form one of the most pathetic features of his career." In an interview, Schurz put it even more strongly, calling the marriage the greatest tragedy of Mr. Lincoln's existence. A Win in Congress and a Battle Against Slavery, 1843 to 1849. Chapter 7. I Have Got the Preacher by the Balls. Pursuing a Seat in Congress, 1843 to 1847. In 1843, Mary Lincoln, eager to get to Washington, urged her husband to run for Congress. He required little goading, for his ambition was strong. Because voters in the Sangamon region had sent a Whig, John Todd Stewart, to Congress in the two previous elections, whoever secured that party's nomination would probably win. But Lincoln faced formidable challengers for that nomination, notably his friends Edward D. Baker and John J. Hardin. Political rivals. Charming, magnetic, and strikingly handsome, the English-born Baker was a renowned orator who could also impress with his abilities to sing, dance, play the piano, and compose poetry. Like Lincoln, Baker had grown up in poverty. His ambition was so intense that when he discovered that his English birth made him ineligible for the presidency, he allegedly wept as he criticized his parents. "In justice to me, they might have come to America a few years earlier." Impulsive, eager for glory, Baker won many friends, among them Lincoln, with his personal warmth, commanding presence, generosity, and joie de vivre. He was especially popular with young men who loved and followed him unquestioningly. With the possible exception of Lincoln, Baker was the best Whig speaker in central Illinois. The snarling silver trumpet of his voice was clear and well modulated, and his fluency and enthusiasm fascinated audiences. Whether on the stump or in front of a jury, Baker's good-natured friendliness, impetuous delivery, and quick wit proved irresistible. Not everyone admired Baker, however. Many found him shallow, lacking in principle, and careless in business. Charles H. Ray spoke dismissively of his frothy ginger beer oratory, and Herndon recalled that Baker's style and matter were not absolutely original, nor deep, nor exact, not what the world calls philosophic. Other critics objected to Baker's lack of moral worth and stability of character. John J. Crittenden thought his moral weight is not as great as it should be. Baker's law partner, Stephen T. Logan, characterized him as a brilliant man but very negligent, and complained that I could not trust him in money matters. He got me into some scrapes by collecting and using money. At the time of his death early in the Civil War, Baker had failed to account for $10,000 that he had been given to raise a regiment. Another law partner, Isaac Jones Wistar, recalled that Baker had squandered his large fees as fast as received, and in spite of his great earnings, was most generally penniless. After his untimely death in 1861, his family was left destitute. There was, said Wistar, absolutely no trace of order or system about his ill-regulated and erratic character. Relying on his prodigious memory, Baker kept financial records and case dockets in his hat or secreted about his person. In many ways, he seemed a perpetual adolescent. Baker was also hopelessly vain. Some contemporaries criticized the excessive protuberance of the organ of self-esteem upon Mr. B's cranium. Nothing made him happier than hearing people liken him to Napoleon I. Mary Lincoln's cousin, Elizabeth Grimsley, told a friend in 1861, "I cannot bear that man. He seems to have such a supreme contempt for lesser intellects that it quite lowers his own in my estimation." In 1849, Baker's aggressive pursuit of a cabinet position was regarded as a joke, indicative of his unrealistic estimate of his own talent. David Davis admired Baker's genius and talents of a high order, but thought him a queer fellow, the most restless man in the world, and of unbounded ambition. Despite his faults, Baker inspired in Lincoln a deep affection. He loved him as if he were his brother. In 1846, he named his second son Edward Baker Lincoln. Together, Lincoln and Baker practiced law, championed the Whig Party, and debated religion. Lincoln's other rival for the congressional nomination, John J. Hardin, was a third cousin to Mary Lincoln and very popular with the transplanted Kentucky Whigs of the district. An able man with a quick, retentive mind, Hardin lacked Baker's fluency as an orator. Though he tended to stammer and hesitate, his fierce sarcasm and cutting wit made him a formidable opponent. The wife of Governor Joseph Duncan described him as a plain, blunt man when his indignation was aroused. Woe to the man who felt the heavy strokes of his meat-axe oratory. Born in Kentucky a year after Lincoln, Hardin imbibed politics from his father, Martin D. Hardin, a U.S. Senator, Secretary of State of Kentucky, and a leading attorney so fierce that he was said to resemble a kitchen knife whetted on a brick. After graduating from Transylvania University in Lexington, Hardin studied law with the Chief Justice of the Kentucky Supreme Court. In 1830, he moved to Jacksonville, Illinois, where he quickly achieved eminence. During the Black Hawk War, he became a major general of the state militia, and in 1836 won a seat in the General Assembly, to which he was re-elected in 1838 and 1840. Colleagues in the legislature deemed him clever, firm, fearless, and smart. Lincoln characterized the intensely ambitious Hardin as our best Whig, a man of desperate energy and perseverance who never backs out and who was talented, energetic, usually generous and magnanimous. Much as he admired Hardin, Lincoln may have resented his jeering taunts about Lincoln's celebrated exit through a window in an attempt to block a legislative quorum. During the winter of 1842 to 1843, Lincoln began his quest for the congressional nomination, to be decided at a convention in May. On February 14th, Lincoln told a Whig leader in Beardstown, "If you should hear anyone say that Lincoln don't want to go to Congress, I wish you as a personal friend of mine would tell him you have reason to believe he is mistaken. The truth is, I would like to go very much." 2 weeks thereafter, at a meeting of Whigs in Springfield, Lincoln drew up the party platform, opposing direct federal taxes and endorsing a protective tariff, a national bank, distribution to the states of proceeds from federal land sales, and the convention system of choosing candidates. 3 days later there appeared a circular written by Lincoln, elaborating on the various planks. Here he indulged in mild demagoguery, implausibly arguing that a protective tariff would burden the wealthy and luxurious few, while the substantial laboring many go entirely free. Only those whose pride, whose abundance of means, prompt them to spurn the manufacturers of their own country and to strut in British cloaks and coats and pantaloons may have to pay a few cents more on the yard for the cloth that makes them. Sarcastically, Lincoln remarked, "A terrible evil, truly, to the Illinois farmer, who never wore, nor never expects to wear, a single yard of British goods in his whole life." The tariff was far preferable to a system of direct federal taxation, under which the land must be literally covered with assessors and collectors, going forth like swarms of Egyptian locusts, devouring every blade of grass and every other green thing. All citizens would thus be perpetually haunted and harassed by the tax-gatherer. Lincoln ridiculed opponents of Henry Clay's plan to distribute the proceeds of federal land sales. Many silly reasons are given, as is usual in cases where a single good one is not to be found. Lincoln's intense hostility toward Whig deserters erupted in the circular's denunciation of John Reynolds, William L. D. Ewing, and Richard M. Young, all of whom had been helped by the Whigs, and who then became perseveringly vindictive in their assaults upon our men and measures. Whigs must adopt the convention system, Lincoln argued, for while our opponents use it, it is madness in us not to defend ourselves with it. Nominating conventions created party harmony and united the faithful behind one candidate. If two friends aspire to the same office, it is certain that both cannot succeed. Would it not then be much less painful to have the question decided by mutual friends some time before, than to snarl and quarrel until the day of the election, and then both be beaten by the common enemy? To illustrate the point, Lincoln employed a scriptural aphorism that he would famously use in 1858. "He whose wisdom surpasses that of all philosophers has declared that a house divided against itself cannot stand." During the first 3 weeks of March, supporters of Baker and Lincoln battled so strenuously for the endorsement of the Sangamon County Whigs that a Democratic paper remarked, "If we are to believe either of the two factions, it would be difficult to decide which is the bigger rascal." Baker ultimately outworked and outmaneuvered Lincoln to win the endorsement in Springfield on March 20th. When the convention met, it appeared that Baker commanded an overwhelming majority. Asked to withdraw because Baker's lead was so great, Lincoln graciously acquiesced that morning. But it turned out that his rival's lead was much smaller than he had thought. If Lincoln had fought throughout the afternoon, he might have been nominated. Evidently overconfident, Lincoln had failed to match Baker's relentless energy. The outcome mortified him and angered his wife, who roundly berated him for not working hard enough to win. Some of Baker's supporters criticized Lincoln for his ties to the aristocratic Edwards and Todd families, which prompted Lincoln to remark, laughingly, "Well, that sounds strange to me, for I do not remember but one member of those families that ever came to see me, and while he was in town, was accused of stealing a Jew's harp." Publicly, Lincoln may have made light of his opponent's tactics, but privately, he confided bitterly to a friend his astonishment that he could be portrayed as an elitist. Lincoln cited other considerations that worked against him. "Baker is a Campbellite," he noted, "and therefore, as I suppose, with few exceptions, got all the church." Campbellites, followers of Alexander Campbell, were also known as Reformed Baptists, and later as Disciples of Christ. Mary Todd had relatives in the Presbyterian and Episcopalian churches. "And therefore, wherever it would tell, I was set down as either the one or the other." In addition, Lincoln complained that it was said that no Christian ought to go for me because I belonged to no church, and was suspected of being a deist. Moreover, with some Whigs, his reputation suffered because of the notorious duel with Shields. Stung by the perception that he was a hot-headed, aristocratic non-believer, he emphatically assured James Matheny, "I am now, and always shall be, the same Abe Lincoln that I always was." Lincoln's views on temperance may also have injured his candidacy. In the year leading up to the Springfield Whig Convention, the temperance movement swept through the capital. The local chapter of the Washington Temperance Society, a precursor of Alcoholics Anonymous, founded in 1841 after proselytes from Alton had stirred up interest, had attracted over 350 members by year's end. Lincoln had addressed the society at a meeting held in a church, and, noting that several of the society's reformed drunkards were deemed too uncouth for the polite worshippers there, Lincoln chided self-righteous, uncharitable, cold-blooded, and feelingless reformers who held that drunkards should be shunned by all the good and virtuous as utterly incorrigible, moral pestilences. Drunkards, he maintained, were people whose heads and hearts will bear an advantageous comparison with those of any other class. Indeed, Lincoln declared, there seems ever to have been a proneness in the brilliant and the warm-blooded to fall into this vice. The demon of intemperance ever seems to have delighted in sucking the blood of genius and of generosity. So he appealed to his Christian audience for forbearance. If they believe, as they profess, that Omnipotence condescended to take on himself the form of sinful man, and as such die an ignominious death for their sake, surely they will not refuse submission to the infinitely lesser condescension for the temporal and perhaps eternal salvation of a large, erring, and unfortunate class of their own fellow creatures. This last sentence offended many in attendance, who interpreted it as a criticism of their piety. Insulted and outraged, Christians complained, "It's a shame that he should be permitted to abuse us so in the house of the Lord." When defending some female temperance activists who had been found guilty of demolishing barrels of liquor, Lincoln told the judge, "It might be well to offset the money damages with the damage which might have resulted if the destroyed liquor had been used for beverage purposes." The women were fined 1 cent. Over his protest, the Sangamon County Whigs chose Lincoln as a delegate to the Congressional District Convention, where he was obliged to vote for Baker. Though he lamented that "I shall be fixed a good deal like a fellow who has made groomsman to a man that has cut him out, and is marrying his own dear gal," Lincoln derived some solace from the action of the Menard County Convention, which endorsed his candidacy. "It is truly gratifying to me to learn that while the people of Sangamon have cast me off, my old friends of Menard," New Salem was located in recently created Menard County, "who have known me longest and best of any, still retain their confidence in me," he told Martin S. Morris. When Baker tried to get Menard's 2 delegates to vote for him, Lincoln protested, "This is all wrong. Upon the same rule, why might not I fly from the decision against me in Sangamon and get up instructions to their delegations to go for me? I would as soon put my head in the fire as to attempt it." He felt honor-bound not to hinder Baker's nomination. "I should despise myself were I to attempt it," he declared to Morris. Baker had ample reason to woo the Menard County delegates, for John J. Hardin was emerging as a formidable rival at the district level. When the district convention assembled in Pekin on May 1st, Baker and Hardin were virtually deadlocked, with 17 delegates favoring Hardin and 16 leaning toward Baker. Lincoln, the foremost advocate of Baker's candidacy, appealed to the Menard County delegate, George U. Miles. "Other counties have gone for me and are instructed for me if I am a candidate. I'll be nominated the first ballot. My honor is out with Baker. I'd suffer my right arm to be cut off before I'd violate it. It is impossible for me to run. I, after the nominations, will get up and decline, and I want you to go for Baker. Menard, your 2 votes will settle the question. Baker will be nominated." Miles refused, explaining that he and the other delegates from Menard County were instructed to go for Hardin after you, and I will suffer my right arm cut off before I'll violate my instructions. In fairness, Baker should have received the Menard County votes and hence the nomination. A week before the convention, John Bennett of Petersburg reported that 2 formal meetings, with several informal ones, including militia musters, had been held at which Menard County Whigs expressed their preference. "All things considered," Bennett said, "I suppose Baker has a majority." Miles and his colleague had been instructed to vote for Hardin at a meeting that attracted few voters, but later at a much more heavily attended gathering they received instructions to support Baker by an 80-vote margin. A prominent Democrat in Petersburg, Thomas L. Harris, asserted that he significantly helped Hardin secure the nomination. Failing to win over the Menard delegates, Lincoln sought to assist Baker through other means. Immediately following Hardin's nomination, Lincoln asked James Monroe Ruggles, the secretary of the convention, if he would favor a resolution supporting Baker for the following congressional term. When Ruggles answered affirmatively, Lincoln said, "You prepare the resolution, I will support it, and I think we can pass it." That resolution caused a stir, especially among Hardin's supporters. Introduced by Lincoln and moved by Ruggles, it said, "Resolved, that this convention, as individuals, recommend E.D. Baker as a suitable person to be voted for by the Whigs of this district, for representative to Congress at the election in 1844, subject to the decision of a district convention, should the Whigs of the district think proper to hold one." Following a heated discussion, it passed by a vote of 19 to 14. This Pekin agreement seemed to establish a principle of one-term congressmen who would cede the seat to a successor in regular rotation, with Lincoln as the obvious heir apparent to Baker. Such arrangements were not uncommon in the politics of the time. In mid-May, Lincoln told Joshua Speed that he would cheerfully abide by the results of the Pekin Convention. "We shall have no split or trouble about the matter. All will be harmony." Lincoln's friend, Simeon Francis, urged Hardin to banish every thought from your mind that there is dissatisfaction with your nomination. Playfully, Lincoln challenged Hardin to a contest. If Sangamon County delivered a majority for Hardin, more than double the majority he won in his home county of Morgan, then the Morgan County Whigs would have to throw a barbecue for their counterparts in Sangamon. To help make sure that he won his bet, Lincoln campaigned for Hardin extensively throughout Sangamon County. But despite what he said to Speed, Lincoln apparently begrudged Hardin the nomination. He may also have felt that Hardin's triumph over Baker was unfair. Hardin's reputation for integrity was not spotless. Some questioned his honesty. On Election Day, Lincoln did not vote for Hardin, who won the district handily. Instead, he cast ballots for Justice of the Peace and Constable, refusing to express any preference for congressional or county office candidates. Such uncharacteristically spiteful behavior suggests the intensity of his disappointment. That disappointment was shared by his wife, who wept copiously on the day that Hardin left Illinois to take his seat in Congress. Domestic life. Mary Lincoln perhaps derived some consolation both from the house she and her husband bought in 1844 and from their growing family. After beginning their married life in the Globe Tavern, the Lincolns briefly moved into a small house on 4th Street. On January 16, 1844, Charles Dresser, the minister who had performed their wedding ceremony, sold them a 1.5-story, 5-room cottage at 8th and Jackson Streets, where they spent the next 17 years. Lincoln gave Dresser $1,200 in cash and real estate worth $300. In May, Dresser handed over the deed to Lincoln, whose family moved in shortly thereafter. The house, conveniently located a few blocks from Lincoln's office, had been built in 1839. The Lincolns' marriage had gotten off to a shaky start in the Globe. She regularly complained about her husband's failure to come to bed on time. When she retired for the night, he often excused himself to fill a water pitcher, and while downstairs doing so, he would sit on the porch and relate stories to anyone who cared to listen. She would cough to signal that she wanted him to return to their room. Sometimes he ignored her coughing till after midnight. She would occasionally retaliate by entertaining gentlemen callers in their room with the door locked, hoping to annoy her neglectful spouse. Mary Lincoln had been unpopular at the Globe, where the women boarders liked to hold small get-togethers in their rooms. Never wishing to invite her to join them, they would creep upstairs to the designated meeting site, fearful that she might guess where they were headed. They were especially careful to tread lightly as they passed her door, for they did not wish to arouse her anger. Life at the boarding house worsened after August 1, 1843, when Robert Todd Lincoln was born. That day, Lincoln jestingly told a friend that he had worried that the infant might have one of my long legs and one of Mary's short ones, and he'd have a terrible time getting through the world. Baby Robert wailed loudly, much to the dismay of the other boarders, who threatened to leave the Globe if the Lincolns remained. The delicate Robert suffered from a respiratory problem known as summer complaint. Mrs. Albert Taylor Bledsoe, who was then staying at the Globe, did not like Mary Lincoln, but nevertheless, each day for several weeks she helped wash and dress baby Robert. Mrs. Bledsoe's 6-year-old daughter, Sophia, who was fond of infants, also helped care for him. She delighted in carrying the rather heavy Robert about, frequently taking him to a vacant lot next to the Globe and placing him on the ground, where he lay peacefully in the tall grass. In later years, Sophia Bledsoe wondered how Mrs. Lincoln could have trusted a particularly small 6-year-old with this charge, and expressed amazement that, at that early age, I missed doing him any damage. Lincoln would occasionally help out with the infant. One day, as baby Robert was shrieking, Lincoln picked him up and carried him around the room while Mary sat by, quietly crying. The proprietress of the Globe assured the couple that their child merely had colic and was in no danger. "Does it do any good to pack him round this way?" Lincoln asked. When told it did not, he looked over at Mary and said, in a manner as though he expected her to protest, "If it don't do him any good, I'm damned if I don't put him down." Mary Lincoln often asked her husband to care for Robert, whom he could wheel about in a baby carriage. When a neighbor criticized him, remarking, "That is a pretty business for you to be engaged in, when you ought to be down at your law office," he replied simply, "I promised." Lincoln performed other domestic chores. His wife, having grown up in a prosperous home with slaves to tend children, cook, and clean, felt that such duties were beneath her. According to a neighbor, she was quite disposed to make a servant girl of Lincoln, compelling him to get up and get the breakfast and then dress the children, after which she would join the family at the table, or lie abed an hour or two longer as she might choose. Another Sangamon County resident testified that Lincoln would start for his office in the morning, and she'd go to the door and holler, "Come back here now and dress those children, or they won't be tended today. I'm not going to break my back dressing up those children while you loaf at the office talking politics all day." In 1860, a visitor to the Lincoln home heard her cry out, "Abraham, Abraham, come and put this child to bed." While washing dishes one day in the mid-1840s, she was heard to sigh, "What would my poor father say if he found me doing this kind of work?" When Robert was old enough, she delegated dishwashing to him. In addition, she had her husband do the breakfast dishes and sometimes, wielding a piece of stove wood, drove him out of their house to fetch some breakfast meat. Page Eaton remembered that Lincoln always used to do his own marketing, and before he went to Washington, I used to see him at the baker's and butcher's every morning with his basket on his arm. Lincoln would rise early to buy fresh bread from Jim Hall. The day after his election as president in 1860, Lincoln, accompanied by a black boy, called as usual on Hall and said, "I am not ashamed to carry a loaf of bread home under my arm, but my wife says it is not dignified for a president-elect to carry bread under his arm through the streets, so, hereafter, this boy will come in my place." At that same time she also thought it undignified for her husband to milk their cow. A servant recollected that in the winter of 1860 to 1861, Lincoln insisted on performing that duty because he did not think I ought to expose myself. His wife, however, used to object to his doing the milking. Mary Lincoln found herself overwhelmed by the demands of motherhood as she gave birth to 3 more sons: Edward in 1846, William in 1850, and Thomas, better known as Tad, in 1853. Her cousin, Elizabeth Todd Grimsley, recalled that Mary was always over-anxious and worried about the boys, and withal was not a skillful nurse, and was totally unfitted for caring for them when they became sick. If anything untoward happened to her children, she became hysterical. One day in 1844 she overreacted to the illness of young Robert and sent the maid to fetch a doctor, shouting after her, "Charity, Charity, run for your life, and I'll give you $50 when you get back." Mrs. Frederick S. Dean, who lived across the street from the Lincoln home, took pity on the distracted newcomer and gently quieted her down when her hysterics threatened to disturb the neighborhood. Another neighbor, Elizabeth Lushbaugh Capps, recalled that it was not unusual to see her standing out on their terrace in front of the house, waving her arms and screaming, "Bobby's lost! Bobby's lost!" when perhaps he was just over in our house. This was almost an everyday occurrence. Mrs. Capps remembered a time when Robert could just barely walk. Mrs. Lincoln came out in front as usual, screaming, "Bobby will die! Bobby will die!" My father ran over to see what had happened. Bobby was found sitting out near the back door by a lime box and had a little lime in his mouth. Father took him, washed his mouth out, and that's all there was to it. Mary Lincoln's frequent outbursts so frightened the neighborhood children that they feared her. Rather than playing with Bob at his house, they would invite him to their homes. Lincoln developed an immunity to his wife's alarmist cries of distress. One summer day, on the courthouse square, while he was regaling friends with a story, young Robert rushed up, exclaiming that his mother insisted that Lincoln come home and rescue young Tad, who had fallen into the cistern. To the surprise of his cronies, Lincoln refused, noting that Tad had done this before. The Lincolns' unpretentious house at 8th and Jackson Streets was modestly furnished. Lincoln was not a fastidious homeowner. Illinois Congressman William A. Richardson recalled that his fences were always in need of repair. His gate wanted a hinge, the grass in his yard needed cutting, and the scene around his home betrayed a reckless indifference to appearances. In November 1860, a visitor observed broken panes of glass by the front door and broken blinds on the side of the house. Mary Lincoln wanted to expand the upstairs of the house into a full second story. Lincoln, who opposed the idea, allegedly had conspired with local carpenters to have an inflated estimate of the cost prepared so that he could reasonably claim that it was too expensive. In 1856, while he was on the circuit, Mary had the job done anyway. The contractors she hired agreed to complete the work in the few weeks that he would be absent. Upon his return, he pretended not to recognize his home, asking his neighbor Abner Wilkinson, "Wilkie, can you tell me where old Abe Lincoln lived around these parts?" The neighbors, anxious to see how Lincoln would react, observed his conduct with amusement. His wife, however, was not amused. "Come in, you old fool," she ordered. "Don't you know your own house when you see it?" After scolding her for spending too much, Lincoln teased, "Mary, you remind me of the story of the fellow who went to California and left one baby at home, and when he returned 3 years later found 3. The fellow looked at his wife and then at the children and said, 'Well, Lizzie, for a little woman and without help, you have raised thunder amazingly.'" Mary Lincoln may have paid for the improvements herself, for 2 years earlier she had sold an 80-acre lot that her father had bequeathed to her and realized a profit of $1,200. The expansion cost $1,300. Some residents of Springfield were puzzled by this remodeling job. Mrs. John Todd Stewart, who did not care for Mary Lincoln, told her daughter that, far from needing space, Mary seldom ever uses what she has. In fact, the expansion added so much space that the Lincolns took in a boarder, Stephen Smith, the brother of Mary's brother-in-law, Clark M. Smith. He slept at the Lincoln home but ate elsewhere. According to the woman whom Stephen Smith later married, the Lincolns had a boarder because Mr. Lincoln, riding the circuit at that time, was away from home a great deal, and Mrs. Lincoln was afraid to be alone. Mary Lincoln had decided on the addition soon after a successful tailor acquired an impressive house in their neighborhood. She was displeased that a mere tailor should have a more handsome residence than one of the city's most eminent lawyers. John E. Roll, who had helped remodel the house in 1849, reported that Mrs. Lincoln decided their means justified a more pretentious house. In the 1840s, a house with a 2-story back was a status symbol that she was consumed with a desire to have. The alteration did make the house stand out, dwarfing adjacent homes. Mary Lincoln's nephew termed it one of the more pretentious residences of Springfield. An architectural historian classified the remodeled house as purely transitional, blending both the Greek Revival and the succeeding parvenu styles. Whereas nearly every house in Springfield was landscaped carefully with trees, shrubbery, and neat flower gardens, the Lincolns did little to improve the appearance of their yard. Mary Lincoln's sister, Frances, said that neither of the Lincolns loved the beautiful. "I have planted flowers in their front yard myself to hide nakedness, ugliness, etc., etc. Have done it often and often. Mrs. Lincoln never planted trees, roses, never made a garden, at least not more than once or twice." James Gorley, who lived next door to the Lincolns for many years, remembered that Lincoln was a poor landscape gardener, and his yard was graced by very little shrubbery. He once decided to plant some rose bushes in the yard, and called my attention to them, but in a short time he had forgotten all about them. Lincoln, Gorley added, never planted any vines or trees of any kind. In fact, seemed to take little if any interest in things of that kind. Finally, however, yielding to my oft-repeated suggestion, he undertook to cultivate a garden in the yard in back of his house. But one season's experience in caring for his flowers and vegetables sufficed to cure him of all desire for another. The house's bare appearance moved one observer to criticize its almost unbecoming absence of taste and refinement. Lincoln avoided this house as much as possible because, according to William Herndon, his home was hell, and absence from home was his heaven. So much did he enjoy life on the circuit each spring and fall that he rejected a job offer from a Chicago firm that paid much more than he could earn in Springfield. Rather than return home on weekends like the other circuit riders, he stayed over in the little county seats by himself, even though, as one of them put it, nothing could be duller than remaining on the Sabbath in a county inn of that time after adjournment of court. Good cheer had expended its force during court week, and blank dullness succeeded. Nevertheless, Lincoln would entertain the few lingering roustabouts of the barroom with as great zest, apparently, as he had previously entertained the court and bar, and then would hitch up his horse and, solitary and alone, ride off to the next term in course. David Davis and the other attorneys soon learned to account for his strange disinclination to go home. Lincoln never had much to say about home, and, Davis recalled, we never felt free to comment on it. Most of us had pleasant, inviting homes, and as we struck out for them, I'm sure each one of us down in our hearts had a mingled feeling of pity and sympathy for him. To Davis and others, it was obvious that Lincoln was not domestically happy. Herndon remembered that while all other lawyers, every Saturday night after court hours, would start for home to see wife and babies, Lincoln would see us start home and know that we were bound to see good wife and the children. Lincoln, poor soul, would grow terribly sad at the sight, as much as to say, I have no wife and no home. None of us on starting home would say to Lincoln, Come, Lincoln, let's go home, for we knew the terrors of home to him. In addition to being the only lawyer on the circuit to avoid his home on the weekends, Lincoln was one of the few who attended every circuit court. In 1860, his good friend Leonard Swett asserted that for perhaps 5 years Lincoln and myself have been the only lawyers who have habitually passed over the whole circuit. Unlike David Davis, Richard Yates, and other attorneys and politicians who wrote home regularly, Lincoln seldom corresponded with his wife. Herndon said his partner hated to write letters. Nor did she write often to him. In 1850, Davis reported that Lincoln had not received word from Mary since he left Springfield 7 weeks earlier. 2 years thereafter, Davis said that Lincoln, while on the circuit, had not heard from home in 6 weeks. Adeline Rossiter Judd, wife of Norman B. Judd, once asked Lincoln, then traveling the circuit, about his spouse. When he replied that he had received no word from her since he had started out 3 weeks earlier, Mrs. Judd rhetorically asked, But, Mr. Lincoln, aren't you married? No, he protested. If there was anything the matter, Mary would write. Mrs. Judd, who received letters from her husband every day when they were separated, was dumbfounded. The tone of the few surviving letters between the Lincolns is notably cool compared to the loving warmth expressed by other couples in their circle. The Judds, the Lyman Trumbulls, the David Davises, the Jesse W. Fells, the Richard Yateses, the John M. Palmers, the Stephen T. Logans, the Joseph Duncans, the Orville H. Brownings, and the John Todd Stewarts. Trumbull wrote to his beloved spouse every other day when they were apart. Palmer told his mate, Men are charged with indifference to their wives, and perhaps it is true of many, but I declare to you that all my thoughts and feelings and love is far more ardent toward you than they were on the night when I first called you my own dear wife. Richard Yates told his wife, Catty, I am desperately in love with you. When away from his Dearest Eliza, Orville H. Browning wrote her twice weekly. In 1844 he declared to her, Oh, how I wish you were with me. No man on earth owes more to the devotion of a wife, and I hope God will give me the means to repay it in kindness and affection. His letters from the circuit contained what she called such beautiful poetry, such sighing and loving, dearing, and all that kind of thing. Writing from Washington in 1841, Jesse W. Fell exclaimed to his wife, How often, and with what absorbing interest have I thought of thee since we parted? How frequently have I wandered in imagination to the far, far west, and then fancied myself one of a little group, with my wife and boy by my side. How often, and how fondly have I wished that my person could keep pace with my imagination, that I could again behold you, that I could once more be surrounded by those objects, the nearest and dearest in life, my wife and boy. In 1860, David Davis assured his spouse that all the honors of the world pale before my undying love for you. Nothing of this sort appears in Lincoln's letters to his wife. Those letters, among other things, cast doubt on Mary Lincoln's claim that my darling husband worshipped me so greatly that often he said that I was his weakness. Lincoln's habit of staying away from home began early in the marriage. In the first year, when Mary was pregnant, he was gone nearly 10 weeks. David Davis's wife was a little critical of Lincoln, whom she adored, for staying out on the circuit when Mary was expecting. Although he suffered from homesickness while on the circuit in early 1843, as the years went by he remained away more and more, until finally he was absent from Springfield for more than 4 months a year. In 1854, David Davis said that Mr. Lincoln is so much engaged here on the circuit that he will not find time to go home, so that before he gets home again he will have been absent 6 weeks. Robert Todd Lincoln recalled that during his childhood and early youth, his father was almost constantly away from home. In 1858, Lincoln wrote that, "I am away from home perhaps more than half my time." 2 years later, a Springfield minister informed a colleague that Lincoln was frequently absent on the Sabbath because, for the last 3 or 4 years, he has been away from home much of the time and engaged in very exhausting labors. Even when not on the road, Lincoln rarely passed the evening at his house. According to Herndon, he frequently left home between 7 and 8 a.m. and returned at midnight, or even later. To a neighbor, Mrs. Lincoln complained that if her husband had stayed at home as he ought to, that she could love him better. If their separations were painful to her, it is hard to understand why she regularly absented herself from Washington during Lincoln's term in Congress, from 1847 to 1849, and during his presidency, when she left him for months at a time. Presidential politicking. In 1844, Lincoln campaigned passionately for the Whig presidential standard-bearer, Henry Clay, whom he said he almost worshipped. Lincoln could easily identify with Clay, for, as he observed at Clay's death in 1852, the Kentucky statesman had, like Lincoln, been born to undistinguished parents in an obscure district, had only a comparatively limited formal education, and added something to his education during the greater part of his whole life. His political philosophy, as Lincoln interpreted it, reflected Lincoln's own views. Clay's eloquence, Lincoln thought, manifested itself not in elegant arrangement of words and sentences, but rather, like Lincoln's, in a deeply earnest and impassioned tone and manner, which can proceed only from great sincerity and a thorough conviction. Like Lincoln, Clay believed that the world's best hope depended on the continued union of these states. Like Lincoln, Clay loved his country partly because it was his own country, but mostly because it was a free country, and burned with a zeal for its advancement, prosperity, and glory, because he saw in such the advancement, prosperity, and glory of human liberty, human right, and human nature. Like Lincoln, Clay desired the prosperity of his countrymen partly because they were his countrymen, but chiefly to show the world that free men could be prosperous. Like Lincoln, Clay was in principle and feeling opposed to slavery. Few other eulogists of Clay mentioned his anti-slavery views. Whigs entertained high hopes for Clay's success in 1844. A Baltimorean reported as early as February that the enthusiasm of 1840 is returning. The Whigs look forward to the approaching contest, for they had faith in the justness of their cause, and in its righteousness read their claim to certain success. Throughout the campaign, Lincoln and his fellow Whigs concentrated on the tariff issue, while Democrats focused on expansionism in Texas and Oregon. The tariff of 1842, the chief accomplishment of the Whig-dominated 27th Congress, had been designed to restore prosperity, encourage foreign investment, improve the balance of trade, and enhance government revenues. Because most of these goals had been achieved, Whigs decided to emphasize the tariff issue in the presidential campaign. In May, Lincoln did speak once about Texas, endorsing the Whig argument that annexation at this time upon the terms agreed upon by John Tyler was altogether inexpedient. During the winter of 1843 to 1844, Lincoln joined Edward D. Baker, Stephen T. Logan, and John Todd Stewart, speaking nightly throughout Sangamon County. Such extensive campaigning was necessary. As David Davis explained to his brother-in-law in Massachusetts, Illinoisans get their information by public speaking, and it is well that they do. Otherwise, they would have none, for newspaper taking is not a trait in Western character. Several times during the spring, Lincoln debated John Calhoun, the Democratic congressional nominee in the 7th District. Lincoln called Calhoun the ablest Democrat in the state, and insisted that Calhoun gave him more trouble in his debates than Douglas ever did, because he was more captivating in his manner and a more learned man. David Davis described Calhoun as a social, companionable man, wholly destitute of moral principle and reckless in pecuniary matters, of talents of a high order. In late March, Lincoln and Calhoun held a protracted debate at Springfield, during which Lincoln proved conclusively that the English are now flooding this country with tracts and money to break down the present Whig tariff of 1842. Calhoun, who was fair and courteous, complained that the tariff did not tax silk and wool high enough, and that it was done to benefit the rich to the injury of the poor man. James Gorley, who heard that debate, said Calhoun was an able man, no mistake, one of the ablest men that ever did stump speeches in Illinois. He came nearer of whipping Lincoln in debate than Douglas did. John B. Weber, who also attended the debate in Springfield, marveled at the way Lincoln used to stagger me with his tariff speeches. He so arranged his facts, his arguments, his logic, that it approached me from such a peculiar angle that they struck me forcibly. In Tazewell County, where neither Whigs nor Democrats showed much excitement, the audience listened to the two men calmly and quietly, for they were determined to decide this contest as they honestly believed it should be decided, upon the measures, acts, and principles of the two parties. In April, a partisan Democratic observer said that Lincoln presented all the stereotyped slanders upon Mr. Van Buren, which were ably and successfully rebutted and exposed by Mr. Calhoun in the course of the recent discussion. Milton Hay believed that debating with Calhoun advanced Lincoln's political education. During the 1830s and 1840s, Calhoun was the best intellect on the Democratic side, and though he lacked Stephen A. Douglas's oratorical power, he surpassed the little giant in elucidating the issues logically. Calhoun was especially talented at informal discussions, just the sort of debate in which he and Lincoln often clashed. Like Lincoln, he could fairly state his opponent's side of the question, and argue with fairness and preserve his temper. Better educated than Lincoln, Calhoun had devoted himself single-mindedly to the study of politics. Frequent contact and conflict with such an opponent, Hay speculated, habituated the sententious, precise, and guarded statement of political propositions for which Mr. Lincoln became so remarkable. In the spring and fall, Lincoln stumped Illinois, often with Calhoun as a sparring partner. When not debating face-to-face, one of them would speak and the other would do so the next day at the same location. An admiring Jesse W. Fell recalled that in these elaborate speeches, Lincoln evinced a thorough mastery of the principles of political economy which underlie the tariff question, and presented arguments in favor of the protective policy with a power and conclusiveness rarely equaled, and at the same time in a manner so lucid and familiar and so well interspersed with happy illustrations and apposite anecdotes as to secure the delighted attention of his auditory. Contemporary press summaries of Lincoln's oratory are sketchy, but evidence supports David Davis's 1844 assertion that Lincoln was the best stump speaker in the state. He shows the want of early education, Davis acknowledged, but he has great powers as a speaker. In February, Lincoln defended national and state banks in addition to the tariff. On March 1st, he tried to persuade farmers in Sugar Creek that a high protective tariff made everything they bought cheaper. In mid-March, he and Edward D. Baker debated Calhoun and Alfred W. Caverly in Jacksonville. Later that month, at a debate with those two Democrats in Springfield, he promised to forfeit his ears and his legs if he did not demonstrate that protected articles have been cheaper since the late tariff of 1842 than before. On April 6th, Lincoln spoke for 2 hours at the Clay Club of Peoria. Calhoun replied a week later. After the Democratic leader's 4-hour speech, Lincoln reportedly overwhelmed Calhoun and his friends by his argument, ridicule, and good-natured sarcasm. In that city 2 months later, Lincoln delivered a pro-tariff speech to the Whig State Convention. Initially, he made a poor impression, fumbling for the right words and speaking in a tremulous voice. But he grew more confident as he went along. As one auditor recalled, he straightened up, his countenance brightened, his language became free and animated, as, during this time, he had illustrated his arguments by 2 or 3 well-told stories. Eventually he became eloquent, carrying the swaying crowd to his will with his closeness and soundness of logic, his numerous facts, and his elaborate and powerful arguments. That summer in Peoria, Lincoln debated William L. May, who insisted that Lincoln not refer to May's erratic political history. May had been a Whig in his native Kentucky, switched to the Democratic Party when he moved to Illinois, and then resumed his Whig loyalty, only to return to the Democrats in 1844. President Jackson appointed him receiver of public moneys for the United States Land Office in Springfield. In 1841, he became mayor of that city. Poking fun at the Whigs' tall Liberty Pole, which had a decayed section that was replaced, May ridiculed the whole concern, declaring that the pole was hollow at the butt end. Lincoln replied that the hollow spot was where the colonel had crawled out of the Whig Party. He proposed to stop up the hole so that he couldn't get back in again. The audience howled at the jest and laughed even harder when May lost his composure and fell to cursing like a very drab. May threatened to resort to the code duello, but calmed down when Lincoln apologized, saying that he was in the predicament of the fellow who knocked his daddy down, and explained his ungracious conduct by the remark that the old man stood so fair he had to hit him. Because, as Lincoln explained in 1860, it was not fashionable here in Illinois in those days, the 1840s, to report one's public speeches, it is hard to know precisely what facts and arguments he used in his Whig campaign addresses. But a revealing article in the Sangamo Journal by one Lancaster, probably a Lincoln pseudonym, may shed light on his thinking. Protective tariffs did not unfairly burden the poor farmer, Lancaster argued, because all manufactured articles were sold as low, and many lower after the enactment of the 1842 tariff, than they were before. Prices stayed down because manufacturers were encouraged to start their factories believing they could find a sale for their goods, and the increased number of firms heightened competition, thus preventing any extortion in prices. Lancaster insisted that these facts prove that our revenue is paid entirely by the foreign manufacturers, except perhaps occasionally some of our fops and dandies may be inclined to show off with a London coat, a Paris pair of boots, or ornate his table with a set of English knives and forks, or his parlor with an European carpet. Echoing Lincoln's 1843 Whig Party circular, Lancaster noted that farmers and workingmen did not indulge in those luxuries. American manufacturers can furnish an article good enough for us, and if our office holders want to ape the Paris or London fashions and are willing to give their custom to the foreign manufacturer and pay the duty themselves, it is certainly democratic to grant them the liberty. American manufacturers of broadcloth would benefit from a 35% tariff, but farmers would also benefit from that protection, for the manufacturers paid for wool and lard oil, which the farmers produced, and paid wages to workers, who spent 3/4 of their income on goods produced by farmers. Lancaster concluded that an examination into the business of cotton goods, boots, shoes, cordage, iron, lead, and in fact most all articles coming under the denomination of manufacturers, will exhibit the fact that 9/10 of all the protection goes indirectly into the pocket of the farmer. The rising tide of immigration was beginning to roil parts of the country in 1844, foreshadowing the growth of the nativist movement that would peak a decade later. When Democrats tried to blame the Whigs for bloody anti-Catholic riots in Philadelphia, Lincoln and his party forcefully denied that there was any hostility of the Whig Party, in general, of foreigners and Catholics. At a Springfield public meeting in June, the Whigs adopted resolutions presented by Lincoln condemning the riots and asserting that, in admitting the foreigner to the rights of citizenship, he should be put to some reasonable test of his fidelity to our country and institutions, and that he should first dwell among us a reasonable time to become generally acquainted with the nature of those institutions, and that, consistent with those requisites, naturalization laws should be so framed as to render admission to citizenship under them as convenient, cheap, and expeditious as possible. Moreover, we will now, and at all times, oppose as best we may all attempts to either destroy the naturalization laws or to so alter them as to render admission under them less convenient, less cheap, or less expeditious than it now is. In addition, they resolved that the guarantee of the rights of conscience, as found in our Constitution, is most sacred and inviolable, and one that belongs no less to the Catholic than to the Protestant, and that all attempts to abridge or interfere with these rights, either of Catholic or Protestant, directly or indirectly, have our decided disapprobation, and shall ever have our most effective opposition. At this meeting, Lincoln gave a speech in which he expressed the kindest and most benevolent feelings towards foreigners, and alleged that the Whigs were as much the friends of foreigners as Democrats. A Democratic paper chided him for stating that the Catholics demanded the exclusion of the Bible from the public schools, when in fact all they wanted was the privilege of introducing and using their own translation. Ebenezer Peck responded by summoning a Democratic meeting at which, according to a Whig account, he presented statements, declarations, and, as he said, quotations, which, the evening after, were proved to be falsehoods and forgeries by Mr. Lincoln. In the 1850s, Lincoln would once again denounce xenophobia and religious bigotry. By October, Lincoln acknowledged that Clay would probably lose Illinois. In August, the Democrats had won substantial majorities in the General Assembly, and the state's Whig press conceded victory to the Democratic presidential nominee, James K. Polk. So Lincoln crossed the Wabash River and spoke several times in southwestern Indiana. At Bruceville, Democrats disrupted his meeting, but, nothing daunted, Lincoln waited for the uproar to subside, then finished his speech. After hearing Lincoln's address in Rockport, his former employer, William Jones, admiringly reported that Lincoln knows what he is talking about. He makes his arguments as plain as the nose on your face. You can't miss the point. They are as outstanding as his jokes are funny. James C. Veitch remarked that Lincoln's plain, argumentative tariff speech did honor to himself and the Whig cause. Later, Veitch recalled that, once again, Lincoln had begun poorly. His appearance was awkward, his voice high and squeaky, and he had none of that extreme dignity which clothed the state orators I had heard. But soon Veitch was struck by his manner of statement, as he discussed the shop-worn tariff issue, placing things in a new light, so that dry facts became interesting. Veitch reported that by the time Lincoln finished, it was the most remarkable speech that I had ever heard. Veitch would play a key role in helping Lincoln win the Republican nomination for the presidency 16 years later. That November, Clay received only 105 electoral votes, to Polk's 170. Polk won 49.6% of the popular votes, to Clay's 48.1%. In Illinois, where enthusiasm for the annexation of Texas and for the American claim to all of the Oregon Territory was especially strong, The expansionist Polk swamped Clay, 54 to 42%. Lincoln was not only disappointed but disgusted, and regarded Clay's defeat as a great public calamity and a keen personal sorrow. Other Illinois Whig leaders reacted similarly. David Davis declared, "Clay's defeat has weaned me from politics. I shall quit the legislature and attend to my own private business. There is precious little use for any Whig in Illinois to be wasting his time and efforts. This state cannot be redeemed. I should as lieve think of seeing one rise from the dead." Along with many of his party colleagues, Lincoln blamed the outcome on New York anti-slavery Whigs, who had voted for the Liberty Party candidate James G. Birney, thus ensuring that Polk would carry the Empire State, and with it the nation. In New York, Birney received 15,814 votes, constituting 1.05% of the total. Had one-third of Birney's votes gone to Clay, the Kentuckian would have won. In 1845, Lincoln told a Liberty Party supporter that if the Whig abolitionists of New York had voted with us last fall, Mr. Clay would now be president, Whig principles in the ascendant, and Texas not annexed. Whereas by the division of the Liberty and Whig forces, all that either had at stake in the contest was lost. An anti-slavery Whig had declared to Lincoln that he would not vote for the slaveholder Clay, because people of conscience are not to do evil that good may come. Plaintively, Lincoln asked, "If by your votes you could have prevented the extension, etc., of slavery, would it not have been good and not evil so to have used your votes, even though it involved the casting of them for a slaveholder? By the fruit the tree is to be known. An evil tree cannot bring forth good fruit. If the fruit of electing Mr. Clay would have been to prevent the extension of slavery, could the act of electing have been evil?" Lincoln's analysis of the Liberty Party's role in the 1844 election, accurate as far as it went, was somewhat misleading. The anti-slavery Whigs of New York objected to Clay's wavering on the annexation of Texas, which he had opposed in April. 4 months later he seemed to recant. His waffling probably cost him New York, but it may well have gained him Tennessee, where he prevailed by a scant 267 votes. If he had won New York at the cost of losing Tennessee, Clay would still have been defeated. The most important element in Polk's victory was the dramatic increase in the Democratic vote between 1840 and 1844, largely attributable to enthusiasm for the annexation of Texas among Southerners and Westerners, and to disaffection with Whiggery among Northern Catholics and immigrants who resented the party's flirtation with nativists, like the American Republicans, also known as the Native Americans, and its choice of the militantly Protestant Theodore Frelinghuysen as Clay's running mate. Third law practice. A month after the election, Lincoln amicably ended his partnership with Stephen T. Logan, who wanted to take into the firm his 20-year-old son David, recently admitted to the bar. Political considerations may also have played a role, for Logan aspired to Congress and hesitated to run as long as he was still in partnership with Lincoln. John W. Bunn believed that the two men disagreed over fees and the proper way to deal with cases. Logan, said Bunn, was very keen after the money, while Mr. Lincoln didn't seem to care for money at all. To replace Logan, Lincoln selected an inexperienced, erratic, impulsive attorney nearly 10 years his junior, William H. Herndon. Years later, Herndon described himself in 1844 as a young, undisciplined, uneducated wild man. During an election campaign, Lincoln spotted him in Springfield urging a crowd of young men to vote for Whig candidates. By that time, Herndon had come to hate the Democrats' pro-slavery inclinations. Lincoln halted, called Herndon over, asked his name, and said, "So, you are a good Whig, eh? How would you like to study law with me?" Thereafter, Lincoln regularly discussed politics with Herndon, and took him into the Logan Lincoln Law Office to prepare for the bar. After a year and a half, Lincoln went a step further, asking his apprentice, "Billy, do you want to enter into partnership with me in the law business?" Herndon, who thought Lincoln was joking, replied, "Mr. Lincoln, this is something unexpected by me. It is an undeserved honor, and yet I say I will gladly and thankfully accept the kind and generous offer." He then broke down crying, for, as he later said, "I thought I was in heaven." This curious choice puzzled Lincoln's friends and biographers, and even Herndon himself. Asked why Lincoln chose him, Herndon replied, "I don't know, and no one else does." Residents of Springfield offered several different explanations. According to John W. Bunn, either John Todd Stewart or Joshua Speed had recommended Herndon to Lincoln, who accepted the suggestion largely out of pity for the young man. Herndon's pro-slavery father, Archer G. Herndon, enraged by the anti-slavery enthusiasm his son had acquired at Illinois College, withdrew him from school and, for all intents and purposes, abandoned him. Another Springfielder reported that Lincoln took Herndon as a partner to save him from ruin, drink, and women. That hypothesis seems confirmed by Herndon's acknowledgment that Lincoln picked me out of the gutter and made a man of me. I was a drunkard till he took me in hand and kept me straight. Lincoln's sense of pity may have been aroused by Herndon's relative poverty and by the shabby treatment he had suffered at the hands of his father, conditions to which Lincoln could easily relate. He may also have chosen Herndon because, unlike Logan or Stewart, the younger man would not be a political rival. Lincoln viewed Herndon as a surrogate son, a role for which the young man was well suited. Lincoln, Herndon said, was truly paternal in every sense of the word, and was the best friend I ever had, or expect ever to have except my wife and mother. Estranged from his hard-drinking, pro-slavery sire, Herndon went to live at the Springfield store of Joshua Speed, where Lincoln also roomed. In time, Herndon became a temperance zealot, perhaps as a gesture of rebellion against his father. Later, he spoke of Lincoln as though he were a surrogate father, calling him the great big man of our firm, and himself the little one, and remarking that the little one looked naturally up to the big one. Herndon recalled that Lincoln moved me by a shrug of the shoulder, by a nod of the head, by a flash of the eye, and by the quiver of the whole man. Lincoln looked after Herndon as if he were his own son. Once, when the junior partner lay ill for 3 months, some of Lincoln's friends urged him to end the partnership. Lincoln exclaimed vehemently, "Desert Billy? No, never. If he is sick all the rest of his days, I will stand by him." Herndon, perhaps recalling this episode, said that at one point he had become so dissipated that some of Lincoln's friends thought proper to advise a separation. But Lincoln, with great dignity, declined their counsel, and the manner of the act so moved Herndon as to sober him and endear him to Lincoln forever. Lincoln stood by Herndon for 16 years, dividing fees equally with him. Only after the election of 1860 did the partnership end. The firm of Lincoln and Herndon would handle approximately 3,400 cases, of which half involved debt collection, and would argue on average 15 cases annually before the Illinois Supreme Court. At first, Herndon was, as he later recalled, inclined to lawyers' tricks, false pleas, and so on. Lincoln strictly forbade it. Election to Congress. Lincoln quietly launched a campaign for the 1846 congressional nomination 8 months before the district convention was to assemble. On the circuit, he had been practicing law in 5 of the district's counties: Sangamon, Logan, Menard, Tazewell, and Woodford, which together would have 16 delegates at the nominating convention to be held at Petersburg on May 1st. Lincoln counted on the 11 votes of Menard, Sangamon, and Logan, where he was especially well known and popular. If he could then add the 6 delegates from the district represented by Senator Robert S. Bowell, comprising Tazewell, Woodford, and Marshall counties, he would have a majority. In the autumn of 1845, while in Lacon, he called on Bowell, who said it had always been his understanding since the Pekin Convention that Lincoln would be the nominee in 1846. If Baker and Hardin would abide by the Pekin Understanding of 1843, Lincoln seemed to have the nomination sewed up. In keeping with its terms, Hardin had stepped down in 1844 in favor of Baker, who won the seat. But Hardin was not so accommodating in 1846. Despite the Pekin Agreement, he intended to run for Congress once again. In September 1845, Lincoln called at his home in Jacksonville, where he reported Baker's plans and asked about Hardin's. Hardin equivocated. 2 months later, Lincoln reported that Baker is certainly off the track, and I fear Hardin intends to be on it. To preempt Hardin, who delayed announcing his candidacy, Lincoln obtained pledges from Whigs as he traveled the legal circuit that fall. He also urged leading Whig editors not to support Hardin. In response, the Tazewell Whig of Pekin, the Beardstown Gazette, the Illinois Gazette of Lincoln, and the Sangamo Journal backed Lincoln's candidacy. In the 7th District, only one Whig paper, the Morgan Journal, in Hardin's hometown of Jacksonville, was opposed. When some Whig leaders urged Hardin to seek the gubernatorial nomination instead, he replied that he would prefer another term in Congress to the governorship, though he would not actively campaign for it. When Hardin accused Allen Ford, editor of the Illinois Gazette of Lincoln, of trying to sidetrack his bid for Congress by raising the gubernatorial option, Ford explained that he would gladly see him re-elected to the U.S. House, were it not that the impression has prevailed that Hardin had, in keeping with the Pekin Agreement, yielded to Baker in 1844 and would do the same for Lincoln in 1846. In response to a similar charge by Hardin, Lincoln denied it, pointing out that he had gone to the office of the Sangamo Journal and told them it was my wish that they should not fall in with the nomination for governor. Hardin was reluctant to run for governor because no Whig stood much chance of winning statewide office in solidly Democratic Illinois. As Lincoln maneuvered for the congressional nomination, his political correspondence became so heavy that he enlisted the help of Gibson W. Harris, an aspiring law student clerking in the Lincoln-Herndon office. To Harris, Lincoln dictated letters to politicos throughout the district. When the young man suggested using a printed circular letter, Lincoln demurred, contending that such a document would not have nearly the same effect. A written one had the stamp of personality, was more flattering to the recipient, and would tell altogether more in assuring his goodwill, if not his support. So Harris spent many days laboriously writing out more letters, each custom-tailored to the recipient. In February, Lincoln did some politicking throughout the northern half of the district. Among the counties he targeted was Putnam, where hostility to slavery was strong, thanks in part to the efforts of the noted abolitionist Benjamin Lundy, who had settled there in 1838 and published his newspaper, The Genius of Universal Emancipation. When two Free Soilers, Thomas Alsop and Franklin King, asked Lincoln about slavery, they were, as King recalled, so well pleased with what he said on the subject that we advised that our anti-slavery friends throughout the district should cast their vote for Mr. Lincoln, which was generally done. It is not known what Lincoln told them, but in October 1845 he had written an Ohio anti-slavery leader that he opposed the expansion of the peculiar institution into the Western territories. We should never knowingly lend ourselves, directly or indirectly, to prevent that slavery from dying a natural death, to find new places for it to live in when it can no longer exist in the old. King, Alsop, and their friends significantly helped Lincoln win the district. Once in Congress, Lincoln had King's brother appointed Register of the Springfield Land Office, much to the dismay of William Butler and some other Whigs. The Liberty Party's congressional candidate, Elihu Walcott, won only 2% of the vote in 1846. Lincoln effectively argued that the Pekin Understanding should be interpreted to mean that Hardin should not be nominated because he had already served his term in Congress. On January 7, 1846, Lincoln explained to Dr. Robert S. Bowell that he would gladly have given way to Hardin if neither of them had been in Congress, or if they both had been. But to yield to Hardin under present circumstances seems to me as nothing else than yielding to one who would gladly sacrifice me altogether. Lincoln declared that turnabout is fair play, and asked for a fair shake. Bowell agreed, and when Hardin tried to enlist his support, the good doctor replied that while he admired and liked the former congressman, "I do not see how we can avoid adopting the maxim that turnabout is fair play, so far as the 7th District at least is concerned, and whether right or wrong, this is my only reason for favoring the pretensions of Mr. Lincoln." Similarly, the Tazewell Whig, edited by Benjamin F. James, chairman of the Whig District Central Committee, declared in December 1845, "We unhesitatingly say that the motto of turnabout is fair play should be recognized in the future nomination for representative." The following February, James's paper said, "We conceive it due to Mr. Lincoln that the people of this district should pay a substantial tribute to his worth, energy, and patriotic exertions in behalf of Whig principles." This fair play argument prevailed. Ira J. Fenn, a resident of Lincoln, informed Hardin that some of Lincoln's backers are endeavoring to impress upon the mind of the people that it is Lincoln's right to have the office next term, because the doctrine of taking turns was established by the Pekin Convention, that it has so far been acted on, that it is now Lincoln's turn, that Hardin has had his turn, that it is due to Lincoln on account of his great services to the Whig party, on account of his talent and worth, that he is poor and Hardin is rich, that this is the only Whig district, in short, that this is the only crumb that a Whig politician can obtain to the state, and that no one deserves it more than Lincoln. Though Fenn himself rejected the rotation in office principle, he told Hardin, "I shall not be surprised if the new doctrine should get a pretty good hold of the public mind. Its preachers make it appear plausible." On January 12th, P. N. Thompson of Pekin reported to Hardin that Lincoln had assiduously gathered pledges from prominent Whigs, and that nobody supposed here, until your letter was published, that you had any desire to again represent us in Congress. Although Hardin might have made headway against Lincoln because of all his ardent friends, Thompson said that now the dominant sentiment was, "Hardin was a good fellow and did us and himself great credit and honor by his course in Congress. Lincoln is also a good fellow and has worked hard and faithfully for the party. If he desires to go to Congress, let him go this time. Turnabout is fair play." This latter remark I hear made in the store daily. Thomas also noted that Lincoln's exhaustive travels on the circuit made him very widely known, and from this fact would have an advantage over you. The following month, John H. Morrison of Tremont told Hardin that Lincoln spins a good yarn, is what we call a clever fellow, has mixed much with our citizens, and has done much in sustaining Whig principles in Illinois, and our people think that it is Abraham's turn now. Discouraged by such reports, Hardin tried to sow animosity between Lincoln and Baker by misrepresenting to each man what the other had said. In the autumn of 1845, Baker called on Hardin, who alleged that Lincoln had reported that Baker would not seek the nomination at all. This was in fact not what Baker had told Lincoln, nor was it what Lincoln reported to Hardin. Baker had promised not to oppose Lincoln, but said he would resist any attempt by Hardin to seek another term. There was so much hostility between Hardin and Baker that in February 1846, when Hardin volunteered his services to the military, he did so through Stephen A. Douglas rather than Baker. "For," he told Douglas, "the manner in which Baker has recently acted towards me in endeavoring to prevent my renomination to Congress would prevent me from making the request of him." Angered by Lincoln's purported statement to Hardin, Baker wrote Lincoln urging him to drop out of the race. Similarly, Hardin managed to hurt Lincoln's relations with Baker by alleging that Baker informed him that Lincoln could defeat Hardin, but that Baker could not. Eventually, Lincoln persuaded Baker that Hardin had erred in summarizing his remarks. Baker withdrew after Lincoln expressed reluctance to abandon his dream of a congressional seat. Desperate to counter the turnabout is fair play argument, Hardin proposed that the convention system be scrapped in favor of a preferential primary election. Lincoln, sensing that the movement is intended to injure me, urged Whig editors to make strong ground for the old system, under which Hardin and Baker were nominated. On January 19, 1846, Lincoln calmly and firmly told Hardin that the primary scheme was unfair. "I have always been in the habit of acceding to almost any proposal that a friend would make, and I am truly sorry I cannot in this." He tactfully declared his satisfaction with the old system under which such good men as Baker and Hardin have triumphed. In reply, Hardin denounced the convention system as anti-Republican, criticized Lincoln for trying to derail his congressional candidacy by having him nominated for governor, and belittled the Pekin Agreement for its assumption that the district is a horse which each candidate may mount and ride a 2-mile heat without consulting any body but the grooms and jockeys. He implied that he had never agreed to the Pekin Compromise in the first place. Hardin's contention seemed disingenuous, for he announced shortly after winning the congressional race in 1843 that he would not seek re-election. In 1844 he kept his word and did not challenge Baker for the nomination. Refusing to be provoked, Lincoln, on February 7th, gently criticized Hardin's assumption that the district is a horse, which the first jockey that can mount him may whip and spur round and round, till jockey or horse or both fall dead on the track. He insisted that his qualifications for the congressional seat were substantial. "If I am not, in services done the party and in capacity to serve in future, near enough your equal, when added to the fact of your having had a turn to entitle me to the nomination, I scorn it on any and all other grounds." Lincoln concluded with a mild protest. "After, by way of imputations upon me, you have used the term management, maneuvering, and combination quite freely, you in your closing paragraph say, 'For it is mortifying to discover that those with whom I have long acted, and from whom I expected a different course, have considered it all fair to prevent my nomination to Congress.' Feeling as I do the utter injustice of these imputations, it is somewhat difficult to be patient under them. Yet I content myself with saying that if there is cause for mortification anywhere, it is in the readiness with which you believe and make such charges against one with whom you truly say you have long acted, and in whose conduct you have heretofore marked nothing as dishonorable. I believe you do not mean to be unjust or ungenerous, and I therefore am slow to believe that you will not yet think better and think differently of this matter." Though nettled by Hardin's failure to abide by the Pekin Accord, Lincoln insisted that nothing be said against him. When Gibson Harris proposed that he respond in kind to Hardin's tactics, Lincoln said, "Gibson, I want to be nominated. I should very much like to go to Congress, but unless I can get there by fair means, I shall not go. If it depends on some other course, I will stay at home." Lincoln's scrupulousness was followed by his supporters in the press, including the Sangamo Journal, which later explained that "we cautiously avoided saying anything in our paper that might touch the feelings of either party." One H. protested in the Tazewell Whig that the friends of Messrs. Lincoln and Baker have a right to complain of a want of good faith on the part of Mr. Hardin and his friends. And Allen N. Ford emphatically denied Hardin's interpretation of the Pekin Convention resolution. If the principle of rotation in office is not only recognized in that resolution, passed in Pekin in 1843, but by General H. himself, then we confess our incapacity to comprehend the import of language or action. On January 31st, the Whigs of Athens named Lincoln as their choice for Congress. 2 weeks later, on the eve of other precinct meetings, Hardin, despairing of his prospects, withdrew from the race. He had failed to act as promptly and work as energetically as had Lincoln. Hardin's announcement bluntly addressed the Pekin Convention agreement. "I deem it an act of justice to myself to state that this report, that he had agreed to step aside after one term and let Baker and Lincoln have their turns, is utterly without foundation. I never made any bargain, or had any understanding directly or indirectly with Mr. Baker, or any other person, respecting either the last or any future canvass for Congress. Neither Mr. Baker or any other voter of the district knew I would not be a candidate for re-election until I stated that fact publicly after my election." Along with his withdrawal statement, Hardin revealed his scheme for a preferential primary to replace the convention, but he did not provide a copy of Lincoln's reply. As this statement indicates, there is some doubt about the exact terms of the Pekin understanding. Stephen T. Logan thought that there was no agreement, no understanding between Hardin, Baker, Lincoln, and Logan about rotation in office. But James H. Matheny testified that though there may have been no formal pact, there was a kind of implied understanding that Hardin, Baker, Lincoln should rotate in Congress. Whatever the case might have been, in 1846, many 7th District Whigs believed that there had been an agreement of some sort whereby Hardin would serve one term in Congress, then Baker, then Lincoln. As the Sangamo Journal observed, Hardin's contention is strictly true, but the doings of the Pekin Convention did seem to point that way, and the general's voluntary declination as to the canvass of '44 was, by many, construed into an acquiescence on his part. These things had led many of his most devoted friends to not expect him to be a candidate at this time. Though bitter, Hardin graciously refused to run as an independent candidate, or otherwise injure Lincoln's chances. He publicly declared that, "If I had cause for personal complaint, I would rather suffer real or supposed wrong than by the means of producing dissension amongst my political friends." Lincoln, fearful of Whig defections, did his best to salve the wounded feelings of Hardin and his followers. By May 1st, when the Whig District Convention assembled in Petersburg, Lincoln's nomination was a foregone conclusion. Lincoln may well have feared that Hardin might thwart his future aspirations. David Davis, for one, believed Hardin could have controlled the politics and the affairs of the state. In 1847, however, Hardin was killed in the Mexican War, thus clearing the political field for Lincoln. Baker, who could also have posed a threat to Lincoln's political future, moved to Galena, Illinois in 1848, and soon thereafter to California. In late May, the Democrats of the 7th District nominated the well-known Methodist circuit-riding preacher Peter Cartwright to run against Lincoln. Earlier, when it seemed that John Calhoun might be the Democratic candidate, articles in the Sangamo Journal attacked Calhoun fiercely. The editor of the Illinois State Register accused Lincoln of penning those bitter, unjust, and malignant pieces. Almost a quarter-century older than Lincoln, the colorful, energetic, ambitious Cartwright was an imposing man and a formidable foe. He was approximately 6 feet tall, strongly built, with a head of curly black hair above a round, clean-shaven face, and piercing eyes. A contemporary said his countenance could blaze with mirth, flash with contempt, frown with wrath, or darken with defiance. His intellectual faculties corresponded with his superb physical organism, and his perceptions were quick, clear, and usually correct. But giving intensity to his entire being was that indomitable energy characterizing those born to rule, and securing to such a recognition of their position as leaders. Around his home near Pleasant Plains, The combative Cartwright was known as something of a bully. T.G. Onstott, a friend of the preacher, reported that he was warlike, and much like a boy with a chip on his shoulder. But he had winning qualities too, Onstott recalled, among them great conversational powers, coupled with keen wit. A man of great force of character, he generally carried his point as a preacher and a politician. Onstott said that Cartwright could interest a crowd as well as any man I ever knew. Little is known about the Lincoln-Cartwright campaign, for the press virtually ignored it. Herndon described it as an energetic canvass of 3 months, during which Lincoln kept his forces well in hand. He was active and alert, speaking everywhere, and abandoning his share of business in the law office entirely. James Gorley recalled that Lincoln made a speech in Petersburg against Peter Cartwright in his congressional race in 1846. He skinned Peter and Erastus Wright, the abolitionist. The only extant newspaper report of an appearance by Lincoln merely noted that, at Lakin, he gave us a good speech on the tariff. In a most logical, argumentative effort, he demonstrated the necessity of a discriminating tariff and the excellence of that adopted by the Whig Congress of 1842, and also that the consumer does not usually pay the tariff, but the manufacturer and importer. Lincoln concluded with some general observations on the Mexican War, annexation of Texas, and the Oregon question. Those observations may have resembled what Lincoln told Williamson Durley in 1845. I never was much interested in the Texas question. I never could see much good to come of annexation, inasmuch as they were already a free republican people on our own model. On the other hand, I never could very clearly see how the annexation would augment the evil of slavery. It always seemed to me that slaves would be taken there in about equal numbers, with or without annexation. But so far as the annexation of Texas might strengthen slavery, he was opposed to it. It is possibly true, to some extent, that with annexation some slaves may be sent to Texas and continued in slavery, that otherwise might have been liberated. To whatever extent this may be true, I think annexation is evil. Curiously, Lincoln ignored the objection that if Texas were admitted to the Union as a slave state, the pro-slavery forces would gain power in Congress and the Electoral College. It has been alleged that Lincoln initially supported the Mexican War in 1846, before changing his mind and criticizing it in 1847. In later years, the Illinois State Register claimed that Lincoln went through the district and at all times vowed his purpose to support a vigorous prosecution of the war. Since the Register was trying to portray Lincoln, then a candidate for higher office, as a hypocrite, its account of his 1846 campaign is suspect. Direct evidence of Lincoln's attitude toward the war is skimpy. The press reported that he, along with Governor Thomas Ford, Dr. Elias Merriman, David L. Gregg, and David B. Campbell, spoke to a group of cadets and militia members in Springfield on May 30, 1846. The brief newspaper account merely says that the speeches were in the right spirit, warm, thrilling, effective, and gave no details as to who said what. In all likelihood, Lincoln was agnostic about the war rather than a strong supporter. In January 1848, he asserted that when hostilities broke out, it was my opinion that all those who, because of knowing too little or because of knowing too much, could not conscientiously approve the conduct of the President in the beginning of it, should, nevertheless, as good citizens and patriots, remain silent on that point, at least till the war should be ended. He later opined that the principal motive for the President's decision to provoke the war was to divert public attention from the surrender of 54, 40, or fight to Great Britain on the Oregon boundary question. What Lincoln thought about the Oregon question is unknown. Democrats taunted him about his silence on the issue. In May 1846, the Illinois State Register asked, "Is Lincoln for 54-40, that is, all of the Oregon Territory, or is he for compromising away our Oregon Territory to England? This the people ought to know before they vote next August. No shuffling, Mr. Lincoln. Come out square. Albert J. Beveridge, noting that the Sangamo Journal enthusiastically supported the claim that the United States was entitled to all of the Oregon Territory, inferred that Lincoln did too, for his views and the journal's usually coincided. But in the summer of 1846, the Illinois State Register complained that while the Oregon question was pending, the journal expressed no opinion in regard to it, for the reason that it had not the courage to go with its party against the 54-40 claim of our government. Since the question has been settled, it denounces Mr. Polk for subscribing to the proposition for which every Whig senator voted. In the spring of 1845, several mass meetings about the Oregon question were held at Springfield and addressed by many leading political figures of central Illinois, but not Lincoln. Like his opponents, Stephen A. Douglas and John Calhoun, Lincoln's Whig allies, Edward D. Baker and John J. Hardin, were outspoken champions of expelling the British from the lower half of the Oregon Territory, which was jointly occupied by Great Britain and the United States. Lincoln proudly shared the views of most congressional Whigs, who urged a peaceful compromise with the British rather than the belligerent 54-40 or fight stance, favored by many Senate Democrats. Lincoln campaigned relentlessly, going around the district over and over. He spoke extensively during the 1846 campaign in Tazewell County, where Shelby Cullom's family lived. Cullom's father, Richard, drove Lincoln to his meetings throughout the county. In his stump speech, Lincoln would say, "Fellow citizens, Major Cullom has been everywhere with me and has heard this speech time and again. The only way I can deceive him with it is to go down to the other end and give it to him backward." Because of his campaigning and his extensive legal practice, Lincoln was well known throughout the district. In 1847, a Boston journalist described a stagecoach ride he shared with Lincoln from Chicago to Springfield. Once they reached the 7th Congressional District, Lincoln knew, or appeared to know, everybody we met, the name of the tenant of every farmhouse, and the owner of every plot of ground. Such a shaking of hands, such a howdy-do, such a greeting of different kinds as we saw was never seen before. It seemed as if he knew everything, and had a kind word, a smile, and a bow for everybody on the road, even to the horses, and the cattle, and the swine. Lincoln spent little money on his election. Prominent Whigs collected a $200 campaign fund, of which the candidate used less than $1. "I did not need the money," Lincoln said as he returned the balance of the cash. "I made the canvass on my own horse. My entertainment, being at the houses of friends, cost me nothing. And my only outlay was 75 cents for a barrel of cider which some farmhands insisted I should treat them to." 18 years later, Lincoln described the 1846 campaign as the least acrimonious of his political career. "It is a little singular that I, who am not a vindictive man, should have always been before the people for election in canvasses marked for their bitterness. Always but once. When I came to Congress it was a quiet time, but always besides that the contests in which I have been prominent have been marked with great rancor." The canvass, however, was not without its ugly side. Cartwright avoided meeting Lincoln in public discussion and instead launched a whispering campaign denouncing his opponent as an infidel. Robert Bowl of Lakin recollected that Cartwright sneaked through this part of the district after Lincoln and grossly misrepresented him. As a result, many pious Christian Whigs were reluctant to vote for Lincoln. Such attacks angered Lincoln. When the president of Illinois College wished him success, Lincoln replied, "I do not know. We are dealing with men that would just as soon lie as not." At Postville, where Cartwright had accused Lincoln of being a skeptic, the Whig candidate responded by reading to his audience a passage from the Illinois Constitution, stipulating that no religious test shall ever be required as a qualification to any office or public trust under this state. Lincoln then added, "Brother Cartwright may be well posted in theology, but he is not informed as to the constitution of his own state, which he has several times sworn to maintain." Lincoln decided to meet the charge of atheism head-on. On July 31st, he issued a handbill protesting that he was no open scoffer at Christianity. He acknowledged that he was not a member of any Christian church, but asserted that he had never denied the truth of the Scriptures, and had never spoken with intentional disrespect of religion in general, or of any denomination of Christians in particular. At one time, he admitted, he was inclined to believe in what is called the doctrine of necessity, that is, that the human mind is impelled to action, or held in rest, by some power, over which the mind itself has no control. He had even defended this proposition in private discussions, never publicly, but had given up doing so 5 years earlier. That doctrine, he asserted, was held by several of the Christian denominations. He declared that, "I do not think I could myself be brought to support a man for office whom I knew to be an open enemy of, or scoffer at, religion. No man," he said, "has the right thus to insult the feelings and injure the morals of the community in which he may live. If then I was guilty of such conduct, I should blame no man who should condemn me for it. But I do blame those, whoever they may be, who falsely put such a charge in circulation against me." Some residents of the 7th District found Lincoln's lawyer-like declaration less than forthcoming. One said of it that, "In war, politics, and religion, a ruse is admissible." The criticism has some merit, for in this document Lincoln seemed to make two different claims: that he never believed in infidel doctrines, and that he never publicly espoused them. If the former were true, the latter would be superfluous. If the former were untrue, the latter would be irrelevant. Moreover, his reference to the doctrine of necessity was a dodge, for he was accused of infidelity, not fatalism. In addition, Lincoln's assertion that he had never denied the truth of the Scriptures is belied by the testimony of friends, as is the implication that he was skeptical only in his early years. After moving to Springfield in 1837, Lincoln continued expressing the irreverent views he had proclaimed in New Salem. John Todd Stewart recalled that he was an avowed and open infidel, sometimes bordered on atheism. Lincoln went further against Christian beliefs and doctrines and principles than any man I ever heard. He shocked me. Lincoln always denied that Jesus was the Son of God. James Matheny also said he was shocked by Lincoln's views on religion. Lincoln said he was an infidel. I have heard Lincoln call Christ a bastard. Lincoln attacked the Bible and New Testament on two grounds. First, from the inherent or apparent contradiction under its lids, and secondly, from the grounds of reason. Sometimes he ridiculed the Bible and New Testament, sometimes seemed to scoff at it. Though Matheny knew Lincoln well from 1834 to 1860, he never heard that Lincoln changed his views. Lincoln told his unbelieving protege, William Herndon, 1,000 times that he did not believe that the Bible, etc., were revelations of God, as the Christian world contends. Lincoln often discussed Christianity with Edward D. Baker. The former challenged the authenticity of the Scriptures, while the latter defended them. Lincoln was never ribald or blasphemous in the slightest degree. Their controversy was candid and sincere. Lincoln seemed unable to bring his mind to the belief that they, the Scriptures, were inspired. In Springfield, Lincoln also debated religion with Albert Taylor Bledsoe, a Whig leader and attorney. In 1842 to 1843, while both men boarded at the Globe Tavern, Lincoln was always throwing out his infidelity to Bledsoe, ridiculing Christianity, and especially the divinity of Christ. From various conversations with him on the subject of religion, Bledsoe recalled, that Lincoln always seemed to deplore his want of faith as a very great infelicity, from which he would be glad to be delivered. Lincoln spoke about this subject with an air of such apparent modesty that his gloom and despair, seeming to border on a state of insanity, aroused in Bledsoe no other feeling than one of deep compassion. Lincoln's 1846 handbill may seem to have been a clever attorney's ingenious exercise in obfuscation, but it was more than that. The doctrine of necessity, as Lincoln understood it, was a kind of determinism akin to that of Jeremy Bentham and later depth psychologists, who maintain that acts and thoughts are dictated by forces beyond the control of the rational, conscious individual. Lincoln believed that no act was unselfish. For example, when he aided birds or animals in distress, he was not behaving altruistically. He selfishly wished to avoid the pain that his hypersensitive conscience would cause him if he did not so act. At the opposite end of the moral spectrum, unkind and ungenerous acts were often committed not out of malice or evil, but because their perpetrators were in the grip of unconscious forces and knew not what they did. This belief inclined Lincoln to be unusually charitable, forbearing, non-judgmental, compassionate, and forgiving, especially in his later years. Lincoln found determinism hard to square with the fundamental principles of law and morality. He told his good friend Joseph Gillespie that he could not avoid believing in predestination, although he considered it a very unprofitable field of speculation, because it was hard to reconcile that belief with responsibility for one's acts. Cartwright's tactics availed him little in those localities where he and Lincoln were well known, but in the northern part of the district, the whispering campaign proved effective. Shortly after the election, the Illinois Gazette of Lincoln declared that Mr. Lincoln is right in supposing that Mr. Cartwright circulated the story about Lincoln's infidelity in this county, and also that he, Mr. Lincoln, lost some votes thereby. It appears the reverend gentleman circulated the same story in other parts of the district. The Gazette's editor, Allen Ford, denounced such revealing in the filth of defamation and falsehood. Though he lost Woodford and Marshall counties, Lincoln won the district's other 9, as he captured 56% of the vote, topping Hardin's 53% in 1843 and Baker's 52% in 1844. His success was part of a national trend, which saw Whigs triumphant in 53.6% of congressional contests, a substantial improvement over the party's show in 1844 and 1845. The turnout in the 7th District in 1846 was somewhat lower than it had been in 1843 and 1844, perhaps because the outcome was a foregone conclusion, and also because many voters were serving in the Mexican War, which had broken out 3 months earlier. The Illinois State Register blamed Cartwright's defeat on general apathy, noting that the traditionally large Whig majority in the district has served to dispirit the Democrats and deter them from exertion. Many Democrats probably supported Lincoln, for in the 7th District the Whig nominee for governor received only 426 more votes than his Democratic opponent, while Lincoln won 1,511 more votes than Cartwright. Some of the men who voted for both Lincoln and the Democratic gubernatorial candidate may have objected to Cartwright's profession. During the campaign, an aspiring Democrat said to Mr. Lincoln, "Such is my utter aversion to the meddling of preachers in politics that I will vote for you, even at the risk of losing caste with my party if you think the contest doubtful." Lincoln responded, "I would like your vote, but I fully appreciate your position and will give you my honest opinion on the morning of Election Day." When that day arrived, Lincoln confidently told this Democrat, "I am now satisfied that I have got the preacher by the balls, and you had better keep out of the ring." Other opponents of the Whig Party may have voted for Lincoln because they admired, in the words of a Springfield Democrat, his commanding talents and deserving popularity. Lincoln felt little elation upon achieving the goal that he had long sought. He confided to Joshua Speed that his election to Congress, "though I am very grateful to our friends for having done it, has not pleased me as much as I expected." Such a letdown is not unusual among the compulsively ambitious, For the attainment of power satisfies only temporarily the hunger for approval, rooted in a damaged sense of self-worth. Another reason for the lack of euphoria on Lincoln's part may have been the peculiar congressional timetable, stipulating that the 30th Congress would not meet until December 1847. Wishing to avoid conflict with fellow Whigs, Lincoln did not try to fill the unexpired term of his friend Edward D. Baker, who, in January 1847, quit his seat to participate in the Mexican War. Poet. While waiting for his congressional term to begin, Lincoln indulged his poetical muse, writing verses inspired by his 1844 campaign swing through Indiana. The sight of old haunts, which he had not visited for 14 years, prompted him to compose what he called poetry, or doggerel, about his youth. In 1846 and 1847, he submitted to attorney Andrew Johnston a few poems, some of which Johnston published, anonymously, in the Quincy Whig. Lincoln did not want his authorship revealed, for, as he told Johnston, "I have not sufficient hope of the verses attracting any favorable notice to tempt me to risk being ridiculed for having written them." Their most striking feature is morbidity, reflecting Lincoln's obsession with death, rooted in his childhood experiences of loss. To Attorney Johnston he sent not only his own verses, but also a copy of his favorite poem, William Knox's Mortality. "I would give all I am worth and go into debt to be able to write so fine a piece as I think that is," he told Johnston. Lincoln said that Knox's verse sounded to him as much like true poetry as anything that he had ever heard. Gibson W. Harris heard Lincoln recite the poem often in his law office, and Lawrence Weldon observed him one night on the legal circuit, sitting before the dying embers in a fireplace quoting Knox's poem. Lincoln discovered the poem in a newspaper in 1845, shortly after his campaign trip to Indiana. The memories awakened by his return to Indiana made him susceptible to the appeal of Knox's dirge-like quatrains. Here's an example. "Oh, why should the spirit of mortal be proud, like a swift-flying meteor, a fast-flying cloud? A flash of lightning, a break of the wave, he passeth from life to his rest in the grave. The leaves of the oak and the willow shall fade, be scattered around, and together be laid, and the young and the old, and the low and the high, shall moulder in dust, and together shall lie." The third stanza may have been particularly meaningful to Lincoln. "The infant a mother attended and loved, the mother that infant's affection who proved, the husband that mother and infant who blessed, each, all, are away to their dwellings of rest." This might well have brought back images of Nancy Hanks, her aunt and uncle, and his infant brother, all of whom died in Lincoln's youth. The fourth stanza perhaps conjured up memories of Anne Rutledge and of her sister. "The maid on whose brow, on whose cheek, on whose eye shone beauty and pleasure, her triumphs are by, and alike from the memory of the living erased, and the memory of mortals who loved her and praised." The remaining 10 stanzas continue in a similar vein, but without such obvious reference to Lincoln's life. Lincoln's own 1846 poem, My Childhood Home I See Again, is similarly obsessed with loved ones lost. The first canto clearly deals with Lincoln's own family and friends. "My childhood home I see again, and gladden with the view, and still as memories crowd my brain, there's sadness in it too. O memory, thou midway world twixt earth and paradise, where things decayed and loved ones lost in dreamy shadows rise, and freed from all that's gross or vile, seem hallowed, pure and bright, like scenes in some enchanted isle, all bathed in liquid light. As distant mountains please the eye when twilight chases day, as bugle tones that pass away in distance die away. As leaving some grand waterfall, we, lingering, list its roar, so memory will hallow all we've known, but know no more. Now 20 years have passed away, since here I bid farewell to woods and fields and scenes of play, and schoolmates loved so well. Where many were, how few remain, of old familiar things, but seeing these, to mind again the lost and absent brings. The friends I left that parting day, how changed as time has sped! Young childhood grown, strong manhood gray, and half of all are dead. I hear the lone survivors tell how naught from death could save, till every sound appears a knell, and every spot a grave. I range the fields with pensive tread, and pace the hollow rooms. I feel, companions of the dead, I'm living in the tombs. These verses call to mind Isaac Watts' hymn, The Shortness of Life and the Goodness of God, which Lincoln copied into his commonplace book of 1824 to 1826. Here's a short example. Time, what an empty vapor 'tis, and days how swift they are, swift as an Indian arrow fly on like a shooting star. The present moment just is here, then slides away in haste, that we can never say they're ours, but only say they're past. Lincoln was fond of The Inquiry by Charles Mackay, which treated death and the afterlife. Tell me, ye winged winds, that round my pathway roar, do ye not know some spot where mortals weep no more? Those observations may have resembled what Lincoln told Williamson Durley in 1845. I never was much interested in the Texas question. I never could see much good to come of annexation, inasmuch as they were already a free republican people on our own model. On the other hand, I never could very clearly see how the annexation would augment the evil of slavery. It always seemed to me that slaves would be taken there in about equal numbers, with or without annexation. But so far as the annexation of Texas might strengthen slavery, he was opposed to it. It is possibly true to some extent that with annexation some slaves may be sent to Texas and continued in slavery, that otherwise might have been liberated. To whatever extent this may be true, I think annexation is evil. Curiously, Lincoln ignored the objection that if Texas were admitted to the Union as a slave state, the pro-slavery forces would gain power in Congress and the Electoral College. It has been alleged that Lincoln initially supported the Mexican War in 1846, before changing his mind and criticizing it in 1847. In later years, the Illinois State Register claimed that Lincoln went through the district and at all times vowed his purpose to support a vigorous prosecution of the war. Since the Register was trying to portray Lincoln, then a candidate for higher office, as a hypocrite, its account of his 1846 campaign is suspect. Direct evidence of Lincoln's attitude toward the war is skimpy. The press reported that he, along with Governor Thomas Ford, Dr. Elias Merriman, David L. Gregg, and David B. Campbell, spoke to a group of cadets and militia members in Springfield on May 30, 1846. The brief newspaper account merely says that the speeches were in the right spirit, warm, thrilling, effective, and gave no details as to who said what. In all likelihood, Lincoln was agnostic about the war rather than a strong supporter. In January 1848, he asserted that when hostilities broke out, it was my opinion that all those who, because of knowing too little or because of knowing too much, could not conscientiously approve the conduct of the President in the beginning of it, should, nevertheless, as good citizens and patriots, remain silent on that point, at least till the war should be ended. He later opined that the principal motive for the President's decision to provoke the war was to divert public attention from the surrender of 54, 40, or fight to Great Britain on the Oregon boundary question. What Lincoln thought about the Oregon question is unknown. Democrats taunted him about his silence on the issue. In May 1846, the Illinois State Register asked, Is Lincoln for 5440, that is, all of the Oregon Territory, or is he for compromising away our Oregon Territory to England? This the people ought to know before they vote next August. No shuffling, Mr. Lincoln. Come out square. Albert J. Beveridge, noting that the Sangamo Journal enthusiastically supported the claim that the United States was entitled to all of the Oregon Territory, inferred that Lincoln did too, for his views and the journal's usually coincided. But in the summer of 1846, the Illinois State Register complained that while the Oregon question was pending, the journal expressed no opinion in regard to it, for the reason that it had not the courage to go with its party against the 5440 claim of our government. Since the question has been settled, it denounces Mr. Polk for subscribing to the proposition for which every Whig senator voted. In the spring of 1845, several mass meetings about the Oregon question were held at Springfield and addressed by many leading political figures of central Illinois, but not Lincoln. Like his opponents, Stephen A. Douglas and John Calhoun, Lincoln's Whig allies, Edward D. Baker and John J. Hardin, were outspoken champions of expelling the British from the lower half of the Oregon Territory, which was jointly occupied by Great Britain and the United States. Lincoln proudly shared the views of most congressional Whigs, who urged a peaceful compromise with the British rather than the belligerent 54-40 or fight stance, favored by many Senate Democrats. Lincoln campaigned relentlessly, going around the district over and over. He spoke extensively during the 1846 campaign in Tazewell County, where Shelby Cullom's family lived. Cullom's father, Richard, drove Lincoln to his meetings throughout the county. In his stump speech, Lincoln would say, "Fellow citizens, Major Cullom has been everywhere with me and has heard this speech time and again. The only way I can deceive him with it is to go down to the other end and give it to him backward." Because of his campaigning and his extensive legal practice, Lincoln was well known throughout the district. In 1847, a Boston journalist described a stagecoach ride he shared with Lincoln from Chicago to Springfield. Once they reached the 7th Congressional District, Lincoln knew, or appeared to know, everybody we met, the name of the tenant of every farmhouse, and the owner of every plot of ground. Such a shaking of hands, such a howdy-do, such a greeting of different kinds as we saw was never seen before. It seemed as if he knew everything, and had a kind word, a smile, and a bow for everybody on the road, even to the horses, and the cattle, and the swine. Lincoln spent little money on his election. Prominent Whigs collected a $200 campaign fund, of which the candidate used less than $1. "I did not need the money," Lincoln said as he returned the balance of the cash. "I made the canvass on my own horse. My entertainment, being at the houses of friends, cost me nothing. And my only outlay was 75 cents for a barrel of cider which some farmhands insisted I should treat them to." 18 years later, Lincoln described the 1846 campaign as the least acrimonious of his political career. "It is a little singular that I, who am not a vindictive man, should have always been before the people for election in canvasses marked for their bitterness. Always but once. When I came to Congress it was a quiet time, but always besides that the contests in which I have been prominent have been marked with great rancor." The canvass, however, was not without its ugly side. Cartwright avoided meeting Lincoln in public discussion and instead launched a whispering campaign denouncing his opponent as an infidel. Robert Bowl of Lakin recollected that Cartwright sneaked through this part of the district after Lincoln and grossly misrepresented him. As a result, many pious Christian Whigs were reluctant to vote for Lincoln. Such attacks angered Lincoln. When the president of Illinois College wished him success, Lincoln replied, "I do not know. We are dealing with men that would just as soon lie as not." At Postville, where Cartwright had accused Lincoln of being a skeptic, the Whig candidate responded by reading to his audience a passage from the Illinois Constitution stipulating that no religious test shall ever be required as a qualification to any office or public trust under this state. Lincoln then added, "Brother Cartwright may be well posted in theology, but he is not informed as to the constitution of his own state, which he has several times sworn to maintain." Lincoln decided to meet the charge of atheism head-on. On July 31st, he issued a handbill protesting that he was no open scoffer at Christianity. He acknowledged that he was not a member of any Christian church, but asserted that he had never denied the truth of the Scriptures, and had never spoken with intentional disrespect of religion in general, or of any denomination of Christians in particular. At one time, he admitted, he was inclined to believe in what is called the doctrine of necessity, that is, that the human mind is impelled to action, or held in rest, by some power, over which the mind itself has no control. He had even defended this proposition in private discussions, never publicly, but had given up doing so 5 years earlier. That doctrine, he asserted, was held by several of the Christian denominations. He declared that, "I do not think I could myself be brought to support a man for office whom I knew to be an open enemy of, or scoffer at, religion. No man," he said, "has the right thus to insult the feelings and injure the morals of the community in which he may live. If then I was guilty of such conduct, I should blame no man who should condemn me for it. But I do blame those, whoever they may be, who falsely put such a charge in circulation against me." Some residents of the 7th District found Lincoln's lawyer-like declaration less than forthcoming. One said of it that, "In war, politics, and religion, a ruse is admissible." The criticism has some merit, for in this document Lincoln seemed to make two different claims: that he never believed in infidel doctrines, and that he never publicly espoused them. If the former were true, the latter would be superfluous. If the former were untrue, the latter would be irrelevant. Moreover, his reference to the doctrine of necessity was a dodge, for he was accused of infidelity, not fatalism. In addition, Lincoln's assertion that he had never denied the truth of the Scriptures is belied by the testimony of friends, as is the implication that he was skeptical only in his early years. After moving to Springfield in 1837, Lincoln continued expressing the irreverent views he had proclaimed in New Salem. John Todd Stewart recalled that he was an avowed and open infidel, sometimes bordered on atheism. Lincoln went further against Christian beliefs and doctrines and principles than any man I ever heard. He shocked me. Lincoln always denied that Jesus was the Son of God. James Matheny also said he was shocked by Lincoln's views on religion. Lincoln said he was an infidel. I have heard Lincoln call Christ a bastard. Lincoln attacked the Bible and New Testament on two grounds. First, from the inherent or apparent contradiction under its lids, and secondly, from the grounds of reason. Sometimes he ridiculed the Bible and New Testament, sometimes seemed to scoff at it. Though Matheny knew Lincoln well from 1834 to 1860, he never heard that Lincoln changed his views. Lincoln told his unbelieving protege, William Herndon, 1,000 times that he did not believe that the Bible, etc., were revelations of God, as the Christian world contends. Lincoln often discussed Christianity with Edward D. Baker. The former challenged the authenticity of the Scriptures, while the latter defended them. Lincoln was never ribald or blasphemous in the slightest degree. Their controversy was candid and sincere. Lincoln seemed unable to bring his mind to the belief that they, the Scriptures, were inspired. In Springfield, Lincoln also debated religion with Albert Taylor Bledsoe, a Whig leader and attorney. In 1842 to 1843, while both men boarded at the Globe Tavern, Lincoln was always throwing out his infidelity to Bledsoe, ridiculing Christianity, and especially the divinity of Christ. From various conversations with him on the subject of religion, Bledsoe recalled, that Lincoln always seemed to deplore his want of faith as a very great infelicity, from which he would be glad to be delivered. Lincoln spoke about this subject with an air of such apparent modesty that his gloom and despair, seeming to border on a state of insanity, aroused in Bledsoe no other feeling than one of deep compassion. Lincoln's 1846 handbill may seem to have been a clever attorney's ingenious exercise in obfuscation, but it was more than that. The doctrine of necessity, as Lincoln understood it, was a kind of determinism akin to that of Jeremy Bentham and later depth psychologists, who maintain that acts and thoughts are dictated by forces beyond the control of the rational, conscious individual. Lincoln believed that no act was unselfish. For example, when he aided birds or animals in distress, he was not behaving altruistically. He selfishly wished to avoid the pain that his hypersensitive conscience would cause him if he did not so act. At the opposite end of the moral spectrum, unkind and ungenerous acts were often committed not out of malice or evil, but because their perpetrators were in the grip of unconscious forces and knew not what they did. This belief inclined Lincoln to be unusually charitable, forbearing, non-judgmental, compassionate, and forgiving, especially in his later years. Lincoln found determinism hard to square with the fundamental principles of law and morality. He told his good friend Joseph Gillespie that he could not avoid believing in predestination, although he considered it a very unprofitable field of speculation, because it was hard to reconcile that belief with responsibility for one's acts. Cartwright's tactics availed him little in those localities where he and Lincoln were well known, but in the northern part of the district, the whispering campaign proved effective. Shortly after the election, the Illinois Gazette of Lincoln declared that Mr. Lincoln is right in supposing that Mr. Cartwright circulated the story about Lincoln's infidelity in this county, and also that he, Mr. Lincoln, lost some votes thereby. It appears the reverend gentleman circulated the same story in other parts of the district. The Gazette's editor, Allen Ford, denounced such revealing in the filth of defamation and falsehood. Though he lost Woodford and Marshall counties, Lincoln won the district's other 9, as he captured 56% of the vote, topping Hardin's 53% in 1843 and Baker's 52% in 1844. His success was part of a national trend, which saw Whigs triumphant in 53.6% of congressional contests, a substantial improvement over the party's show in 1844 and 1845. The turnout in the 7th District in 1846 was somewhat lower than it had been in 1843 and 1844, perhaps because the outcome was a foregone conclusion, and also because many voters were serving in the Mexican War, which had broken out 3 months earlier. The Illinois State Register blamed Cartwright's defeat on general apathy, noting that the traditionally large Whig majority in the district has served to dispirit the Democrats and deter them from exertion. Many Democrats probably supported Lincoln, for in the 7th District the Whig nominee for governor received only 426 more votes than his Democratic opponent, while Lincoln won 1,511 more votes than Cartwright. Some of the men who voted for both Lincoln and the Democratic gubernatorial candidate may have objected to Cartwright's profession. During the campaign, an aspiring Democrat said to Mr. Lincoln, "Such is my utter aversion to the meddling of preachers in politics that I will vote for you, even at the risk of losing caste with my party if you think the contest doubtful." Lincoln responded, "I would like your vote, but I fully appreciate your position and will give you my honest opinion on the morning of Election Day." When that day arrived, Lincoln confidently told this Democrat, "I am now satisfied that I have got the preacher by the balls, and you had better keep out of the ring." Other opponents of the Whig party may have voted for Lincoln because they admired, in the words of a Springfield Democrat, his commanding talents and deserving popularity. Lincoln felt little elation upon achieving the goal that he had long sought. He confided to Joshua Speed that his election to Congress, "though I am very grateful to our friends for having done it, has not pleased me as much as I expected." Such a letdown is not unusual among the compulsively ambitious, for the attainment of power satisfies only temporarily the hunger for approval, rooted in a damaged sense of self-worth. Another reason for the lack of euphoria on Lincoln's part may have been the peculiar congressional timetable, stipulating that the 30th Congress would not meet until December 1847. Wishing to avoid conflict with fellow Whigs, Lincoln did not try to fill the unexpired term of his friend Edward D. Baker, who, in January 1847, quit his seat to participate in the Mexican War. Poet. While waiting for his congressional term to begin, Lincoln indulged his poetical muse, writing verses inspired by his 1844 campaign swing through Indiana. The sight of old haunts, which he had not visited for 14 years, prompted him to compose what he called poetry, or doggerel, about his youth. In 1846 and 1847, he submitted to attorney Andrew Johnston a few poems, some of which Johnston published, anonymously, in the Quincy Whig. Lincoln did not want his authorship revealed, for, as he told Johnston, "I have not sufficient hope of the verses attracting any favorable notice to tempt me to risk being ridiculed for having written them." Their most striking feature is morbidity, reflecting Lincoln's obsession with death, rooted in his childhood experiences of loss. To Attorney Johnston he sent not only his own verses, but also a copy of his favorite poem, William Knox's Mortality. "I would give all I am worth and go into debt to be able to write so fine a piece as I think that is," he told Johnston. Lincoln said that Knox's verse sounded to him as much like true poetry as anything that he had ever heard. Gibson W. Harris heard Lincoln recite the poem often in his law office, and Lawrence Weldon observed him one night on the legal circuit, sitting before the dying embers in a fireplace quoting Knox's poem. Lincoln discovered the poem in a newspaper in 1845, shortly after his campaign trip to Indiana. The memories awakened by his return to Indiana made him susceptible to the appeal of Knox's dirge-like quatrains. Here's an example. "Oh, why should the spirit of mortal be proud, like a swift-flying meteor, a fast-flying cloud? A flash of lightning, a break of the wave, he passeth from life to his rest in the grave. The leaves of the oak and the willow shall fade, be scattered around, and together be laid, and the young and the old, and the low and the high, shall moulder in dust, and together shall lie." The third stanza may have been particularly meaningful to Lincoln. "The infant a mother attended and loved, the mother that infant's affection who proved, the husband that mother and infant who blessed, each, all, are away to their dwellings of rest." This might well have brought back images of Nancy Hanks, her aunt and uncle, and his infant brother, all of whom died in Lincoln's youth. The fourth stanza perhaps conjured up memories of Anne Rutledge and of her sister. "The maid on whose brow, on whose cheek, on whose eye shone beauty and pleasure, her triumphs are by, and alike from the memory of the living erased, and the memory of mortals who loved her and praised." The remaining 10 stanzas continue in a similar vein, but without such obvious reference to Lincoln's life. Lincoln's own 1846 poem, My Childhood Home I See Again, is similarly obsessed with loved ones lost. The first canto clearly deals with Lincoln's own family and friends. "My childhood home I see again, and gladden with the view, and still as memories crowd my brain, there's sadness in it too. O memory, thou midway world twixt earth and paradise, where things decayed and loved ones lost in dreamy shadows rise, and freed from all that's gross or vile, seem hallowed, pure and bright, like scenes in some enchanted isle, all bathed in liquid light. As distant mountains please the eye when twilight chases day, as bugle tones that pass away in distance die away." as leaving some grand waterfall, we, lingering, list its roar, so memory will hallow all we've known, but know no more. Now 20 years have passed away, since here I bid farewell to woods and fields and scenes of play, and schoolmates loved so well. Where many were, how few remain, of old familiar things, but seeing these, to mind again the lost and absent brings. The friends I left that parting day, how changed as time has sped. Young childhood grown, strong manhood gray, and half of all are dead. I hear the lone survivors tell how naught from death could save, till every sound appears a knell, and every spot a grave. I range the fields with pensive tread, and pace the hollow rooms. I feel, companions of the dead, I'm living in the tombs. These verses call to mind Isaac Watts' hymn, The Shortness of Life and the Goodness of God, which Lincoln copied into his commonplace book of 1824 to 1826. Here's a short example. Time, what an empty vapor 'tis, and days how swift they are, swift as an Indian arrow fly on like a shooting star. The present moment just is here, then slides away in haste, that we can never say they're ours, but only say they're past. Lincoln was fond of The Inquiry by Charles Mackay, which treated death and the afterlife. Tell me, ye winged winds, that round my pathway roar, do ye not know some spot where mortals weep no more? Some lone and pleasant vale, some valley in the west, where, free from toil and pain, the weary soul may rest? The loud wind dwindled to a whisper low, and sighed for pity as it answered, No. Tell me, thou mighty deep, whose billows round me play, know'st thou some favored spot, some island far away, where weary man may find the bliss for which he sighs, where sorrow never lives and friendship never dies? The loud waves, rolling in perpetual flow, stopped for a while, and sighed to answer no. And thou, serenest moon, that with such holy face dost look upon the earth asleep in night's embrace, tell me, in all thy round, hast thou not seen some spot where miserable man might find a happier lot? Behind a cloud the moon withdrew in woe, and a voice, sweet but sad, responded, No. Tell me, my secret soul, oh, tell me, faith and hope, is there no resting place from sorrow, sin, and death? Is there no happy spot where mortals may be blessed, where grief may find a balm and weariness a rest? Faith, hope, and love, best boon to mortals give, waved their bright wings and whispered, Yes, in heaven. One of Lincoln's favorite speeches from Shakespeare was Richard II's Lament, which John Hay heard him read in Springfield and Washington. For heaven's sake, let us sit upon the ground and tell sad stories of the death of kings, how some have been deposed, some slain in war, some haunted by the ghosts they have deposed, some poisoned by their wives, some sleeping killed, all murdered. For within the hollow crown that rounds the mortal temples of a king keeps death his court, and there the antic sits, scoffing his state and grinning at his pomp, allowing him to breathe, a little seen to monarchize, to be feared and kill with looks, infusing him with self and vain conceit, as if this flesh which walls about our life were brass impregnable, and humored thus, comes to the last, and with a little pin bores through his castle walls and farewell, king. Lincoln was fascinated by this speech. He was also fond of sad songs. As a boy in Indiana, he used to sing John Anderson's Lamentation, which contains the line, In yonder cold graveyard her body doth lie. As a fledgling attorney, he was heard singing lugubrious pieces like Mary's Dream, Lord Ullin's Daughter, and The Soldier's Dream. His favorite song was a ballad titled 20 Years Ago, which he sang often in Illinois and later in the White House. The verses that most affected him were these. I've wandered to the village, Tom, I've sat beneath the tree, upon the schoolhouse playground that sheltered you and me. But none were left to greet me, Tom, and few were left to know who played with us upon the green some 20 years ago. Near by the spring, upon the elm, you know I cut your name. Your sweetheart's just beneath it, Tom, and you did mine the same. Some heartless wretch has peeled the bark, 'twas dying sure but slow, just as she died, whose name you cut some 20 years ago. My lids have long been dry, Tom, but tears came to my eyes. I thought of her I loved so well, those early broken ties. I visited the old churchyard, and took some flowers to strew upon the graves of those we loved some 20 years ago. Lincoln especially admired Oliver Wendell Holmes's The Last Leaf, which also dealt with the death of loved ones. He was fondest of this stanza. The mossy marbles rest on lips that he has pressed in their bloom, and the names he loved to hear have been carved for many a year on the tomb. Of these verses he said, For pure pathos, in my judgment, there is nothing finer than those 6 lines in the English language. When Lincoln recited that stanza, his eyes would tear up. Holmes's lines doubtless call to Lincoln's mind the graves of his mother, sister, and Anne Rutledge. In his copy of Byron's poetry, Lincoln turned down the page containing these sorrowful verses. The spell is broke, the charm is flown, thus is it with life's fitful fever. We madly smile when we should groan, delirium is our best deceiver. Each lucid interval of thought recalls the woes of nature's charter, and he that acts as wise men ought, but lives as saints have died, a martyr. Lincoln also liked to quote from Thomas More's The Fire Worshippers. Oh, ever thus, from childhood's hour, I've seen my fondest hopes decay. I never loved a tree or flower, but it was the first to fade away. I never nursed a dear gazelle to glad me with its soft black eye, but when it came to know me well and loved me, it was sure to die. Lincoln's own poetry and literary taste indicate that his predisposition to depression was rooted in the death of loved ones in his early years. Another psychological concern appears in a poem he composed after his 1844 visit to southwestern Indiana, Fear of Insanity. His schoolmate, Matthew Gentry, 3 years older than Lincoln, had, at the age of 19, gone berserk and tried to kill his parents. Thereafter he was locked up as a madman. Lincoln's verses reveal the horror he felt as he observed Gentry. But here's an object more of dread than aught the grave contains, a human form with reason fled, while wretched life remains. When terror spread and neighbors ran your dangerous strength to bind, and soon, a howling crazy man, your limbs were fast confined. How then you strove and shrieked aloud, your bones and sinews bared, and fiendish on the gazing crowd with burning eyeballs glared, and begged, and swore, and wept, and prayed, with manic laughter joined. How fearful were these signs displayed by pangs that killed thy mind. And when at length, though drear and long, time soothed thy fiercer woes, how plaintively thy mournful song upon the still night rose. I've heard it oft, as if I dreamed, far distant, sweet and lone, the funeral dirge, it ever seemed, of reason dead and gone. To drink its strains I've stole away, all stealthily and still, ere yet the rising god of day had streaked the eastern hill. Air held his breath, trees, with the spell, seemed sorrowing angels round, whose swelling tears in dewdrops fell upon the listening ground. But this is past, and naught remains that raise thee o'er the brute. Thy piercing shrieks and soothing strains are like forever mute. Now fare thee well, more thou the cause than subject now of woe. All mental pangs, by time's kind laws, hast lost the power to know. O death, thou awe-inspiring prince, that keeps the world in fear, why dost thou tear more blessed ones hence, and leave him lingering here? Lincoln's reaction to Gentry's insanity suggests that he may have feared that he might lose his own mind. In the opinion of his neighbors, he had gone crazy at least twice. Following the death of Anne Rutledge in 1835, and after breaking his engagement to Mary Todd in 1841. Perhaps he feared that such an attack would recur. He may also have feared that his wife was insane. She behaved irrationally, starting early in their marriage. According to William Herndon, Lincoln held his wife partly insane for years. During his presidency, he told the superintendent of the old Capitol prison that the caprices of Mrs. Lincoln, I am satisfied, are the result of partial insanity. Economic issues. As he prepared to take his seat in Congress, Lincoln wrote memoranda on the tariff issues. The most striking passage, foreshadowing his mature anti-slavery pronouncements, begins with a biblical quotation that he would cite frequently in the 1850s and 1860s. "In the sweat of thy face shalt thou eat bread." He argued that since most good things are produced by labor, it follows that all such things of right belong to those whose labor has produced them. But it has so happened in all ages of the world that some have labored, and others have, without labor, enjoyed a large proportion of the fruits. This is wrong and should not continue. To secure to each laborer the whole product of his labor, or as nearly as possible, is a most worthy object of any government. Lincoln used this principle in 1847 to justify protective tariffs, and he would later cite it while attacking slavery. In 1858, for example, he described the pro-slavery argument as the same old serpent that says, "You work, and I eat. You toil, and I will enjoy the fruits of it." He declared that each individual is naturally entitled to do as he pleases with himself and the fruit of his labor. In applying this principle to the issue of protectionism, Lincoln drew a distinction between useful and useless labor. The latter included transporting goods from abroad when they could be produced as cheaply at home. Curiously, as he had done in his earlier discussions of the tariff, Lincoln continued to ignore the powerful infant industries rationale. Nor did he emphasize the argument made by many other Whigs that without high tariffs, an unfavorable balance of trade would damage the United States as specie was drained overseas, leading to a credit shortage and consequent economic stagnation. On July 6, 1847, Lincoln made his maiden speech before a national audience. As a delegate to the Harbor and River Convention in Chicago, he had a chance to speak on federal support for internal improvements. 10,000 people attended this convention, where delegates from the North and West remonstrated against President Polk's veto of a river and harbor appropriations bill, an action that Westerners interpreted as a pro-Southern blow to their region's interests. When news of the veto reached Chicago, ships there lowered flags to half-mast, and a sandbar at the harbor's entrance was christened Mount Polk. Snags and rivers became known as Polk Stalks. At the convention, a New York Democrat, David Dudley Field, spoke in favor of a strict construction of the Constitution and supported only limited river and harbor improvements. Horace Greeley wrote that Lincoln responded briefly and happily to Field. When Lincoln rose, amid vigorous applause, to speak, a Pennsylvanian asked a delegate who he was. "Oh," came the reply, "that is Abe Lincoln of Springfield, the ablest and wittiest stump speaker on the Whig side in the state of Illinois." Some Whigs, not sympathizing with Field's argument, had tried to silence him with shouts of derision. Ever the peacemaker, Lincoln urged the delegates to consider themselves a band of brothers and not interrupt each other. "I hope there will be no more interruptions, no hisses, no jibes." Responding to Field's argument, Lincoln respectfully pointed out that the New Yorker had ignored a central issue. Who is to decide differences of opinion on constitutional questions? What tribunal? How shall we make it out? The gentleman from Pennsylvania, the Honorable Andrew Stewart, says Congress must decide. If Congress has not the power, who has? Is it not at least for Congress to remedy the objection that the Constitution did not authorize Congress to appropriate funds for internal improvements, and settle this great question? If there is any other tribunal, where is it to be found? My friend from Pennsylvania, Mr. Benton, and myself are much alike on that subject. Lincoln ignored the landmark 1803 Supreme Court ruling in Marbury v. Madison that the court itself was the ultimate arbiter of constitutional disputes. A decade later, he would, at much greater length, question the court's power to declare acts of Congress unconstitutional. Lincoln's old man archetype. In Chicago, the 38-year-old Lincoln first became known as Old Abe. Elihu B. Washburn of Galena recalled that one day several of us sat on the sidewalk under the balcony of the Sherman House, and among the number was the accomplished scholar and unrivaled orator S. Lyle Smith. He suddenly interrupted the conversation by exclaiming, "There is Lincoln on the other side of the street. Just look at Old Abe." And from that time, we all called him Old Abe. Washburn thought Smith's remark peculiar. Old Abe, as applied to him, seems strange enough, but he was then a young man. Washburn's puzzlement was understandable because, even as Lincoln grew older, he did not show obvious signs of aging. At 50, he was described as so exceedingly well preserved that he would not be taken for more than 38. The following year, a journalist reported from Springfield that Mr. Lincoln's age, I believe, is 51, but he certainly has no appearance of being so old. His hair is black, hardly touched with gray, and his eye is brighter than that of many of his juniors. Another journalist at that time wrote that the popular sobriquet Honest Old Abe is inappropriate and somewhat lacking in truth. Why should a man be called old when he is in the very prime of life? No one who looks upon his animated features, upon his determined eye, or listens to his hearty, fascinating conversation would call that man old. A friend who had known him for more than 2 decades said in 1860, "The term old is hardly as applicable as the epithet honest, for he is in the full vigor of life, with a powerful constitution, and no symptoms of decay, mental or physical." Nonetheless, others sensed what S. Lyle Smith did. A friend from Lincoln's youthful days in Indiana reported that Abe was always a man, though a boy. The journalist George Harris Monroe said that when Lincoln was 39, he had the aspect of one considerably older than his real age. Gibson W. Harris recollected that Honest Old Abe was a colloquialism familiar to all Springfield before he was 37, and that Lincoln deemed himself old when in his late 30s. At 39, Lincoln declared to Herndon, "I suppose I am now one of the old men." Reportedly, he once said, "I have been kept so crowded with the work of living that I felt myself comparatively an old man before I was 40. In 1854, Lincoln told a friend that people began calling him old before he had turned 30. Why he should be deemed old when he betrayed few physical signs of aging cries out for explanation. The Swiss psychologist Carl Jung maintained that everyone is dominated by an archetypal figure, a condition unrelated to the experiences of childhood. Lincoln's archetype seems to have been the old man, combining the qualities of the wise elder and the great father. Regardless of physical appearance, the mature Lincoln seemed to radiate the positive qualities of being old. Accordingly, many Illinoisans regarded him with filial reverence. In early 1861, when Lincoln visited his stepmother, one resident remembered that the people of Charleston greeted him with special warmth, and that old men and women talked to Mr. Lincoln with the confidence and assurance of loving children in a great family reunion. A train conductor in Illinois recollected how people in railroad restaurants tried to get as near Lincoln as possible when he was eating, because he was such good company. But we always looked at him with a kind of wonder. We couldn't exactly make him out. There was something about him that made plain folks feel toward him a good deal as a child feels toward his father. That something was Lincoln's old man archetype, During his presidency, it would play a vital role in sustaining Union morale, for many Northerners trusted him as one would trust a benevolent, wise father. Defending a slave owner. Lincoln had not dealt with the slavery issue during his congressional campaign, but he confronted it in the fall of 1847, when a Kentucky slaveholder, Robert Matson, employed his legal services to help recover a slave family. Matson cultivated a farm in Coles County, Illinois, with slaves imported from Kentucky, where he also owned a farm. At first, when he began this pattern, after each harvest he would return them across the Ohio River, and the following spring he would import a new gang from Kentucky. This procedure was legal in Illinois, where the law only forbade a slaveholder from domiciling bondsmen. Matson nonetheless permanently retained a slave in Illinois named Anthony Bryant as an overseer, thus, technically, freeing him. Bryant, however, did nothing to assert his free status until the spring of 1847, when his wife, Jane, and their children, who had arrived in Illinois 2 years earlier, seemed in danger of being permanently separated from him. In 1845, Matson evidently feared that if he returned the slaves to Kentucky, his creditors would seize them. Matson's hot-tempered, jealous housekeeper mistress, known as a vicious Negro hater, suspected that he was sexually involved with Jane Bryant and demanded that she and her children be sold. To thwart the possibility, Anthony Bryant enlisted the help of 2 local abolitionists, Hiram Rutherford, a Pennsylvania-born physician, and Gideon Ashmore, a housekeeper known as a wide-awake businessman whom nothing pleased so well as a stiff legal fight. A strong anti-slavery man, Ashmore sheltered Jane Bryant and her offspring at his hotel. Matson sued for possession of his slaves, who, at the direction of a justice of the peace, were temporarily jailed in Charleston. Soon thereafter, Lincoln arrived in Coles County, where he had suits pending in the circuit court. There he was approached by Usher F. Linder, an attorney for Matson, who wanted to sue Rutherford and Ashmore for damages. That conversation turned out to be important, for subsequently Dr. Rutherford asked Lincoln to serve as his lawyer. Rutherford told Lincoln of the situation, emphasized that they had seen eye to eye on public issues, and requested that he defend him in court. Rutherford remembered that as he related the case to Lincoln, a peculiarly troubled look came over his face now and then. His eyes appeared to be fixed in the distance beyond me, and he shook his head several times, as if debating with himself some question of grave import. Lincoln responded with apparent reluctance that he must refuse, for he had already been counseled with in Matson's interest, and was therefore under professional obligations to represent the latter unless released. Rutherford was angry with Lincoln, who tried his best to explain that, as a lawyer, he must represent and be faithful to those who counsel with and employ him. Lincoln then went to Linder and obtained a release. When, however, he informed Rutherford that he was now free to represent him in court, his offer was spurned. Later, the hot-tempered Rutherford, whose pride was offended, admitted to an interviewer, "I was a little hasty." So it was that Lincoln came to represent a slave owner in court. Had Rutherford been less petulant, Lincoln would have represented the blacks and their protectors. However reluctant Lincoln may have been to act on Matson's behalf, he argued his client's case forcefully. According to Orlando Ficklin, co-counsel along with Charles Constable for the Bryants, Lincoln presented his opponent's plan and arguments with such amplitude and seeming fairness, and such liberality of concession of their force and strength, that it increased in his adversaries their confidence of success. But then, with trenchant blows and cold logic, he subtly wove together and presented evidence favoring his client's case. Ficklin recalled that the fact that General Matson had, at such a time when he placed a slave in his Illinois farm, publicly declared that he was not placed there for permanent settlement, and that no counterstatement had ever been made publicly or privately by him, constituted the web and woof of the argument of Mr. Lincoln. And these facts were plausible, ingeniously and forcibly presented to the court, so as to give them all the effect and significance to which they were entitled and more. A local historian of Charleston, who evidently interviewed participants in the case, reported Lincoln's argument in the case differently. His main contention was that the question of the right of the Negroes to their freedom could only be determined by a regular habeas corpus proceedings, and not by a mere motion, which was then attempted. His argument was masterful along that line, but it was very clear that he was carefully and adroitly shunning the vital question at issue in the case. Judge William Wilson, Chief Justice of the Illinois Supreme Court, asked him, "Your objection is simply to the form of the action by which or in which this question should be tried, is it not?" "Yes, sir." Now, if this case was being tried on issue joined in a habeas corpus, and it appeared there, as it does here, that this slave owner had brought this mother and her children voluntarily from the state of Kentucky and had settled them down on his farm in this state, do you think, as a matter of law, that they did not thereby become free? A hush fell over the packed courtroom as Lincoln prepared to address the substance rather than the form of the case. He answered, "No, sir, I am not prepared to deny that they did." Lincoln winced when opposing counsel Charles Constable quoted from John Philpot Curran's well-known speech about slavery. "I speak in the spirit of the British law, which makes liberty commensurate with and inseparable from British soil, which proclaims even to the stranger and sojourner, the moment he sets his foot upon British earth, that the ground on which he treads is holy and consecrated by the genius of universal emancipation." Constable's co-counsel, Orlando Ficklin, gave an impassioned speech citing the Northwest Ordinance of 1787 and the Illinois Constitution of 1818. After the trial, Lincoln complimented him. "Ficklin, do you know that I think that latter part of your speech was as eloquent as I ever listened to?" Lincoln's case was weak, for Jane Bryant had been in Illinois for 2 years and was clearly not just a seasonal worker. His client, therefore, lost. In the court's decision, Judge Wilson ruled that neither the place of residence nor the declared intentions of Matson countervail the fact that he voluntarily domiciled his servants here for 2 years or upwards. Even if, from some contingency, they had remained but a day, the circumstance of his having transferred their domicile from Kentucky and fixed it in Illinois would have produced the same result. Thus, by bringing Jane and her children into the state of Illinois and domiciling them here, Matson had forfeited all claim to their services and entitled them to be discharged therefrom. With the aid of Dr. Rutherford, the Bryant family was able to immigrate to Liberia, where they were observed the following year, living truly in a deplorable condition. Lincoln's agreement to represent Matson has been called one of the greatest enigmas of his career, the most profound mystery ever to confound Lincoln specialists, and one of the strangest episodes in Lincoln's career at the bar. 6 years earlier, in the case of Bailey versus Cromwell, he and John Todd Stewart had successfully defended a black woman who sued for her freedom. They convinced the Illinois Supreme Court that the sale of the woman, who had been purchased in Illinois, was invalid, for she was free under the provisions of both the Northwest Ordinance of 1787 and the Illinois State Constitution. It was just the argument that Ficklin used in the Matson case. In representing Matson, however, Lincoln demonstrated his acceptance of the advice of Judge George Sharswood, a well-known mid-19th century American commentator on legal ethics, who urged lawyers to refrain from passing judgment on clients. Sharswood believed that an attorney is not morally responsible for the act of the party in maintaining an unjust case, nor for the error of the court, if they fall into error, in deciding it in his favor. A lawyer who refuses his professional assistance because, in his judgment, the case is unjust and indefensible, usurps the functions of both judge and jury. In 1844, the eminent jurist David Dudley Field observed that in the United States it was assumed that a lawyer is not at liberty to refuse anyone his services. So, despite his anti-slavery convictions, Lincoln accepted the Matson case in keeping with what became known in England as the cab rank rule. stipulating that lawyers must accept the first client who hails them. And with the prevailing Whig view that lawyers should try to settle disputes in an orderly fashion through the courts, trusting in the law and the judges to assure that justice was done. As a colleague at the bar said of Lincoln, he was like the rest of us, and took the defense of anyone who had a chance with the law. Another case pitting Lincoln's humanitarian principles against his professional obligations involved anti-slavery editor Paul Selby, with whom Lincoln worked in 1856 to launch the Illinois Republican Party. 3 years earlier, Colonel James Dunlap, a rich Democrat, who took offense at editorials Selby had published in his newspaper, the Morgan Journal, caned Selby in the Jacksonville public square. Dunlap hired Lincoln, who hardly sympathized with his principles or conduct, to take his side in court against Selby. Ideological neutrality characterized Lincoln's law practice in general, not just in slave-related cases. In malpractice suits, he would represent doctors and patients alike. Railroads being sued by boat owners whose vessels crashed into their bridges, as well as boat owners suing railroads for obstructing navigation with their bridges, and stock subscribers reneging on their pledges, and corporations suing such stock subscribers. At least 3 times he was defeated because of a precedent that he helped to establish earlier. On the stump, Lincoln defended the Whig economic program favoring banks, corporations, and internal improvements like railroads, but in court he showed no hesitancy in representing clients suing those banks, corporations, and railroads. Like other members of the bar, Lincoln could ill afford to be finicky about clients. There were simply too many lawyers and too few clients. David Davis lamented in 1844 that the law is not profitable. 5 years earlier, Davis told Lincoln that the practice of law in Illinois at present promises you but poor remuneration for the labor. Except in the large commercial places in the state, the practice will always be poor. Davis recalled that when he moved to central Illinois in the 1830s, he had expected to find few attorneys. Instead, he discovered that the state was full of able lawyers. An Ohio lawyer complained in 1844 that great fortunes are not acquired at the bar, and few become rich. The same industry, learning, and abilities, applied to any other employment of life, would yield a much greater return. The legal profession has a large number of members in proportion to the business, and that number was growing rapidly as the farmer abandons his plow, the tailor his thimble, the clerk his desk, and without study or education, they rush into a profession which is, in their view, the avenue to fame and fortune. A few lawyers did view slave cases from a principled position, and not, as Lincoln did, neutrally, as just another piece of necessary business. Known as the Attorney General for Runaway Negroes, Ohio's Salmon P. Chase often represented blacks fleeing from bondage and never defended a slaveholder. He became a leader of the more radical political anti-slavery forces. On the other hand, in 1860, a leading Massachusetts abolitionist, future wartime Governor John A. Andrew, defended the owner of a slave ship whose vessel was being threatened with forfeiture. Some attorneys who were not dedicated opponents of slavery, like Lincoln's friend Orville H. Browning, represented fugitive slaves. According to John W. Bunn, Lincoln avoided fugitive slave cases because of his unwillingness to be a party to a violation of the fugitive slave law, arguing that the way to overcome the difficulty was to repeal the law. Journey to Washington. In October 1847, Congressman-elect Lincoln rented his Springfield house to Cornelius Ludlam, and, with Mary and the children, set out to assume his new post in Washington. On their circuitous journey, the family passed the first night in a St. Louis hotel, where Joshua Speed, evidently traveling with them, was also a guest. They proceeded by boat to Frankfort, where they caught a train for Lexington, intending to spend 3 weeks with the Todds. On the last leg of their trip, 4-year-old Robert and his 18-month-old brother Eddie irritated their fellow passengers, including Joseph Humphreys, nephew of Mary Lincoln's stepmother. Young Humphreys, arriving at his aunt's home before the Lincolns, exclaimed, "I was never so glad to get off a train in my life. There were two lively youngsters on board who kept the whole train in a turmoil, and their long-legged father, instead of spanking the brats, looked pleased as Punch, and aided and abetted the older one in mischief." As this anecdote suggests, Lincoln was notoriously indulgent to his sons. William Herndon observed that Lincoln was so blinded to his children's faults that if they shit in Lincoln's hat and rubbed it on his boots, he would have laughed and thought it smart. He worshipped his children and what they worshipped, disliked what they hated, which was everything that did not bend to their whims. Herndon complained that when the boys came to the office with their father, they would take down the books, empty ash buckets, coal ashes, inkstands, papers, gold pens, letterers, etc., etc., in a pile, and then dance on the pile. Many Springfield residents shared Herndon's view that Lincoln was too kind, too tender, and too gentle with his children. He had no domestic government, administration, or order. Herndon added that Lincoln was liberal, generous, affectionate to his children, loving them with his whole heart, as loving and tender as a nursing mother. Mary Lincoln recalled her husband's statement about child-rearing. "It is my pleasure that my children are free, happy, and unrestrained by parental tyranny. Love is the chain whereby to lock a child to its parents." A Springfield neighbor remembered having a meal at the Lincolns' house. Mr. Lincoln was carving the chicken, and the first thing he did was to cut off the drumstick and gave it to Tad. And then, he said, smiling, at the rest of the company, "Children have first place here, you know." The visit with Mary's family went smoothly in part because Robert Smith Todd was fond of his son-in-law, whom he had met at Springfield in 1843. That visit pleased Mary because her father and husband came to like each other. She and Lincoln pledged to take the first convenient opportunity to visit Lexington. To help the newlyweds out, Todd gave them 80 acres of land near Springfield, provided annual gifts for the remaining 6 years of his life, totaling over $1,100, and assigned to them notes of various Illinois merchants who owed him money. Lincoln, who in 1843 told Joshua Speed that he could not come to Kentucky because of poverty, doubtless appreciated these funds. In 1844, Robert Smith Todd offered to assist Lincoln politically. He explained to Ninian W. Edwards, "Mr. Lincoln, I discover, is using his influence and talents for the Whig cause. I can use influence here if Mr. Clay is elected, of which there can be no doubt, to procure some appointment for him, which will keep him out of Congress until his situation, in a moneyed point of view, will enable him to take a stand in Congress, creditable both to himself and country, such as district attorney or judge." Todd confided to Edwards that, "I feel more than grateful that my daughters all have married gentlemen whom I respect and esteem, and I should be pleased if it could ever be in my power to give them a more substantial evidence of my feelings than in mere words or professions. I will be satisfied if they discharge all their duties and make as good wives as I think they have good husbands." Arriving at the Todds' house shortly after the irate Joseph Humphreys, the Lincolns were warmly received. During this vacation, Lincoln spent much time reading periodicals like Niles' Register and a poetry anthology, including William Cullen Bryant's Thanatopsis, which he committed to memory. In that volume, entitled Elegant Extracts or Useful and Entertaining Passages from the Best English Authors and Translations, Lincoln marked with a pencil some verses, including Pope's couplet, "Know then thyself, presume not God to scan, the proper study of mankind is man." He scribbled marginalia next to these lines from The Grave by John Blair. "The last end of the good man is peace. How calm his exit! Night dews fall no more gently on the ground, nor weary, worn-out winds expire so soft." Lincoln might have been thinking of his wife when he marked this passage from Love of Fame. "A dearth of words a woman need not fear, but 'tis a task indeed to learn to hear. Doubly like echo, sound is her delight, and the last word is her eternal right. Is't not enough plagues, wars, and famines rise to lash our crimes, but must our wives be wise? Lincoln was so impressed with Cooper's poem Charity, dealing with slavery and the slave trade, that he bracketed and even turned down the page upon which it appeared. He marked the following verses: "Oh, that the voice of clamor and debate, that pleads for peace till it disturbs the state, were hushed in favor of thy generous plea. The poor, thy clients, the heavens smile, thy fee." From the same poem he also made notations beside these lines: "But ah, what wish can prosper, or what prayer, for merchants rich in cargoes of despair, who drive a loathsome traffic, gauge and span, and buy the muscles and the bones of man? The tender ties of father, husband, friend, all bonds of nature in that moment end, and each endures, while yet he draws breath, a stroke as fatal as the scythe of death." During this visit, Lincoln had ample opportunity to observe the cruelties of slavery. In Lexington newspapers he may well have read advertisements like this one, placed by a slave dealer: "Those who want slaves, rendered unfit for labor by yaws, scrofula, chronic diarrhea, negro consumption, rheumatism, etc., and who wish to dispose of them on reasonable terms, will address J. King, No. 29 Camp Street, New Orleans." His in-laws may have explained to Lincoln that in Louisiana some plantations of absentee owners were run by overseers who deliberately worked to death such diseased slaves, whom they bought cheap. The future president may also have heard tales about the notoriously ill-tempered Caroline A. Turner, who savagely mistreated her slaves, killing half a dozen before one strangled her to death. In Lexington, Lincoln could observe slavery as well as read and hear about it. He doubtless saw the public square, with its slave auction block and whipping post, where some blacks were openly flogged. Lincoln may have seen coffles file by the Todd House, for Lexington was the state's principal slave market. The noisome holding pens of a slave dealer practically abutted the home of Mary Lincoln's grandmother, the redoubtable Elizabeth R. Parker. Lincoln perhaps witnessed auctions there or at the public square, where one was held in mid-November, when a man sold 5 of his slaves to satisfy a judgment obtained against him by Robert Smith Todd. From his wife's older relatives, Lincoln probably heard stories about his own kin, including his great-uncle, Thomas Lincoln, who had settled a few miles outside Lexington and prospered until his marriage to a physically abusive wife ended in divorce. Lincoln may have derived some comfort from the knowledge that he was not the only man in the family with a violent spouse. On November 13th, Lincoln heard Henry Clay launch his 4th attempt to win the presidency with a speech about James K. Polk's actions precipitating the war with Mexico, a conflict still officially underway at the time. "This is no war of defense," Clay charged, "but one unnecessary and of offensive aggression. It is Mexico that is defending her firesides, her castles, and her altars, not we." Plaintively he asked, "Must we blindly continue the conflict without any visible object or any prospect of a definite termination?" He declared that all nations look upon us in the prosecution of the present war as being actuated by a spirit of rapacity and an inordinate desire for territorial aggrandizement. He emphatically opposed the extension of slavery into any territory acquired from Mexico. "I have ever regarded slavery as a great evil, a wrong, for the present, I fear, an irremediable wrong to its unfortunate victims. I should rejoice if not a single slave breathed the air or was within the limits of our country." With these words ringing in his ears, Lincoln soon left Kentucky to take his seat in Congress, where he would denounce President Polk's Mexican war policy and try to abolish slavery in the District of Columbia. Accompanying him was his wife, who aspired to loom largely in the nation's capital. Chapter 8. A strong but judicious enemy to slavery. Congressman Lincoln, 1847 to 1849. Lincoln's entire public service on the national level before his election as president was a single term in the U.S. House. Although he had little chance to distinguish himself there, his experience proved a useful education in dealing with Congress and patronage. Washington, D.C. Arriving in Washington on December 2, 1847, the Lincolns found themselves in a small, dark, dingy train depot, widely considered a disgrace to both the city and the railroad company. As they emerged from this unfortunate structure, they beheld an ill-contrived, ill-arranged, rambling, scrambling village of approximately 40,000 souls. Europeans expressed scorn for the capital, which reminded an Englishwoman of a vast plantation with houses purposely kept far apart to give them room to grow and spread. Eminent British novelists were especially critical. Charles Dickens described it as the headquarters of tobacco-tinctured saliva, a city of magnificent intentions, with spacious avenues that begin in nothing and lead nowhere, streets miles long that only want houses, roads, and inhabitants, public buildings that need but a public to be complete. Anthony Trollope wrote in 1862, "Of all places that I know, it is the most ungainly, the most unsatisfactory, and the most presumptuous in its pretensions." There is a map of Washington accurately laid down, and taking that map with him in his journeyings, a man may lose himself in the streets, as one does in the deserts of the Holy Land, between Emmaus and Arimathea. Trollope lamented that no one knows where the places are, or is sure of their existence, and then between their presumed localities the country is wild, trackless, unbridged, uninhabited, and desolate. Trollope described a walk along one of the city's main thoroughfares, Massachusetts Avenue. "Tucking your trousers up to your knees, you will wade through the bogs, you will lose yourself among rude hillocks, you will be out of reach of humanity." Yet another Briton, Alexander Mackay, thought that at best Washington is but a small town, a fourth-rate community. The Chevalier de Bacour disparaged the miserable, desolate look of the so-called city of Washington, which in his view was neither city nor village, but rather a collection of houses put anywhere and everywhere, with no regularity. Some Americans were also taken aback by their capital. A Bostonian protested that Washington covers too much ground to generate a cheerful spirit, for vastness is repellent to the social pleasure of unceremonious visiting. Moreover, it lacked the native aristocracy of wealth or talent to be found in the commercial cities. In 1854, Mark Twain praised the city's public buildings, but not their setting. To him they looked like so many palaces in a Hottentot village. Carl Schurz described Washington as a strange-looking city. Imagine a broad street lined on both sides with hotels and shops, then wide stretches of open country, and again streets interrupted by vacant lots, groups of houses scattered about in apparent disorder, with here and there a marble palace which contains one of the government departments. This strange jumble leaves the spectator in doubt whether all this grandeur is in a state of development or is already approaching decay. He thought that the capital had throughout a slouchy, unenterprising, unprogressive appearance. The departments of state, of war, and of the navy were quartered in small, very insignificant-looking houses, which might have been the dwellings of some well-to-do shopkeepers who did not care for show. There was not one solidly built-up street in the whole city, scarcely a block without gaps of dreary emptiness. Few residences had the appearance of refined, elegant, and comfortable homes. The streets, ill-paved, if paved at all, were constantly covered with mud or dust. Along those streets, geese, chickens, pigs, and cows had still a scarcely disputed right-of-way. One day in 1855, while strolling about the city, a senator was sent sprawling to the pavement by a great, dirty pig. Despite its roaming livestock, noisome sewer system, and unpaved, unlit, garbage-strewn streets, Washington appeared splendid to some small-town Midwesterners. In 1849, an Illinoisan praised the capital as a great city. "The public buildings are superb," he gushed, adding that there is many now under the course of erection that will throw those built a few years ago entirely in the shade as regards architecture. He called the view from the west portico of the Capitol one of the finest that I have ever beheld, for as far as the eye can reach is but one mass of buildings, while away to the right is the beautiful residences of opulent citizens with their parks and yards beautifully embellished, whilst to the left rolls the majestic Potomac, its waters covered with vessels conveying merchandise. Even the bumpy main thoroughfare, Pennsylvania Avenue, with its uneven, carriage-rattling cobblestones, impressed Lincoln's Illinois friend Jesse W. Fell, who described it in 1841. "Casting my eyes into the spacious avenue that fronts the room in which I am writing, and what a busy scene is there presented! Thousands of persons of every age and sex, of every character and complexion, and from almost every part of the world, constitute the living, moving mass. Some brought here on business, some sent here by the sovereign people, some in search of office, some for pleasure, some for mischief, and all of them busily intent on the prosecution of their respective objects, make up this great, bustling Babel." Another Midwesterner, however, Ohio Senator Benjamin F. Wade, found the city objectionable because of its large black population. An anti-slavery radical who was to denounce Lincoln during the Civil War for his tardiness in issuing the Emancipation Proclamation, Wade observed upon arrival at the Capitol in 1851, "On the whole, this is a mean, God-forsaken, nigger-ridden place. The niggers are certainly the most intelligent part of the population, but the niggers' smell I cannot bear, yet it is in, on, and about everything you see." Wade lamented that the food was cooked by niggers until I can smell and taste the nigger. For the political elite, life in Washington combined magnificence and squalor. In 1851, Mary Elizabeth Wilson Sherwood reported that dinner parties there were handsome and very social, the talk delightful, but she deplored the conduct of congressmen from the Southwest who got fearfully drunk at dinners. Decades later, Mrs. Sherwood exclaimed, "How primitive Washington was in those days! The small, straggling city, with very muddy streets," she wrote, "was cold and dreary in winter then. The houses were insufficiently heated, the hotels abominable. But in a capital noted for the proud prominence of intellect over material prosperity, she found that high thinking helped offset plain living." Washington was a town full of men, for the wives of most members of Congress did not accompany their spouses. These footloose lawmakers were, as a journalist noted, exposed to many strong temptations, and hence were too often corrupted by evil example and impure association. A British visitor grew disenchanted with the coarse, unattractive surface of Washington society, where the social sway of women was limited. Like the capital of Illinois, Washington was exciting only when the legislature was in session. Upon the adjournment of Congress, the city reverted to its customary dull monotony. For a few days, the newly arrived Lincolns resided at the Indian Queen, a shabby hotel, unimpressive even by the low standards of Pennsylvania Avenue. Soon thereafter, like most members of the 30th Congress, they settled at one of the city's numerous boarding houses. They chose Mrs. Anne Spriggs, located on the site where the Library of Congress was later built. It formed part of Carroll Row, across from the Capitol. That structure was surmounted by a wooden dome and lacked the wings it would eventually acquire. Theodore Dwight Weld, a prominent abolitionist who roomed at Mrs. Spriggs in 1842, depicted it thus: "The iron railing around the Capitol Park comes within 50 feet of our door. Our dining room overlooks the whole Capitol Park, which is 1 mile around and filled with shade trees and shrubbery. I have a pleasant room on the second floor with a good bed, plenty of covering, a bureau, table, chairs, closets, and clothes press, a good fireplace, and plenty of dry wood to burn in it. We have about 20 boarders, mostly members of Congress. Weld explained that his Virginia-bred landlady was not a slaveholder, but hired slaves. She has 8 servants, all colored, 3 men, 1 boy, and 4 women. All are free but 3 which she hires, and these are buying themselves. The Lincolns admired Mrs. Spriggs. During the Civil War, Lincoln called her a most worthy and deserving lady, and even the sharp-tongued Mary said she found her a most estimable lady. 8 of Lincoln's fellow congressmen lived at Mrs. Spriggs, known informally as the Abolition House. Among them was Joshua R. Giddings of Ohio, the most radical anti-slavery representative, whose sobriquets included the General Blucher of abolitionism and the Lion of Ashtabula, as in Ashtabula, Ohio. Giddings was 6 feet 2 inches tall, courageous, self-assured, impossible to intimidate, and ever prepared to battle for righteousness. He declared that in Congress, "I always make the fur fly." In 1846, he taunted a Georgia representative who threatened him with a pistol and a sword cane. "Come on, the people of Ohio don't send cowards here." Upon Congressman John Quincy Adams's death in February 1848, Giddings assumed leadership of the anti-slavery forces in the House. Another of Lincoln's messmates opposed to slavery was John Dickey of Pennsylvania, who struck a fellow boarder as a very offensive man in manner and conversation, and seemed to take special pleasure in ventilating his opinions and provoking unpleasant discussions. The other boarders were drawn to Lincoln. The journalist Nathan Sargent, who served, appropriately enough, as Sergeant-at-Arms of the U.S. House, recalled that the Illinois Whig was genial and liked, fond of fun and humor, and ever ready to match another's story by one of his own. Representative James Pollock of Pennsylvania found Lincoln full of good humor, ready wit, and with an unlimited fund of anecdote, which he would relate with a zest and manner that never failed to bring down the mess, and restore harmony and smiles, when the peace of our little community was threatened by a too earnest or heated controversy on some of the exciting questions of the hour. Pollock, a puritanical old fogey Whig who in 1854 was elected governor of Pennsylvania as the candidate of the nativist Know-Nothing Party, angrily participated in one of those heated controversies. In January 1849, Pollock criticized a bill concerning the admission to the Union of California and New Mexico, causing an exceptionally heated row. When he denounced Giddings as an irresponsible agitator, the Ohioan replied that he would not tolerate such criticism of his motives by a miserable doughface who had not mind enough to form an opinion nor courage enough to avow it. Enraged by this insult, Pollock leapt up from the table and confronted Giddings, who also rose. Pollock quickly calmed down. When such intemperate debates on slavery occurred at mealtime, Lincoln diffused the tension with amusing anecdotes. Although he had strong feelings about slavery, he was careful to express them in such a way as to offend no one, even pro-slavery colleagues. When he was preparing to share an anecdote, he would set down his utensils, put his elbows on the table, cup his face in his hands, and preface his remarks with, "That reminds me." His fellow diners keenly relished the prospect of an hilarious recitation. They liked him not only for his humor, but also for his amiability, kindness, and unpretentious manners. Lincoln often relaxed with messmates and other congressmen at a nearby bowling alley. Although he was quite awkward at the sport, he enjoyed it, and played with gusto. Whenever it was known that he was at the alley, people would make a point to drop by to listen to his stories, many of which were off-color. He modestly tried to make it appear that he had gotten his material from others, although his auditors suspected he was misleading them on that score. Popularity. Lincoln's humor won him friends all over Capitol Hill. Around Christmas of 1847, he began to frequent the small post office of the House of Representatives, where members often gathered to swap yarns. After diffidently remaining silent for a while, he eventually started to tell stories and quickly outstripped all competitors. His repertoire was so vast that he never repeated a story, but, as a reporter put it, delivered one after another, like the successive charges in a magazine gun, and always pertinently adapted to some passing event. His tales of the Black Hawk War were especially popular with newspaper correspondents who were bored by congressional pomposity. In Washington he picked up several news stories, some of them quite obscene. Representative William M. Cockey of Tennessee remembered that whenever he saw a knot of congressmen together laughing, I knew that they were surrounding Lincoln and listening to his filthy stories. Moses Hampton of Pennsylvania recalled two such off-color tales, one involving an old Virginian stropping his razor on a certain member of a young Negro's body, and the other about the old woman's fish, which gets larger the more it is handled. Colleagues in the House admired not only Lincoln's humor, but also his character and personality. In May 1848, a Washington correspondent reported that no member of whom I have any knowledge possesses in a higher degree the respect and confidence of the House than Lincoln. Heady praise for a newcomer. A few months later, another journalist called Lincoln a universal favorite here, an entirely self-made man, and of singular and striking personal appearance. His colleagues praised his warmth, generosity, magnanimity, and practical common sense. Lincoln was especially grateful for the treatment he received from the renowned educational reformer and anti-slavery militant Horace Mann. In 1865, Lincoln told Mann's sister-in-law that he was very kind to me, and it was something to me at that time to have him so, for he was a distinguished man in his way, and I was nobody. Among those members whom Lincoln especially liked was Daniel M. Barringer of North Carolina, with whom he shared a desk and many meals. In addition to his character and humor, Lincoln's oratorical prowess won him respect. Charles H. Brainerd, a Washington-based publisher who saw Lincoln often during his congressional term, reported that whenever the Illinois Whig addressed the House, he commanded the individual attention of all present. If occasionally his speeches lacked rhetorical grace and finish, they had directness and precision, and never failed to carry conviction to every candid mind, while his sallies of wit and humor and his quick repartee, whenever he was interrupted by questions from his political opponents, would be followed by peals of laughter from all parts of the hall. This was no small accomplishment in a chamber whose notoriously poor acoustics made it difficult to hear speakers. The 60-foot-high domed ceiling, modeled on the Pantheon at Rome, created a distracting echo. Almost every member had difficulty hearing and making himself heard. To be audible, a speaker had to strain to the utmost. Frequently, reporters for the Congressional Globe, unable to make out what was said on the floor, noted that the remarks of an honorable gentleman were inaudible. In 1844, John J. Hardin complained that, of all places to speak or to try and do any business, the hall of the House is the worst I ever saw. I would prefer speaking in a pig pen with 500 hogs squealing, or talking to a mob when a fight is going on, or endeavor to speak to a set of men at a muster when the studs are exhibiting, than to try to fix the attention of the House. Not 1 man in 50 can make himself heard on account of the construction of the hall, and no one but J. Q. Adams is even listened to by the House, unless there is a quarrel going on, or the prospect of a row is brewing. Last week the scenes in the House would have disgraced the meanest Western grocery. Bullying and Billingsgate are the only order of the day. Although the House's acoustics were poor, the 95-foot-long chamber was, as Charles Dickens observed, a beautiful and spacious hall, of semicircular shape, supported by handsome pillars. Dickens also reported that the chamber was handsomely carpeted, but deplored the state to which these carpets are reduced by the universal disregard of the spittoon with which every honorable, that is, representative, is accommodated. The extraordinary improvements on the pattern which are squirted and dabbled upon it in every direction do not admit of being described. Dickens added. Statues of liberty and history, as well as full-length portraits of Washington and Lafayette, decorated the hall. Crimson drapery festooned the spaces between the 26 massive marble columns. Light was provided by an unreliable gas system, which one member in 1849 described disapprovingly. "Our gas has just gone out for the second time, giving us a very bright stink with the darkest possible light." That representative also found the Capitol bewildering, a series of blind, gloomy, and crooked labyrinths through which a stranger threads his devious way with difficulty. Unlike her husband, Mary Lincoln enjoyed little popularity, and by 1848 she had returned to her father's home in Lexington. She may have been lonely, for there were few congressional wives with whom to socialize. In 1845, only 72 of the 221 members of the House were accompanied by family members. At the boarding house, Mary Lincoln seldom appeared save at mealtime. Some boarders at Mrs. Spriggs, like those in the Globe Tavern 5 years earlier, found her disagreeable. On April 16, 1848, Lincoln wrote her saying that all the guests, or rather, all with whom you were on decided good terms, send their love to you. The others say nothing. Lincoln had mixed feelings about his wife's absence. "In this troublesome world," he told her, "we are never quite satisfied. When you were here, I thought you hindered me some in attending to business, but now, having nothing but business, no variety, it has grown exceedingly tasteless to me. I hate to sit down and direct documents, and I hate to stay in this old room by myself." Such loneliness afflicted other congressmen, including Joshua Giddings, who complained to his spouse in June 1848, "Last Sunday I was home with wife and children and friends. Now here I am, solitary and alone, in the midst of so many thousands, surrounded with heated walls and almost burning pavements. I am homesick." In 1854, Richard Yates, representing Lincoln's district, lamented to Mrs. Yates, "You speak of being lonely, but I do assure you that you cannot feel near as lonely as I do. Sometimes a feeling of loneliness comes over me which is nearly insupportable. The days are weeks, and the weeks months." Life of a Freshman Representative. Like many of his colleagues, Lincoln found routine congressional work unrewarding. In 1844, John J. Hardin told a law partner, "Having a seat in Congress is not the thing it is cracked up to be. Almost nothing about life in Washington is desirable. There is a vast deal of drudgery to do, in reading and writing letters on business which no lawyer would attend to, and which would not pay him if he did. Still, they must be answered. The hours of eating here destroy all business habits, and the hours of the House destroy a man's health." Representatives usually spent their mornings answering correspondence, visiting government offices on behalf of constituents, attending committee meetings, and conning newspapers. House sessions customarily ran from noon till early evening, at which time caucuses were often held. Committee work could be tedious, as Isaac Holmes of South Carolina noted when he remarked that the Commerce Committee spent 2/3 of its time with the consideration of such subjects as bounties on codfish, while the vastly more important subjects were greatly neglected. As a lowly freshman, Lincoln occupied an undesirable seat at the back of the House chamber in what was known as the Cherokee Strip on the Whig side of the aisle. He also was assigned to unimportant committees, those on expenditures in the War Department and on post offices and post roads. The chairman of the latter said that no man on that committee worked more industriously than Lincoln did. The House teemed with activity. The representatives' desks made the lower chamber a convenient place for them to take care of their correspondence and other business, much to the annoyance of colleagues who were addressing them. Even more annoying was the cacophony created by members clapping their hands to summon ubiquitous page boys for various chores, like delivering messages or fetching water, newspapers, and envelopes. A representative's wife likened the confusion and noise of the House of Representatives to 100 swarms of bees. In 1849, a Kentuckian reported that the House is but a continued scene of dissension, distraction, disorder, and uproar. No speech is listened to while the floor is occupied. The honorable members are skipping to and fro, laughing, talking, whispering, cursing one another, slapping their hands together, rapping on the desk for the messenger boys, etc., altogether making a bedlam that outlives the pit of a theater or tap-room. It is impossible to hear a speech in the galleries. From those galleries, Horace Greeley noted, a visitor could look down on the noisy bedlam, which would give him large opportunities for headache, meager ones for edification. To many representatives, their colleagues' inattention made little difference, for speeches were designed for home consumption, while the real business of the House was transacted in committees and private consultations. In the first several months of 1848, the desultory debates in the House lacked interest and relevance. Whenever a dull speaker took the floor, a forest of newspapers appeared, as members caught up on their reading. In early February 1848, a Massachusetts representative reported that he and his colleagues have not done much business, and complained that there does not appear to be a disposition to do so. Small wonder that Lincoln's immediate predecessors disparaged the House. "The most stupid place generally I was ever in," said John J. Hardin, while Edward Baker lamented that the House is dull, and so are many of its members. Much time was wasted on private bills, which formed rather a tedious and stupid subject of debate. Most of the claims that Congress investigated were not acted upon, for a legislative body was ill-suited to function as a court of claims. The House Whig leadership in Lincoln's term lacked distinction, though the octogenarian John Quincy Adams was still serving. But old man eloquent was well beyond his prime. The majority leaders, Samuel Vinton of Ohio, chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, and Truman Smith of Connecticut, de facto National Party chairman since 1842, enjoyed a reputation for above-average sagacity, but the shrewd, savvy, well-informed Smith lacked oratorical skills, and, like the conservative Vinton, was no match for Adams in his heyday. Nor was House Speaker Robert C. Winthrop, a mild-mannered, touchy, hyper-dignified Boston Brahmin, who reportedly was so timid that when he had to bid a friend good night he would call him aside and ask him not to say anything about it. Speeches. Much as Lincoln enjoyed the popularity that his humor and personality won him, he aspired to do more than merely ingratiate himself with his colleagues, a slight majority of whom were Whigs. Lincoln was also in the occupational majority. 3/4 of the representatives were lawyers. On December 13, 1847, Lincoln told his law partner, "As you are all so anxious for me to distinguish myself, I have concluded to do so before long." Lincoln hoped to accomplish this goal with a memorable speech. Speech-making was vitally important to new members, whose maiden efforts always attracted close, critical attention. As one journalist noted, "A young representative is anxious to show to the world in general, and to his constituents in particular, that he is somebody. To make one set speech, at least, is therefore the great idea of his congressional life. He longed to make a spectacle of himself for one brief hour, preferably early in the session, to show his constituents that he is ever on hand, prompt in attention to their great interests." Lincoln decided to make his mark with a speech on the Mexican War, which many Whig members condemned. Lincoln's brief initial speech, given on January 5th, did not prove to be his magnum opus. It dealt with a government mail contract and was not a conspicuous success. He presented his argument in the form of a legal pleading. Congressman Joseph Root of Ohio said of it, "The whole matter was treated by the gentleman from Illinois precisely as if the House were sitting as a court of equity, having before them the railroad company, the post office department, and such of the good people of the United States as were interested in the expedition of this mail. And he seemed to consider that the only question was, what is right between the parties." As a Democratic journalist put it, Lincoln labored under a common misapprehension among freshman members of the House, who falsely assumed that if they were only in that body, they would say this or do that, and then it would be settled. He was interrupted at the beginning of his remarks and admonished that he must not reveal in debate what had taken place in committee deliberations. Lincoln's party, which had been critical of the Mexican War since it began in May 1846, intended to make President James K. Polk's conduct of hostilities a centerpiece of the presidential campaign. Those plans were scotched in February 1848 when a peace treaty arrived in Washington and won Senate ratification the following month. Attention then shifted to the president's justification for going to war in the first place. On December 22, 1847, Lincoln introduced a series of resolutions asking Polk to supply information about the commencement of the war. In his annual message earlier that month, the president had insisted that the conflict began as a result of Mexican soldiers invading the territory of the state of Texas, striking the first blow, and shedding the blood of our citizens on our own soil. In 8 legalistic interrogatories, which became known as spot resolutions, Lincoln clearly intimated that the soil where blood was initially spilled was not American, and that in the spring of 1846, Polk had dispatched troops to Mexico in order to provoke an attack. Lincoln was particularly graphic in inquiring if the people of that settlement, where hostilities began, did or did not flee from the approach of the United States Army, leaving unprotected their homes and their growing crops before the blood was shed. Polk ignored these interrogatories. Lincoln ran a risk in questioning the legitimacy of the war, for as his colleague James Dixon of Connecticut said in making a similar point, "I know full well that if a man says he does not believe the region on this side of the Rio Grande is American soil, he will instantly be denounced as a traitor." This bold gesture by Illinois' lone Whig representative prompted a Baltimore journalist to remark that Lincoln's questions stick to the spot in Mexico where the first blood of the war was shed, with all the tightness that characterized the fabled shirt of the fabled Nessus. Evidently there is music in that very tall Mr. Lincoln. Back in Illinois, Whig journals also applauded Lincoln's resolutions as direct, to the point, and based on facts which cannot be successfully controverted. Democratic newspapers sneered at Lincoln's pathetic lamentation over the fate of those Mexicans, a statement that strongly contrasted with his cold indifference in regard to our own slaughtered citizens. The Illinois Globe of Charleston claimed that Lincoln's spot resolutions show conclusively that the littleness of the pettifogging lawyer has not been merged into the greatness of the statesman. Lincoln's indirect attack on Polk reminded the editor of the Ottawa Free Trader of a hen-roost robbing coon. Charles Lanpher, editor of the Illinois State Register, told a Democratic congressman, "Our long-legged friend from the 7th District has very properly damned himself by resolution. He may well exclaim, 'Out, damned spot,' for Cain's mark is on him. Give him hell." Lanpher's newspaper did just that, declaring that Lincoln's resolutions encouraged moral traitors to hope that they could make a respectable fight against the defenders of the country's honor. The Chicago Times claimed that Lincoln made himself ridiculous and odious in giving aid and comfort to the Mexican enemy. On January 3, 1848, Lincoln provoked further Democratic criticism by voting for Representative George Ashmun's amendment asserting that the Mexican War had been unnecessarily and unconstitutionally begun by the President. Pointing out that 1,000 young men from Illinois' 7th District were fighting in Mexico, the Springfield Register asked, rhetorically, "What will these gallant heroes say when they learn that their representative has declared in the national councils that the cause in which they suffered and braved everything was unconstitutional, unnecessary, and consequently infamous and wicked?" 9 days later, Lincoln delivered his major hour-long speech on the war, making explicit what had been implicit in his spot resolutions. He would have remained quiet, he said, if Polk had not stated in his annual message that the Mexican government was solely responsible for provoking the war. Moreover, the president had asserted that Congress implicitly endorsed his interpretation of the war's origin by voting to supply troops in the field. Lincoln, who always voted for such supplies, could not let these pronouncements go unchallenged. In addition, he said, he was moved to speak out because earlier in the session, Illinois Democratic Congressman William A. Richardson had introduced resolutions echoing Polk's self-serving version of history. Lincoln disputed that version, calling the president's discussion of the issue in his recent message, "From beginning to end, the sheerest deception." He denied Polk's assumption that either the Nueces River or the Rio Grande formed the southern boundary of Texas. In Lincoln's opinion, that boundary was located in the stupendous deserts between the two. After systematically reviewing Polk's address, he declared that he found it incomprehensible that any man, with an honest purpose only of proving the truth, could ever have thought of introducing such flimsy evidence to support his argument. Lincoln made a strong case, for the Rio Grande had not been widely regarded as the southern boundary of Texas. Therefore, the territory between the Rio Grande and the Nueces, 150 miles to the north, was, at best, disputed land, if not actually Mexico's. Before 1846, such leaders as Andrew Jackson, John Quincy Adams, John C. Calhoun, and Thomas Hart Benton had acknowledged this basic fact. Lincoln urged Polk to respond to the interrogatories he had propounded earlier. Let him answer with facts and not with arguments. Let him remember he sits where Washington sat, and so remembering, let him answer as Washington would answer. If the president could show that the soil was ours, where the first blood of the war was shed, that it was not within an inhabited country, or within such that the inhabitants had submitted themselves to the civil authority of Texas, or of the United States, then I am with him for his justification. But if Polk could not prove his case, then I shall be fully convinced of what I more than suspect already, that he is deeply conscious of being in the wrong, that he feels the blood of this war, like the blood of Abel, is crying to heaven against him. Lincoln maintained that the chief executive had deliberately provoked the war, while trusting to escape scrutiny by fixing the public gaze upon the exceeding brightness of military glory, that attractive rainbow that rises in showers of blood, that serpent's eye that charms to destroy. Lincoln then shifted his focus from the origin of the war to the present situation, which saw American forces controlling much of Mexico. Should the United States seize all of that country's territory? Any of it? Should the war be continued? Having plunged into war, Polk, according to Lincoln, has swept on and on, till, disappointed in his calculation of the ease with which Mexico might be subdued, he now finds himself and knows not where. The president's discussion of the war in his annual message, Lincoln said, resembled the half-insane mumbling of a fever dream. In describing the various rationales for the war and the different peace terms that might be acceptable, Polk showed that his mind, tasked beyond its power, is running hither and thither like some tortured creature on a burning surface, finding no position on which it can settle down and be at ease. The president, in sum, is a bewildered, confounded, and miserably perplexed man. In treating the history of Texas, Lincoln uttered words that would return to haunt him 13 years later, when some southern states left the Union. Any people, anywhere, being inclined and having the power, have the right to rise up and shake off the existing government and form a new one that suits them better. This is a most valuable, a most sacred right, a right which we hope and believe is to liberate the world. Nor is this right confined to cases in which the whole people of an existing government may choose to exercise it. Any portion of such people that may revolutionize and make their own of so much of their territories they inhabit. More than this, a majority of any portion of such people may revolutionize, putting down a minority, intermingled with or near about them, who may oppose their movement. In this rather gratuitous passage, Lincoln may have been trying to curry favor with Southern Whigs, resentful of Northern congressmen like John Quincy Adams, who had denied the legitimacy of the Texas Revolution of 1836. At that time, Lincoln was cooperating with several Southern Whig congressmen in an attempt to help General Zachary Taylor of Louisiana win their party's presidential nomination. A fellow member of the Illinois delegation, Democrat John A. McClernand, recalled that Lincoln was earnest and spoke with greater rapidity than I have ever heard him speak before. I attributed it to the fact that he had only an hour allotted to him and wanted to say as much as possible in that time. His deficiency in gesticulation was fully made up by the deep earnestness of his manner. Just before delivering his remarks, Lincoln confided to Whig Congressman Richard W. Thompson of Indiana that he was nervous. It was not surprising that he felt this way, Thompson explained, considering the forum upon which he was for the first time appearing, where those who have gained reputation are few, compared with the multitude who have lost it. The occasion was an embarrassing one for him, and was made more so by the fact that he was gazed at by so many eyes and watched by adversaries who would have rejoiced at his failure. He was not even personally known to all the members. His appearance was not attractive. Describing some brief remarks that he had delivered a week before his address on the Mexican War, Lincoln told Herndon, "I find speaking here and elsewhere about the same thing. I was about as badly scared, and no worse, as I am when I speak in court." In 1856, Lincoln confided to Henry C. Whitney, "When I have to speak, I always feel nervous till I get well into it. I hide it as well as I can." While reminiscing about this speech, Lincoln said that he felt like the boy whose teacher asked him why he didn't spell better. The boy replied, "'Cause I hain't just got the hang of the schoolhouse, but I'll get on better later." Reaction to the speech was predictably partisan. William Schuller, a Massachusetts Whig leader, reported that the tall, raw-boned, thin, and spare Lincoln speaks with rapidity and uses a good deal of gesture, some of which is quite new and original. He was listened to, however, with great attention, and made a sound, sensible, and manly speech. According to Congressman Thompson, Lincoln scored a success, rising above the common congressional level. "I heard no other criticism of his speech than what came from himself. For, unlike many I have known, he placed a modest estimate upon his own abilities. His friends were satisfied. More than that, they were delighted." The Baltimore American deemed it a very able speech. An Illinois Whig newspaper reported that the address is spoken of as an able effort, and at once places him in the front rank of the best speakers in the House. Lincoln's opponents were less pleased. As he had doubtless anticipated, Democrats, including colleagues in the House, took exception to his arguments. Representative John Jameson of Missouri expressed astonishment that the congressman from a district that had sent into battle such heroes as John J. Hardin, Edward D. Baker, and James Shields could get up here and declare that this war is unconstitutional and unjust, and thereby put so many of his brave constituents in the wrong, committing moral, if not legal, murder. Lincoln, Jameson speculated, must have been responding to pressure from the party screw. John L. Robinson of Indiana called Lincoln a hypocrite for supporting the presidential candidacy of General Taylor while denouncing Polk for starting the war. Taylor, according to Robinson, was more responsible for the outbreak of hostilities than was the president. The Hoosier congressman also scolded Lincoln for not informing his constituents during the 1846 election campaign that he regarded the war as unnecessary and unconstitutional. Willard P. Hall of Missouri denounced congressional war critics, not mentioning Lincoln specifically. Who does not know that the speeches of honorable members of Congress have been published in Mexican newspapers and read at the head of Mexican armies to incite them to attack our troops? Who does not know that the people of Mexico have read and thought over these productions until they believe there is a Mexican party in this country and Mexican representatives on this floor? Howell Cobb of Georgia, who maintained that Corpus Christi was the spot where the war began, taunted Lincoln and other Whigs. "You are stickling about the commencement of this war. Tell me how it was that you sat quietly, without opening your mouths in complaint, and allowed the Army of the United States to plant themselves on the western border of Nueces, thus commencing the war as you now claim." A New York Evening Post correspondent dismissively remarked that Lincoln sang the usual burden of Whig songs in various keys. The shrillest criticism came from Illinois Democrats. In Sangamon County, they met to condemn Lincoln for supporting the schemes of apologists and defenders of Mexico and revilers of their own country. A mass meeting in Clark County denounced Lincoln for his resolutions against his own country and urged that they be long remembered by his constituents. In Morgan County, a similar gathering condemned Lincoln as the Benedict Arnold of our district, who would be known here only as the ranchero spotty of one term. Democratic newspapers took up the cry, including the Springfield Register, the Peoria Democratic Press, and the Peoria Free Press. The Belleville Advocate was typical of the rest when it claimed that Lincoln is against his country in her struggle with a foreign and unprincipled government. Lincoln was doubtless unsurprised by Democratic criticism. He may have been nonplussed, however, when William Herndon, a strong Whig, found fault with his partner's support of the Ashmun Amendment and his denunciation of Polk. In response, Lincoln emphatically declared, "I will stake my life that if you had been in my place, you would have voted just as I did on the Ashmun Amendment." Rhetorically, he asked, "Would you have voted for what you felt you knew to be a lie? I know you would not. Would you have gone out of the House, skulked the vote? I expect not." William A. Richardson's resolutions made the direct question of the justice of the war, so that no man can be silent if he would. You are compelled to speak, and your only alternative is to tell the truth or tell a lie. I cannot doubt which you would do. To Usher F. Linder, Lincoln stressed the point even more forcefully, arguing that congressional Whigs are compelled to speak, and their only option is whether they will, when they do speak, tell the truth or tell a foul, villainous, and bloody falsehood. Herndon's contention, as Lincoln paraphrased it, was that if it shall become necessary to repel invasion, the President may, without violation of the Constitution, cross the line and invade the territory of another country, and that whether such necessity exists in any given case, the President is to be the sole judge. After denying the relevance of such an argument in the case against Polk, Lincoln declared, "Allow the President to invade a neighboring nation whenever he shall deem it necessary to repel an invasion, and you allow him to do so whenever he may choose to say he deems it necessary for such purpose, and you allow him to make war at pleasure. Study to see if you can fix any limit to his power in this respect, after you have given him so much as you propose." Lincoln cited a hypothetical case. If today he should choose to say he thinks it necessary to invade Canada to prevent the British from invading us, how could you stop him? You may say to him, "I see no probability of the British invading us," but he will say to you, "Be silent, I see it if you don't." Lincoln contended that Herndon's interpretation differed from that of the Founding Fathers. The provision of the Constitution giving the war-making power to Congress was dictated, as I understand it, by the following reasons. Kings had always been involving and impoverishing their people in wars, pretending generally, if not always, that the good of the people was the object. But the framers of the Constitution believed that such an abuse of power was the most oppressive of all kingly oppressions, and they therefore made sure that no one man should hold the power of bringing this oppression upon us. But Herndon's view destroyed the whole matter, and places our president where kings have also stood. To an Illinois Baptist minister who defended Polk's conduct in bringing on the war, Lincoln stressed that the U.S. Army, in proceeding to the Rio Grande at the president's order, before hostilities had commenced, had marched into a peaceful Mexican settlement and frightened its inhabitants away from their homes and their growing crops. If those actions seemed inconsequential to the clergyman, Lincoln asked, would you venture to so consider them had they been committed by any nation on earth against the humblest of our people? I know you would not. Then I ask, is the precept, whatsoever ye would that men should do to you, do you even so to them, obsolete? Of no force? Of no application? As these letters suggest, Lincoln was truly outraged by Polk's conduct. The main arguments of Lincoln's speech echoed those he had heard Clay espouse in November 1847, arguments made by many other Whigs. The Chicago Journal sarcastically exclaimed, "Oh, most righteous war! An American army in the midst of the 19th century, robbing a weak and defenseless nation of her territory to subsist upon." Lincoln shared the Journal's indignation and excoriated Polk not only for partisan reasons, though the speech was to some extent a characteristically Lincolnian attack on Democrats, replete with personal ridicule, but also to express his anger at what he perceived to be gross unfairness. Herndon, who warned Lincoln that he was committing political suicide by criticizing the way in which the war was provoked, later said that his sense of justice and his courage made him speak as to the war with Mexico. The Polk administration had, in Lincoln's view, played the bully, and he hated bullies. The passion behind Lincoln's invective was striking, for it was among the bitterest anti-war speeches delivered in the House up to that time. 6 months after denouncing Polk, Lincoln again turned his attention to the origins of the Mexican War. In the midst of a humorous speech ridiculing the 1848 Democratic presidential nominee, he suddenly abandoned his satirical tone and indignantly rebuked House Democrats. The marching an army into the midst of a peaceful Mexican settlement, frightening the inhabitants away, leaving their growing crops and other property to destruction, to you may appear a perfectly amiable, peaceful, unprovoking procedure. But it does not appear so to us. So to call such an act, to us appears no other than a naked, impudent absurdity. The passion in these sentences, so different from the rest of the speech, illustrates the depth of Lincoln's anger. In addition, Lincoln may have denounced Polk's actions because he came to realize that the war might expand the realm of slavery. Most Midwesterners who opposed the war did so because of their anti-slavery convictions. One historian speculated plausibly that, underneath the whole pile of political froth, Lincoln had a deep, underlying motive in displaying hostility to the Mexican War, and that motive was his desire to thwart the expansion of slavery. He had not felt the bearing the war had upon slavery when he was back in Springfield, but in Washington it loomed large to him and gave him quite a different perspective. Herndon wrongly alleged that misgivings about Lincoln's anti-war stand were widespread among Illinois Whigs. It is true that Caleb Birchall, a Springfield bookseller who, in 1842, had been a member of the executive committee of the Henry Clay Club, said that Lincoln had rendered himself very unpopular. But virtually all criticism of Lincoln's spot resolutions and his subsequent speech came from Democrats. No Whig journal criticized his stand on the war, and the party named him to serve as an assistant presidential elector in 1848. Despite his pledge to step down after one term, some Whigs favored his renomination. In April 1848, Allen Ford of the Lakin, Illinois Gazette editorialized that Lincoln has ably and faithfully discharged his duties, and if he has at no time intimated a willingness or desire to retire at the expiration of the term for which he was elected, we are not sure but that the interests of the district would be quite as well promoted by his renomination and re-election for another term. Lincoln was not averse, as he told Herndon. "It is very pleasant to learn from you that there are some who desire that I should be re-elected. I made the declaration that I would not be a candidate again, more from a wish to keep peace among our friends and to keep the district from going to the enemy, than for any cause personal to myself. If it should so happen that nobody else wishes to be elected, I could not refuse the people the right of sending me again." There was no disgrace in serving only one term. In the 1840s and 1850s, the average length of service for a U.S. representative was 3 years. But Stephen T. Logan did want to run, and the Whig nominating convention chose him. Samuel C. Parks said that just before the Whig convention met, he, with Lincoln's full knowledge, canvassed the members of the convention and was compelled to report that, with the exception of himself and a certain other delegate from Christian County, he found no one who was favorable to Lincoln's renomination. Parks explained that the reason was not the Mexican War issue, or Lincoln's vow not to run again. Rather, it was his failure to secure any substantial political patronage for the faithful of his party in the district. This objection was not entirely reasonable. The Democrats controlled the White House, and Lincoln could exercise little influence in patronage decisions. Years later, while president, he remarked to an importunate Democratic representative, "That reminds me of my own experience as an old Whig member of Congress. I was always in the opposition, and I had no troubles of this kind at all. It was the easiest thing imaginable to be an opposition member. No running to the departments and the White House." In August 1848, Stephen T. Logan lost the 7th District congressional seat to his Democratic opponent, Major Thomas L. Harris, a hero of the Mexican War, by less than 1 percentage point, 49.8 to 49.1%, or 7,201 votes to 7,095. Losing this hitherto safe district was, David Davis lamented, a terrible blow to the Whigs everywhere in the state. Some Democratic observers, along with Herndon, saw in Logan's defeat a repudiation of Lincoln's anti-war stance. Logan himself attributed it in part to Lincoln's unpopularity. Lincoln did not concur in that judgment. He told William Schuller that "a good many Whigs, without good cause, as I think, were unwilling to go for Logan, and some of them so wrote me before the election. On the other hand, Harris was a major of the war and fought at Cerro Gordo, where several Whigs of the district fought with him." Complicating matters was the Liberty Party candidate, who won 166 votes, 1% of the total, most of which would probably have gone to Logan if there had been a two-man race. Moreover, Logan and other Whigs were guilty of complacency. Logan told his friends at and around Delavan that his election was sure, that they need not go to the polls. The Illinois State Journal blamed Logan's defeat in part on the inactivity of the Whigs, and also on a German-language handbill circulated by the Democrats falsely alleging that Logan was a nativist bigot. The greatest handicap the Whigs labored under was Logan's off-putting personality. As one observer noted, the suavity and affability so needful in winning popularity with the masses were wanting in his character, and he was too frank and unbending to be always popular with either the people or the politicians. In fact, the voters regarded the Whig candidate as a cold, avaricious, and little mean man. This unfortunate reputation was enhanced by Logan's response to a Democratic charge that he had paid only 50 cents to help finance the return of a soldier's body from Mexico. Indignantly, the wealthy Logan protested that he had contributed $3. Such tight-fistedness did not sit well with some Whigs, who thought him too selfish and cold and parsimonious. Logan was also intellectually arrogant and domineering. Hezekiah Morse Weed, a fellow delegate to the 1847 Illinois Constitutional Convention, noted that Logan is above all other men proud of his abilities, and he gratifies that pride by the constant exercise of his powers. Submission to his opinions is, in his opinion, a duty due from other men, and that submission he intends to exact. Logan, he concluded, is what might safely be called a smart man, but he is very far from being a great one. The victorious Major Harris believed that Logan, who raised no enthusiasm and no sympathy, failed to capitalize on strong Whig sentiment in the district. Harris's triumph, James Shields exulted, was all the sweeter because it was so unexpected and so extraordinary. A Whig candidate more politically astute and personally appealing than Logan probably would have won. In November, the Whig presidential nominee, Zachary Taylor, outpolled his Democratic opponent by 1,481 votes in the 7th District. 2 years later, while his party was suffering a setback nationally, the handsome, energetic, likable, hard-working Whig congressional candidate Richard Yates successfully challenged Harris, winning by a margin of 754 ballots, capturing 53% of the vote. The charming, impulsive, handsome, sociable Yates was far more prepossessing than Logan. He radiated sincerity and enthusiasm. John Hay reported that Yates is the people's darling. They like his pleasant voice and his genial eyes as much as they do his honor and his eloquence. Yates was an exceptionally effective campaigner. As Nathan Morse Knapp put it, he would tie the Star-Spangled Banner over his opponent's head, cork up his asshole with a newspaper copy of the Declaration of Independence, make a 4th of July speech in his ears, and leave before he could get discombobulated enough to see the track upon which the gallant Dick had departed. Democrats complained that his addresses were of the 4th of July order, appealing to the noble friends of his boyhood, pointing to the imaginary stars and stripes of his visions, reminding us of Bunker Hill, Concord, and Lexington, and generally letting off at the crowd a series of sentimental fireworks. When Logan ran for a seat on the Illinois State Supreme Court in 1855, he was worse beaten than any other man ever was since elections were invented, Lincoln remarked. Logan lost 31,535 to 21,932, or 59 to 41%, to the little-known Onias C. Skinner of Quincy. The previous year, on the other hand, Lincoln had run for the General Assembly and won the largest number of votes cast for any legislative candidate in Sangamon County. If he had truly alienated voters with his Mexican War stand, he would not have been so popular in 1854. Illinois Whigs other than Logan fared badly in the August 1848 elections. The party saw its share of the state House of Representatives decline from 33% to 31%, and Whig congressional nominees received 30,000 fewer votes than their Democratic opponents. In neighboring Missouri and Indiana, Whig candidates suffered similarly discouraging results. President-making. The presidential election of 1848 dominated the long first session of Lincoln's congressional term. Both houses devoted so much attention to the subject that one journalist sniffed, "The time will come when the people will send men to Congress to do the business of the people, leaving to the people the liberty of making their presidents." No sooner had Lincoln arrived in Washington in December 1847 than he was accosted by the great Kentucky kingmaker, Senator John J. Crittenden, champion of Zachary Taylor's candidacy. The influential Democratic leader, Duff Green, a boarder at Mrs. Spriggs, told Lincoln that Taylor would have the support not only of Whigs, but also of Calhounites like himself. Green's nephew was Ninian W. Edwards, husband of Mary Lincoln's sister Elizabeth. Lincoln agreed with these veteran politicians. Fearing realistically that his beau ideal of a statesman, The septuagenarian Henry Clay, a three-time loser in presidential contests, was unelectable, Lincoln had already decided to support Taylor, a hero of the Mexican War. The traditional Whig issues, banks, tariffs, and internal improvements, had lost their popular appeal, as had Clay, who, after his defeat in 1844, forswore another presidential race. But the great compromiser changed his mind and came to Washington in January 1848 to enlist support for yet another White House bid. A speech he gave at that time swayed many, including a congressman who said, "Mr. Clay speaks more charmingly than any other man. His voice is like the breaking of eggs into good wine. His power over a great audience is unequaled, and the enthusiasm of the people at the sound of his voice is like the shout of the morning stars." The sage of Ashland was still eloquent, but his time was past. As early as the spring of 1847, after Taylor's electrifying victory at Buena Vista in February over Santa Anna's much larger army, following on the heels of his earlier triumphs at Palo Alto, Resaca de la Palma, and Monterey, Whig leaders had realized that the modest, unassuming, successful general was their most eligible standard-bearer, a kind of modern-day Cincinnatus come George Washington. A Whig representative from Georgia declared, "We go for success. The people have shown in all cases their partiality for military men whenever they have been placed before them. All the civil merits of wagon bills and mill boys cannot give the éclat of a single victory on the battlefield." In June 1847, Representative George Ashmun of Massachusetts observed that the Taylor fever has been spreading far and wide, and predicted that attempts to resist it would fail. The following January, another Bay State congressman lamented the rise of military democracy, complaining that our candidates, unless the war spirit is soon checked, will be taken from the generals in the field. But even in Massachusetts, many Whigs were ready to embrace Taylor because he seemed likely to win. A journalist in Boston thought that this fighting and voting every 4 years and getting beat is not what it is cracked up to be, and urged his party to nominate the man who will beat, that is, the one. If Taylor is the man, put him through. Some Illinois Whigs had caught the Taylor fever in the spring of 1848. In March, Silas Noble of Dixon announced that he was "for any Whig we can beat the locos with. I would rather beat them with Henry Clay than any other man, but if we cannot beat them with him, let us try old Rough and Ready." John J. Hardin acknowledged that Clay has more devoted friends than any other man in the nation, but owing to the prominent and decided part he has taken on all subjects for 40 years past, he has an amount of personal opposition accumulated against him, which, although wholly unjust, makes it very easy to excite prejudice against him. On August 30th, 1847, Whig party leaders attended a state constitutional convention, gathered at the Springfield home of Ninian W. Edwards to discuss the presidential election. According to one delegate, James W. Singleton, Lincoln explained that the purpose of the meeting was to choose some other man than Henry Clay as the standard-bearer of the Whig party. Lincoln put forward Taylor's name and urged the necessity of immediate action, for if the Whigs did not take Taylor for their candidate, then the Democrats would. As late as March 1848, Democrats still contemplated drafting the apolitical general. Lincoln reportedly asserted that the Whig party had fought long enough for principle and should change its motto to success. After resolutions were adopted in accordance with the views expressed by Mr. Lincoln, Clay stalwarts, Singleton, and Charles Constable immediately left the House. Lincoln, Singleton claimed, even went so far as to try to prevent me from taking a seat in the Philadelphia convention of the National Whig Party, and urged me to surrender my seat to Dr. Elias Zabriskie. Zabriskie then being a citizen of New Jersey and not Illinois, because Zabriskie was for Taylor and I was for Henry Clay for the presidency. In Congress, Lincoln struck up a pro-Taylor partnership with the tiny, frail, sickly, brilliant Alexander H. Stephens of Georgia. Stephens was eager to nominate the slaveholding general in order to protect Southern interests, which seemed ominously threatened by the introduction of the 1846 Wilmot Proviso, prohibiting slavery in any territory acquired from Mexico. It passed the House, but failed in the Senate. As enthusiastic backers of the hero of Buena Vista, they formed the first congressional Taylor Club, dominated by Southerners. Calling themselves the Young Indians, they corresponded with Whigs in all regions as they organized the Taylor movement. Stephens admired Lincoln, who, he recollected, was careful as to his manners, awkward in his speech, but was possessed of a very strong, clear, and vigorous mind. Lincoln always attracted and riveted attention of the House when he spoke, for his manner of speech as well as thought was original. Lincoln had no model. He was a man of strong convictions, and was what Thomas Carlyle would have called an earnest man. In turn, Lincoln thought highly of the charming, kind, fiercely individualistic Stephens. Of all the Southern Whigs, Lincoln's favorite was Stephens. On February 2, 1848, Lincoln reported to Herndon that the Georgia representative, a little, slim, pale-faced, consumptive man, with a voice like Stephen T. Logan's, has just concluded the very best speech of an hour's length I ever heard. My old, withered, dry eyes are full of tears yet. In that speech, Stephens declared that the principle of waging war against a neighboring people to compel them to sell their country is not only dishonorable, but disgraceful and infamous. In December and January, Lincoln worked behind the scenes with Stephens and other young Indians to promote Taylor's candidacy. On February 9th, Lincoln publicly declared that he, like many other Whig leaders in Illinois, was decidedly in favor of General Taylor as the Whig candidate for the next presidency. He supported old Rough and Ready because I am satisfied we can elect him, that he would give us a Whig administration, and that we cannot elect any other Whig. With Taylor heading the ticket, Lincoln predicted that the Whigs would gain one more House seat in Illinois and probably win the state's electoral votes. To an Illinoisan who feared that Clay supporters would not be induced to back Taylor, Lincoln explained that he sided with Taylor not because I think he would make a better president than Clay, but because I think he would make a better one than Democrats like Polk, or Lewis Cass, or James Buchanan, or any such creatures, one of whom is sure to be elected if he is not. Clay, Lincoln believed, stood no chance at all. Even if the Kentucky statesman managed to gain New York, which he had narrowly lost in 1844, he would fail to carry Tennessee as well as the new states of Florida, Texas, Iowa, and Wisconsin in 1848. Another alternative to Taylor, the colorless, chilly Supreme Court Justice, John McLean, was not a winning card, in Lincoln's opinion. Some Whigs objected to Taylor because his views on public affairs were quite unknown. In late January, congressional Whigs decisively rejected the Young Indians' attempt to secure an endorsement for their man. At the same time, newspapers published letters by Taylor in which he refused to be trammeled by any party's principles or nomination. Such statements injured Taylor's standing among Whigs. Particularly damaging was an April letter, appearing in the Richmond Whig, that reaffirmed Taylor's status as a no-party candidate. Caleb B. Smith of Indiana reported that 75% of his fellow Northern Whig congressmen thought that General Taylor cannot be run with the least prospect of success in the North, if he shall adhere to his present position of declining to give his opinions. The idea of running him as a no-party candidate is out of the question. Senator Willie Mangum of North Carolina, and others like him, believed that Taylor was too standoffish and insufficiently committed to Whig principles. To meet these objections, Lincoln proposed that Taylor announce his intention to endorse a national bank if Congress were to pass a bill establishing one, recommend a higher protective tariff, pledge not to abuse his veto power, and seek to acquire no territory from Mexico so far south as to enlarge and aggravate the distracting question of slavery. Other young Indians offered similar advice, In April, Taylor responded by issuing a statement identifying himself as a Whig, denouncing wars of conquest, and proclaiming his willingness to sign Whig economic measures into law if they were passed by Congress. When Usher F. Linder expressed concern that Whig criticism of the Mexican War might injure Taylor's chances, Lincoln denied that he had opposed the war per se, for he, unlike some anti-war congressmen, always voted in favor of supplies for the troops. His criticism of Polk did not constitute opposition to the war. To Linder's contention that attacks on the president robbed Taylor and Scott of more than half their laurels, Lincoln replied that over 40 congressmen backed Taylor, and all had voted for the Ashman Amendment. Linder had asked, "Have we as a party ever gained anything by falling in company with abolitionists?" Lincoln pointed to the election of 1840, when abolitionists joined forces with the Whigs to elect Harrison. Moreover, Lincoln argued, critics of Polk were not necessarily abolitionists. In fact, 37 Whig representatives from slave states had voted for the Ashman Amendment. Linder's observation about abolitionists was curious, for radical opponents of slavery displayed little enthusiasm for Taylor. In 1847, Joshua R. Giddings declared that the Whigs who have got up this movement in favor of General Taylor, knowing him to be in favor of extending slavery, are men of desperate political fortunes, who have become anxious to share in the spoils of office. They are men who would sell their party, their country, and their God for an ephemeral success, or to enable them to bask in the sunshine of executive favor. Another Ohio congressman acidly remarked of Taylor's candidacy, "To kill women and children and hurry men unprepared to eternity because they refuse to give us their land now free in order that we may cover it with slaves are certainly high qualifications for the highest office in the gift of a free nation of professing Christians." Taylor's ownership of a Louisiana plantation worked by scores of slaves hardly endeared him to opponents of the peculiar institution, like Horace Greeley, who insisted that Whigs cannot, with any decency, support General Taylor. His no party letters, his well-understood hostility to the Wilmot Proviso, his unqualified devotion to slavery, his destruction of qualifications and principles, place him at an immeasurable distance from the presidency. If we nominate Taylor, we may elect him, but we destroy the Whig party. The offset to abolitionism will ruin us. Most Whigs, however, agreed not with Greeley, but with former Congressman Edward McGoffery of Indiana, who believed that the party must have the aid of gunpowder. The fortress of locofolkism is not to be taken without it. In June, the Whig National Convention assembled at Philadelphia, with Lincoln in attendance, and chose Taylor to run against the bland Michigan Senator Lewis Cass, whom the Democrats had nominated the previous month. The Whigs' failure to adopt a platform led one disillusioned Michigan editor to satirize the party's principles in nonsense verse. "Sound the he-gag, strike the tonjon, beat the fuzz-guzzy, wake the gong-quong, let the loud hosanna ring, bum-tum-fizzle-gum-dingo-bim." A Pennsylvania Whig declared that instead of a formal platform, all the party needed to do was quote Taylor's famous battlefield order, "A little more grape, Captain Bragg." Although many Northern Whigs were outraged by the nomination of a slaveholder who had never been a true backer of the party or its principles, Lincoln reported on June 12 that such disaffected elements are fast falling in, and predicted that we shall have a most overwhelming, glorious triumph. He took heart from the fact that all the odds and ends are with us. Barn burners, that is, free-soil Democrats in New York, Native Americans, John Tyler men, disappointed office-seeking locofocos, and the Lord knows what. He gloated that Taylor's nomination takes the locos on the blind side. It turns the war thunder against them. The war is now to them the gallows of Haman, which they built for us and on which they are doomed to be hanged themselves. Even Horace Greeley ultimately supported Taylor in order to defeat that pot-bellied, mutton-headed cucumber, Cass. En route back to Washington from Philadelphia, Lincoln stopped in Wilmington, Delaware, where he attacked Polk's high-handed and despotic exercise of the veto power in utter disregard of the will of the people, and impugned his motives for provoking war with Mexico. Lincoln, like many other Whigs, charged that Polk started the war with Mexico to distract public attention from his failure to gain all of the Oregon Territory from Great Britain, despite his belligerent campaign rhetoric about 54-40 or fight. 10 days later, on the floor of the House, Lincoln denounced Polk's veto of an internal improvements bill and Cass's hostility to federal support for such legislation. Although that subject had been debated early in the session, Lincoln may have refrained from speaking on traditional Whig economic policies until Taylor, whose views on these matters were sketchy, was safely nominated. Lincoln also probably realized that with the earlier ratification of a treaty ending the Mexican War, criticism of the administration's conduct in provoking that conflict would no longer yield political dividends. A New York Tribune correspondent called it a very sensible speech, showing that Lincoln not only understood the subject, but even succeeded in making the House understand it. On July 27th, Lincoln treated the House to a partisan stump speech on the presidential question. Prompted by criticism of Taylor's pledge to use the veto power sparingly, it commanded the attention of his colleagues and gallery onlookers. Lincoln praised the general's willingness to defer to Congress, for that accorded with the principle of allowing the people to do as they please with their own business. He admitted that he did not know if Taylor would join him in supporting the Wilmot Proviso. Lincoln voted for the proviso, or its equivalent, at least 5 times during his congressional term. As a Western Free State man with a constituency I believe to be, and with personal feelings I know to be, against the extension of slavery, Lincoln hoped and trusted that Taylor would sign a bill containing the controversial proviso. He was right about his constituency. In 1849, the Illinois General Assembly voted to instruct the state's congressional delegation to support measures excluding slavery from all territory gained from Mexico. Lincoln may have learned that in May, Taylor had privately given assurances that he would not veto Wilmot's measure. Since Cass would definitely support the expansion of slavery and veto the proviso, it was better to vote for a candidate who might not do so. Moreover, under a Cass administration, the country would probably embark on a course of policy leading to new wars, new acquisitions of territory, and still further extensions of slavery. With his customary sarcasm and ridicule, Lincoln poked fun at Congressman Alfred Iverson of Georgia, who a day earlier had delivered a slashing speech, after which Lincoln said, "I was struck blind and found myself feeling with my fingers for an assurance of my continued physical existence. A little of the bone was left, and I gradually revived." Responding to Iverson's claim that the Whigs had deserted all our principles and taken shelter under General Taylor's military coattail, Lincoln accused the Democrats of having used the ample military coattail of Andrew Jackson. "Like a horde of hungry ticks, you have stuck to the tail of the Hermitage lion to the end of his life, and you are still sticking to it, and drawing a loathsome sustenance from it after he is dead. A fellow once advertised that he had made a discovery by which he could make a new man out of an old one, and have enough of the stuff left to make a little yellow dog. Just such a discovery has General Jackson's popularity been to you. You have not only twice made president out of him, but you have had enough of the stuff left to make presidents of several comparatively small men since, and it is your chief reliance now to make still another." Lincoln then lampooned Cass's military record, comparing it, wryly, to his own in the Black Hawk War. Lincoln scornfully summarized Cass's waffling course on the Wilmot Proviso. When the question was raised in 1846, he was in a blustering hurry to take ground for it. He sought to be in advance, and to avoid the uninteresting position of a mere follower. But soon he began to see glimpses of the great Democratic oxgad waving in his face, and to hear, Indistinctly, a voice saying, "Back, back, sir, back a little." He shakes his head and bats his eyes and blunders back. Lincoln also belittled Cass's government financial accounts, which allegedly showed that the Michigander not only did the labor of several men at the same time, but that he often did it at several places, many hundreds of miles apart at the same time. He went on to mock Cass's wonderful eating capacities, which enabled him to consume 10 rations a day in Michigan, 10 rations a day here in Washington, and near $5 worth a day on the road between the two places. Everyone, Lincoln remarked, has heard of the animal standing in doubt between 2 stacks of hay and starving to death. The like of that would never happen to General Cass. Place the stacks 1,000 miles apart. He would stand stock still midway between them and eat them both at once, and the green grass along the line would be apt to suffer some, too, at the same time. After excoriating Polk's conduct in bringing on the Mexican War, Lincoln alluded to the divisions within the New York Democratic Party, which reminded him of what a drunken fellow once said when he heard the reading of an indictment for hog stealing. The clerk read on till he got to and through the words, "Did steal, take, and carry away 10 boars, 10 sows, 10 shoats, and 10 pigs," at which he exclaimed, "Well, by golly, that is the most equally divided gang of hogs I ever did hear of." Lincoln concluded by remarking, "If there is any other gang of hogs more equally divided than the Democrats of New York are about this time, I have not heard of it." Throughout the final half hour of his idiosyncratic speech, Lincoln was so genial and humorous that his colleagues laughed uproariously several times. With comic gestures, he delivered his remarks while strolling up and down the aisle. Whig newspapers called the speech excellent and humorous, and praised Lincoln as a very able, acute, uncouth, honest, upright man, and a tremendous wag withal. He was, in fact, the leading Whig wag in Congress. Democrats also complimented him. When an Eastern representative asked an Ohioan, "How did you like the lanky Illinoisan's speech? Very able, wasn't it?" The Buckeye replied, "The speech was pretty good, but I hope he won't charge mileage on his travels while delivering it." Senator Hannibal Hamlin of Maine, while observing Lincoln give this speech, asked who he was. "Abe Lincoln, the best storyteller in the House," he was told. After Congress adjourned on August 14th, Lincoln remained in Washington for nearly a month, helping the Whig Executive Committee of Congress organize the national campaign. He corresponded with several party leaders, who reported encouraging news and sent out thousands of copies of speeches by himself and other Whigs. Like a benign mentor, he urged young Whigs in Sangamon County to take an active role in the campaign and not passively look for instructions from their elders. "You must not wait to be brought forward by the older men," he told William Herndon. "For instance, do you suppose that I should ever have gotten to notice if I had waited to be hunted up and pushed forward by older men? You young men get together and form a Rough and Ready Club and have regular meetings and speeches." When Herndon complained that the older Whigs were discriminating against the younger ones, Lincoln responded with paternal wisdom, urging him not to wallow in jealousy, suspicion, or a feeling of victimhood. "The way for a young man to rise is to improve himself every way he can, never suspecting that anybody wishes to hinder him. Allow me to assure you that suspicion and jealousy never did help any man in any situation. There may sometimes be ungenerous attempts to keep a young man down, and they will succeed, too, if he allows his mind to be diverted from its true channel to brood over the attempted injury. Cast about and see if this feeling has not injured every person you have ever known to fall into." Stumping for Taylor. Lincoln stumped vigorously for Taylor. In late August and early September, he spoke in Washington and nearby Maryland. In September, he spent 11 days in Massachusetts. Remarking on Lincoln's appearance in New England, the Chicago Democrat sneered, Who would have thought it that Massachusetts would ever become so doubtful that it would be necessary to send to Illinois for aid? Well, Illinois has no use for her Whigs. In fact, because Lincoln believed that Taylor had little chance of winning the Prairie State, he felt free to canvass New England rather than returning home. Lincoln was needed in Massachusetts, where disaffection with Taylor ran especially deep. Joshua Giddings had spoken against the general that summer to large and enthusiastic crowds in the state, and it seemed that Whig defections in November might prove serious. One young Bay State Whig bitterly complained that Southerners have trampled on the rights and just claims of the North sufficiently long and have fairly shit upon all our Northern statesmen and are now trying to rub it in. Conscience Whigs like Charles Sumner, Henry Wilson, Charles Allen, and Anson Burlingame denounced Taylor and his Cotton Whig allies. Wilson, who in 1847 had said that the Free State Whigs must dictate the policy of the party, or the party had better be defeated and broken up, stormed out of the Philadelphia Convention, declaring, "I will go home, and so help me God, I will do all I can to defeat Taylor." At the convention, which Horace Greeley called the slaughterhouse of Whig principles, Charles Allen announced that the party is here and this day dissolved. In August, Wilson, Allen, Sumner, and other anti-slavery militants met at Buffalo, where they formed the Free Soil Party. Selected as their presidential candidate Martin Van Buren, who in November would win 14% of the Northern popular ballots but no electoral votes, adopted a vigorous anti-slavery platform and chose as their motto, "Free soil, free speech, free labor, and free men." To some Boston Whigs, these bolters seemed like a set of Chinese bonzes, in gowns and pigtails, attempting to introduce the idolatrous worship of faux even. The new party's gubernatorial candidate predicted that Van Buren would siphon off 25,000 Massachusetts votes from Taylor. Although they had no expectation that Van Buren could win, some Free Soilers hoped that his candidacy would throw the election into the House of Representatives. Just as Joshua Giddings had 4 years earlier campaigned to convince anti-slavery Whigs not to vote for the Liberty Party's James Birney, so now Lincoln sought to persuade anti-slavery Whigs not to support the Free Soiler Van Buren. Searching for help, Massachusetts Whigs looked west. Some suggested that Ohio's Senator Thomas Corwin should be invited, but he was busy campaigning back home. Lincoln may have been invited in lieu of Corwin. Like the Ohioan, Lincoln was hostile to slavery and a good Whig, and had also made a notable speech criticizing Polk's war policy. Lincoln's attack on the president had won the approval of Massachusetts Whigs, including a Hingham resident who in March told his congressman, "Our attention has been arrested in this quarter by the able speech of Honorable Mr. Lincoln of Illinois." On September 13th, a Massachusetts State Whig convention took place in Worcester, where Lincoln arrived 2 days earlier, evidently invited by his friend, Congressman Charles Hudson. The chairman of the Whig City Committee, Alexander H. Bullock, sought out Lincoln, explained the political situation in detail, and asked him to speak the next night as a substitute for the scheduled Whig orator, who had backed out at the last moment. The Illinoisan agreed, suggesting that a tariff speech might be suitable. Bullock urged that Lincoln instead address the Whig cause in general, and that he do so discreetly, lest he offend potential Free Soilers. Taking this advice, Lincoln repeated the congressional stump speech he had delivered in July, to which he appended a special plea to anti-slavery Whigs. Some of them found Van Buren suspect because of his tendency to accommodate slaveholders, his reputation as a clever political operator, and his espousal of negative government. Like other Whig campaigners, Lincoln argued that a vote for Van Buren was, in effect, a vote for Cass. For opponents of slavery to unite with those Democrats who annexed the new territory to prevent the extension of slavery in that territory seemed to Lincoln to be in the highest degree absurd and ridiculous. He criticized purists who intended to do their duty and leave the consequences to God, and he chastised the delegates to the Buffalo Free Soil Convention for their silence about the Mexican War. The Free Soil platform, he said, embraces a few general declarations in regard to other topics than slavery, but they are so general that they call to mind the pantaloons offered at auction by a Yankee peddler, who described them as large enough for any man and small enough for any boy. He also asserted that Taylor would be a better Whig president than Clay, for Taylor's ground and the Whig ground is that the people ought to do as they please in regard to all questions of domestic policy, whereas Clay was and is always ready to give his opinions and preferences, and thus would present motives for others to prostitute themselves to gain favor with him if in power. The Whig failure to adopt a platform, Lincoln argued, was preferable and far more useful to the great majority of the country than the variegated and impractical platforms that it had become the fashion to adopt. As usual, Lincoln made little impression at first. His awkward appearance and soft delivery did not bode well, but soon his humorous stories and anecdotes, eloquent passages, and sarcastic put-downs of Cass, Van Buren, and other Democrats elicited warm applause and loud cries of, "Go on, go on!" The pro-Whig Boston Atlas called his address one of the best speeches ever heard in Worcester, and claimed that it had caused several Whigs who had gone off on the Free Soil sizzle to return to the party fold. Thanks to his ingratiating Western style, which many Massachusetts Whigs found refreshing, Lincoln received invitations to speak from Boston, Taunton, New Bedford, Dedham, Dorchester, Cambridge, Chelsea, and Lowell, all of which he accepted. In New Bedford, a Quaker diarist found Lincoln's speech pretty sound, but not tasteful, perhaps because, as a local Whig paper noted, it was enlivened by frequent flashes of genuine racy Western wit. In Boston, Lincoln compared Van Buren to a man having a gun which went off at both ends, and thus would kill the object in view and those who supported him at the same time. A Lowell resident testified that Lincoln pointed his arguments with amusing illustrations and funny stories, which he seemed to enjoy as he told them, for he joined in a comical way in the laugh they occasioned, shaking his sides, which peculiar manner seemed to add to the good humor of the audience. He had a voice of more than average compass, clear and penetrating, pronouncing many of his words in a manner not usual to New England. From Boston to Dedham, Lincoln rode with George Harris Monroe, a young journalist who recalled that the silent, reserved Illinois congressman was as sober a man in point of expression as I ever saw. Once arrived, he continued to seem ill at ease, having little to say to the many people he met. They wondered if they had made a mistake by inviting him. Their doubts grew as he began speaking rather stiffly. Soon, however, he relaxed, rolling up his sleeves, loosening his tie, and captivating the audience with his casual manner and pungent humor. Monroe admired the homely way he made his points, with no attempt at eloquence or finish of style. The speech, Monroe thought, was not a great one, but it was a marvel of cleverness. Lincoln concentrated on Van Buren and said very little against Cass except he was worth $1.5 million. In Taunton, the Lone Star of Illinois, as Lincoln was called, began his address leaning against a wall and speaking indifferently. As time passed, he warmed up and won over his audience with a barrage of argument and anecdote, wit and wisdom, hymns and prophecies, platforms and syllogisms, which, a Whig paper said, flew out like wild game before the fierce hunter of the prairie. Free Soil editors were less enthusiastic. One of them ridiculed Lincoln's defense of Whig vagueness on the issues. This distinguished sucker went on against all political platforms, and thus consoled the Whigs for the loss of theirs. He told them that the Whig party always went against executive influence, which, for a party always out of power, is not very wonderful, and it would be inconsistent with this if their candidate should seek to influence them by expressing his opinions. Another judged Lincoln to be far inferior as a reasoner to others who hold the same views, but then he was more unscrupulous, more facetious, and with his sneers he mixed up a good deal of humor. His awkward gesticulations, the ludicrous management of his voice, and the comical expression of his countenance all conspired to make his hearers laugh at the mere anticipation of the joke before it appeared. The editor criticized Lincoln's recklessness and audacity in misrepresenting the Free Soilers' case. Lincoln quoted a Lowell Free Soiler who satirized the Whig argument thus: "General Taylor is a slaveholder. Therefore we go for him to prevent the extension of slavery." A more appropriate syllogism, Lincoln countered, would be, "General Taylor is a slaveholder, but he will do more to prevent the extension of slavery than any other man whom it is possible to elect." He then sarcastically summarized the Free Soil argument in yet another syllogism: "We can't go for General Taylor because he is not a Whig. Van Buren is not a Whig. Therefore, we go for him." Lincoln criticized Van Buren for favoring the Mexican War and Texas annexation, though in fact the former president had opposed both. In Boston, Lincoln shared the platform with William Henry Seward, who declared that "all Whigs agree that slavery shall not be extended into any territory now free, and they are doubtless willing to go one step further, that it shall be abolished where it now exists under the immediate protection of the general government, that is, in Washington, D.C." Lincoln then followed with what Seward described as a rambling, story-telling speech, putting the audience in good humor, but avoiding any extended discussion of the slavery question. The following day, Lincoln, with a thoughtful air, told the New York senator, "I have been thinking about what you said in your speech. I reckon you are right. We have got to deal with this slavery question, and got to give much more attention to it hereafter than we have been doing." In 1860, Lincoln reminisced with Seward, "12 years ago you told me that this case would be successful, and ever since I have believed that it would be." Seward was not the only U.S. senator whose anti-slavery speeches impressed Lincoln. One day in the Capitol he listened intently to Hannibal Hamlin of Maine, denouncing human bondage. The Illinois representative nodded enthusiastically whenever the Pine State senator scored a telling point. When they met as President-elect and Vice President-elect in 1860, Lincoln told Hamlin, "I have just been recalling the time when, in '48, I went to the Senate to hear you speak. Your subject was not new, but the ideas were sound. You were talking about slavery, and I now take occasion to thank you for so well expressing what were my own sentiments at that time." Edward Lilly Pierce, an anti-slavery radical, asserted that during Lincoln's Massachusetts campaign swing, he did not rise at any time above partisanship, and he gave no sign of the great future which awaited him as a political antagonist, a master of language, and a leader of men. That was true of Lincoln's political career in general during the 1830s and 1840s. In late September, while returning to Illinois, Lincoln stopped in Albany to visit Thurlow Weed, an influential Whig journalist and political operative, who introduced him to the Whig vice presidential candidate, Millard Fillmore. Then, as he sailed from Buffalo to Chicago, Lincoln observed a steamboat aground on a Detroit River sandbar. The sight inspired him to devise plans for a boat with an apparatus like water wings, allowing it to float over such obstacles. After the November elections, he worked on his idea, for which he obtained a patent. Lincoln spent the latter part of October extensively canvassing his district in Illinois, where he continued urging Free Soilers to vote for Taylor. At Lincoln, on November 1st, he scored with the most scathing language that consistency of the abolitionists, which, while they professed great horror at the proposed extension of slave territory, they had, in 1844, aided in the election of Mr. Polk, for which, and its disastrous consequences, they were responsible, as they held the balance of power. Lincoln defended Taylor's purported egotism, saying that in order to do what Taylor had done, a man had to be somewhat egotistical. On Election Day, Taylor made such a strong showing in the Lower South and Pennsylvania, he was able to defeat Cass, who lost New York thanks to the defection of anti-slavery Democrats to Van Buren, by a margin of 45 to 42% in the popular vote and 163 to 127 in the Electoral College. Taylor carried Massachusetts with 61,070 votes to Van Buren's 38,058 and Cass's 35,281. The hero of Buena Vista also won the 7th District of Illinois by a majority of 1,481, but lost statewide to Cass, 45 to 42%, even though he received 7,009 more ballots than Clay had in 1844 and 18,550 more votes than Whigs had gotten in congressional contests the previous August. Taylor captured nearly 60% of the vote in Springfield. Dealing with the slavery issue. Upon returning to Washington in December for the brief second session of the 30th Congress, slated to expire in March 1849, Lincoln participated in a fierce legislative struggle over slavery. Both major parties, sobered by the electoral showing of the Free Soilers, hoped to neutralize those upstarts somehow. The slavery debates had actually begun in earnest during the first session in 1848, and Lincoln's awareness of the issue increased significantly before his term ended. As Massachusetts Senator Henry Wilson recalled, the subject of slavery in the abstract was a topic of frequent discussion in the 30th Congress. Its sinfulness, its wrongs, its deleterious influences, its power over the government and the people, were perhaps more fully discussed in that than in any previous Congress. In fact, slavery was by far the most frequently discussed topic in that Congress. Lincoln paid special attention to the subject in the second session, as he told William Henry Seward he would. During the previous session, Lincoln had done little about it other than voting with the anti-slavery bloc. He may have avoided speaking on the slavery issue for fear of endangering party unity in a presidential election year. Joshua R. Giddings, the leading anti-slavery member of Congress, helped shape Lincoln's views. A fellow representative from Illinois, Orlando B. Ficklin, recalled that Lincoln was thrown in a mess, a rooming house, with Joshua R. Giddings. In this company his views crystallized, and when he came out from such association, he was fixed in his views on emancipation. Early in his congressional career, on December 21, 1847, Lincoln had supported Giddings' motion to refer an anti-slavery petition from the District of Columbia residents to the Judiciary Committee. It was a divisive vote. Illinois Congressman John Wentworth reported that, "I have never known a reference of a petition to cause such an excitement before." A motion to table was defeated 89 to 97, with Speaker Winthrop casting a tie-breaking vote. A week later, Lincoln voted for a motion by Caleb B. Smith of Indiana, similar to Giddings. 2 days thereafter, he opposed tabling a petition, praying that the public lands may be appropriated in aid of the extinction of slavery. In the summer of 1848, the debate over slavery in the territories grew intense, posing the gravest threat to national unity since the South Carolina nullification crisis of 1832 to 1833. In June, Congressman Wentworth told a friend, "We are just now in an awful state of excitement. A dissolution of the Union is threatened on every side. Here is the battleground, and it appears that what is to be done for free principles must be done within a few weeks. Some kind of a compromise will pass the Senate. Then comes the House, where a desperate fight will be made." As Wentworth predicted, a compromise was proposed in the Senate by John M. Clayton of Delaware, who urged the establishment of territorial governments in Oregon, California, and New Mexico. While retaining the anti-slavery statutes passed by the unofficial provisional government of Oregon, Clayton's bill would have kept the legislatures of the other two territories from adopting laws relating to slavery, thus leaving the question to the Southern-dominated U.S. Supreme Court. Clayton and many other Southern Whigs had hoped thereby to avoid a direct vote on the controversial Wilmot Proviso. Southern Whigs in the lower chamber viewed the Clayton Compromise as a threat to Taylor's presidential hopes. Northern Whigs suspected that this legislation might facilitate the expansion of slavery. They also feared that it might help support Texas's claim to much of New Mexico, thus increasing substantially the area of a slave state. Anti-slavery militants denounced the compromise as a sellout to the South. "The fate of millions and millions is to be voted upon," observed Massachusetts Representative Horace Mann, a conscience Whig. As the House was polled, the customary bedlam in the chamber died down, and it was still as a church. Every man wanted to know how every other man voted. By a margin of 112 to 97, the House tabled Clayton's bill, thus killing it. Then the lower chamber passed a bill of its own, establishing a territorial government for Oregon, with the proviso that Thomas Jefferson's anti-slavery Northwest Ordinance should be applied there. Lincoln supported the measure, which passed 128 to 71. A week later he joined the majority in rejecting President Polk's recommendation to extend the 1820 Missouri Compromise line to the West Coast, widely regarded as a measure favorable to slavery expansion because most of the Mexican cession lay south of that line. By the time Congress adjourned in mid-August, Oregon had finally become a territory, one without slavery. The attempt to fasten the peculiar institution on California and New Mexico had been thwarted, and those territories remained unorganized. A journalist called these developments the only signal defeat the slave power has ever experienced under this government. An anti-slavery congressman exulted over the great triumph which he considered one of the most glorious things that has ever happened this century. On only 3 occasions during the long first session of the 30th Congress did Lincoln vote against Giddings and other anti-slavery militants. In April 1848, he sided with a 130 to 42 majority in tabling conscience Whig John P. Palfrey's resolutions calling for an investigation of riots following the attempt of many Washington slaves to escape. 20 other Northern Whigs, among them 5 from New England, joined Lincoln. 36, including 12 from New England, supported the resolution. An anti-slavery congressman from Massachusetts explained that we were all glad that the subject of Mr. Palfrey's resolutions had their quietus, because if the matter had been sent to a committee, it would have been found that there was really no sufficient cause for the interference of the House on the grounds he presented. It would seem, therefore, like a failure on our side and a triumph on theirs. But as the whole matter of those resolutions was laid on the table, it was a kind of drawn game. The opponents, that is, pro-slavery forces, indeed having an advantage, but not such an advantage as they would otherwise have gained. The following month, Lincoln was the only Northern Whig opposing Amos Tuck's motion to suspend the rules to permit the introduction of a resolution directing relevant committees to report a bill outlawing slavery and the slave trade in Washington. The motion lost by a 90 to 54 margin. It is difficult to understand Lincoln's vote, for he was no friend of either slavery or the slave trade in the capital, as his actions during the second session of the 30th Congress would show dramatically. In the July and August debates over slavery in the territories, Lincoln voted with the Giddings bloc on 13 of 14 roll calls. He broke with them to join the 104 to 69 majority, favoring the suspension of the rules to permit consideration of a joint resolution declaring it expedient to establish civil government in New Mexico, Oregon, and California. 9 other Northern Whigs voted to suspend the rules, including Joseph Root, a witty, sharp-tongued, militant opponent of slavery from the Western Reserve of Ohio. Lincoln also differed with the Giddings-Palfrey-Tuck-Mann forces, known as ultraists, on the presidential question. They preferred John McLean to Taylor. Lincoln's anti-slavery voting record in the first session served as a prelude to his more dramatic action in the second session. Though doing little about the peculiar institution in 1848, other than voting with the anti-slavery forces, Lincoln that year expanded his knowledge of slavery through first-hand observation, as he had done in Kentucky the previous autumn. In the late 1840s, Washington was a predominantly Southern town. John Randolph of Virginia called it a depot for a systematic slave market, an assemblage of prisons where the unfortunate beings, reluctant, no doubt, to be torn from their connections and the affections of their lives, were incarcerated and chained down, and thence driven in fetters like beasts, to be paid for like cattle. In 1854, with obvious distaste, Lincoln spoke about Washington's slave pens. In view from the windows of the Capitol, a sort of Negro livery stable, where droves of Negroes were collected, temporarily kept, and finally taken to Southern markets, precisely like droves of horses, had been openly maintained for 50 years. Lincoln was alluding to the Georgia pen, also known as Roby's pen, which an observer called a wretched hovel, right against the Capitol, encircled by a wooden paling 14 or 15 feet in height, where all colors except white, both sexes and all ages, are confined, exposed indiscriminately to all the contamination which may be expected in such society and under such seclusion. Lincoln observed slavery up close when, in January 1848, slave traders seized a black waiter at Mrs. Spriggs's boarding house, and before the horrified eyes of his wife, clapped him in irons and dragged him off to a slave prison. The unfortunate victim had been buying his freedom for $300, all but approximately 60 of which he had paid by the time he was abducted. In response, Giddings introduced a resolution, supported by Lincoln, calling for an investigation of the matter, and for the repeal of slave trade in the district. The following month, Lincoln opposed tabling a resolution nearly identical to the Wilmot Proviso. In April 1848, over 70 slaves in the District of Columbia boldly tried to escape aboard the schooner Pearl, which had been chartered by an abolitionist sympathizer, Daniel Drayton. Betrayed by a black man, the fugitives, after traveling 140 miles, were overtaken, imprisoned, promptly sold, and removed farther south. The Capitol was in a frenzy of excitement as hundreds of incensed whites marched on the office of an anti-slavery newspaper, the National Era, demanding that its editor, Gamaliel Bailey, leave the district. When Bailey refused, the mob began to stone the building, but the police, assisted by leading citizens who feared that the Capitol might be moved to another city, restored order before significant damage was done or blood was shed. When Joshua Giddings went to the district jail to assure Drayton and Sayers that they would receive legal counsel, a mob threatened the congressman's life. Doubtless this episode reminded Lincoln and many others of the fatal attack on Elijah Lovejoy's newspaper office in Alton, Illinois, a decade earlier. In the House, Giddings and John G. Palfrey introduced resolutions of inquiry, which touched off an angry debate marred by fierce rhetoric and a menacing tone. An anti-slavery congressman reported that we have had threats, insults, and invocation of mob rule and lynch law, and indeed all the whole Southern armory has been exhausted upon us. Their orators begin as though they were calling up a herd of slaves from a distant cotton field, and gesticulate as though they had the lash in hand and were cutting into the flesh before and behind. One such Southerner, Andrew Johnson, who in 1865 would become president, tauntingly asked Palfrey if he wanted his daughter to marry a black man. In the upper chamber, Henry S. Foote of Mississippi invited New Hampshire Senator John P. Hale, a leading anti-slavery spokesman, to visit his state, and promised that his constituents, with the assistance of their senator, would lynch him. Lincoln had been a silent observer of these episodes and debates during the first session, which forced him to think about the peculiar institution more seriously than he had done since 1837. Then, he had condemned slavery as an institution based on injustice and bad policy. In the second session of the 30th Congress, Lincoln acted on his increased sensitivity to the slavery issue. Early in that session, Palfrey of Massachusetts, one of the handful of anti-slavery militants in the House, asked leave to submit a bill abolishing slavery in Washington, D.C. Because it contained no provision for compensating owners, Lincoln voted against it. He was one of only 6 Northern Whigs to do so. That same day, he voted twice to support a motion by Joseph Root, instructing the Committee on Territories to propose legislation excluding slavery from California and New Mexico. An effort to table lost, 106 to 80. The resolution then passed, 108 to 80. Palfrey called the latter vote very encouraging. On December 18th, Lincoln again voted in favor of Root's measure. That day, Giddings introduced legislation to allow district residents, including blacks, to express their opinion on abolishing the peculiar institution. It was tabled by a vote of 106 to 79, with Lincoln and 9 other Northern Whigs siding with the majority. A Whig journalist complained that Giddings, Palfrey, and their allies come nearly every day with a number of 6-penny propositions which have had the effect to exasperate and madden the Southern members. On December 21st, when Daniel Gott of New York submitted a resolution calling for the abolition of the slave trade in the district, Lincoln, for unclear reasons, joined 3 other Northern Whigs in an unsuccessful bid to table it. Giddings condemned this vote by Lincoln and others as direct support of the slave trade. But Lincoln, like some fellow Whigs, thought the resolution's preamble, which stated that slave trading in the district was contrary to natural justice and notoriously a reproach to our country throughout Christendom and a serious hindrance to the progress of republican liberty among the nations of the earth, was too abrasive. Resolutions like Gott's had been offered many times, but without such a controversial preamble, which Whig Congressman Caleb B. Smith, an opponent of slavery, criticized for its tendency to inflame or excite the people of the South and hold them up to the odium of the country. Horace Greeley, who wrote the preamble and persuaded Gott to adopt it, insisted that the same forces would have opposed the measure even if the preamble had not been included. Perhaps Lincoln opposed Gott's resolution not only because he objected to the inflammatory preamble, but also because he himself was preparing a stronger measure. Later that day, when Gott's resolution was adopted, 98 to 87, Lincoln and 2 other Northern Whigs voted with the minority. The voting took place amid great excitement, for it represented the first congressional action limiting the domestic slave trade. This dramatic gesture struck fear into the hearts of Southern senators and representatives, who warned that their region might withdraw from the Union if the free states did not back down. Senators John C. Calhoun of South Carolina and Henry Foote of Mississippi, the would-be lyncher of Senator Hale, organized a caucus of Southern members of Congress to respond to what they considered Northern acts threatening the interests of their section. A Boston journalist astutely observed that scoffers at Southern truculence have no idea of the deep and hidden and giant-like undercurrent of emotion that is flowing through the hearts of many Southroons. Representatives from below the Mason-Dixon line had been complaining during the debates on slavery that they felt wounded and offended at the style of language so often indulged in by gentlemen on this floor, who treat the question as men of a single idea, denouncing the institution and those who live in its midst. That undercurrent would eventually lead to a war that cost 620,000 men their lives. Intimidated by the prospect of disunion, the House on January 10th voted, with Lincoln and 15 other Northern Whigs in the 119 to 81 majority, to reconsider the Gott resolution, thus effectively consigning it to oblivion. These votes on Gott's resolution caused Horace Greeley to term Lincoln one of the very mildest type of Wilmot Proviso Whigs from the free states, and Indiana Congressman George W. Julian to deem him a moderate Wilmot Proviso man, whose anti-slavery education had scarcely begun. But in fact, Lincoln's anti-slavery education was well advanced, as he demonstrated the very day that he voted to reconsider the Gott resolution. He announced he would offer a substitute for that measure, a bill more advanced than the New Yorker's resolution, calling for the abolition of slavery itself, not just slave trading, in the District of Columbia. 12 years earlier, as a state legislator, he had unsuccessfully tried to facilitate the abolition of slavery in the district. He evidently agreed with William Lloyd Garrison that the abolition of the slave traffic is impractical while slavery exists. There is no reason why slave trading should be prohibited if slave holding is justified and allowed. Lincoln proposed that, starting in 1850, all children born to slave mothers in the district were to be free, that their mothers' owners would be responsible for supporting and educating those children, that the children in turn would owe reasonable service as apprentices to such owners until they respectively arrive at the age of blank years, when they shall be entirely free. That if owners emancipated slaves in the district, Congress would compensate them at full market value, to be determined by a board consisting of the President and his Secretaries of State and the Treasury, and that fugitive slaves reaching the district would be extradited by municipal authorities. Lincoln was evidently trying to mollify those who feared that abolition would make Washington a mecca for runaways. The bill was to take effect only if a majority of the voters of the district approved it. Lincoln announced that he was authorized to say that about 15 of the leading citizens of the District of Columbia, to whom this proposition had been submitted, that there was not one but who approved of the adoption of such a proposition. When colleagues shouted, "Who are they? Give us their names," Lincoln did not reply. Two were Joseph Gales, co-editor of the National Intelligencer, and his partner William S. Seton, the mayor of Washington. A day earlier, Giddings and Lincoln had called on Seton. Years later, Lincoln told an interviewer, "I visited Mayor Seton and others whom I thought best acquainted with the sentiments of the people, to ascertain if a bill such as I proposed would be endorsed by them. Being informed that it would meet with their hearty approbation, I gave notice to Congress that I should introduce a bill." Subsequently, I learned that many leading Southern members of Congress had been to see the mayor and the others who favored my bill, and had drawn them over to their way of thinking. Finding that I was abandoned by my former backers and having little personal influence, I dropped the matter, knowing it was useless to prosecute the business at that time. Lincoln's measure suffered the fate of earlier such proposals. Between 1805 and 1862, none ever reached a vote. As president, Lincoln would introduce a scheme for gradual, compensated emancipation, with a provision offering federal assistance to freed slaves wishing to leave the country. No such clause appeared in his 1849 measure. A plan for colonization might have rendered his statute more palatable to whites. One Washington correspondent believed that if a gradual, compensated emancipation bill were accompanied by a law prohibiting free blacks from settling here, every white man in the district would hold up both hands in favor of the measure. A more lazy, dirty, impudent set of rascals never breathed than the free blacks who infest Washington. Some Southerners condemned Lincoln as an abolitionist. At the opposite end of the political spectrum, the anti-slavery purist, Wendell Phillips, regarded Lincoln's proposal to end slavery in the district as one of the poorest and most confused specimens of pro-slavery compromise. Joshua Giddings, however, praised Lincoln's bill, which he had helped draft. On January 8, 1849, the Ohio anti-slavery militant recorded in his diary, "Mr. John Dickey of Pennsylvania and Mr. Lincoln of Illinois were busy preparing resolutions to abolish slavery in the D.C. this morning. I had a conversation with them and advised them to draw up a bill for that purpose and push it through. They hesitated and finally accepted my proposition. Mr. Lincoln called on me this evening and read his bill and asked my opinion, which I freely gave." 3 days later, Giddings confided to his diary that, Our whole mess remained in the dining room after tea, and conversed upon the subject of Mr. Lincoln's bill to abolish slavery. It was approved by all. I believe it as good a bill as we could get at this time, and I am willing to pay for slaves in order to save them from the Southern market. Giddings' judgment was echoed by the National Era, whose abolitionist editor, Gamaliel Bailey, said 2 weeks before Lincoln announced his plan, "We should like to see a bill emancipating slaves in the Capitol prepared, submitting the question to the legally qualified, that is, adult white male voters of the district, with the distinct information that a liberal appropriation would be made to aid in the act of emancipation." Such a bill, we doubt not, would pass Congress, and we have just as little doubt as to the decision of the citizens of this district under it. A measure of that sort would be giving to thousands of citizens, unrepresented in any legislative body, an opportunity to do a high act of justice, with some grace, and would also result in the emancipation, not transfer, of the victims of slavery. Pass an act of abolition without such provision as we have suggested, and before it could take effect, almost every slave in the district would be sold to the South. Some abolitionists objected to compensating slaveholders, but others, including Elihu Burritt, Gerrit Smith, and Abel Stevens, did not. In Washington, the leading abolitionists and some active conductors on the local Underground Railroad, William L. Chaplin and Jacob Bigelow, originally opposed compensation but eventually endorsed it. In 1848, Chaplin called upon anti-slavery forces to spurn all that class of cute philosophers who raised doubt about buying people out of bondage, and to reject the dogma that money is lost which is paid for slaves. Every dollar thus paid is a most effective sermon to the conscience of the guilty. 5 years later, Bigelow wrote that, on the subject of paying for slaves, to secure their freedom, I acknowledge that I once theorized against it, but was, long ago, very summarily cured of my theory when I came to practice upon it. Some leading anti-slavery politicians, among them William Henry Seward and Salmon P. Chase, also supported compensation for Washington slave owners. Like Lincoln, Seward favored compensated emancipation in the District of Columbia only if a majority of voters there approved it. Horace Greeley decried Lincoln's provision to require that the electorate of the district vote on emancipation. It seemed to me much like submitting to a vote of the inmates of a penitentiary a proposition to double the length of their respective terms of imprisonment. But in fact, many citizens of the district had long opposed slavery and slave trading in their midst. In 1828, nearly 600 Washingtonians had petitioned Congress to abolish slavery there. Moreover, because Congress controlled the district, and because no senators or representatives were elected by its residents, some argued that it would be unjust to deny the voters their say in the matter. The electorate of a state, or its representatives, had to be consulted if slavery were to be abolished within its borders. Congress might technically have the power to abolish slavery in the district without such a referendum, but it would be unwise to do so, said the Baltimore Sun, citing Shakespeare. It is well to have a giant's strength, but tyrannous to use it like a giant. We submit, however, that to abolish slavery in the district, without the consent of a majority of the white population, would be a wanton exercise of that absolutism with which Congress has been vested in its legislative relation to the people of the district. For our part, we believe it would be greatly conducive to the peace of the nation on this subject if slavery was abolished there by their own consent and free will. The Georgetown Advocate, a pro-Taylor journal, agreed that compensated emancipation in Washington, D.C. would face few objections. A congressman in late 1847 reported that there was evidently a very large party in the district favorable to the gradual abolition of slavery in the district, and a small party in favor of the immediate abolition. A majority of Congress is disposed to leave this matter to the voters of the district. In 1854, Lincoln himself said that 6 years earlier, I heard no one express a doubt that a system of gradual emancipation, with compensation to owners, would meet the approbation of a large majority of the white people of the district. In 1850, Illinois Congressman and future Governor William Bissell, referring to the possible abolition of slavery in Washington, reported from the Capitol that it is well understood here that if the question was submitted to the people of the district, a large majority would vote in favor of it. In offering compensation to slave owners, Lincoln had majority opinion on his side. When Lincoln announced that he planned to submit such a bill, a correspondent for the pro-Taylor Boston Atlas noted that it was believed that there is a large majority of the House in favor of some such proposition, and that the sooner some step of the kind is taken, the better it will be for the peace and union of the country. It was universally agreed, said the paper, that whatever action may be had in the premises, compensation must follow. This may be the ground of compromise that will continue. We must take men and the laws as they are, not as one would have them, and regulate our legislation on those principles of justice and expediency which so marked and honored the national councils of our fathers. A New York Herald reporter who opposed slavery declared that it would be dishonorable in the extreme to free at once all slaves without compensating their owners. House Speaker Robert C. Winthrop believed that compensation must go hand in hand with emancipation. It is this view which takes away the idea of selfishness from Northern philanthropy. If we admit that we are to unite with the South in bearing the burdens and defraying the cost of abolition, we make it a matter of joint interest in regard to which our voices may fairly be heard. The only way to persuade slave owners to accept emancipation would be to offer compensation, he argued. Those who oppose such a course, however philanthropic they may be in theory, are practically riveting the bonds which they desire to break. In framing this bill, Lincoln may have been influenced by Great Britain's abolition of West Indian slavery in 1834. Parliament had appropriated £20 million to compensate its owners of 800,000 liberated bondsmen. Similarly, Congress, during the Revolutionary War, had offered to compensate slave owners whose bondsmen served in the army and thus gained their freedom. Lincoln might also have considered the example set by Pennsylvania, whose legislature abolished slavery gradually, liberating children born to slave mothers after a specified date once those children had attained their majority. New Jersey and New York had followed Pennsylvania's lead. In 1860, Wendell Phillips triggered a lively debate by denouncing Lincoln as the slave hound of Illinois, because his 1849 Emancipation Bill included a fugitive slave clause. In a public letter to Phillips, Joshua Giddings defended Lincoln. His conversing with the people of the district, the preparation of his bill, the avowal of his intention to present it, were important. Such actions placed him among those who were laboring in the cause of humanity. He avowed his intention to strike down slavery and the slave trade in the district, to strike from our statute book the act by which free men were transformed into slaves, to speak and act and vote for the right, and cast aside the shackles of party, and took his stand upon principle. Chiding Phillips, Giddings added, "You speak of that act with great severity of condemnation. I view it as one of high moral excellence, marking the heroism of the man." He was the only member among the Whigs proper, as opposed to the handful of anti-slavery ultraists of that session, who broke the silence on the subject of those crimes. Sidney Howard Gay, managing editor of the New York Tribune and a militant opponent of slavery, also challenged his old friend Phillips. In August 1860, William Herndon, probably speaking for Lincoln, told Gay, "Your reply to Wendell Phillips's article in the Liberator was correct." Gay, Herndon said, was familiar, too familiar, with legislative business not to know that no one man can possibly get his own ideas put into any statute, any law, or any constitution. Passing bills involved concession, compromise. When Lincoln was in Congress, this state of affairs existed. He was then a strong anti-slavery man, and is now the same. This I know. Though he wishes and will act under the Constitution, he is radical in heart, but in action he must conform to law and Constitution as construed in good old times. Herndon, a conspicuous admirer of Phillips, concluded, Lincoln, in reference to the bill about which Mr. Phillips wrote his articles, was actuated by anti-slavery sentiments alone. In doing this, he had to consult his friends' feelings and ideas, or he could do nothing. And so his bill was drawn up with a reference to all the aforesaid conditions, conflicting sentiments and ideas. Lincoln wanted the slave trade in the District of Columbia cut up by the roots, and slavery gradually abolished. Echoing Herndon, a New York Tribune correspondent in the fall of 1849 described Lincoln as conspicuous in the last Congress, especially during the last session, when he attempted to frame and put through a bill for the gradual abolition of slavery in the District of Columbia. He is a strong but judicious enemy to slavery, and his efforts are usually very practical, if not always successful. 11 years later, Joshua Giddings declared that while he and Lincoln were in Congress, they became intimately acquainted, boarding at the same house and sitting opposite each other at meals, that he thought he knew the heart of Abraham Lincoln as well as any living man, and speaking from that knowledge he believed that every beat of honest Abe's heart was a throb of sincerity and truth. In a word, that he is that noblest work of God, an honest man. He believed Lincoln's loyalty to Republican principles and to the cause of freedom and humanity was unquestionable and beyond suspicion. Throughout the winter of 1848 to 1849, anti-slavery forces battled various schemes to finesse the Wilmot Proviso. When Whig Congressman William B. Preston of Virginia, following the lead of Illinois Senator Stephen A. Douglas, proposed the admission of the Mexican Cession as a single state, calling this expedient the only door through which a compromise acceptable to both North and South could pass, Northern Whigs balked, demanding that the Wilmot Proviso be applied to that territory. An attempt to omit it was defeated, pleasing anti-slavery congressmen like Horace Mann, who exclaimed, "Glorious!" On February 27th, the House killed Preston's bill. Another attempt to circumvent the Wilmot Proviso was made late in the session when Wisconsin Senator Isaac P. Walker proposed to abrogate the laws of Mexico, including statutes dealing with slavery, in the Mexican Cession, and allow the president to frame appropriate rules for that territory. Though it passed in the Senate, it died by a vote of 114 to 100 in the House. The next day, the final one of the session, supporters of that measure tried to railroad it through, provoking such a heated debate that fisticuffs broke out in both houses, causing blood to flow freely. A congressman reported that some colleagues were fiercely exasperated, and had the North been as ferocious as the South, or the Whigs as violent as the Democrats, it is probable that there would have been a general melee. A Kentuckian described the mayhem in the lower chamber more vividly. Imagine 230 tomcats fastened in a room, from which escape is impossible, with tin cans tied to their tails, raging and screaming and fighting and flying about from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., 12 hours, and you will have some idea of the last jubilee in the House. About 10 o'clock, Richard K. Meade of Virginia and Giddings of Ohio had a fight. Meade drunk. About 3 a.m. Sunday morning, Jacob Thompson of Mississippi and Orlando B. Ficklin of Illinois had a knockdown, both drunk. Many members were drunk, as I was assured by one of their own body, as ears and eyes informed me. Observed in Alabamian, the whole matter was disgraceful to the Congress of the United States. A relieved Giddings reported that we weathered the most dangerous point on the last night of the late session. Our bark will now glide along, I think, in smooth water. Thus, California, and New Mexico remained unorganized as Taylor was inaugurated, which suited the anti-slavery forces, who felt that the best thing that could be done in regard to the territories this session is to do nothing. Giddings thought the March 3rd vote a fatal blow to the institution of slavery, from which it never recovered, and its downfall may be dated from that eventful night. That winter, Congressmen also wrangled over the claim of the heirs of Antonio Pacheco, who sought compensation for a slave who had been taken away from him 12 years earlier. The Army had seized Pacheco's bondsman, Lewis, to serve in the Seminole Wars. When the Indians captured Lewis, the military considered him to have gone over to the enemy. Hence, at the end of the conflict, Lewis was sent west with his captors. In debating this claim, Giddings and his allies insisted that humans could not be considered property, and hence Pacheco's claim should be denied. Lincoln voted regularly with the Giddings bloc on that claim, which ultimately failed to win approval. Patronage scramble. In the wake of Taylor's victory, Lincoln was, as a constituent wrote, harassed to death by applicants for the various offices. Aggressive Whigs besieged members of Congress, clamoring for government jobs, including such posts as diplomats, customs collectors, postmasters, judges, attorneys, marshals, census takers, clerks, and land office registers and receivers. Lincoln could easily identify with John J. Crittenden, who, in March, reported, "I have never witnessed a greater or more widespread cupidity for office. It has absolutely sickened me." Lincoln may well have exclaimed "Amen" when a constituent said, "You must find it irksome and troublesome attending to the numerous calls for office in our state." He doubtless would have endorsed the sentiment expressed by David Davis, who in 1853 declared, "If men would use half the industry and energy in any other calling that they do in running down an office, they would get rich." Lincoln conscientiously tended to the requests of office seekers, just as he had dutifully answered constituents' mail and regularly voted on the floor of the House. He missed only one quorum call and 13 of the 456 roll calls during his term. But as a lame duck freshman, he wielded little influence. "Not one man recommended by me has yet been appointed to anything, little or big, except a few who had no opposition," he acknowledged in May 1849. Many Illinois Whigs were indignant at the shabby treatment his recommendations received from the Taylor administration. Although he later would say during his own presidency that he did not regard it as just to the public to pay the debts of personal friendship with offices that belonged to the people, Lincoln tried to procure jobs for some close personal and political friends, including Anson G. Henry, Jesse K. Du Bois, and Simeon Francis. For Henry he won an Indian agency, and for Du Bois the receivership of public moneys in Palestine, Illinois, but he failed to secure a position for Francis, who wanted to move to Oregon. Patronage distribution created bitterness. When Lincoln obtained the pension agency in Springfield for his brother-in-law, Dr. William Wallace, a defeated rival complained that Mrs. Lincoln said to someone the other day that she was now so happy that she had got Mr. Lincoln to give the pension agency to the doctor, and now all of their family difficulties was made up. So you see, I was offered up as a sacrifice, a sort of burnt offering to heal family broils. Wallace had apparently been refusing to speak to Lincoln. Lincoln turned down the request of George W. Rives, a Whig activist in Paris, Illinois, for a job in Minnesota because Anson Henry had applied for a job in that same territory. Later, when he told that Rives had openly abused him for this decision, Lincoln grew irritated. In December 1849, Rives once again asked for a recommendation. Lincoln answered with some asperity that his feelings were wounded by allegations that Rives had criticized him. But after giving Rives a mild scolding, Lincoln magnanimously endorsed him anyway. In the 1850s, Rives became an enthusiastic supporter of Lincoln, whom he called one of the best men God ever made. Lincoln's characteristic diffidence handicapped him in patronage struggles. As a would-be Indiana postmaster observed in February 1849, "A modest man stands no chance nowadays, either with the ladies or as a successful applicant for the smiles of government." In writing recommendations, Lincoln would mildly and reasonably acknowledge that incumbents were able men who had opposed the Whigs and simply suggest the names of replacements if vacancies should occur. When endorsing one James T.B. Stapp, for example, he praised him as better qualified than any other applicants, but admitted that a large majority of the Whigs of the district preferred someone else. With more supplicants than jobs to satisfy them, Lincoln had to make choices, some of which were not popular back home. Dr. Richard F. Barrett, with whom Lincoln had served on the Illinois Whig Central Committee in 1840, talked with many Springfield party faithful, who all agree that men older in service and of more weight and strength of character could have been selected for office. Among the most controversial appointees recommended by Lincoln was Turner R. King, as Register of the Springfield Land Office. King was a kind of worthless man, in William Herndon's estimation. Scandalized by the appointment, Dr. Barrett told Thomas Ewing, "I think Mr. Lincoln has been imposed upon by King and his friends." Barrett claimed that King, whom he had known for years, had become a free drinker, card player, bankrupt, and loafer, and for months and years has done little or nothing for an honest living, and was therefore wholly undeserving the patronage of the government. William Butler, who wanted the post that went to King, lodged similar complaints. In April, Lincoln informed Philo Thomas, King's principal sponsor, that a tirade is still kept up against me here in Springfield for recommending King, and urged Thompson to gather 200 to 300 signatures on a petition favoring King. In response, Thompson assured Lincoln that King was a warm, active Whig, and sent a petition stating that, while King may sometimes drink spirits or throw a card for amusement, he was not an abolitionist, a drunkard, or a gambler in any true sense. After receiving this document, Lincoln informed Ewing that there was no mistake about King's being a good man, and charged his friend William Butler with acting in bad faith by launching a totally outrageous assault on King. Political calculation may have been behind Lincoln's conduct in this matter. Lincoln favored King over his old friend William Butler because King resided in Tazewell County, in the northern part of the 7th Congressional District. King could help win it for Whigs like Lincoln. Moreover, King's brother and business partner, Franklin, had influence with militant anti-slavery forces. Whatever the reason behind the appointment, Lincoln had made an enemy of Butler, who for the next decade opposed his political aspirations. That opposition would help thwart Lincoln's bid to secure a political appointment for himself. Would-be bureaucrat. At first, Lincoln had not planned to ask for an office at all, because, as he explained to Joshua Speed, there was nothing about me which would authorize me to think of a first-class office, and a second-class one would not compensate me for being snarled by others who want it for themselves. He could, he said, have the General Land Office, a position in the Department of Interior, almost by common consent, but he did not wish to antagonize other Illinoisans who sought that lucrative post, which paid $3,000 a year. The governor of Illinois earned $1,000 annually, and an Illinois Supreme Court justice $1,200. In due course, however, Lincoln did become a candidate for that job, and thereby found himself embroiled in a complicated and often mean-spirited struggle. The General Land Office was considered one of the more important government bureaus, whose commissioner supervised several dozen clerks. Illinois residents thought their state was entitled to that commissionership, for Ohio had controlled it for a decade, then Indiana for 8 years, and Illinois, in the persons of James Shields and Richard M. Young, had done so for merely 5 years. It seemed only fair that a sucker should be commissioner for a few more years, after which another Western state could have a turn. Initially, Lincoln backed Cyrus Edwards for the job, based on recommendations by several Whigs, including William Thomas, Nathaniel Pope, and Lincoln's old friend Joseph Gillespie. Although some Illinois Party members were unenthusiastic about Edwards, when the governor and the legislature of Kentucky also endorsed him and appealed for Lincoln's help in February, Lincoln agreed to press his candidacy. While Lincoln threw his weight behind Edwards, the only other Whig congressman from Illinois, Edward D. Baker, who had moved to Galena in 1848 and promptly won election to the House, supported Colonel James L. D. Don Morrison, a haughty, demagogic, egotistical Whig state senator from St. Clair County and a Mexican War veteran. Morrison's opponents charged that he would face a conflict of interest if he became commissioner, for he had purchased some ancient French claims to land near Peoria that would be extremely valuable if sustained. His ethical sense was so feeble that when he predicted to Governor John Reynolds that he would be rich someday, the old ranger replied, "I guess you will be, Don, if you can manage to keep out of the penitentiary that long." In response to Baker, Elihu B. Washburn of Galena, who probably would have won that district's congressional seat if Baker had not intervened, acted for many who resented Baker's pushiness. He came out against Morrison and backed Martin P. Sweet. Joining Washburn were influential Whigs like S. Lyle Smith and Justin Butterfield of Chicago. Thus a three-way contest developed, pitting Edwards, Morrison, and Sweet against one another. Lincoln, meanwhile, feared that a candidate from some other state might win the commissionership. In February, he told Joshua Speed that former Congressman Edward G. McGoffery of Indiana was lobbying for the job, and being personally known, he will be hard to beat by anyone who is not. Cyrus Edwards' main problem was that he was unknown in Washington. Also in the hunt were aspirants from Alabama, Iowa, Florida, and Mississippi. To head off these interlopers, Lincoln and Baker agreed to support either Edwards or Morrison, who were to decide between them which one would drop out of the running. Sweet had earlier withdrawn his candidacy. On April 19th, Lincoln told Edwards, "What I can do for you I shall do, but I can do nothing till all negotiation between you and Don is at an end, because of my pledge to Baker. Still, they know at the department I am for you." On April 6th, fear that Illinois was not promoting a strong enough candidate led Anson G. Henry and 4 other Illinois Whig leaders to urge Lincoln to seek the commissionership himself, lest an out-of-stater win it. Illinois Whigs had already lost the Chief Justiceship of the Minnesota Territory by failing to unite on a candidate. Apparently, Lincoln had thought about applying even before Cyrus Edwards asked his help. Weeks earlier, when David Davis urged him to do so, Lincoln replied, "I do not much doubt that I could take the land office if I would. It also would make me more money than I can otherwise make. Still, when I remember that taking the office would be a final surrender of the law practice, and that every man in the state who wants it himself would be snarling at me about it, I shrink from it." Lincoln told Justin Butterfield that he did not want the office of Commissioner of the Land Office and could not afford to abandon his profession for a temporary appointment. Denying that Lincoln's legal career would suffer if he were to accept the commissionership, Davis reminded his friend that he would make little money at the bar unless he moved to a large city. On April 7th, Lincoln, who had returned to Springfield a week earlier, cautiously applied to Anson G. Henry, another Whig chieftains, saying that if the office can be secured to Illinois by my consent to accept it, and not otherwise, I give that consent. Lincoln insisted that he must not only be chaste, but above suspicion. If offered the job, he insisted, I must be permitted to say, "Give it to Mr. Edwards," or, if so agreed by them, to Colonel Morrison, and I decline it. If not, I accept. He added that if at any time previous to an appointment being made I shall learn that Mr. Edwards and Colonel Morrison have agreed, I shall at once carry out my stipulation with Colonel Baker." Edward said that he did not wish to burden his friends or to play the role of dog in the manger, and wanted Lincoln to feel entirely untrammeled to do what he thought best in order to defeat Baker's candidate, whoever that might be. A few days later, yet another formidable candidate entered the contest, Justin Butterfield, an able, witty attorney from Chicago. A native of New Hampshire, the 59-year-old Butterfield had practiced law in New York before moving to Illinois. In 1841, President John Tyler named him U.S. District Attorney in Chicago, a post he held until 1844. Lincoln enjoyed telling how Butterfield was asked at the beginning of the Mexican War if he were not opposed to it. He said, "No. I opposed one war, the War of 1812. That was enough for me. I am now perpetually in favor of war, pestilence, and famine." Others, however, disliked Butterfield's offensive sarcasm. In 1839, he came near fighting a duel with William L.D. Ewing. Butterfield had lobbied the Taylor administration for the job of Treasury Department solicitor, but when he saw his chances fading, he turned his attention to the General Land Office post. On April 12, Josiah M. Lucas, an Illinois Whig journalist serving as a clerk in that agency, alerted his longtime friend Lincoln that Butterfield is trying his best for the place, although not here in person. He is operating through friends. Among them Interior Secretary Thomas Ewing, Congressman Truman Smith, and Senator Daniel Webster. In May, the outgoing commissioner of the General Land Office, Richard M. Young, whom Butterfield denounced as the most treacherous, whining, sniveling creature that ever existed, had reported similar developments to Lincoln, and urged him to lay modesty aside and strike for yourself. From what I can learn from Mr. Butterfield of Chicago, contrary to what he said to me when you was here, and after having lost the solicitorship of the Treasury, is now playing a strong game for the Land Office. Some think he will succeed. Now, can't you prevent by urging the claims of one A. Lincoln, who I am sure would be more acceptable here than any Whig in Illinois? What say you? Whatever you do, it will be well for it to be done quickly, and I am very sure that you can succeed better than this man Lincoln, than any person else. On May 13th, William H. Henderson, a former colleague of Lincoln's in the Illinois legislature, made a similar appeal from Washington. "You should come here without delay, for your success would be better secured by your presence. It is said that the President is for you, and perhaps a majority of the Cabinet, and that Mr. Ewing is warmly in favor of friend Butterfield of Chicago." 5 days later, Henderson was more importunate. "Your friends require your immediate presence. Delay is fatal." Butterfield complained that Lincoln appears to think that he has an absolute right to the support of all the members of the Cabinet who served with him in Congress, that is, Postmaster General Jacob Collamer and Navy Secretary William B. Preston. A sentiment of this kind will not go down with the people, who will never subscribe to the doctrine that one election to Congress confers a right to a continual claim to future offices. He also argued that a majority of Illinois' delegates to the 1848 Whig National Convention favored his candidacy, that he was the choice of an overwhelming majority of the Whigs of the northern part of the state, which contains the only Whig congressional district in the state, and is entitled as a matter of right and justice to this office, and that his own qualifications for the office are paramount to Mr. Lincoln. Butterfield accused Lincoln's friends of conducting a foul plot to defeat me by falsehood, fraud, and misrepresentation. He was particularly suspicious of Edward D. Baker, whose opposition had its origin in personal malice and hostility, because I ridiculed his attempts to force himself upon the President for a cabinet appointment. Like some other Whigs, Lincoln did not believe that Butterfield had earned a patronage reward. Butterfield had supported Clay for the presidency in 1848 and did little for the party during the campaign. Butterfield's appointment, predicted Thomas Mather, would be odious in the extreme to most Illinois Whigs. Lincoln called Butterfield his personal friend, who was qualified to do the duties of the office, but insisted that of the quite 100 Illinoisans equally well qualified, I do not know one with less claims to it. Heatedly, he declared that it would mortify me deeply if General Taylor's administration should trample all my wishes in the dust. To Secretary of the Navy William B. Preston, Lincoln complained, "In 1840 we fought a fierce and laborious battle in Illinois, many of us spending almost the entire year in the contest. The general victory came, and with it the appointment of a set of drones, including this same Butterfield, who had never spent a dollar or lifted a finger in the fight." 8 years later, Butterfield was similarly inactive. When the election is secured by other men's labor, and even against his effort, he is the first man on hand for the best office that our state lays any claim to. Shall this thing be? Employing imagery that he would later use when denouncing slavery, Lincoln predicted that Illinois Whigs will throw down their arms and fight no more if the fruit of their labor is thus disposed of. Lincoln, who hated to see some people enjoy the fruit of others' labor, urged Duff Green to use his influence to defeat Butterfield by supporting Morrison, Edwards, or himself. He implored Joseph Gillespie to write to Crittenden or Taylor. To Indiana Congressman Elisha Embry and Richard W. Thompson he predicted that the appointment of Butterfield would be an egregious political blunder, and solicited them to lobby Taylor. Both responded positively. Butterfield's chances looked good, however, because the president granted cabinet members control over appointments in their departments, and Secretary of the Interior Thomas Ewing insisted on the Chicago attorney. Just as the final decision was about to be made, Anson G. Henry prevailed on Taylor to postpone the matter for 3 weeks. "I told him Butterfield's appointment would ruin us in Illinois," Henry confided to a friend. Secretary William B. Preston informed Henry that Lincoln is the only man in Illinois that can beat Butterfield, but that he can do it if he comes on, and his friends back him up. Other Illinois Whig leaders, including Josiah M. Lucas and Nathaniel G. Wilcox, employed Taylor to put off the decision until Lincoln could reach Washington. Lucas urged Lincoln to press his claims in the capital. "Things are moved here by personal importunity. You possess an influence here." According to Lucas, Taylor and Postmaster General Jacob Collamer preferred Lincoln to Butterfield. "Pocket your modesty, as the preacher did his religion," Lucas counseled. On May 21st, Lucas spoke with Taylor, who expressed great partiality for Lincoln, and was astonished to learn that letters from Lucas showed him that Butterfield was not the choice of most Illinois Whigs. According to Lucas, Ewing, Caleb B. Smith, and Truman Smith had misled the president. Taylor said he would delay his decision until he heard more from the people of the Prairie State. A week later, however, immediately after calling on Taylor, Duff Green's son reported to Lincoln that the president declined to depart from the rule he has established, to wit, to read no letters and listen to no explanations on the subject of appointments unless presented to him through the secretaries of the respective departments. He requested me to file your letter with the Secretary of the Interior, but as you desire it to be confidential, I do not think it proper to do so without hearing further from you." Green added that the understanding in the Land Office among the clerks here is that the appointment of Butterfield has been determined on, and that it is to take effect on the 1st of June. In response to this news, Lincoln implored Illinois friends as well as congressional colleagues to write on his behalf. Friendly newspaper editors like Allen Ford of the Lakin, Illinois Gazette endorsed his candidacy. It is beyond all doubt the almost unanimous desire of the friends of the administration in this state that Lincoln should win the commissionership, Ford asserted. Casting a wider net than Lincoln, Butterfield secured endorsements from the legislatures of Iowa, Michigan, and Wisconsin, from many bar associations, and from northern Illinois, his home base. He also attacked Lincoln downstate, especially in Springfield, where he circulated 2 petitions. The first, Butterfield claimed, was signed by the clerk of the circuit court, clerk of the county court, judge of probate, and sheriff of the county, being all the Whig county officers elected by the people, and also signed by the leading Whigs of the county. They offered to provide for me, in addition, the petition of a majority of all the Whig voters in the county, if I desired it. The other petition contained the signatures of 28 Whig mechanics of the city of Springfield, who declared that they were dissatisfied with the course of Abraham Lincoln as a member of Congress, and supported Butterfield's application. It is hard to know what to make of these petitions. According to Butterfield, they prove that Lincoln's boasted overwhelming majority, like Falstaff's men in Buckram, have vanished into thin air. But Anson G. Henry alleged that nearly all the signatures on one of them had been obtained under false pretenses. "I have the first man yet to see who does not regret having signed it," he told Lincoln on June 11th. Butterfield sneered that Stephen T. Logan and Lincoln were asking those who had signed this petition in the most pathetic manner to retract, but I am informed they have all refused, with the exception of 1 or 2 against whom they prevailed by threats and menaces. Lincoln was suffering from the spite of disappointed patronage seekers. The first petition had been circulated by William Butler, and the second by Caleb Birchall, who resented Lincoln's support of a rival aspirant for the Springfield postmastership. More may have been at work than the disaffection of unsuccessful place hunters. Herndon recalled that Lincoln was not at all times the popular man in Sangamon County, because he was not a social man, not being "hail fellow well met," and also because he was a man of his own ideas, had the courage of his convictions, and the valor of their expression. Often abstracted and absent-minded, Lincoln would pass friends on the street without greeting them. Herndon believed that this was taken for coldness, dignity, pride, by some people who misjudged and disliked him for his seeming aloofness. Envy may also have poisoned the minds of some. Lincoln outstripped his contemporaries and companions, and they feel a terrible jealousy against the man who, overheaded, outstripped them, according to Herndon. Moreover, he was not a joiner. His name did not appear on the membership rolls of the Masons, the militia, the churches, or other community groups. Butterfield believed that Lincoln was plotting to cheat him out of the commissionership by circulating petitions and taking them to Washington on the very eve of the appointment, and obtain the appointment by a coup de main, before I should have any opportunity to expose the misrepresentations contained in his petitions. He claimed that petitions favoring Lincoln had been signed by farmers ignorant of their content. What these petitions contain no one knows, Butterfield told a friend on June 7th. But you know that 99 out of 100 will sign such petitions without even reading them or caring what they contain. How much reliance is to be placed on such petitions? By contrast, Butterfield boasted, "I have circulated petitions only among professional men and leading and intelligent Whigs who are presumed to know something about the nature of the office and the qualifications requisite to fill it." Butterfield also complained that friends of Lincoln had falsely told cabinet members that Butterfield had suffered a stroke that had injured his mind. To counteract this charge, Butterfield obtained statements from physicians, a druggist, and Chicago's mayor. To prevent Lincoln's planned visit to Washington, Butterfield proposed that neither of them travel to the capital. Lincoln demurred, telling Butterfield's emissary that if he were at liberty to consult his own feelings, he would cheerfully accede to your proposition and remain at home. But he had so far committed himself to his friends that he could not now accede to it. And so in the second week of June, both Lincoln and Butterfield hastened to Washington. En route, Lincoln chatted with a good-natured Kentucky gentleman who offered him a plug of tobacco, a cigar, and a glass of brandy. Lincoln politely declined each in turn, explaining that he did not chew, smoke, or drink. The Kentuckian, who had become fond of Lincoln, said, "See here, my jolly companion, I have gone through the world a great deal, and have had much experience with men and women of all classes, and in all climes, and I have noticed one thing." When Lincoln eagerly asked what that observation might be, the Kentuckian replied, "Those who have no vices have no damned virtues." Lincoln laughed heartily and enjoyed repeating the story. Arriving in Washington, Lincoln was greeted by Nathaniel G. Wilcox, who informed him that Taylor planned to name Butterfield because he came from northern Illinois. In Wilcox's room, Lincoln wrote an appeal to the president, arguing that both he and Butterfield were equally qualified, and that if it appears that I am preferred by the Whigs of Illinois, he should be appointed. For the Prairie State deserved recognition, and other Midwestern states had already received their fair share of patronage. He further maintained that Central Illinois had been neglected by the allotment of offices. The marshal, Benjamin Bond, came from the South, Clinton County, and the district attorney, Archibald Williams, from the West, Quincy, both residents of towns over 100 miles from Springfield. Plaintively he asked Taylor, "I am from the center. Is the center nothing? That center which alone has given you a Whig representative? On the score of locality, I admit the claim of the North is no worse, and I deny that it is any better than that of the center." Butterfield claimed that Chicago in particular, and northern Illinois in general, deserved special consideration. To David Hunter he wrote on June 4th, "The South and middle sections of the state have monopolized all the important offices, while the northern part of the state, which contains the only Whig congressional district in the state, has had nothing. Now you know that there is more intelligence and enterprise, more Whigs and more of the materials for making Whigs in the north part of the state than there is in all the rest of the state. Besides, it contains the only Whig congressional district." Butterfield supporters made the same argument. The loss of the 7th congressional district seat by Stephen T. Logan in 1848 strengthened the hand of the northern Illinois Whigs. In early June, Nathaniel G. Wilcox and Josiah M. Lucas called on Taylor to plead Lincoln's case, arguing that he was the choice of 3/4 of the people of Illinois, as against Butterfield, 49/50, that he was a Western man who emigrated to Illinois when but a youth. He has grown up with her and is loved by her people, a self-made man, and now stands at the head of the bar in his state. The president replied, somewhat heatedly, "I had always intended to give the commissionership of the General Land Office to Illinois. I have already given 2 appointments to that state, the marshal to the south part, and the district attorney to the center, and I think the commissionership should go to the north." Whigs in northern Illinois also pointed out that the 2 previous commissioners of the General Land Office had been from the central part of their state. These arguments helped Butterfield to win the contest, much to the delight of the Chicago Journal, which praised the appointment as a tribute alike to the northern portion of our state and to her devoted Whigs. Upon learning the bad news, Lincoln returned to his room and lay down in a fit of depression. He later declared, "I hardly ever felt so bad at any failure in my life." The following day, when Lincoln called on Ewing to retrieve his papers, the secretary told him that if Lincoln had applied for the commissionership when the administration first came to power, instead of maintaining his support for Cyrus Edwards, he would have won it. To placate Edwards, Lincoln asked the secretary to give him a letter stating those facts. Ewing did so, but Edwards was not mollified. Believing that Lincoln had acted in bad faith, Edwards broke off their friendship. To Edwards' confidant and protégé, Joseph Gillespie, Lincoln lamented, "The better part of one's life consists of his friendships, and of these mine with Mr. Edwards was one of the most cherished." He claimed that he had not been false to it. At any time before June 2nd, he was ready to step aside for Edwards, Only after that date, when he was reliably informed that Edwards had withdrawn and that he and Butterfield were the sole Illinoisans in the running, did he decide to be an applicant unconditionally. If Lincoln had acted in 1849, as he did in 1843, when he declared that his honor is out with Baker, and that he would suffer my right arm to be cut off before I violate it, he may well have preserved his friendship with Edwards. In 1850, Lincoln unsuccessfully tried to repair the damaged relationship by offering to support Edwards cheerfully and heartily to replace Butterfield, who was reportedly about to resign. Only in 1860 did Edwards finally agree to bury the hatchet. 2 weeks after his defeat, Lincoln had recovered his good spirits. On July 9th, he informed David Davis that, "I am less dissatisfied than I should have been, had I known less of the particulars." With characteristic magnanimity, he added, "I hope my good friends everywhere will approve the appointment of Mr. Butterfield in so far as they can, and be silent when they cannot." 4 days later he told Gillespie, "I am not greatly dissatisfied. I wish the office had been so bestowed as to encourage our friends in future contests." Sorting out the affair afterwards, Elihu B. Washburn, who worked on Butterfield's behalf, believed Lincoln was viewed as a mere catspaw of Baker. The appointment of Lincoln would have been considered a triumph of Baker, and as such would have inspired contempt, Washburn said. He also felt that Whigs in northern Illinois deserved the commissionership. Lincoln himself believed that Secretary Ewing's support of Butterfield was decisive. Ewing evidently found Butterfield more highly qualified than Lincoln, and believed that he was the best land lawyer in Illinois. Even after Ewing had determined to name Butterfield, Taylor could have overruled his Secretary of the Interior, as he did in some other cases. But the president chose not to do so. Lincoln may also have lacked sufficient status to gain the appointment. In 1850, when Nathaniel G. Wilcox recommended him for the post of Secretary of the Interior during the cabinet shakeup following Taylor's death, Democratic Congressman William A. Richardson of Illinois replied that Orville H. Browning was the only Whig from central Illinois who stood a chance of winning that post. Butterfield had more connections in Washington than did Lincoln. Among them were Daniel Webster and a justice of the Supreme Court, who was unfamiliar with Lincoln. Lincoln was not the only one with disappointed hopes. Taylor and his cabinet generally bungled patronage distribution, awarding places in a slapdash manner. Ewing allegedly fired able Whigs and appointed bibulous Democrats in their place. Lincoln's boldness in framing an anti-slavery bill may also have hurt his chances. Years later, Joshua Giddings observed that instead of cautiously avoiding the explosive slavery issue, Lincoln saw a few members standing aloof from the Democratic and Whig organizations, working by every honorable means to call the attention of the House and country to the crimes of slavery. They were called agitators, and the line of demarcation, which separated them from other members, was well defined. Giddings implied that Lincoln may have injured his standing with the Taylor administration by aligning himself with such agitators. In fact, many Taylor Whigs hoping to win posts in the new administration avoided the slavery issue during the second session of the 30th Congress, lest they offend the slaveholding president-elect. In December 1848, Gamaliel Bailey scorned those cautious Whig representatives who shied away from the slavery issue. There be many expectants among congressmen of comfortable appointments at home or abroad. Why compel these gentlemen to make their mark on obnoxious questions, or to vote nay, you would ruin them with their constituents, and to vote yea might endanger their standing with the powers that are to be. Lie low and keep dark is a safe policy. Let there be no agitation. Let the ordinary party issues have free course, and suppress all vexed questions. Caleb B. Smith, for example, had emphatically opposed slavery in the first session of the 30th Congress, but lost his enthusiasm in the second session, evidently for fear that he might jeopardize his chances for a cabinet appointment. On January 10th, after voting to reconsider the Gott resolution, Smith refused to answer when Giddings asked if he wished slavery in Washington to continue. Ewing may have employed underhanded tactics while championing Butterfield. In 1850, protests accusing Butterfield of being inefficient and behaving in an ungentlemanly and uncouth manner led to an examination of his original appointment. In the course of that inquiry, a congressional committee sought to discover whether some of Lincoln's letters of recommendation had been fraudulently removed before the president made his decision. The committee learned that, in fact, letters endorsing Lincoln had somehow been suppressed. While it could not be proven beyond cavil that Ewing had ordered someone to tamper with Lincoln's file, the suspicion arose that he had done so. In August 1850, the Washington correspondent of the New York Herald reported that there was much opposition making its appearance here, just now, to the continuance in office of Mr. Commissioner Butterfield, the manner in which he received his appointment, by means of the suppression of the brief of the recommendations of his principal competitor, the Honorable Abraham Lincoln, by a clerk in the Interior Department, is much talked of here and commented upon. There was good reason to suspect foul play. On July 8th, when Lincoln inspected the sealed file of his endorsements that Ewing had given him 2 weeks earlier, he was surprised to find that 2 of the most important documents, letters from Indiana Congressman Richard W. Thompson and Elisha Embry, were missing. A summary of the letters indicates that Thompson first recommended Butterfield, supposing Lincoln would not accept, prefers Lincoln, and that Embry was against Butterfield, prefers Lincoln. Indignantly, Lincoln asked Ewing to explain the absence of the missives that may have spelled the difference between victory and defeat. He told the secretary, "I relied upon and valued them more than any other 2 letters I had, because of the high standing of the writers, because of their location within the public land states, and because they did what few other members of Congress could, speak of my character and standing at home." On June 21st, Postmaster General Collamer had told Lincoln that Mr. Butterfield appeared to be better recommended for the public land states than he was. "I felt sure he was mistaken," Lincoln informed Ewing. "If these letters were not before the cabinet, the judge, Collamer, was nearer right than I supposed. With them, I had the state of Indiana clearly. Without them, Mr. B. had it. The letter of Mr. Thompson was a recantation from Mr. B. to me, so that without it, I not only lost him, but he stood in full life, recommending Mr. B." Lincoln decided against making a public protest about the letters, even though Ewing's response did not satisfy him. In 1850, Lincoln said privately that he could have revealed the piece of villainy that denied him the commissionership and filled him with indignation. But, he added, my high regard for some of the members of the late cabinet, my great devotion to General Taylor personally, and above all my fidelity to the great Whig cause, have induced me to be silent. Much as he would like to confound the guilty, he feared that such a public exposure of the story might also injure some who are innocent, disparage a good cause, and reflect no credit upon me. Lincoln did, however, criticize Taylor's passivity. By the summer of 1849, the president was thought to be ruled by his cabinet. In a letter that foreshadowed his own presidential style of active leadership and echoed the complaints of other prominent Whigs, Lincoln told Secretary of State Clayton that Taylor appeared to defer excessively to his cabinet in the distribution of patronage. Such conduct, Lincoln warned, is fixing for the president the unjust and ruinous character of being a mere man of straw. Recalling that Taylor during the Mexican War had overruled a council of war's unanimous recommendation against fighting a battle, Lincoln declared that this story, whether true or not, gives him more popularity than 10,000 submissions. The public, Lincoln advised, must be brought to understand that they are the president's appointments. He must occasionally say, or seem to say, "By the Eternal, I take the responsibility." Those phrases were the Samson's locks of General Jackson, and we dare not disregard the lessons of experience. In 1850, after Taylor's untimely death, Lincoln praised his sober and steady judgment, his dogged incapacity to understand that defeat was possible, his lack of tyrannical instincts, as well as of excitement and fear, his aversion to sudden and startling quarrels, his magnanimity, his solicitude for his troops, and his unostentatious, self-sacrificing, long-enduring devotion to his duty. These very qualities were to distinguish Lincoln himself as president. Some thought Lincoln's dogged pursuit of a patronage job resulted from the pressure of economic necessity. A Massachusetts congressman said that, at the close of Mr. Lincoln's term in Congress, the administration of General Taylor was just coming into power. He had lost some of his business because of his being in Congress, and he felt like abandoning the practice of law. For this reason, he wanted General Taylor to appoint him Commissioner of the General Land Office. His good friend, Representative Richard W. Thompson, with whom he discussed these matters, saw the same motive at work. As the remarks he made to David Davis in February 1849 indicate, Lincoln feared that his law practice had suffered during his sojourn in Washington. While stumping Maryland in September 1848, Lincoln's fellow campaigner, William Pinckney White, played a trick on him at their hotel. As White later recalled, in the morning, I arose first, and assuming a woe-begone tone, I said, "Abe, you should see your horse." Lincoln sprang from bed, exclaiming in alarm, "My Lord, he isn't dead, is he?" In fact, his mount was perfectly healthy. Lincoln had panicked, White explained, because he was very poor. More importantly, perhaps, Lincoln may have had little desire to return to provincial Springfield after consorting with leading lawyers and politicians in sophisticated Washington. Parties and soirees for 300 to 900 guests were a regular occurrence at the Capitol. A congressional chaplain of the mid-1840s observed that almost every man in Congress has made himself noteworthy at home by some gift or accomplishment. He can play the fiddle well, tell a good story, manage a caucus, make an effective speech, indite striking paragraphs, laugh loud and long, listen complacently while others talk fluently and copiously himself, or has a pretty and clever wife. These gifts and graces are, of course, brought to the federal capital and invested in the joint stock company of social life. Lincoln's own strong ambition had been fortified by his 2 years in Washington, where conversation was brilliant and he could hobnob with eminent men of impeccable manners and great wit. Lincoln's congressional colleagues included the redoubtable John Quincy Adams, who in February 1848 suffered a stroke on the floor of the House and died shortly thereafter. Lincoln, who may have witnessed the former president's collapse, was named to a committee charged with arranging the funeral. One of the giants of the Senate, Daniel Webster of Massachusetts, now and then invited Lincoln to his Saturday breakfasts, where the Illinoisan's humor and geniality charmed the senator's other guests. On March 4, 1849, Lincoln told John Cook, son of the deceased U.S. Senator Daniel Cook, "I want you to go with me to the Senate chamber. I want to introduce you to one of the greatest men of the nation and a warm personal friend of your father, Daniel Webster." Lincoln's reaction to Webster's hospitality may well have resembled his reaction to a dinner given by Governor Levi Lincoln, which he attended at Worcester in September 1848. 13 years later, he said, "I had been chosen to Congress then from the Wild West, and with hayseed in my hair I went to Massachusetts, the most cultured state in the Union, to take a few lessons in deportment." Lincoln added that the dinner at Governor Lincoln's, by reason of its elaborate hospitality and social brilliancy, was different in kind from any function he had ever attended before. He remarked upon the beauty of the china, the fineness of the silverware, and the richness of all the table appointments, and spoke of the company of distinguished and thoroughly educated men whom he met there in the animated, free, and intimate conversation inspired by such an accomplished host as Governor Lincoln. Lincoln probably observed something like this at Washington. In any event, he clearly wished to be reelected. Mary Lincoln shared her husband's desire to remain in the glamorous capital. Others were as disappointed at Lincoln's defeat as he was. The treatment he received at the hands of Secretary Ewing and the Taylor administration angered many active Illinois Whigs. David Davis called it outrageous and expressed wonderment that the voice of members of Congress from a state is not taken about appointments. That summer, the Chief Justice of the Illinois Supreme Court, William Wilson, reported great indignation on the part of the Whigs of this state at the course pursued in the appointment of Butterfield over Lincoln, and that it would take but little to call forth a public expression against Mr. Ewing. In the fall, Usher F. Linder, speaking in the Illinois House of Representatives, called Ewing universally odious, a man who stinks in the nostrils of the nation, a lump of ice, an unfeeling, unsympathizing aristocrat, a rough, imperious, uncouth, and unamiable fellow, unsuited to wield the immense patronage placed in his hands from the fact that he could disregard the almost unanimous wish of the people, the Whig people of Illinois, and overlook the claims of such men as Lincoln, Edwards, and Morrison, and appoint a man, Butterfield, who could not, as against any one of his competitors, have obtained 1/20th of the votes of Illinois. In attacking the secretary publicly, Linder voiced the private feelings of many, including Elihu B. Washburne, who fumed, "Ewing must go out." Some Whigs regretted Linder's indiscretion. Among them was Lincoln, who asserted publicly that if he had known that such a speech was to be given, he would have tried to stop it. He magnanimously praised Butterfield and Ewing, saying of Butterfield that when he became commissioner, "I expected him to be a faithful and able officer, and nothing has since come to my knowledge disappointing that expectation." Of Ewing he added, "I believe him, too, to be an able and faithful officer." As it turned out, criticism dogged Butterfield until a paralytic stroke forced him to resign in 1852. Despite his claims of robust health, during his tenure he frequently left Washington because of illness. He also engaged in wholesale nepotism. An anonymous, undated memorandum in the Interior Department files excoriated him for hiring at least 9 close relatives while dismissing such people as Lincoln's friends Josiah M. Lucas and William H. Henderson. To restore peace and forestall other attacks on Butterfield's appointment, the administration tried to appease Lincoln by offering him the secretaryship of the Oregon Territory, which he promptly declined, urging that it be given instead to his friend Simeon Francis. Soon thereafter, as Lincoln attended court in Bloomington with John Todd Stewart, a special messenger arrived with an offer to appoint him governor of Oregon at a salary of $3,000 a year. Truly tempted, Lincoln asked Stewart if he should accept. His former law partner said he thought it was a good thing, that he could go out there and in all likelihood come back from there as a senator when the state was admitted. Lincoln, according to Stewart, finally made up his mind that he would accept the place if Mary would consent to go. But she had no wish to live in a remote frontier and would not consent. Joshua Speed later told Stewart that Lincoln wrote to him that if he, Speed, would go along, he would give him any appointment out there which he might be able to control. Lincoln evidently thought that if Speed and Speed's wife were to go along, it would be an inducement for Mary to change her mind. But Speed thought he could not go, and so the matter didn't come to anything. During her husband's presidency, Mary Lincoln liked to remind him that she had kept him from throwing himself away by accepting the governorship of Oregon. And so Lincoln returned to Springfield. Not long after his defeat by Butterfield, he told a friend, "I have a little property and owe no debts. It is perhaps well that I did not get this appointment. I will go home and resume my practice, at which I can make a living, and perhaps someday the people may have use for me." This setback may have been a blessing in disguise. Richard W. Thompson believed that Lincoln's failure to win the commissionership of the General Land Office was most fortunate, both for him and the country. If he had been successful, Thompson speculated, he would have stayed on in Washington, separated from the people of Illinois, sinking down into the grooves of a routine office, so that he would never have reached the eminence he afterwards achieved as a lawyer, or have become President of the United States. 5 years would pass before he again sought public office. During that political hiatus, he underwent a painful, introspective ordeal from which he emerged a different man. At the age of 40, he was an accomplished partisan politician of limited scope. By 45, he had somehow transformed himself into the statesman that the world would come to revere. Signs of that statesmanship had appeared in his congressional term, when he denounced the president's conduct in provoking the Mexican War, and when he framed an emancipation bill for the District of Columbia, and during his tenure as an Illinois legislator, when he declared that slavery was based on injustice and bad policy. But only after he had passed through a fiery, psychological trial at midlife was he to fulfill the promise foreshadowed in those gestures. A Midlife Crisis and a Re-Entry to Politics, 1849 to 1855.
Chapter 9. I was losing interest in politics, and went to the practice of law with greater earnestness than ever before. Midlife Crisis, 1849 to 1854. A colleague at the bar maintained that Lincoln's life between 1849 and 1854, although outwardly uneventful and even unimportant, was really a time in which, by thought and by much study, he prepared himself for his great life work. Indeed, Lincoln did mature remarkably during those years, passing through a highly successful midlife crisis. Semi-retired from public life, he campaigned sporadically and desultorily for others, but ran for no office himself. The slasher-gaff politico, who reveled in sarcasm and excelled in ridicule, somehow developed into a statesman, a principled champion of the anti-slavery cause, who rose far above the narrow partisanship of his earlier years. To be sure, the 1837 Lincoln Stone Protest and his 1849 proposed statute abolishing slavery in the District of Columbia showed Lincoln's interest in the slavery issue, but only as a minor matter in his political consciousness. Believing that God will settle it, and settle it right, and that he will, in some inscrutable way, restrict the spread of so great an evil, he had concluded that it is our duty to wait. From 1849 until 1854, Lincoln focused assiduously on his legal career. He later wrote that at that time, I was losing interest in politics, and went to the practice of the law with greater earnestness than ever before. By 1854, the legal profession, he said, had almost superseded the thought of politics in his mind. Looking back on his legal career, Lincoln considered that it had two distinct stages, separated by his term in Congress. Before serving in the House of Representatives, he handled petty cases of debt collection, property damage, land titles, negligence, trespassing livestock, divorce, and slander, from which he earned little money, even though he and his partners had an extensive practice. To make ends meet, Lincoln and other lawyers in Springfield traveled the circuit during the spring and fall when rural counties held court. In the winter and summer, the attorneys would remain in Springfield, appearing before the Illinois State Supreme Court, the Sangamon County Court, and the Federal District Court, as well as justices of the peace. When Lincoln returned from Washington, Illinois was changing rapidly. In 1848, the adoption of a new state constitution, the completion of the Illinois and Michigan Canal, the launching of a rail line connecting Chicago with Galena, and the arrival of a presidential message via the telegraph for the first time, all heralded the end of the frontier era. During the 1850s, the state's rail network expanded rapidly, from 111 miles to 2,790, and its population doubled from 851,470 to 1,711,951. Urban areas in particular grew swiftly. In 1850, Chicago had a population of 29,963. By the end of the decade, that figure had soared to 109,260. Springfield's population increased twofold in that same period, from 4,553 to 9,320. Railroads slashed the travel time between those cities from 3 days to 12 hours. The 705-mile Illinois Central Railroad system, begun in 1851, was the world's longest when completed 5 years later. Illinois' transformation changed the lives of the state's lawyers. Because they now found more and more business in their own towns, they no longer had to spend weeks and months traveling from one county seat to another in quest of clients. By the end of the decade, only Lincoln continued attending courts throughout the circuit. Simultaneously, night sessions became more common, reducing the opportunities for convivial gatherings after dark. Rather than petty cases tried under the common law, more and more commercial causes filled the dockets, especially those involving railroads. Attorneys increasingly found themselves working for out-of-state corporations. The law became less a means of resolving local disputes and promoting community harmony than an impersonal mechanism for dealing with the booming industrial and commercial revolutions. Lincoln found the new climate more profitable, but less congenial than the old one. Law practice. Lincoln must surely have experienced a letdown when he exchanged the glamorous world of Washington for his unprepossessing law practice in provincial Springfield. Henry C. Whitney thought that no lawyer's office could have been more unkempt, untidy, and uninviting. It contained only a plain small desk and table, a couch, a rusty antique stove, a bookcase, and a few wooden chairs. The floors were so seldom cleaned that plants took root in the accumulated dirt. As a congressman, Lincoln had distributed seeds to his farmer constituents. The contents of some of the packets he brought home from Washington leaked out and sprouted in the office. Little light penetrated the filthy windows, and the upper and center panels of the office door leading to the hallway were missing. In the crude bookcase were copies of Blackstone, Kent's Commentaries, Chitty's Pleadings, and a small number of other volumes. There were few books because Lincoln and Herndon regularly used the well-stocked law library at the nearby Capitol. Outside hung a cheap, weather-beaten sign by the staircase leading to the office. In these crude surroundings, Lincoln spent many monotonous hours dealing with what he called the drudgery of the law. As an Ohio attorney noted in 1849, the business of a lawyer's office generally has as little interest as a merchant's counting room. Declarations, pleas or demurs, bills or answers in chancery, petitions in dowry or partition, conveyances, depositions, the collection of notes, engross the time of an attorney. Much of Lincoln's fabled yarn-spinning was done outside his office. As Gibson W. Harris, who studied there from 1845 to 1847, put it, an attorney's den is about the last place for genial humor, for, except to a peculiarly constituted mind, the law is a dry and uninteresting study. Some of the office drudgery fell to Harris, but most of it was performed by Herndon, who in 1857 described Lincoln as a hoss, and added that, "I am the runt of the firm, and no hoss." As the runt, he said he toted books and hunted up authorities for Lincoln, who detested the mechanical work of the office. Herndon claimed that he made out his best briefs in the largest law cases, and Lincoln would argue the case from those briefs and get the credit for them, while the junior partner was the power behind them. Herndon drafted pleadings and other papers for cases in the district courts, while Lincoln wrote them for Supreme Court cases. In addition to composing wills, mortgages, contracts, deeds, and other documents requiring no litigation, Herndon managed the office. Lincoln did most of the interviewing and litigation, as well as zealously drumming up business for the firm. The Lincoln-Herndon partnership, formed in 1844, and lasting until Lincoln departed Springfield as president-elect in 1861, was harmonious. The two men, according to Herndon, never had a cross word, a quarrel, nor any misunderstandings, however small. He asserted that when Lincoln did attach himself to man or woman, he was warmly wrapped in the man or woman. Nothing but demonstrations of dishonesty or vice could shake him. When other lawyers tried to supplant Herndon, Lincoln rebuffed their overtures. Herndon's fondness for liquor often landed him in trouble and embarrassed his partner, but Lincoln characteristically overlooked this foible. Herndon acknowledged that, in his treatment of me, Mr. Lincoln was the most generous, forbearing, and charitable man I ever knew. Often, though I yielded to temptation, he invariably refrained from joining in the popular denunciation, which, though not unmerited, was so frequently heaped upon me. He never chided, never censured, never criticized my conduct. The tolerant, humane, even-handed treatment Lincoln accorded his junior partner also characterized his approach to clients and their disputes. He often sought to resolve matters at a personal level, out of court. His motto was, "It is better to get along peaceably, if possible, rather than litigate." When John Fouch asked him to sue a livestock dealer who had reneged on an agreement to sell him some cattle, Lincoln told him he had a strong case, and then asked how old he was. Discovering that the potential client had just turned 21, Lincoln urged him to drop the matter. "If you start out and win this suit, you will be running to me for a lawsuit every time any little disagreement comes up. John, don't have it. John, you go home." Fouch took the advice. Lincoln would question potential clients closely, trying to divine their motives. If, after patiently considering the facts, he thought the case was fair and winnable, he would say, "My friend, you are in the right. I can so demonstrate it to the minds of the jury. Send home the conviction to the mind of the court of its legality and its justice. I have no reasonable doubt of this. But I advise you as a good man to go to your neighbor and say to him what you have done, and ask him kindly but firmly to do justice and right. Then, if he will not do it, I'll make him." He would also advise such clients, "Don't give me your strong points. They will take care of themselves. Tell me your weak points, and after that I can advise what is best to be done." If potential clients were merely carrying on a community quarrel, or had a weak case, or were acting out of avarice, hate, ill will, or malice, Lincoln would tell them frankly, "My friend, you are in the wrong. You have no justice and no equity with you. I would advise you to drop the matter." One day he earnestly told a young man that there is no reasonable doubt but that I can gain your case for you. I can set a whole neighborhood at loggerheads. I can distress a widowed mother and her 6 fatherless children, and thereby get for you $600 which you seem to have a legal claim to, but which rightfully belongs, it appears to me, as much to the woman and her children as it does to you. You must remember that some things that are legally right are not morally right. I shall not take your case, but I will give you a little advice for which I will charge you nothing. You seem to be a sprightly, energetic man. I would advise you to try your hand at making $600 in some other way. If a potential client's case seemed just, but difficult to prove, Lincoln would tell him, "My friend, you are in the right, but I don't think your evidences are sufficiently strong," always allowing a little for exaggerations, when so made, to drive conviction home to the minds of the jury. "I advise you to compromise, and if you can't get this, and can't find other and further proofs, I advise you to drop the case." He often told would-be clients, "You have no case. Better settle." About 1/3 of Lincoln's cases were dismissed, most of them doubtless because of such counsel. Like many other antebellum attorneys, Lincoln viewed the role of peacemaker as the lawyer's principal function. Characteristically, he told a client in Menard County, "I understand Mr. Wilcox will go or send to Petersburg tomorrow for the purpose of meeting you to settle the difficulty about the wheat. I sincerely hope you will settle it. I think you can, if you will, for I have always found Mr. Hickox a fair man in his dealings. If you settle, I will charge nothing for what I have done, and thank you to boot. By settling, you will most likely get your money sooner, and with much less trouble and expense." He offered similar advice to a man in Canton. "I do not think there is the least use of doing any more with the lawsuit. I not only do not think you are going to gain it, but I do think you are sure to lose it. Therefore, the sooner it ends, the better." When a student in his office asked why he did not charge clients whose cases were settled out of court, he replied, "They won't care to pay me. They don't think I have earned a fee unless I take the case into court and make a speech or two." Lincoln displayed his ingenuity as a peacemaker, as well as his generous nature, when he was asked to sue an eccentric attorney, John D. Urquhart, for a piddling sum. Lawyers in Springfield helped support this unfortunate, who often borrowed money without repaying it. A newcomer to town named Smith, unaware of the informal charity that kept Urquhart afloat, stormed into Lincoln's office insisting that he bring suit against that poor soul for a debt of $2.50. Failing to dissuade the indignant Smith, Lincoln agreed to sue Urquhart but insisted on a $10 fee, which was promptly given. With this cash in hand, he called on Urquhart, gave him $5, and brought suit against him for $2.50. The defendant confessed judgment and paid the $2.50. "I couldn't see any other way of making things satisfactory to Mr. Smith and all concerned," Lincoln explained. When another client who wished to sue for a trivial sum rejected advice to drop the matter, saying he wanted to show the blamed rascal up, Lincoln replied, "My friend, if you are going into the business of showing up every rascal you meet, you will have no time to do anything else the rest of your life." Slander and libel cases. Lincoln was especially active in promoting social harmony in dealing with slander cases, when parties were accused of such offenses as theft, perjury, larceny, forgery, fraud, murder, drunkenness, and operating a whorehouse. He often mediated these suits, sometimes persuading a defendant to admit guilt if the plaintiff agreed to remit the monetary settlement, minus court costs. On other occasions, he convinced his client to acknowledge the plaintiff's good character and reputation, or got the plaintiff to drop charges. Slander was traditionally a common law offense. In addition, the Illinois legislature had made it punishable by fines up to $1,000. The statute specifically deemed actionable false accusations of adultery and fornication, and several of Lincoln's 89 slander cases involved such charges. In one, it was alleged that Mrs. Beatty and Dr. Sullivan were seen together in Beatty's stable one morning very early, in the very act. In another, a woman accused a man of boasting that he had known her carnally, and claimed that she has been fucked more times than I've got fingers and toes, and damned if it ain't so big I can almost poke my fist in. Charles Cantrell and his wife alleged that she had been slandered by John Prim, who reportedly stated that William King screwed Charles Cantrell's wife twice while he was gone, and before that he crawled in bed with her and her husband and screwed her. James Ellison, a minister, was accused of having sexual relations with a woman whom he kept in the woods for a time, until his wife discovered the secret and ended the affair. One of Lincoln's clients denounced a woman as a base whore and a nasty, stinking strumpet, and said he could prove it by the Nances. They have rode her in the corner of the fence many a time. Bestiality was alleged in a few of Lincoln's slander suits. Newton Galloway declared that William Torrance caught my old sow and fucked her as long as he could, and knocked up my old sow, and it is now belly down and will soon have some young bills. Another client of Lincoln supposedly did have sexual intercourse with or carnal knowledge of a cow, and yet another reputedly has been caught frigging a bitch. Racial prejudice exacerbated some cases. One of Lincoln's clients was accused of open and shameful criminal intercourse and base prostitution with a black man, and raising a family of illegitimate children by said Negro. Another client, William Dungy, alleged that Joseph Spencer had wrongfully accused him of being a black man. In presenting this case to the jury, Lincoln was, as one of the opposing counsel recalled, both entertaining and effective. A dramatic and powerful stroke was his direct reference to Spencer's accusation that Dungy was a nigger. It had a curious touch of the ludicrous by his pronouncing of the word which, instead of detracting, seemed to add to the effect. I hear him now, as he said, "Gentlemen of the jury, my client is not a Negro, though it is no crime to be a Negro. His skin may not be as white as ours, but I say he is not a Negro, though he may be a Moor." On Spencer's defense team was Clifton H. Moore, a resident of the town where the case was being tried. The most celebrated example of Lincoln's mediation in a slander suit was the case involving a Catholic priest, Charles Chinnicky, proprietor of the community of St. Anne's in Kankakee County. After the Civil War, Chinnicky would achieve notoriety by charging that Jesuits had plotted Lincoln's assassination. In 1855, he was sued for calling the proprietor of a nearby settlement a perjurer. As the trial date approached, both sides girded for a desperate fight, as did the communities where the parties lived. Because feeling ran so high, a change of venue was ordered, and the trial took place in Champaign County. Many partisans of the principals flocked there, filling the hotels. The first time the case was tried, it was dismissed when a juror was excused because his child became deathly ill. A second trial ended in a hung jury. Lincoln, who detested that sort of litigation, so dreaded the prospect of yet another trial that he strove mightily to effect a compromise, and was ultimately successful. Lincoln also tried libel cases. In 1851, he represented his Whig friend and colleague, William H. Fithian, who successfully sued George W. Cassaday for claiming that Fithian had shamefully abandoned his wife's corpse. The court awarded Fithian damages of $547.90. Thereafter, Cassaday declared on his personal property tax schedule that among his possessions was the character of Dr. Fithian, $547.90, which I bought and paid for. Divorce cases. Lincoln also tried to promote social harmony in handling divorces, which he found disagreeable. Toward the end of his life, he said, "I learned a great many years ago that in a fight between man and wife, a third party should never get between the woman's skillet and the man's axe helve." He and his partners participated in 145 divorce actions, 88 in Sangamon County alone. These constituted 40% of all such cases heard there between 1837 and 1860. Females brought nearly two-thirds of them. Desertion was the most common complaint alleged by women. Few charged their husbands with bigamy, impotence, or felonious conviction. Adultery was alleged more or less equally between the sexes. Lincoln's willingness to take on so many cases illustrates his solicitude for women, for usually male defendants would not contest a divorce. His motive could hardly have been mercenary, for there was little money to be made in these divorce cases. Deserter husbands were hard to find and to dun for fees, whereas most women who filed for divorce did not have to pay lawyers' fees and court costs. Lincoln's concern for women's feelings was manifested in the 1838 case of Samuel Rogers versus Polly Rogers. As counsel for the husband, Lincoln urged him not to persist in alleging adultery in the complaint, which he had done originally, because the divorce could easily be won on grounds of desertion. When the court saddled Rogers with heavy alimony payments, he appealed the decision, arguing that his complaint was mooted simply because of the tenderness to the said defendant's, that is, his wife's, character. Lincoln's tender feelings for women were especially noticeable in a Tazewell County divorce case. His client was an attractive and cultivated woman, unfortunately married to a highly disagreeable, mean-spirited man, in no way her equal. Lincoln convinced the jury that the husband had insulted her in the most vile fashion and created no end of strife, but he could not prove the acts of personal violence necessary under the divorce statute. One observer noted that Lincoln did the best he could and appealed to the jury to have compassion on the woman and not bind her to such a man and such a life as awaited her as the wife of such a man. The jury shared Lincoln's view of the matter, but lacking evidence of physical abuse, it felt compelled to find for the husband. One holdout, however, dug in his heels, saying to his fellow jurors, "I'm going to lie down to sleep, and when you get ready to give a verdict for that woman, wake me up. For before I will give a verdict against her, I will lie here until I rot, and the pismires carry me out of the keyhole." Lincoln did not always side with women in such cases. He unsuccessfully represented an odious man in a precedent-setting custody case, which saw Illinois courts move away from the common law tradition that children were the property of their fathers. Ann Cowles had divorced her husband, Thomas Cowles, who, she charged, was negligent of the education and moral welfare of the children and addicted to excessive and frequent intoxications, and in the habit of quarreling with the woman he was living with in the presence of the children, and driving her from home. Moreover, he habitually used profane, indecent, immoral, and vulgar language, as well in the presence of the children as elsewhere, and is in other respects wholly disqualified from educating the children in a respectable and moral manner. After the divorce, in keeping with common law tradition, Thomas Cowles had retained custody of their children. Ann Cowles subsequently alleged that her former husband was living in a state of fornication with a woman of notoriously bad character who was unqualified in any manner for the proper care of and education of children. In awarding her custody, the Illinois Supreme Court ignored Lincoln's arguments and stressed the best interests of the child doctrine, which was to influence subsequent cases of child welfare in Illinois. In so ruling, the court characterized Lincoln's client unflatteringly. "Here we have grouped together into one disgusting and revolting picture those features of a father's character who has become unworthy of the charge of his own offspring." This sort of action led Gibson Harris to conclude that, in a law office, the tendency to believe in total depravity is depressingly strong. Such is the somber light in which human nature frequently shows itself in the confidings of client to counsel. Trial lawyer. Herndon believed that Lincoln was a better appellate than circuit court attorney. Trial lawyers, Herndon argued, must have quickness, sharpness, versatility of mind, a mind that can move and leap here and there as occasions and contingencies quickly demand, and quickly form accurate judgments. Technical, quick, analytic, sagacious, cunning minds, cold, heartless, conscienceless men succeed in the circuit courts in bad cases and good alike. Lincoln, in his partner's view, did not fit that description, but his was a minority opinion. Indeed, most of Lincoln's colleagues at the bar considered him an adept trial lawyer, especially before a jury. Usher Linder thought Lincoln's greatest forte was as a lawyer, and I don't know whether he was strongest before the judge or the jury. I certainly never asked to have him against me. Isaac N. Arnold considered Lincoln the strongest jury lawyer we ever had in Illinois, for he could compel a witness to tell the truth when he meant to lie. He could make a jury laugh and generally weep at his pleasure. A quick and accurate reader of character, Lincoln understood almost intuitively the jury, witnesses, parties, and judges, and how best to address, convince, and influence them He had a power of conciliating and impressing everyone in his favor. He excelled all I ever heard in the statement of his case. However complicated, he would disentangle it and present the turning point in a way so simple and clear that all could understand. Indeed, his statement often rendered argument unnecessary, and often the court would stop him and say, "If that is the case, we will hear the other side." He had, in the highest possible degree, the art of persuasion and the power of conviction. His illustrations were often quaint and homely, and always clear and apt, and generally conclusive. He never misstated evidence, but stated clearly and met fairly and squarely his opponent's case. His wit and humor and inexhaustible stores of anecdote, always to the point, added immensely to his power as a jury advocate. Hiram W. Beckwith, who observed Lincoln practice in Danville, agreed with Arnold. Beckwith called Lincoln an admirable tactician, ready for the surprises and turns of a trial, and quick to change his line of attack or defense as emergency required. He was an adept, both as aggressor and at retort, in the badinage and sparrings of counsel that spiced the course of a trial. He rarely lost his temper, even in rancorous proceedings, and he seemed to enjoy the combat. To avoid boring the jury, he made few notes during a trial. "Notes are a bother, taking time to make, and more to hunt them up afterward," he told Beckwith. "Lawyers who do so soon get the habit of referring to them so much that it confused and tired the jury." For the same reason, Lincoln would not read to jurors from statutes or quote authorities. Rather, he would turn to opposing counsel or to the bench and say to the jury, "These gentlemen will allow, or the judge, if need be, will tell you, that the law of the case is thus or so," and would summarize the relevant statute in clear, simple language. According to Beckwith, Lincoln relied on his well-trained memory that recorded and indexed every passing detail, and skillfully kept the jury focused on the main issues. Lincoln was not, Beckwith recounted, emotional and dramatic like some colleagues on the circuit. He lacked grace, music, nor were his thoughts set to words in harmonic measure. His shrill voice, in its higher tones, his stooping form, his long arms swinging about, made a poor first impression. But all this either eluded notice or was quickly forgot in the spell that radiated from his wonderful face and in the force of the words that came from his earnest lips. His presentation even interested and entertained onlookers in court. Beckwith disagreed with those who maintained that Lincoln, in his earlier career, was a mere case lawyer. To the contrary, few, if any, practitioners were better, if as well grounded in the elementary principles of the law. His knowledge of these, as well as the very reason for them, was so well mastered that he seemed to apply them to individual cases as if by intuition. A mere case lawyer, said Beckwith, would have had little chance with Mr. Lincoln. Peers admired Lincoln's way with a jury trial. Henry C. Whitney thought that only Stephen T. Logan outshone Lincoln on the circuit. Whitney recalled that Lincoln offered clear statements of his facts and points, and argued his cases with great force and frequently with aggressiveness and pugnacity. In the rough-and-tumble practice on the circuit, where advocacy was relied on rather than exact knowledge or application of legal principles, Lincoln was especially effective. Orlando B. Ficklin, an attorney in Charleston, recalled that Lincoln had a fashion of pointing at the jury with his long, bony forefinger of his right hand. There seemed to be something magnetic always about that finger, which appeared to ask, "Don't you see?" According to Leonard Swett, Lincoln, as a trial lawyer, had few equals and no superiors. He was as hard a man to beat in a closely contested case as I have ever met. He was wise as a serpent in the trial of a case, but I tell you, I have got too many scars from his blows to certify that he was harmless as a dove. James S. Ewing of Bloomington, who often heard Lincoln in court, marveled at his personal touch. By the time the jury was selected, each member of it felt that the great lawyer was his friend, and was relying upon him as a juror to see that no injustice was done. From the bench, Judge John M. Scott thought not only that Lincoln knew the law, and had that knowledge ready for use at all times, but also that he knew right and justice, and knew how to make their application to the affairs of everyday life. Few lawyers, he added, ever had the influence with a jury Mr. Lincoln had. Especially remarkable was his talent for examining witnesses. With him it was a rare gift. It was a power to compel a witness to disclose the whole truth. Lack of egotism, a quality at the core of Lincoln's personality, won over many juries, colleagues, and judges. Judge Scott noted, "No lawyer on the circuit was more unassuming than was Mr. Lincoln. He arrogated to himself no superiority over anyone, not even the most obscure member of the bar. He had the happy and unusual faculty of making the jury believe that they, and not he, were trying the case. In that mode of presenting a case he had few, if any, equals. Any attorney makes a grave mistake if he puts too much of himself into his argument before the jury or before the court. Mr. Lincoln kept himself in the background." In his law practice, Lincoln employed his legendary talent as a storyteller with great effect. Colleagues loved him for it. As a young attorney, he would often drop by the county clerk's office and socialize with fellow lawyers. "It was always a great treat," Milton Hay remembered, "when Lincoln got amongst us. We would always be sure to have some of those stories of his for which he had already got a reputation." Hay read law at Lincoln's office at night, and helped him by copying briefs and declarations. A cheerful, tobacco-chewing, imposing figure with a forehead like Daniel Webster's, Hay became a leading member of the Illinois bar. Lincoln also used his stories in court. With many lawyers, Judge Scott observed, relying on anecdote would be a most dangerous experiment, but it never failed with Mr. Lincoln. When he chose to do so, he could place the opposite party, and his counsel too for that matter, in a most ridiculous attitude by relating, in his inimitable way, a pertinent story. That often gave him a great advantage with the jury. Scott cited the example of a case involving crops damaged by the defendant's hogs. The right of action under the law of Illinois as it was then depended on whether the plaintiff's fence was sufficient to turn ordinary stock. There was some little conflict in the evidence on that question, but the weight of the testimony was decidedly in favor of plaintiff. Appearing for the defendant, Lincoln conceded the damage to the crops and focused instead on the fence. He told a little story about a fence that was so crooked that when a hog went through an opening in it, invariably it came out on the same side, whence it started. His description of the confused look of the hog after several times going through the fence and still finding itself on the side from where it had started was a humorous specimen of the best storytelling. The effect was to make plaintiff's case appear ridiculous, and while Mr. Lincoln did not attempt to apply the story to the case, the jury seemed to think it had some kind of application to the fence in controversy. Otherwise, he would not have told it, and shortly returned a verdict for defendant. Few men could have made so much out of so little a story. Lincoln's delivery of a story would often be more effective than its substance. He always seemed to have an apt story on hand for use on all occasions, Scott recalled. If he had no story in stock, he would formulate one instantly, so pertinent it would seem he had brought it into service on many previous occasions. That is a talent akin to the power to construct a parable, a talent that few men possess. Lincoln once employed a story to defend a client accused of assault and battery. The fellow had been insulted and bodily attacked by the plaintiff, who was trounced after initiating hostilities. Lincoln told the jury that his client was in the fix of a man who, in going along the highway with a pitchfork on his shoulder, was attacked by a fierce dog that ran out at him from a farmer's dooryard. In parrying off the brute with a fork, its prongs stuck into the brute and killed him. "What made you kill my dog?" said the farmer. "What made him try to bite me? But why did you not go at him with the other end of your pitchfork? Why did he not come after me with his other end?" At this Mr. Lincoln whirled about in his long arms an imaginary dog and pushed its tail in toward the jury. Thus was the defensive plea of son assault domain, loosely, that the other fellow brought on the fight quickly told, and in a way that the dullest mind would grasp and retain. This story appeared in a 1739 compilation, Joe Miller's Jests, a copy of which Lincoln received from Judge Samuel Treat, who said that the Springfield attorney evidently learned its entire contents, for he found Lincoln narrating the stories contained therein around the circuit, but very much embellished and changed, evidently by Lincoln himself. Lincoln told another story when replying to an opposing counsel who had offered two arguments that canceled each other out. Lincoln said this reminded him of the cooper who, having trouble in closing up a barrel, put a boy inside to hold the head in place. The plan worked so well that the cooper drove on the hoops and finished the job, forgetting all about the boy or how he was to be gotten out. Lincoln also enjoyed relating an account of a client accused of stealing pigs. Offering no defense, he simply instructed Lincoln to argue the case on general principles and not to worry. Despite abundant evidence of his guilt, the man was acquitted by the jury. Puzzled, Lincoln asked for an explanation. Admitting that he had stolen the porkers, the client revealed that he had sold the pigs at cut-rate prices to members of the jury, who feared that if they delivered a guilty verdict, they would have to return the pigs to the rightful owner. Lincoln was most inclined to employ humor when he and his client stood on shaky ground. An example was his defense of a wealthy, pro-Southern colonel who had cow-whipped an anti-slavery editor on the streets of Jacksonville. The editor brought suit for $10,000 and hired a lawyer who, in court, melodramatically described the disgrace that his client had suffered. The jurors were so profoundly affected by this tearful presentation that Lincoln's client seemed to have no chance of exoneration. When his turn to speak came, Lincoln took his feet from the table on which he had placed them, slowly rose from his seat, and lifted up, and partly straightened out his great length of legs and body, and removed his coat. As he did so, he gazed intently at a piece of paper on the table. He picked it up and silently continued to examine it. After a while he burst out laughing. Everyone in the courtroom grinned as he laid the paper down, removed his tie, then laughed once again. This produced tittering among the spectators. Continuing to disrobe, he took off his vest, again inspecting the paper, and broke out in laughter once more. At this point, everyone in court roared with glee. When he finally addressed the court, Lincoln apologized for his undignified behavior and pointed out that the claim for damages as originally written asked for $1,000. He speculated that the editor had changed his mind and decided that the injury to his dignity was worth $10,000. This argument undid the effect of the plaintiff's attorney and led the jury to award damages of only $300. A juryman before whom Lincoln conducted a case recalled that he knew nearly every juror, and when he made his speech he talked to the jurors, one at a time, like an old friend who wanted to reason it out with them and make it as easy as possible for them to find the truth. Lincoln was usually terse and undogmatic before juries. He was careful to say, "This is the way it seems to me," rather than, "This is the way it is." Herndon reported that when Lincoln stood before a jury, he was awkward, angular, ungainly, odd, and, being a very sensitive man, I think it added to his awkwardness. Sometimes his hands, for a short while, would hang by his side. He used his head a great deal in speaking, throwing or jerking or moving it now here and now there, now in this position and now in that, in order to be more emphatic, to drive the idea home. He never beat the air, never sawed space with his hands, never acted for stage effect, was cool, careful, earnest, sincere, truthful, fair, self-possessed, not insulting, not dictatorial, was pleasing, good-natured, had great strong naturalness of look, pose, and act. As he proceeded, Lincoln gently and gradually warmed up. His shrill, squeaking, piping voice became harmonious, melodious, musical, if you please, with face somewhat aglow. His form dilated, swelled out, and he rose up a splendid form, erect, straight, dignified. As a general tactic, Lincoln shrewdly conceded much to opposing counsel. Attorney James C. Robinson recalled that he had the manner of treating his antagonist with such perfect fairness as to make the jury and bystanders think that he could not be induced to take advantage of him, a manner which was the hell-firedest lie that was ever acted, because the very fairness he assumed was an ambuscade to cover up a battery with which to destroy the opposing counsel, and so skillfully laid, too, that after it had done its work, only occasionally would the defeated party, and almost never would the uninitiated, discover the deception. Lincoln, said Robinson, possessed this power to a degree beyond that of any lawyer I ever knew, and he used it to such an extent that it was his very strongest weapon in the trial of a case. Robinson gave a generalized example of Lincoln's technique. If he were defending a case, after the jury were impaneled, he would give the very closest attention to the opening statement by the plaintiff's attorney, indeed, as if he had never heard of the case before. Then he would sincerely praise his learned opponent, marvel at what new things he had just learned, and, almost apologetically, concede what seemed to be most of the main points of the case. But the barb would be hidden in his concession of those points, if the facts are as he stated them, and in allowing that he would presume his opponent will be able to fully prove that fact. If opposing counsel was not thoroughly alert to the situation, or did not know Lincoln's tactics, he was inclined to overlook the fact that the admissions, so regretfully made by Lincoln, were only as to facts which were the most easily susceptible of proof, that the doubtful points were always carefully guarded with an if, and he would frequently think that he had a walkover. Lincoln's client, under the same impression, would frequently writhe in his chair as he heard his lawyer seemingly confess judgment in favor of the other side. The jury would settle back in their chairs, thoroughly convinced that here was a lawyer who would not deny facts, who would not take an unfair advantage, who wanted his case tried with fairness and honesty to both sides, who simply wanted justice done, regardless of who won or who lost the case. And they were at once disposed to look with special favor upon any move he might make during the trial. At this point, Lincoln's opponent would be in trouble, according to Robinson. If, seeing his case so nearly conceded and so mildly contested, he was lulled into inactivity during the trial and failed to close every loophole of escape for the defendant, his awakening to discover the fatality of his omission, of that one of the points which Lincoln had so meekly held in reserve was the controlling element in the case, came after the evidence was closed and too late to retrieve. Lawyers familiar with Lincoln were not deceived in this way, Robinson said, but the average juror could never see anything but his exceeding fairness and innocence in a trial, an innocence like that of a coal of fire in a bag of flax. Most testimony about Lincoln's prowess before juries is reminiscent and therefore may be tainted by the desire to place the martyr president in an unduly favorable light. But contemporary evidence supports the positive image painted by Herndon, Beckwith, Arnold, Davis, Swett, and others. In 1859, an editor in northern Illinois reported that Lincoln tries a suit well. By his genial spirit he keeps the court, the jury, and the opposite counsel in good humor, and sometimes, by a comical remark or a clever joke, upsets the dignity of the court. He never makes a big fight over a small or immaterial point, but frankly admits much, though never enough to damage his case. In this he differs much from little lawyers, who adhere with unyielding pertinacity to trifles and make their greatest efforts at nothing.
9 years earlier, a newspaper in Danville described Lincoln as rough, uncouth, and unattractive, yet possessing an energy that rather courts opposition than defies it, and a mind deeply imbued by study, and with a love of legal philosophy. All the force of a great intellect, all the force of a thoroughly informed understanding, all the might of a determined spirit are constantly at work. Grasping with ease the points that seem to others so intricate, his style of reasoning is profound, his deductions are logical, his investigations are accurate. When examining witnesses, he displays a masterly ingenuity and a legal tact that baffles concealment and defies deceit. And in addressing a jury, there is no false glitter, no sickly sentimentalism to be discovered. He eschewed a rhetorical display of sublime nothings. Seizing upon the minutest points, he weaves them into his argument with an ingenuity really astonishing. Bold, forcible, and energetic, he forces conviction upon the mind, and by his clearness and conciseness stamps it there, not to be erased. Lincoln may have his equal, the paper concluded, but it would be no easy task to find his superior. Lincoln, however, had difficulty persuading juries when he was not sure his client was in the right. Judge David Davis, before whom he tried innumerable cases, considered Lincoln a good circuit court lawyer in general, especially if he thought he was right. On the other hand, Stephen T. Logan believed Lincoln couldn't fight in a bad case. Samuel C. Parks stated that, "When Lincoln thought he was wrong, he was the weakest lawyer I ever saw." Parks cited the case of the accused larcenist defended by Lincoln, Parks, and William H. Young. Lincoln was satisfied by the evidence that he was guilty and ought to be convicted, Parks related. He called Young and myself aside and said, "If you can say anything for the man, do it. I can't. If I attempt it, the jury will see that I think he is guilty and convict him, of course." Without a word, Young and Parks submitted the case to the jury, which was unable to agree on a verdict. Lincoln's actions spared the client a prison sentence, Parks believed. On another occasion, Lincoln represented a clever fellow in a civil suit and made a solid argument in his defense. When opposing counsel produced clear evidence refuting that defense, Lincoln absented himself. Judge Davis sent a man to fetch him from his hotel. There he said to the court official, "Tell the judge that I can't come. My hands are dirty, and I came over to clean them." When he received the news, Davis dismissed the suit, merely remarking, "Honest Abe." While defending an accused murderer, Lincoln told his co-counsel, Leonard Swett, that their client was probably not innocent, and recommended that they have him plead guilty to manslaughter and hoped that the judge would give him the minimum sentence. Swett disagreed, whereupon Lincoln withdrew, saying, "I cannot argue this case, because our witnesses have been lying, and I don't believe them." Joseph Gillespie insisted that it was not in Lincoln's nature to assume or attempt to bolster up a false position. He would abandon his case first. Gillespie instanced an 1839 debt case from which Lincoln withdrew, and his less fastidious replacement won the case. More often, Whitney recollected, instead of withdrawing from a trial when he became convinced that his client was untruthful, Lincoln would simply do what he honestly could for success, and no more. In the long run, extensive experience before juries eventually made Lincoln somewhat cynical about them. In 1863 he wrote, "that a jury can scarcely be empaneled that will not have at least one member more ready to hang the panel than to hang the traitor." Life on the Circuit. When Lincoln first began riding the 8th Judicial Circuit in 1839, it was larger than the state of Rhode Island. As the population grew, the circuit expanded and then shrank. Jury trials took place in unprepossessing courtrooms that were vacant 10 months a year. When roads became passable in the spring, and again when the summer heat abated in the fall, lawyers teamed up with the state's attorney and the presiding judge, mounted horses or clambered into buggies, and began the 500-mile, 3-month trek through the circuit's many county seats,
located mostly in primitive hamlets scattered throughout central Illinois. In each of these villages, the cavalcade would spend anywhere from 3 days to 2 weeks, depending on the volume of business. The judge and his entourage reminded one attorney of a big schoolmaster with a lot of little boys at his heels. Most lawyers covered only part of the circuit, generally the counties near their homes. Lincoln worked all of it. Lincoln's old, odd-looking horse, decrepit buggy, and ill-fitting garments combined to give him an unusual appearance. His brown, high-crowned hat lacked nap. His trousers were too short, and his coat and vest seemed to flap like garments on a scarecrow. Around his shoulders he draped a shawl. He carried a carpet bag and a faded green umbrella, missing the knob and tied with a rope around its middle to keep it closed. His threadbare, untidy appearance led some to criticize his wife. Like other circuit riders, Lincoln used his hat as a briefcase, tucking all kinds of papers into the inside band. On windy days, his headgear would sometimes blow off, scattering important documents about the streets. The antebellum circuit courts were casual. Occasionally drunks would shatter courtroom decorum. Judges would have the offending parties jailed till they sobered up. The informality of court proceedings was illustrated by an incident in Champaign County. There, as Lincoln was addressing a jury, he lost a button from his suspenders. He paused, inspected the damage, and said to the jury, "Excuse me, gentlemen, for a moment while I fix my tackling." He ambled over to a wood box near the stove, selected a large splinter, whittled it to a sharp point with his pocket knife, and used it to repair his suspenders, then told the jurors, "Now, gentlemen, I am ready to go on." In 1848 to 1862, Lincoln's good friend David Davis presided over the Eighth Circuit, succeeding Samuel H. Treat. Born in Maryland in 1815, Davis attended Kenyon College and Yale Law School before settling in Bloomington, Illinois. There he quickly acquired a reputation as an outstanding business lawyer. A faithful Whig, he was only modestly successful in politics. He did manage to win a seat in the General Assembly for one term, and election as a delegate to the 1847 Constitutional Convention. Both his body and his personality were large. He weighed around 300 pounds and had a forceful character and executive talent. Ambitious, vain, fun-loving, industrious, and genial, he eagerly acquired friends and money. Davis's traits as a jurist were inseparable from his personality. The judge reminded one friend of a greyhound who takes the scent. He never relied on his knowledge of authorities, and never allowed his legal lore to smother his common-sense perception of equity and justice. He ignored technicalities in pursuit of equity. On the bench, he usually set a genial tone that put attorneys at ease. Occasionally, however, he could erupt in anger. His affability, conversational skills, and love of good stories made him popular with lawyers and residents of the circuit alike. An example of Davis's tendency to take the law into his own hands occurred one day in Bloomington, where the docket was full of debt claims cases. To the assembled attorneys and clients eager to make collections, Davis announced, "This court is loaded with cases arising out of the financial panic. I know these men. They will pay as soon as they can. Court is adjourned to the next term." To one journalist, Davis seemed like a man perfectly cut out for a judge, because he was completely at his ease in the seat of justice. With the greatest unconcern, he goes through his duties and succeeds in keeping a swarm of lawyers within the bounds of reason, and that, too, without losing his temper. A marvelous performance for a judge. After court adjourned for the day, Davis would usually gather the attorneys in his room for a merry evening of storytelling and scintillating conversation. Efficiently and willingly, he promoted harmony among the lawyers on the circuit, authoritatively settling minor disputes. His manners and sense of propriety were exemplary, and he could be a good friend as well as an outspoken enemy. His strong acquisitive streak and keen business sense,
made him rich. Davis's principal weakness was vanity, making him unusually susceptible to flatterers. If he took an interest in a young man, he demanded unremitting and persistent adulation and servitude. But while he insisted on deference from some, he gave it to others, above all to Lincoln. In dealing with this flock of them, Davis strove to be impartial, never intending to display favoritism to any lawyer. But as one of the writers of the Eighth Circuit put it, such was the marked deference he showed to Mr. Lincoln that Lincoln threw the rest of us into the shade. Such partiality did not manifest itself in the judicial record, however. Of the 87 cases Lincoln tried before the judge without a jury, he won only 40. Sessions of the circuit court enlivened the dull life of rural Illinois, in effect providing farmers with the equivalent of entertainment that city dwellers enjoyed in theaters, opera houses, lecture halls, and concert auditoriums. The courthouse was the center of interest for the mass of people who were generally uncultured and ignorant, Herndon recounted. When court commenced, people flocked to the county seat to see and to hear and to learn. Eloquence was in demand, for the people loved to hear talk. Talk. The lawyers knew this, and it stimulated them, made them ambitious to succeed and conquer. Most of them were young and ambitious, struggling each in his way to acquire glory. They resembled stars of the stage with loyal fans. If a young lawyer made a fine speech and tickled the crowd, was eloquent and gained his case, he got the hearty applause of the people and glory too. His fame was fixed at once. Court sessions also took the place of newspapers, bringing the locals up to date on the wider world. In 1859, a journalist described the scene in Urbana when court was in session. During the past week, nearly every resident of the county has been in our beautiful city, courting. The streets have been literally thronged with every imaginable specimen of the genus Homo. Lawyers, judges, clients, honorables, prisoners of all bars, and so forth, besides others, have been in attendance at our circuit court. Some think, perhaps, that they have not received justice, while others believe that they have a little too much of it. Altogether, they have had a lively time. Arriving in town, the dust-covered lawyers would immediately be accosted by potential clients, needing help in preparing pleas, filing demurrers, drawing chancery bills, or defending themselves from litigious neighbors or officers of the law. Amid this confusion, the legal crew had to be quick-witted and flexible. Sometimes they would find themselves enlisted to try a case on very short notice, even as the jury was being impaneled. Generally, circuit lawyers would arrive on Sunday in order to be ready for the opening of court at noon the next day. Monday afternoons were usually consumed in summoning and swearing in the grand and petty juries and having the grand jury consider indictments. In election years, the afternoon and evening of the first court day would be devoted to political speeches by the attorneys. The sheriff chose jurors, who were often the same men from one term to the next. Some of them were David Davis's friends, whose intelligence and integrity guaranteed that their verdicts would hold up on appeal. Cases in default, where one party failed to appear, were quickly disposed of, and testimony was taken in ex parte cases, like uncontested divorces. Around 4 p.m. the court adjourned, to reassemble Tuesday morning. For the rest of the day, lawyers would amuse themselves by taking walks, playing cards, writing verses for each other's amusement, drinking whiskey, fighting, wrestling, racing on foot and on horses, and even holding dances. Occasionally, a humorous mock trial would be conducted at which an attorney would be indicted for a ludicrous crime. When convicted, he would have to accept the absurd punishment good-naturedly. Egalitarianism prevailed, for the sociable attorneys put on no airs in their dealing with colleagues or townspeople. Killing time could be difficult when there were few clients. Reminiscing about his early experiences on the circuit, Lincoln said that in Urbana, I listened to a French street peddler's antics, half a day once, simply because I had not one particle of business. He also recalled a time when, in a country town during a court session, a rustic was startled to find several attorneys lounging about the courthouse. Upon asking if they all had business there, he was told, "No, they have not come to court because they have any business here, but because they have no business anywhere else." On Tuesday mornings the attorneys buckled down to work, which was often boring and tedious. An Urbana newspaper lamented that the court dealt with such unimportant matters as a dog suit, a wood-stealing Irishman, and a half-crazy horse thief. The editor of the Vermilion County Press similarly complained that the Danville court was swamped by minor cases involving liquor law violations whose wearying, troublesome littleness drags out the time of the court and prevents application to cases of more importance. In the early years of the circuit, most cases involved assault and battery, unpaid debts, minor squabbles, slander, horse trades, petty larceny, and occasionally manslaughter. In the 1830s and 1840s, Illinois was lightly populated, society relatively uncomplicated, land plentiful, employment widespread, and litigation quite simple, requiring little sophistication on the part of the lawyers. Cases originating in debt often generated other actions. Creditors would say of debtors who failed to repay loans, "I'll take it out of his hide." During the ensuing combat, spectators would comment freely on the contestants, spawning slander suits. Occasionally someone would, for convenience, dismantle a neighbor's fence and fail to put it back up, leading to fisticuffs that might eventuate in a murder trial. Henry C. Whitney thought it strange to contemplate that in those primitive days Mr. Lincoln's whole attention should have been engrossed in petty controversies or acrimonious disputes between neighbors about trifles, that he should have puzzled his great mind in attempting to decipher who was the owner of a litter of pigs, or which party was to blame for the loss of a flock of sheep, by foot rot, or whether some irascible spirit was justified in avowing that his enemy had committed perjury. Yet I have known him to give as earnest attention to such matters as, later, he gave to affairs of state. Such cases yielded little financial reward. Cash-strapped pioneers would usually pay a little and write IOUs for the remainder, or else give some livestock in lieu of money. In 1840, David Davis complained that after several weeks on the circuit with considerable business to do, he had realized in money but little from it. The practice of the law in Illinois nowadays is not a very easy business, and withal not very profitable. I am satisfied that no professional man ought ever to locate himself in a country purely agricultural. It is only where manufacturing or commercial business is done that a lawyer can expect always to have plenty to do. 4 years later, Davis noted that practicing law in Illinois did not provide much profit or personal comfort. Personal comfort was scarce indeed for circuit lawyers in the 1830s and 1840s. They traversed the prairies on horseback or in homemade conveyances over muddy roads that were little better than trails. Often the mud became so thick that wagons bogged down, forcing the passengers to use fence rails as pries to help the horses pull them out of the muck. Unbridged streams had to be swum. Once, when the caravan of lawyers and judges approached a shallow creek, Lincoln puckishly warned that it was deep and advised his colleagues to strip off their clothes and ride their horses across it. Shivering in the cold air, they complied and rode into the water, which barely reached their mounts' fetlocks. Lincoln enjoyed his prank hugely and remarked, "I don't think a bridge across the stream would interfere with navigation." Accommodations were also primitive. Gibson W. Harris complained about the wretched, cheerless, and uncomfortable taverns, where the food, though commonly of good material, was often badly cooked and poorly served. Travelers could not even count on protection from the elements. Sometimes they found miniature snowbanks on their beds.
The rooms seldom contained more than a bug-filled bed, a chair or two, and a spittoon. Guests washed up outdoors in tin basins and counted themselves lucky to have soap. Towels were so scarce that anyone who slept in would have a hard time finding a dry one. When taverns were unavailable, lawyers would stay at a farmer's house. The host usually declared that his guest's company was compensation enough. The attorney would often pay indirectly, surreptitiously slipping a quarter to one of the household's children. Two attorneys often had to sleep in the same bed, and there would be as many as 8 staying in one room. Lincoln frequently shared a bed with Usher Linder and Leonard Swett. Many beds were not long enough, and morning coffee was usually burnt, and the breakfast indifferent. Most accounts of life on the circuit are reminiscent, but Judge David Davis wrote numerous letters describing it vividly. In 1848 he complained, "This thing of traveling to Illinois and being eaten up by bedbugs and mosquitoes is not what it is cracked up to be." In 1851 he reported to his beloved wife that the tavern at Mount Pulaski, population 350, is perhaps the hardest place you ever saw. A new landlord by the name of Cass, just married, everything dirty and the eating horrible. Judge Robbins, Lincoln, Stewart, and everybody else from Springfield were there. The old woman looked as we would suppose the Witch of Endor looked. She had a grown daughter who waited on the table greasy, tablecloth greasy, floor greasy, and everything else ditto. Waiting among greasy things. Think of it. I wonder if she ever washed herself. I guess the dirt must be a half an inch thick all over her. From Clinton, Pekin, Metamora, Paris, Charleston, and other towns, Davis reported plenty of bedbugs, sand a foot deep, the place horribly dusty. He called one hostlery the meanest tavern you ever saw, with floors that don't look like they have been scoured for a quarter of a century. The food on the road was wretched. This Kentucky cooking, just as the middling classes in Kentucky know how to prepare, is hardly fit for the stomach of a horse. Weather could be a torment. When the oppressive summertime heat lasted into the fall, Davis observed that holding courts in such weather has exhausted lawyers, jurors, witnesses, and judges too. If such weather continues, the prospect in Pekin will be anything but agreeable. Mosquitoes prevail there, and a body will have to be in a constant state of warfare. Rain made life miserable. One day in 1852, Davis told his wife how he and his companions waited for a ferry to convey them over the Sangamon River. Could not cross. For 2 hours, stayed in rain, waiting for ferrymen. Swam the horses, took the buggy over straddle a canoe. Davis informed his brother-in-law that bad roads, broken bridges, swimming of horses, and constant wettings are the main incidents in Western travel. Especially bothersome were the sloughs, miniature swamps, miry and sticky, and extremely difficult to cross with teams and wagons. Unlike his colleagues, Lincoln bore these hardships without complaining. Herndon recalled that his partner cared little about food. He sat down and ate, as it were involuntarily, saying nothing. He was a most perfect gentleman to his hosts and their families and servants. Others would growl, complain, become distressed, and distress others, with the complaints and whine about what they had to eat, how they slept, and on what and how long, and how disturbed by fleas, bedbugs, or what not. Only rarely Lincoln would voice displeasure with the food. He once remarked wryly, "Well, in the absence of anything to eat, I will jump into this cabbage." Allegedly, he told a waiter, "If this is coffee, then please bring me some tea. But if this is tea, please bring me some coffee." Lincoln complained so little because he loved life on the circuit. He turned down any offer to become a partner with the Chicago attorney Grant Goodrich because, he explained, he tended to consumption, that if he went to Chicago, that he would have to sit down and study hard, that it would kill him, that he would rather go around the circuit than to sit down and die in Chicago. David Davis believed that Mr. Lincoln was happy as he could be when on this circuit, and happy no other place. This was his place of enjoyment. As a general rule, when all the lawyers of a Saturday evening would go home and see their families and friends at home, Lincoln would refuse to go home. Even after railroads connecting Springfield with most of the county seats were completed in the mid-1850s, Lincoln seldom returned home on weekends. Lincoln was also one of the very few attorneys who traveled the entire circuit each spring and fall. While most of them stayed close to home, attending only circuit courts in counties adjacent to their own, Lincoln, Swett, Layman, and Davis covered it all, becoming in essence a family. "We journeyed together along the road," said Swett, "slept in the same cabin or small hotel at night, breakfasted, dined, and supped together every day, and lived as intimately and in a manner as friendly as it is possible for men to live." Despite bad food, dirty hostleries, and other irritants, life on the circuit had its charms. If the business on our circuit was meager, the good cheer and conviviality were exuberant, Whitney remembered. And if we did not make much money, our wants were few and our pleasures simple, and our life on the circuit was like a holiday. Lincoln's intelligence, geniality, and humor made him exceptionally popular on the circuit. As Usher Linder recalled, everywhere he went, he brought sunshine. All men hailed him as an addition to their circle. A resident of a county seat on the 8th Circuit remembered that whenever Lincoln arrived for a court session, as he alighted and stretched out both his long arms to shake hands with those nearest to him and to those who approached, his homely face, handsome in its broad and sunshiny smile, his voice touching in its kindly and cheerful accents, everyone in his presence felt lighter at heart and became joyous. He brought light with him. Often at night the attorneys and village men would gather in the courtroom and double over in laughter as Lincoln related jokes and stories from his inexhaustible supply. In 1883, Herndon reported that judges, jurors, witnesses, lawyers, merchants, etc., etc., have laughed at these jokes, etc., in the night till every muscle, nerve, and cell of the body in the morning was sore at the whooping and hurrahing exercise. Such was Lincoln's pastime and glory on the circuit. It was his heaven, and his home his hell. No human being can describe these nightly revels. Such amusements, such sports and tricks, would not be tolerated now in any American society, and yet for us on the circuit at that time in those places, it drove away the devil for a while. Back in Springfield, Lincoln also convulsed visitors to his law office. In 1846, Gibson W. Harris told a sick friend, "I wish you could be in the office about 2 hours to hear Lincoln tell his tales and anecdotes, of which he has any amount. I think you would laugh yourself well in that length of time. I sometimes have to hold my sides at times, so convulsed with laughter as to be almost unable to keep my seat. I have seen a dozen or more with their hands on their sides, their heads thrown back, their mouths open, and tears coursing down their cheeks, laughing as if they would die at some of Lincoln's jokes." Lincoln's puns were ingenious. One evening he asked Judge John Dean Caton, "If it is true, as has been stated, that all 3 of you Supreme Court judges came from Oneida County, New York." When informed that it was so, Lincoln replied, "I could never understand before why this was a one-idea court." Lincoln loved to tell about a minor case he tried in 1858 at Bloomington. The young opposing counsel, exceptionally fearful of losing, took special pains to avoid defeat. The presentation to the jury lasted well into the night, and the anxious fellow could scarcely sleep. The next morning he arrived early at the courthouse, where he learned to his chagrin that he had lost. When Lincoln asked him about his case, he sadly replied, "It's gone to hell." "Oh, well," said Lincoln, "then you'll see it again." Lincoln also relished describing an episode that took place during his 1858 campaign against Stephen A. Douglas. After giving a speech in a small town,
a local physician of the Democratic persuasion asked him if he could reply. Upon acceding to this request, Lincoln was approached by a lame man who advised him not to respond. "He and I live here. I am enough for him. Let me answer him." When the doctor finished, the lame man limped to the speaker's stand and offered such a sharp riposte to the doctor's remarks that he leapt up and shouted in rage, "That's a lie!" The spectators anticipated a fight, but to their surprise the speaker calmly replied, "Doctor, I'll take anything from you but your pills." More angry than ever, the physician retorted, "I thank you. I am not a pill peddler. I have quit practicing medicine." The lame man smilingly observed, "Oh, you have you? Well then, the country is safer than I thought it was." Sometimes Lincoln joked with David Davis. One day Lincoln hastened into court as the judge was quietly wrapping up business and announced that he desired to make a single motion of great importance to his case at that particular stage of the proceedings, which accounted for his somewhat hurried entrance into the room and anxiety to get the attention of the judge. Approaching the bench, Lincoln said, "May it please your honor, I am like the Irish sailor, and beg your honor to excuse me for this hurried interruption." "On condition," replied the judge, "that you explain your analogy to the Celtic sailor." "Well," said Lincoln, "an Irish sailor was overtaken at sea by a heavy storm, and he thought he would pray, but didn't know how. So he went down on his knees and said, 'O Lord, you know as well as myself that it's seldom I bother ye, but if ye will only hear and save me this time, bedad it'll be a long time before I bother ye again.'" Lincoln liked to describe the misadventures of John Moore, a bibulous Illinois state treasurer, who, after drinking to excess one Saturday night, tried to drive home in his cart drawn by 2 steers. As he passed through a wooded grove, one of the wheels hit an obstacle, dislodging the yoke ring and freeing the steers, which ran off. Moore, who had fallen asleep, awoke the next morning, surveyed the scene, and declared, "If my name is John Moore, I've lost a pair of steers. If my name isn't John Moore, I've found a cart." Lincoln could amaze as well as amuse his colleagues. When working with a team, he was affable and polite, but secretive and headstrong. Once, Swett and Whitney sat in the back of a courtroom utterly astonished at the cruel mode in which he applied the knife to all of the fine-spun theories we had crammed the jury with. Swett never knew him in trying a lawsuit to ask the advice of any lawyer he was associated with, nor could Gibson W. Harris recall a single circumstance tending to show that he was influenced in his judgment or his conduct by any of his associates. If colleagues resented Lincoln's treatment, they did not show it. He made good friends in the fellowship of the circuit, for, as David Davis put it was impossible for a body of intelligent gentlemen to associate together, day by day, 6 months of the year, without becoming attached to each other and without mutual benefit. Although there was a generous rivalry, it evoked no envious spirit. It was an era of good feeling, and friendships were formed which lasted for life. Lincoln grew fond of many of his colleagues, including Usher Linder, Archibald Williams, Kirby Benedict, Edwin B. Bat Webb, Judge Davis, Leonard Swett, and Ward Hill Layman. Linder, a fellow Kentuckian, rivaled Lincoln as a storyteller. A Democrat as a young man, Linder switched over to the Whigs for more than a decade and finally returned to his earlier loyalty, becoming a close ally of Stephen A. Douglas. In 1864, Linder wrote Lincoln saying, "I am constrained to believe, friend Lincoln, that you have ever cherished the kindest feelings for me, as I know I have for you, and although we have been often thrown in opposition to each other, I think there has never been anything said by either that has left a pang behind." Lincoln regarded Usher's talent as a speaker highly. Once, when they were jointly defending an accused criminal, Linder recommended that they employ delaying tactics to protect their client's interest. Judge Davis had ruled that the case must be concluded by that night. After dinner, Lincoln began a judicial filibuster, but found he could not hold forth longer than an hour. Linder stepped in and spoke for 3 hours on innumerable topics, including a 45-minute disquisition on the prosecuting attorney's whiskers. Lincoln said he never envied a man so much as he did Linder on that occasion. He thought he was inimitable in his capacity to talk interestingly about everything and nothing by the hour. In 1856, when Linder's teenage son shot and wounded another young man, Lincoln volunteered to represent him, gratis, an offer that brought tears to the eyes of the distraught father. During the Civil War, the same fellow joined the Confederate Army, was captured, and then released from prison camp at Lincoln's request. Lincoln's friendship continued even though Linder was not the easiest man to like. Linder could be violent. In 1859, he pummeled a fellow attorney in open court. Archibald Williams, a Quincy attorney, called Linder a loathsome drunkard, regardless alike of truth and decency. Lincoln admired Williams, whom he first met while they served together in the General Assembly. Lincoln deemed him the most natural and most learned, as well as the strongest-minded and clearest-headed lawyer of his acquaintance, and later appointed him U.S. District Judge for Kansas. Like Stephen T. Logan, Williams dressed shabbily, so much so that once a clerk at a hotel where he was staying accosted him, mistakenly thinking he was a derelict, and asked, "Pardon me, sir, but are you a guest of this hotel?" In reply, Williams exploded, "Hell no! I am one of its victims. I am paying $5 a day." The tall, angular, and awkward Williams resembled Lincoln, according to Linder, who said, "For homeliness of face and feature, Williams surpassed Mr. Lincoln." Kirby Benedict, a quick-witted, impetuous, kind, and amiable Democratic lawyer in Decatur, was another favorite of Lincoln's. Linder knew from Lincoln's own lips that he enjoyed Benedict's society hugely. As president, Lincoln declined to remove Benedict from the Chief Justiceship of the New Mexico Territory, a post to which Franklin Pierce had appointed him. Justifying his decision, Lincoln explained that he had enjoyed too many happy hours in his society, and he was too good and glorious a fellow for him to lay violent hands upon, that he could not find it in his heart to do so, and he wouldn't. Told that the judge had a drinking problem, Lincoln replied, "I know Benedict. We have been friends for 30 years. He may imbibe to excess, but Benedict drunk knows more law than all the others on the bench in New Mexico sober. I shall not disturb him." Benedict's drinking habits were not unusual on the Eighth Circuit. A Danville editor observed that the Illinois bar has great legal talent, but it has also the most drunken lawyers of any bar on the face of the earth. The state's attorney for the circuit, David B. Campbell, was often too intoxicated to perform his duties. When Usher Linder thrice appeared at court inebriated, Judge Davis threatened to ban him from practice in the circuit. Edwin B. "Bat" Webb, an affable, courteous attorney with highly polished manners, was devoted to Lincoln, who reciprocated the feeling. A leading Whig in southern Illinois, Webb was known as an exceptionally hospitable host and a paragon of integrity. He and Lincoln served together in the legislature and campaigned for Whig presidential candidates in the 1840s. Lincoln was among those in the General Assembly who admired Webb's common sense, amiability, and command of parliamentary procedure. Though Lincoln had many good friends, few of them were truly close. One of those few was David Davis. Gustav Korner recalled that the judge loved and admired Lincoln, who in turn was more intimate with him than with any other man. Their friendship flourished despite their many differences in appearance, temperament, values, and social background. Davis was 5 inches shorter and 100 pounds heavier than Lincoln, and had an assertive personality, while Lincoln's was more passive. Lincoln was indifferent to money and lived modestly. Davis was a shrewd investor who became rich. Lincoln's sartorial insouciance was legendary. Davis was something of a Beau Brummel. Davis had attended college and law school. Lincoln had spent less than 12 months in frontier blab schools. The two did share some things in common. They were devoted to the Whig Party, each had rock-ribbed integrity, and they both were excellent storytellers and exceedingly affable. Judge John M. Scott believed that together the quiet and most deliberate Lincoln and the vehemently impulsive, resolute, and forceful Davis were greater because of their close association and had the benefit of each other's peculiar qualities. Lincoln planned and looked far into the future to discover what the end of a proposed measure would be, while Davis, with his abrupt energy and impulsive purpose to overcome all opposition, carried into effect much of what Lincoln devised. Neither of them would ever have occupied the exalted positions they did, had it not been for the helpful influence each exerted for the other. Lincoln knew Davis's great powers, and that a close alliance with him was necessary to him in developing his own plans and purposes. Davis possessed much ability to organize political forces, and nothing afforded more gratification than to exercise his powers in that direction on behalf of Mr. Lincoln, in whom he then saw, or thought he saw, evidences of his coming greatness. Whereas Lincoln knew better what ought to be done in political matters, Davis knew better how to do it. Davis, Lincoln, and Leonard Swett were known as the Great Triumvirate on the circuit. Swett, one of the foremost criminal lawyers of his era, enjoyed immense popularity, for he was charming, magnetic, eloquent, generous, unselfish, entertaining, and a devoted friend. When trying a jury case, Lincoln preferred him as his partner to all others, seeming to lean on him and to say in effect, "I'm all right now that Swett is with me." The only thing like a formal partnership Lincoln had outside Springfield was with Ward Hill Layman, a tall, stout, hard-drinking, humorous, earthy Virginian who practiced in Danville. Friends described him as chivalrous, courageous, generous, and a reckless, dashing, pleasant, social, good-looking fellow, an admirable singer, free with money and fond of comic stories, a brave man and a fine boxer, quite proud of his Herculean frame. A reporter thought him the most jolly, moral philosopher of the day, although, being no student, he probably never read a book from cover to cover. In Vermilion County, at the extreme eastern end of the circuit, Lincoln teamed up with Layman, 18 years his junior, on more than 150 occasions. Layman drummed up business, and Lincoln tried the cases. Their quasi-partnership lasted from 1852 to 1857, when Layman won election as prosecutor of the 17th Judicial Circuit and moved to Bloomington. Each day after court adjourned, Layman entertained Lincoln and the other attorneys, supplying a pitcher of liquor to slake their thirst. When he had drunk enough to loosen up, Layman could be persuaded to sing songs like "The Blue-Tailed Fly," "Cousin Sally Downward," and some off-color ditties. During his presidency, Lincoln appointed Layman Marshal of the District of Columbia and used him as a bodyguard and troubleshooter. One day during a break in a trial, Layman tore the seat of his pants in an informal wrestling match. He returned to the courthouse without having a chance to repair the damage, cutting a comical figure before the jury. As a joke, one attorney circulated a subscription to raise money to buy him a new pair of pants. Most of his colleagues signed it and pledged absurd amounts to the fund, but when the document reached Lincoln, he wrote his name and the following message: "I can contribute nothing to the end in view." Another humorous incident involved a client who served as conservator for his deranged, well-to-do sister. He hired Layman and Lincoln to block an attempt by a bounder to wed the young woman for her money and remove the conservator. Winning the case, the attorneys received $250, an amount set by Layman. When Lincoln discovered the size of the fee, he told his partner, "This is all wrong. The service was not worth that sum. Give him back at least half of it." Reluctantly, Layman complied. Judge Davis, observing this transaction disapprovingly, blared out a rebuke heard by all present. "Lincoln, I have been watching you and Layman. You are impoverishing this bar by your picayune charges of fees, and the lawyers have reason to complain of you. You are now almost as poor as Lazarus, and if you don't make people pay you more for your services, you will die as poor as Job's turkey." When a leading member of the bar applauded this pronouncement, Lincoln retorted, "That money comes out of the pocket of a poor, demented girl, and I would rather starve than swindle her in this manner." Lincoln did not want his firm to be known as Ketchum and Cheatham. That evening, Davis summoned him before his moot tribunal, known as the Augmentatorial Court. Davis coined the neologism. He was convicted and slapped with a fine, which he paid good-naturedly. Income from law practice. This was not an isolated instance, for Lincoln charged notoriously low fees. After successfully representing a client in a complicated slander suit, he asked for $25. "We were astonished," recalled opposing counsel, "and had he said $100, it would have been what we expected. The judgment, $600, was a large one for those days. He had attended the case at 2 terms of court, had been engaged for 2 days in a hotly contested suit, and his client's adversary was going to pay the bill." In 1856, he wrote a client saying, "I have just received yours of the 16th, with check on Flag and Savage for $25. You must think I am a high-priced man. You are too liberal with your money. $15 is enough for the job. I send you a receipt for $15, and return to you a $10 bill." When Lincoln charged a Chicago banking firm of George Smith & Company a mere $25 for trying and winning their case, the head of the firm thanked John W. Bunn for recommending Lincoln, saying, "We asked you to get the best lawyer in Springfield, and it certainly looks as if you had secured one of the cheapest." After offering advice to a young man about collecting a debt, Lincoln refused to accept any money for the consultation. When the client insisted on giving him at least a present as compensation, Lincoln replied, "When you go downstairs, just stop at the stationer's and send me up a bottle of ink." For collecting $2,000 on behalf of a client who had lent that sum to a deadbeat, Lincoln charged a fee of only $2. In notes he wrote for a law lecture, Lincoln stressed that the matter of fees is important, far beyond the mere question of bread and butter involved. Properly attended to, fuller justice is done to both lawyer and client. An exorbitant fee should never be claimed. As a general rule, never take your whole fee in advance, nor any more than a small retainer. When fully paid beforehand, you are more than a common mortal if you can feel the same interest in the case, as if something was still in prospect for you as well as for your client. And when you lack interest in the case, the job will very likely lack skill and diligence in the performance. Settle the amount of fee and take a note in advance. Then, when you feel that you are working for something, you are sure to do your work faithfully and well. Never sell a fee note, at least not before the consideration service is performed. It leads to negligence and dishonesty. Negligence by losing interest in the case, and dishonesty in refusing to refund when you have allowed the consideration to fail. In the 1860 presidential contest, Lincoln's small fees were cited as evidence of his admirable character. It is impossible to determine with precision just how much Lincoln earned from the practice of law, but a fee book that he kept while in partnership with John Todd Stewart, and another one he kept with Herndon for the years 1845 to 1847, shed some light on the matter. They indicate that most cases yielded $10 for circuit and Supreme Court work, and $20 for cases in the U.S. courts. With Stewart and Herndon, Lincoln split fees evenly. With Logan, he received 1/3 of the fees. In partnership with Stewart from 1837 to 1841, He averaged about $1,000 annually. With Logan as a partner, his income rose approximately 50%. By the late 1850s, he earned roughly $4,000 to $5,000 a year. Compared with other lawyers in Springfield, Lincoln was not especially prosperous. According to the census of 1860, he ranked 12th of the 17th attorneys in terms of assets. Of the 414 Springfield households listed in the census, the Lincolns ranked 127th. The 5 lawyers who owned less than he did, including Herndon, were much younger, averaging 32. Lincoln was then 51 years of age. Although Lincoln seemed relatively insouciant in setting fees, he was not careless about collecting them. After winning a case for a client, Lincoln wrote him, "As the Dutch justice said when he married folks, 'Now, where ish my $100?'" At least half a dozen times, he sued for unpaid fees. On the circuit after he returned from Congress, Lincoln read widely, carrying books with him, among them Euclid's Geometry, the Bible, Shakespeare, and volumes of poetry by Burns, Poe, and others. After dinner he would often fetch a candle, and read well into the night. In 1860 he wrote that during the past decade he had studied and nearly mastered the 6 books of Euclid. Herndon, who often slept in the same bed with Lincoln while on the circuit, marveled at his partner's ability to focus. How he could maintain his mental equilibrium or concentrate his thoughts on an abstract mathematical proposition, while Davis, Logan, Swett, Edwards, and I so industriously and volubly filled the air with our interminable snoring, was a problem none of us could ever solve. Lincoln's fascination with geometry led him to address the ancient problem of squaring the circle. Equipping himself with paper, compass, ruler, pencils, and bottles of ink of different colors, for 2 days he labored to the point of exhaustion in the insoluble puzzle. Lincoln was unusually inquisitive, eager to learn about a wide variety of subjects. On the circuit he would quiz drivers, blacksmiths, and others, pumping them for information. If he spied a new agricultural implement on the street, he would examine it carefully to determine its function and understand how it worked. Lincoln was a teacher manqué, eager to share what he learned. One day in Clinton, he grew so excited when one of Euclid's propositions suddenly became clear to him that he grabbed a hostler and explained the demonstration to him.